Part 2 has been released. Please take your time and enjoy it. Carrying a simplified system, I traversed into the world of Harry Potter, initially believing that my journey would lead me to become a wealthy tycoon in the urban realm. However, a letter delivered by an owl altered my plans entirely. It revealed that my destiny lay not in the city, but in the winds of magic. As I examined the envelope adorned with a strikingly familiar emblem and glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall, I fell into deep contemplation. Although I had harbored a strong aversion to the genre of caretaker literature in my previous life, and continue to despise it, I found no disdain for others assuming the role of my caretaker. Yet, at this particular juncture, it seemed unlikely that I would gain the attention of the main trio. I would have to cling to the coattails of their parents instead. Unexpectedly, rather than merely seeking support, I became the most substantial pillar of strength myself. Volume 2, Journeys and Fame. Chapter 77, Egypt. In early 1980, Clarence, carrying a cleverly disguised suitcase, boarded a flight bound for Egypt. Accompanying him to the airport were not only Asina, but also several high-ranking officials from the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, including the minister himself, showcasing the profound respect the ministry held for Clarence. As for why he opted for mundane transportation rather than magical means to reach Egypt, it was simply because Clarence wished to first explore the world of ordinary people, immersing himself in their culture and religion before engaging with the magical community there. Without delving into minor inconveniences encountered en route to Egypt, upon arrival, Clarence made his registration at the Egyptian Ministry of Magic before venturing into the realm of ordinary citizens. After a brief exploration, he hired a seemingly reliable female guide to help him appreciate the splendor of Egypt, particularly the pyramids and the local religious practices. Upon hearing Clarence's requests, the guide readily agreed, as they posed no significant challenge. After procuring necessary supplies, they set off on their adventure. Their exploration with the guide lasted nearly 3 months. What were the fruits of this prolonged excursion? The gains were rather meager at best. He gleaned an understanding of the local religious framework, with little else to show for his efforts. Additionally, it remained uncertain whether the rigorous confidentiality measures of the magical community contributed to the fact that the several pyramids visited with the guide bore no trace of magic whatsoever. It appeared that those pyramids accessible to the public were either intentionally showcased by the local Ministry of Magic or meticulously inspected to ensure all magical elements had been removed. In light of this revelation, it would indeed be peculiar if Clarence had garnered any substantial insights. Upon recognizing this, Clarence shifted the guide's focus towards the exploration of indigenous religious practices. Regrettably, the harvest has been somewhat unsatisfactory. Observing that continuing in this manner would merely be a waste of time, Clarence resolved to bid farewell to the female tour guide and immerse himself directly into the local magical realm. Since there had been little yield in the realm of religion, it was time to advance to the next phase of his plan, engaging with the Aegean magical system. Of course, Clarence could not merely approach a passing local wizard and express his desire for a magical discourse, as that would only lead to being regarded as someone with a peculiar affliction. Thus, his method was quite straightforward. He sent a letter of intent to visit and exchange ideas to the sole magical institution in Aegea. Given his current reputation within the global magical community, he anticipated that the Aegean school would not turn him away. In fact, the Magical Academy in Aegea warmly welcomed Clarence's visit, even dispatching a professor to receive him. Furthermore, upon his arrival, a number of faculty members and students were organized to extend a warm welcome, reflecting their enthusiasm. This was hardly surprising, as Clarence had previously left behind foundational alchemical knowledge and a particular technique at the Busbaton Magical Academy, which, over time, had garnered global attention among magical institutions. Many had eagerly anticipated Clarence's visit, hoping their own school might benefit from his insights. Unfortunately, Clarence had spent the entirety of the previous year in Xionyali, leaving many heads of magical schools disappointed. Thus, when Clarence departed from Xionyali and directly arrived in Aegea, proactively reaching out to the Aegean Magical Academy to express his desire for a visit, it was only natural that they felt elated. The exuberant reception he received was indeed a testament to their joy, reflecting their eagerness to engage with him. Such fervent hospitality left Clarence feeling a tad bashful. After exchanging pleasantries, he accompanied a female professor to the accommodations arranged for him at the school. Following a brief period of refreshment, he commenced his exploration of the campus. Particularly, the library emerged as a focal point for Clarence. Over the ensuing days, he engaged in dialogue with the professors while auditing several classes, and thus 4 days slipped by. In summary, the experience proved mutually enriching and substantial, at the very least. Through these days of interaction and observation, Clarence became thoroughly acquainted with the Aegean magical system, especially in the realms of curses and the distinctive necromantic branch of Aegean magic, particularly the mummification system. He also garnered significant insights into the domains of ritualistic and ceremonial magic within the Aegean magical framework, which provided him with considerable inspiration and enlightenment. The professors who engaged in communication with him at the school have greatly benefited from the experience. They not only gleaned insights into the diverse traditions and prevailing magical systems of the global magical community through Clarence, but also acquired considerable knowledge regarding alchemy and the newly developed elemental magic system. It is reasonable to assume that once these professors digest the insights gained from this exchange and allow some time for reflection, they will experience a notable enhancement in their abilities. In summary, both parties have reaped significant rewards from this interaction. That on the morning of the 5th day, after breakfast, Clarence approached the principal, expressing his intention to conduct a series of lectures at the school. The topics of the lectures would encompass 3 main areas. The first being alchemy, the second the distinctions between elemental magic and various national traditions, as well as mainstream magical practices, with a particular focus on the nuances within the realm of curses. Finally, he would introduce the foundational concepts of the innovative elemental magic system he had developed. Upon hearing Clarence's proposal, the principal was so elated that his smile seemed to stretch to the back of his head, an exaggerated grin that lingered on his face. Naturally, amidst his joy, he did not forget to arrange a classroom for Clarence and any necessary teaching materials. The lectures were scheduled to take place in the afternoon. When the students and faculty learned that the esteemed Clarence intended to hold lectures, they flocked to the designated classroom, creating a crowded assembly. It is worth noting that the principal had anticipated a substantial turnout, which is why he had specifically arranged for a large classroom. However, it soon became apparent that this space was still insufficient. Nevertheless, it was a situation that could not be altered, as Clarence had already arrived, and it would be impractical to request a change of venue. For the first lecture, Clarence planned to discuss the differences and distinctions between elemental magic and the various traditional and mainstream magical practices across different magical realms. Chapter 78, The Curse of Magic. With the enhancement of his skills and the lively, humorous teaching style of Clarence, he not only articulated the traditions and mainstream theories of magic from various nations, but also engaged in practical demonstrations. This allowed both students and faculty to discern the nuanced differences between them effectively. Moreover, for some simple, rudimentary spells, Clarence generously elucidated both the underlying principles and the techniques for casting them. Thanks to his penchant for teaching, even the younger students swiftly achieved a level of proficiency in spellcasting. This situation left the attending professors astounded, as they were intimately familiar with their students. They understood that while the upperclassmen might grasp these concepts, it was implausible for the younger students, who had only recently been introduced to these new magics, to master them so rapidly after merely a brief explanation of the principles and techniques by Clarence. Even if the spells discussed were of a lower tier, such rapid comprehension seemed unreasonable. Could it be that Clarence employed some magical technique during his lecture to facilitate such swift understanding among the students? Yet, they had been attentively listening and had not detected any fluctuations of magical energy emanating from the podium during his instruction. This matter transcended the nature of any casting technique, be it wandless, silent, or a combination of both. In essence, the act of spellcasting invariably produces a magical aura, regardless of how faint it may be or how the caster attempts to conceal it. However, the professors had failed to notice any such magical fluctuations, which entirely refuted the notion that Clarence had employed any magical means during his lecture. If it were not a matter of magical intervention, how could the students have so swiftly grasped this new knowledge? In truth, the professor's own mastery far surpassed that of their students, leaving them with no tangible experience or sensation of Clarence's skills effects. At most, they found Clarence's content and approach to be remarkably clear and comprehensible, revealing his profound understanding and mastery of the subject matter. Naturally, some professors, failing to pinpoint the source of the anomaly, began to speculate whether Clarence's striking appearance contributed to the students' rapid absorption of new knowledge. Pondering this, a few professors scrutinized Clarence's looks once more, realizing that his aesthetic appeal was undeniably pleasing, and such pleasing visuals naturally fostered a sense of ease and receptivity to the content being presented. Thus, the students' lackluster performance during their classes is not attributable to the complexity of the subject matter nor to any deficiencies in the teaching methodologies. Rather, it simply stems from their less than pleasing appearances. Just as the professors began to question their own purpose in life, Clarence transitioned the lecture to a new phase, delving into his comprehension of the Egyptian magic system, particularly concerning the arts of mummy magic and curses. To commence, let us explore the foundational principles of curse magic within the Egyptian magic framework. Through recent dialogues with the esteemed professors and the extensive literature encountered in the library, it became apparent that Egyptian curse magic operates similarly to a sacrificial ritual to harness power. In simpler terms, this denotes a practice of spellcasting through the act of offering sacrifices. It is widely acknowledged that both sacrificial rites and ritualistic magic adhere to the principle of exchange. This fundamental tenet is also recognized in the realm of alchemy as the principle of equivalent exchange. Consequently, the essence of magic within this domain hinges upon two pivotal aspects: the target of the exchange and the cost incurred. It is crucial to note that the target encompasses not only the entity with which one exchanges, but also the power obtained through that exchange. Moreover, one might comprehend this as a matter of how to effectively utilize the acquired power or what objectives one wishes to achieve with it. Clarence's profound elucidation of the essence of Egyptian curse magic garnered the approval of all the professors present, as they were already familiar with this fundamental truth. However, since curse magic is categorized as an advanced topic within their curriculum, even when upperclassmen begin to engage with this field, the professors refrain from offering in-depth instruction due to its inherent dangers and potential for uncontrollable repercussions. Historically, there have been several instances in the annals of the Egyptian magical community where the Ministry of Magic prohibited schools from offering courses on curses and mummy magic. It was only through the persistent efforts of successive headmasters that the ministry was persuaded to permit the teaching of foundational knowledge in this area. Nevertheless, the institution strictly forbids professors from imparting advanced knowledge of curse magic during their lectures, and students are equally prohibited from pursuing such studies independently. Therefore, under the constraints that preclude deeper engagement with these subjects, the professors naturally refrain from mentioning the essential knowledge about curse magic that Clarence has expounded upon. This information is typically reserved for those advancing from foundational studies in the domain of curse magic. In essence, while the professors are well aware of these concepts, they are rigorously prohibited from sharing them with their students. Given this context, one must wonder if Clarence will face repercussions for openly discussing these forbidden subjects within the school. Surprisingly, there are no consequences. After all, Clarence is not a professor at their institution, but rather a distinguished guest invited for an exchange of ideas. Thus, he is free to express his thoughts without the school's oversight. Furthermore, Clarence is no ordinary wizard. He has already attained a level of power comparable to that of Voldemort, and has recently been rumored to have transcended even that, entering an entirely new realm of magic. Such a formidable figure would hardly be held accountable by the Ministry of Magic, which would be foolish to challenge him, fearing he could easily dismantle their authority. Consequently, the headmaster and professors of the school harbor no concerns regarding the potential fallout from Clarence's teachings. Based on this revelation, I delved deeper into my research and discovered that in the domain of curses within the realm of magic, both traditional and contemporary practices are fundamentally linked to the pantheon of deities in the mythology of Aegean culture from whom they draw power. It is noteworthy that when I refer to contemporary practices, I mean the innovations developed by Aegean wizards who have synthesized various curse magics from around the world into new forms of spells. Even these newly conceived curses still involve exchanges with certain deities from the Aegean mythos. This stands in stark contrast to the traditional and mainstream curses prevalent in the magical communities worldwide, which often do not involve such divine exchanges. To elaborate on the most conspicuous difference, the majority of curse magics across various global magical societies do not involve exchanges with deities. In other words, apart from Aegean wizards, most practitioners worldwide derive their curse magic from exchanges with a variety of extraordinary entities. As for the nature of these extraordinary beings, I shall refrain from detailing them further, as such discussions often encounter limitations and complexities. You may wonder if wizards can conjure curse magic using their inherent magical abilities. After all, wizards possess magical power that enables them to perform incredible feats. So, is it not possible for us wizards to rely solely on our own abilities to cast curses? The truth is, wizards can indeed cast curse magic independently. Earlier, I mentioned two foundational principles of Aegean curse magic, which I trust you recall. Without awaiting responses from the audience, Clarence continued his lecture. Thus, if one merely shifts the focus of the power exchange to oneself, through ritualistic practices or even sacrifices, a wizard can indeed manifest genuine curses. Indeed, although such methods are theoretically viable and there exist rudimentary curse magics based entirely on one's own magical prowess, this does not imply that all wizards can achieve such feats. In fact, the vast majority of wizards are incapable of doing so. To accomplish this, one must endure the repercussions and backlash that accompany sacrificial rituals. Only a select few extraordinary wizards possess the fortitude to withstand the effects, or even the backlash, of these rituals. After all, the sources of borrowed power are entities of the extraordinary realm, entirely excluding mortals. Even those wizards who wield magical abilities remain within the realm of humanity. For beings of the extraordinary, the repercussions of sacrificial rituals are trivial. However, for mere mortals, the implications are profoundly different. The purpose of discussing this topic in the lecture is not to encourage you to experiment, but to enlighten you on the essence of curse magic. Furthermore, I have been contemplating this matter, and should my experiments prove successful, you will be able to utilize curse magic more safely in the future, without the fear of incurring unbearable costs or backlash. However, it must be noted that this new form of curse magic will naturally lack the potency of traditional curse magic. The students were unaware of the significance and value of Clarence's statement, though some upperclassmen had begun to grasp a hint of its meaning. Nevertheless, they could not compare to the reactions of the principal and professors seated behind them. Upon hearing his words, they instinctively rose, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at Clarence on the podium. "Professors, please take your seats. My lecture is not yet concluded. Additionally, I will discuss the idea I mentioned with you after class," he continued. Despite their eagerness, the professors had no choice but to settle back into their seats, attentively listening as Clarence resumed his lecture. Next, Clarence spoke of mummy magic. "I have long been fascinated by the mummy magic of Egypt. During my visit to your esteemed institution for this exchange, I have discussed this topic with many professors and have also discovered a wealth of related literature in your library. In summary, my understanding and perspective on mummy magic align closely with that of Egyptian wizards, though I hold some differing views on specific details. Firstly, the techniques and spells involved in the mummy magic system are not entirely unrelated, but their connection is rather tenuous. One might assert that the sole link lies in the fact that both belong to the category of sacrificial ritual magic, akin to the curse magic previously discussed. The process of mummification, along with the casting of spells, is fundamentally a form of ritualistic worship. Indeed, the success of spellcasting is contingent upon the efficacy of these sacred ceremonies. This notion is a prevailing perspective among the sorcerers of the Egyptian magical realm. Such a viewpoint lends credence to my assertion, though perhaps some of you, esteemed Egyptian sorcerers, have already been aware of this situation without having articulated the underlying reasons. Having addressed this singular correlation, let us now delve into another essential element that contributes to the successful execution of mummification magic. It must be acknowledged that, upon conducting research in this area, I am compelled to concede that the Egyptian magical system, with its historical depth and the integrity of its traditions, vastly surpasses that of the magical communities found across the globe. Even my homeland, Britain, which is renowned as the birthplace of the illustrious wizard Merlin, falls short in this regard. Recognizing one's own limitations is, in my view, not a source of shame. Regrettably, some individuals are overly preoccupied with such matters. Returning to the subject at hand, my reflections are rooted in the second factor that underpins the successful execution of mummification magic. This element pertains to the comprehension of deities within the Egyptian magical framework, or more precisely, the significant influence exerted by native Egyptian gods on the realm of magic. Should we remove the divine aspects from consideration, it is likely that the majority of spells within the Egyptian magical system would lose their efficacy, rendering them impossible to cast. In my recent explorations of mummification magic, I have discerned that such spells typically involve the summoning of the souls of the deceased from what is referred to as the underworld, thus marking the achievement of spellcasting success to a significant degree. The crux of the matter lies here. The realm of the deceased souls is subject to various studies within the magical communities worldwide, and hence I shall refrain from elaborating further on that topic. Now, let us discuss the so-called underworld. Setting aside mythological considerations, it appears that within the Egyptian magical world, there exists an artificial space reminiscent of the underworld. This assertion is rather audacious, eliciting a wave of astonishment even from the youngest of students, let alone the esteemed principal and professors seated behind them. Witnessing such a vigorous reaction from the students and faculty, Clarence cast a loud enchantment upon himself to ensure his voice could be heard above the clamor. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and maintain your composure. As I previously stated, this perspective is presented independent of mythological influences. It does not deny the existence of a genuine underworld. However, as practitioners of magic, we must make a clear distinction between mythology and our magical system." Clarence endeavored to restore order within the classroom. Chapter 80, The Artificial. Upon hearing Clarence's words, and with the assistance of the professors maintaining order, tranquility was restored. Once the classroom regained its silence, before the students could voice their thoughts, a professor promptly raised his hand, inquiring whether Clarence had any evidence to substantiate his claims. In response, Clarence retrieved a mouse cage from his pendant box, containing several experimental mice procured from the realm of ancient Egyptian magic, specifically for potion testing. He then commenced the previously conducted experiment before the assembled faculty and students. Although the students may not have discerned much from the experiment's outcome, the professors could distinctly perceive the subtle differences in the mice that had been reanimated into mummies. With such a stark comparative result, there was no need for Clarence to elaborate further. Even the most skeptical professors could not deny the reality before them. The implication was clear. Within their Egyptian mummy magic system, if one employed a non-traditional casting method, the reanimated mummies would indeed appear as they had always understood them, without any discernible differences. However, under Clarence's contrasting experiments, particularly with his application of the traditional Egyptian method. The reanimated mice, while successfully revived, exhibited significant divergences from those subjected to non-traditional techniques. This alone was sufficient to validate Clarence's assertions, effectively delineating the magical underworld from the true underworld. Moreover, the non-traditional method of reanimation indirectly suggested that perhaps within their Egyptian magical realm, or rather among the ancient Egyptian sorcerers, there existed a man-made space akin to the underworld. From this perspective, it seemed plausible that there were indeed two realms of the underworld, one authentic and the other an artificial construct created by ancient Egyptian sorcerers. Otherwise, Clarence's successful experiment utilizing a non-traditional method of mummification would have been entirely implausible. Ironically, the very method he employed, deemed non-traditional, was the one the Egyptian sorcerers had perceived as their mummification magic, which they believed had been passed down through generations and continually researched. To simplify this complex notion, it could be articulated that the mummification magic utilized by the Egyptian sorcerers was fundamentally derived from souls summoned from an artificially constructed magical version of the underworld. As for the distinctions between the two realms, due to a lack of dedicated research, such details remained elusive. Nevertheless, this singular experiment had irrevocably transformed the professor's understanding. Unfazed by their reactions, Clarence continued his discourse. It was precisely due to the revelations of this extraordinary experiment that inspiration and insight dawned upon me, leading me to conceive a similar line of thought regarding the realm of the ancient curses. No sooner had I spoken than a commotion erupted at the back of the classroom. "Headmaster, what has happened to you? Someone please apply healing magic to the headmaster. He has lost consciousness." Indeed, his advanced age rendered him unable to withstand such novel ideas and perceptions. "Step aside. I shall perform the healing spell. Your presence obstructs my efforts." The uproar at the rear forced Clarence to swallow the words that had nearly escaped his lips, turning his gaze towards the commotion to discern what had transpired. Regrettably, the situation at the back of the classroom was too chaotic. The throng of students made it impossible to see anything clearly. Thus, Clarence resolved to investigate personally. However, before he could descend from the podium, the classroom returned to a semblance of order. A senior student, having jogged over, quickly informed Clarence of the situation, assuring him that the headmaster had regained consciousness and that there was no cause for concern, allowing him to continue his lecture. In light of the headmaster's fainting episode and the ensuing disturbance, Clarence's desire to proceed with the lecture waned, particularly after glancing at the clock. After uttering a few more words, he promptly declared the class dismissed, while students departed in small clusters. Clarence made his way to the back of the classroom and found the once vibrant headmaster now looking pale and frail, as if recently recovered from a serious illness. It was evident that the earlier episode had taken a significant toll on his health. Observing the headmaster in such a state, Clarence withdrew his wand to administer healing. Feeling a pang of frustration, could it be that my words were truly too challenging for others to accept? While not entirely beyond comprehension, they had evidently been quite shocking. Perhaps the headmaster's advanced age and frail constitution had contributed to his fainting spell. A female professor spoke up to reassure him, urging Clarence not to dwell on such thoughts. After all, the content and discoveries he presented today had the potential to revolutionize the current understanding of ancient magic. Although such a transformation of traditional magical paradigms could incite considerable turmoil and upheaval, this revelation appeared to herald positive change. Thus, regardless of the magnitude of the disturbance, it was unlikely to yield any detrimental consequences. To put it plainly, Clarence's groundbreaking discovery would ultimately benefit the realm of ancient magic. Professors were, therefore, apprehensive about the possibility of Clarence withholding his findings due to the headmaster's fainting, for such an outcome would render them culpable in the eyes of the ancient magic community, particularly the elderly headmaster. As Clarence continued to channel his magic in healing the headmaster, the latter's pallid complexion gradually returned to its normal hue. As Clarence sought to escort the old principal to the infirmary, he was promptly interrupted by the latter, who inquired about the potentially man-made discovery of the underworld. Concerned for the principal's health, Clarence hesitated to divulge the details of this revelation. Instead, he offered reassurance, suggesting that the principal should first rest in the infirmary. As for the discovery, he intended to discuss it with his fellow professors later. The principal likely understood that as long as he remained present, Clarence would refrain from broaching the topic. Thus, he was reluctantly assisted by a young professor to the infirmary for a much-needed respite and further treatment. Meanwhile, Clarence and the other professors remaining in the classroom engaged in a discussion regarding the discovery of the artificial underworld. Clarence articulated his thoughts and proposed an alternative concept concerning the curse of the Egyptian magic, eager to deliberate with the assembled professors on the feasibility of this idea. If we were to follow Mr. Stewart's hypothesis, the likelihood of realization is indeed substantial. However, we must first contemplate the potential costs involved in actualizing your proposal, as the probability of success and the sacrifices required for its achievement are distinctly separate matters. Upon hearing this professor's remarks, Clarence nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have also pondered this issue previously. While traditional methods may boast a high success rate, the price to be paid is beyond what your school or the entire Egyptian magical community could sustain. After all, the mere notion of artificially creating an existence akin to the underworld seems far-fetched, as it transcends mortal capabilities. Moreover, even if some means were found to accomplish this, the costs incurred would certainly be insurmountable for those of mere mortal stature. The professor who had initially spoken was taken aback by Clarence's assertion and retorted, "Mr. Stewart, are you implying that?" It was not only this professor who found himself perplexed. The other professors present were equally bewildered. Clarence had previously suggested that such a concept might be attainable, yet now he claimed that mortals could not bear the requisite sacrifices. This contradiction left the assembled professors in a state of confusion, struggling to grasp what Clarence truly intended to convey. Observing their reactions, Clarence decided to clarify his stance without further ado. Esteemed colleagues, through our recent discussions, you should be aware of the elemental magic system I have pioneered. Initially, what methods were employed to enable wizards to bypass the incomplete foundations and directly wield elemental magic? Are you suggesting, Mr. Stewart, that you are referring to a contract? A perceptive professor immediately discerned Clarence's intentions. Upon further contemplation, he realized that employing such a method could indeed lead to success. In essence, Clarence's approach was remarkably straightforward. If individual wizards or nations within the magical realm could not bear the requisite costs, then a binding magical contract could be established to unite all wizards globally, thereby distributing the burden of such costs among them. Once the professors present grasped Clarence's meaning, while most of their faces lit up with smiles, a small faction of them wore expressions of complexity. One professor even voiced a concern. Although the idea was commendable and the likelihood of success appeared high, the pressing question remained. Could they truly compel all wizards worldwide to share such costs? Who, after all, would willingly shoulder a burden that had no direct bearing on them? This pragmatic query doused the enthusiasm of some of the more exuberant professors, restoring their rationality. At that moment, Clarence spoke up. He clarified that if even half of the wizards consented to sign the magical contract, the endeavor would already be deemed a success. He had never asserted that they must create an entire artificial underworld or a deity of curses in one fell swoop. They could construct a foundation first and gradually build upon it, ultimately culminating in a complete artificial underworld and a cursed deity. Clarence's assertion ignited a spark of hope in the previously skeptical professors, who now recognized the feasibility of this approach. As for the existence of two underworlds within their magical realm, they could simply utilize the already established artificial underworld without the need to exert themselves in creating a new one. Thus, the notion of conjuring a being akin to a cursed deity to mitigate the costs and repercussions associated with curse magic became more understandable. However, the necessity for yet another artificial underworld remained questionable. Their desire to create a new artificial underworld stemmed from three considerations. Firstly, there was the issue of what became of a wizard's soul after death. Upon dying, or indeed any creature's demise, their soul was destined for the realm of the deceased. However, in light of Clarence's recent discoveries, they learned of the existence of an artificial underworld. What did this signify? It implied that a wizard's soul need not traverse to the true underworld upon death, symbolizing a form of eternal life and freedom for the soul. Even if no living soul is privy to the true rules of the underworld, the fool can discern that there must indeed exist unique regulations there. Otherwise, the spirits of the deceased would have long since returned to the mortal realm to wreak havoc. Thus, while no mortal may fully comprehend these mysteries, it is clear to those of sound mind that the genuine underworld undoubtedly operates under its own set of constraints, which serve as bindings for the souls. However, the artificial underworld is an entirely different matter. The rules within this fabricated realm can be established by the sorcerers, and at the very least, these prescribed regulations are unquestionably beneficial to them. This implies a form of immortality, one that is even characterized by a semblance of freedom, though this freedom does not equate to the liberty to act without restraint. Rather, it is a type of freedom tailored to the sorcerer's needs. Furthermore, the challenge of accommodating an extraordinary entity akin to a cursed deity within an artificial framework is indeed a conundrum that could perplex even the most astute minds. Clarence, having transcended the level of a demon lord to reach heroic status, no longer belongs to the realm of mortal flesh, thus granting him an understanding of entities that surpass human comprehension. Such existences cannot be contained within the mortal realm, and should they manifest therein, the outcome would be catastrophic. Either the entity or the human world would collapse. Therefore, how to accommodate a fabricated cursed deity is a matter of paramount importance. Constructing an artificial underworld serves a dual purpose. It provides sorcerers with a novel pathway for their souls after death, and enables the enhanced application of mummy magic or true necromancy. Additionally, it can serve as a unique sanctuary for the artificial cursed deity. should the creation of this new underworld and cursed entity be realized. The advantages for the sorcerer's magical system, particularly in the realms of curses and necromancy, would be monumental, elevating these fields to unprecedented heights. This would yield immense benefits for all sorcerers within the magical community. The most apparent advantage lies in its potential to alleviate the fundamental discord between sorcerers and ordinary people. Moreover, if sorcerers were to be particularly ruthless, they could devise methods to guide the souls of ordinary individuals after death into the artificial underworld. In such a scenario, the distinction between the genuine underworld and the artificial one would become thoroughly obscured. In other words, the artificial underworld might very well evolve into the true underworld, and the likelihood of this occurrence is quite significant. Of course, this represents the last resort for the sorcerers, and if other possibilities were available, they would undoubtedly pursue them. For who among the living would willingly embrace death? Nevertheless, utilizing the artificial underworld as a final gambit allows the informed sorcerers to ease their frayed nerves, if only slightly. Chapter 82. The Foundation of Construction. Clarence engaged in fervent discussions with numerous professors within the grand lecture hall until darkness enveloped the sky. This afternoon of discourse led to their unanimous decision to embark on the creation of an artificial underworld and a curse god. Consequently, the professors deliberated and divided themselves into 3 distinct teams. The first team would continue with their regular teaching duties, even covering for absent colleagues, albeit on a rotational basis. The second team was tasked with documenting and researching magical contracts, as well as establishing the regulations governing the artificial underworld. They aimed to meticulously record the entire process of creating the underworld and the curse god, culminating in the publication of a scholarly paper, alongside the development of magical contracts to be signed by all wizards. The third team of professors would collaborate with Clarence to construct the foundational elements of the artificial underworld and the curse god. However, given that the total number of professors was not substantial, especially when divided into 3 teams, the group working alongside Clarence was relatively small. Nonetheless, it is essential to remember that this is a school. Therefore, the following day, upon informing the headmaster of their deliberated decisions and plans, he waved his hand decisively, ordering all upperclassmen, specifically those in the 4th year and above, to suspend their classes and assist the professors. As for the headmaster's decision to halt the classes for students in the 4th year and above, one might wonder about the implications for their examinations. Yet, when weighed against the monumental task of creating an artificial underworld and the curse god, the trifling matter of final or graduation exams pales in comparison. It is likely that the Ministry of Magic would not be stingy with the grades of graduating students, should they learn of such a groundbreaking initiative from the school. Thus, it appears that Clarence and his colleagues intend to establish the artificial underworld within the confines of this institution. Indeed, this is their plan, though it would be more accurate to say that they aim to create it within a different dimension at this particular coordinate. The school merely serves as a conduit and one of the sources of energy sustaining the artificial underworld. In other words, such conduits linking to the artificial underworld, as well as the energy sources maintaining it, are not exclusive to this school. Should Clarence and his team desire, they could construct a second conduit elsewhere to serve as an energy source. However, during the subsequent days of construction, they encountered a myriad of challenges. Let us first address the 2 most formidable obstacles. The first was the task of opening up a space that possessed the potential for growth, meaning that the space they created could gradually evolve into a fully realized world. The second challenge lay in their efforts to synthesize a core crystal by amalgamating the principles of curses and the domain of mummification magic, or, more broadly, necromancy, with various technical means such as magical arrays, alchemy, runes, and contracts. The mere application of this core crystal enables first-year apprentice wizards to successfully wield curse magic. The cost and backlash of casting spells are predominantly absorbed by the core crystal, leaving only a minimal amount that the young wizards can easily counteract by expending a bit more magical energy. In this light, Clarence's concept has proven successful, and indeed, remarkably so. However, a significant issue arises. This singular core crystal falls vastly short of the envisioned artificial curse deity. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the earlier success of the first-year students' experiments was contingent upon the professor's manipulation of the core crystal, indicating that the core itself lacks any form of consciousness or intelligence. The initially conceived artificial curse deity was intended to possess at least a modicum of awareness and intellect, thus enabling it to effectively manage the exchange of power when wizards utilized curse magic. In essence, having created merely this core proves largely ineffectual. One cannot expect a wizard to remain perpetually at the core crystal's side to control it. Therefore, to realize their original vision, this alone is far from sufficient. However, if they aspire to achieve their initial design, it would be akin to creating a truly complete human life. Not to mention, they are not merely aiming to create an ordinary human existence, but rather a being akin to a deity. The challenge of creating a truly complete human life is already insurmountable, let alone their ambition to fabricate a cursed deity based upon this core crystal. This dilemma appears almost insolvable, yet Clarence possesses a uniquely insightful perspective on such challenges, particularly in approaching solutions from unconventional angles. If creating life in this manner is unattainable, why not lower the requirements? Coincidentally, upon reaching level 50 in his Guardian Spirit skill, he can summon a second Guardian Spirit. However, due to a lack of necessity in this regard, Clarence had never summoned his second Guardian Spirit. To be candid, Clarence's desire to employ his second Guardian Spirit for this purpose is tinged with a degree of self-interest. Even when he articulated his thoughts, many professors present discerned his ulterior motives, yet none voiced their objections or contradicted him. For whether it pertains to establishing the foundation for an artificial underworld or an artificial cursed deity, Clarence plays an irreplaceable and pivotal role in both endeavors. To put it bluntly, without Clarence, it is utterly impossible for the wizards alone to accomplish such feats. Thus, one should not claim that he harbors any selfish intentions. Even if he boldly proclaims his dominion over the artificial underworld, others lack the grounds to object, let alone the right to refute him. Yet, would the professors truly acquiesce in silence? It would be an oversimplification to say they are entirely willing. A more fitting expression would elucidate their predicament. Clarence possesses the power to dominate the entire magical realm. It is merely that he harbors no such ambition nor acts upon it. However, this does not imply that he is incapable of such feats. The law of survival, where the strong prevail over the weak, holds true in every aspect. Even among wizards, the principle of the weak submitting to the strong applies. Therefore, notions of willingness are irrelevant. As long as one can achieve their goals, it suffices. After all, who can fault them for lacking the strength or capability? Were they able, they could easily forge their own artificial underworld and cursed deity, requiring no one else's involvement, thus becoming the sovereign of that realm. Chapter 83, The Second Guardian. However, apart from Clarence, who else in this world possesses such strength and capability? In truth, does one genuinely believe that Clarence must involve them in the construction of the artificial underworld? Given his prowess, he could accomplish it independently. It merely hinges on the complexity and time required. In due course, he would still emerge as the master of the artificial underworld. The mere fact that Clarence allows them to participate is already a generous offer. They would be unwise to challenge him or claim any entitlement to do so. In the absence of dissent, Clarence summoned his second guardian using the core crystal as a foundation. This guardian, also a six-winged angel, bore an identical appearance to him, save for the wings and halo, which were shrouded in darkness. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of foreboding, evoking an instinctive dread. This endeavor proved successful, even as the space serving as the foundation for the artificial underworld remained unformed. It was through the entity referred to as the Angel of Death by the school faculty and students that the intense energy fluctuations triggered by the crystallization process successfully birthed this new realm. It remains uncertain whether the artificial underworld and the Angel of Death appear fragile due to their recent inception, as if they could shatter at a mere touch. Witnessing this, Clarence swiftly intervened, managing to stabilize the newly formed yet tumultuously quaking space. Fortunately, his rapid magical regeneration aided him, or else he would have found himself at a significant disadvantage. After much effort, Clarence finally stabilized the newly established fragile space. He did not hesitate to manipulate the second guardian, anchoring himself within it like a pillar of support, temporarily fortifying that delicate realm. Was this a success? A certain professor gazed at the space, seemingly forcibly severed from the tangible world by some great power, and whispered in astonishment. As Clarence continued to channel his magical energy, he explained, "It is not entirely successful yet. If it were, this space would not exist within the realm of reality. Thus, it seems something is still lacking." Without waiting for the reactions of the gathered students and professors, Clarence urgently instructed, "Now, let the second team don the alchemical jewelry and enter the space. We shall construct the magical array as per our initial plan. I will continue to maintain the magical output to keep the stability of the space." Upon hearing Clarence's words, the professors promptly donned the various pieces of alchemical jewelry they had previously crafted and entered the space to begin constructing the magical array as planned. Although they were unaware of the immense magical energy Clarence was expending to sustain the space, they could see the effects of his overwhelming power as it disturbed the air around him, creating a terrifying vortex. It was evident that the energy required to maintain this space was staggering. The professors and students present, even those observing from a distance, could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Clarence's magical prowess. Ignoring the thoughts and reactions of others, Clarence continued to channel his magical energy, aiding the second guardian in stabilizing the space while pondering what was still needed to achieve complete stability. Despite the apparent calm of the newly opened space, which no longer trembled as violently as before, it was merely an illusion of stability. In truth, It was Clarence's relentless infusion of magic and the efforts of his second guardian that sustained the realm. This meant that if Clarence were to cease his efforts, the second guardian alone could not uphold the space for long, leading to its inevitable collapse. Thus, the immediate priority was to devise a method to thoroughly stabilize that space. As the creator of this realm, even though it was not he personally, but rather the violent energy fluctuations triggered during the Guardian's emergence that had forcibly opened it, it was no different from if he had opened it himself. Clarence indeed possessed an inexplicable sensation, as if that particular realm lacked some essential element, which rendered it unstable. He believed that once this missing key was discovered, stability could be achieved. However, he found himself at a loss regarding what precisely was amiss. After much contemplation, a faint notion began to crystallize in his mind. Was it the absence of a law? Upon entertaining this thought, Clarence immediately reached out to the second guardian. As anticipated, the sensations relayed from the guardian affirmed his conjecture. He even sensed that he could exert control over the second guardian, harnessing the conceptual power of the curse contained within the fused crystal to integrate this curse with the space itself, thereby giving rise to a law. More specifically, a law of curses. Now that he had discerned the identity of the missing key, Clarence swiftly conjured several authentic avatars and bestowed upon them wands. Indeed, he did not intend for the concept of the curse to merge with that space, meaning he wished to avoid solidifying it through the law of curses. For if such a scenario were to occur, that space would no longer be suitable for souls to inhabit. Clarence aimed for his authentic avatars to channel the powers of death and rebirth, merging these concepts with the space to generate laws that would ultimately stabilize it, rendering it fit for the existence of souls. In fact, it could even rival the true underworld. Of course, this was merely Clarence's hypothesis. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain. He knew that practical attempts were necessary, yet they must wait until the professors within that space completed their arrangements and emerged. Otherwise, he feared that if he were to integrate those two conceptual powers with the space prematurely, failure would be inconsequential. But success could lead to the space completely severing from the real world, potentially trapping the professors within. The reason Clarence summoned his authentic avatars at this juncture was to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, the professors, diligently constructing according to the plan within that space, moved with remarkable speed, evidently anxious that Clarence might not withstand the terrifying drain of energy, even though they had anticipated various unforeseen circumstances and made the necessary arrangements. No one wished to be ensnared in this newly forged realm. Moreover, should the stabilization of this space fail and it collapse, the devastation it could wreak would be sufficient to threaten their very lives. Thus, those professors engaged in the construction within the space dared not squander a moment. Even though numerous tasks require meticulous manual detailing and arrangement, there is no room for procrastination, nor can one afford to hastily conclude the work in a rush. It must be executed with utmost care and precision. A single misstep could render subsequent amendments exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, these scholars, in their quest to avert errors, not only employed various magical aids, but also infused their work with magical energy after each minor task to verify its success. Thus, what would typically demand several hours of labor was accomplished in less than an hour, showcasing their remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, Clarence, tirelessly channeling magical energy to sustain the space, managed to maintain this for nearly an hour. This led the assembled faculty and students to unanimously conclude that Clarence had likely transcended the realm of mortals. For no ordinary being could possess such an immense reservoir of magical power. In hindsight, Clarence clarified that it was not merely the sheer volume of his magical strength allowing him to sustain an hour of infusion, but rather the remarkable speed of his magical recovery, which surpassed the rate of output, enabling him to uphold the magical infusion for that duration. Though he offered this explanation, the observers were not oblivious. They understood that regardless of how swift Clarence's recovery might be, without a substantial reservoir of magical energy, he could not have sustained such a feat. This serves to illustrate the magnitude of his magical power, which undoubtedly exceeds human limitations. Consequently, speculation arose that he had completely ascended beyond the mortal plane, evolving into a truly extraordinary being. For mortals do not possess such vast magical reserves, nor can they recover at such an accelerated pace. It is naive to assume that the recovery of a wizard's magic requires no energy expenditure. However, that is a matter for another discussion. For now, let us return to the professors as they completed their planned tasks and fully evacuated the space, allowing Clarence's true avatars to enter the realm. Thereafter, they invoked the powers of death and rebirth, two contrasting concepts, into the space, observing as these forces gradually intertwined with the environment. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the space began to shimmer and fade, ultimately vanishing from the tangible world. Although the remaining individuals present did not comprehend the cause of such a transformation, they were certain that Clarence's true avatars had employed some method to bring about this phenomenon. Unlike Clarence, who could distinctly perceive and even witness the emergence of these two forces within that space. The others were unable to grasp the essence of the laws at play. The power of law, even in its nascent form, is beyond the comprehension and direct perception of mere flesh and blood, akin to how one cannot behold the true essence of a deity. Should an ordinary person encounter a genuine divinity, the inevitable consequence would be the utter destruction of their mind and eyes. The mortal flesh cannot comprehend or behold the existence of deities. Hence, unless the entity employs some form of concealment, one's mind and eyes would surely be scorched beyond recognition. The reason the others present failed to perceive or even witness the two forces of law was due to their positioning in a different realm, compounded by Clarence's deliberate obfuscation. Otherwise, not a single soul would have survived the encounter, including those sorcerers endowed with magical prowess. Upon witnessing the obliteration of that space and the cessation of Clarence's infusion of magical energy, the headmaster and professors conjectured that the ordeal had concluded, and the outcome was likely favorable. Indeed, as Clarence approached the headmaster and declared that the foundational space of the artificial underworld had been successfully stabilized, the headmaster exhibited signs of fainting, prompting several nearby professors to rush to his aid. Clarence swiftly cast several healing spells. Once the two young male professors escorted the headmaster to the infirmary, Clarence turned to the second group of professors to inquire about the status of the magical contract. If it had been completed, he would proceed to integrate the contract into the artificial underworld, allowing the second guardian to initiate the signing. Thus, when another sorcerer sought to forge a contract, they could exchange for the power of curses from his second guardian. Upon hearing Clarence's inquiry, the leading professor of the second group produced the prepared contract for his review. After a cursory examination, Clarence made several additions, deletions, and modifications before returning it. Let this be the basis for the magical contract, he decreed, placing particular emphasis on the final clause regarding the modification of the contract, asserting that while any other detail could be omitted, this stipulation was imperative. In the ensuing days, Clarence remained at the academy, collaborating with the professors to refine the magical contract and related treatises. He also engaged in the development of a spell to swiftly construct a passage connecting to their artificial underworld. The necessity for such a spell arose from the realization that the magical energy provided solely by their institution was woefully inadequate for the growth of the artificial underworld. This meager supply of magical energy was insufficient not only for fostering its development, but also for sustaining the energy required to maintain its operational integrity. Had it not been for Clarence periodically channeling substantial amounts of magical energy into the artificial underworld through the second guardian, the progress of self-improvement within that realm would have stagnated. Therefore, it became imperative to promptly identify a secondary energy source and establish a corridor to supply the artificial underworld with the magical energy essential for its proper functioning. The development of this rapid construction spell for a linking passage took precedence over the refinement of academic papers. Furthermore, the professors at the school have organized a small team to engage in dialogue with the nation's Ministry of Magic. Their intention is to establish a conduit within the depths of the ministry's Department of Mysterious Affairs, which will serve as a source of energy for the artificial underworld. This task does not require Clarence to lead the effort, as the professors involved in the initial design are well acquainted with the construction of the passage. His sole responsibility lies in overseeing the connection to the artificial underworld once the passage is completed, permitting the second guardian residing within to facilitate the link. Thus, Clarence remains at the school, collaborating with his fellow professors on the development of this magic. Regrettably, while the magic itself is not inherently difficult, it is quite intricate. Consequently, their progress in its development has been outpaced by the refinement of their scholarly article. In other words, by the time they finalize and publish their paper on the artificial underworld and the fabricated cursed deity, the magic they aspire to create remains incomplete. Chapter 85, The Interview. Clarence has not paid much attention to the profound impact that the publication of their substantial paper has had on the global magical community. Instead, he has focused intently on the collaborative efforts with his colleagues to develop the magic. However, a few days prior, a group of journalists visited the school, seeking to conduct interviews concerning the paper, with Clarence being their primary focus. The arrival of these journalists compelled him to temporarily set aside his research to engage with them. Although termed an interview, Clarence viewed this as an opportunity to announce to the world the magical contract discussed in the paper. He aimed to elaborate on how this contract could bring about transformative changes and benefits for wizards, as well as the obligations and responsibilities it entails. During the interview, Clarence candidly articulated the advantages of the contract, most notably that upon death, a soul would not ascend to the true underworld, but rather reside in the artificial underworld. Within this realm, wizard souls could continue to live as they did in life, thus achieving a form of immortality. The second benefit lies in the existence of the artificial underworld, which serves as a foundation for the significant advancement of necromantic and curse magic within the wizarding magical system. This represents Clarence's aspirations for the future development of both the artificial underworld and the wizarding magical framework. As for the third advantage, it pertains to the fundamental conflicts between wizards and ordinary people. However, Clarence approached this topic with subtlety, refraining from directly addressing the issues between wizards and non-magical individuals, merely alluding to them in passing. There are numerous other benefits, and despite the abundance of content, Clarence patiently elucidated each one in detail. In addition to the aforementioned advantages, those who enter into magical contracts must also fulfill responsibilities and adhere to the obligations specified within the contract. For instance, after signing the contract, one is required to provide 1% of their total magical energy daily, contributing this fraction to the artificial underworld. Furthermore, regarding responsibilities related to necromancy and curse magic, once a magical contract is established with both their second guardian and the artificial underworld, the use of magic in these domains for unlawful purposes is strictly prohibited. This matter necessitates international discussions to formulate reasonable laws. Once these laws are enacted, the signatories of the contracts must comply with them. Additionally, the artificial underworld requires a substantial amount of magical energy for its normal operation and further development. Therefore, it is imperative to construct linking passages from the real world to continuously supply the necessary magical energy to the artificial underworld. The sheer volume of magical energy required exceeds the capabilities of any individual or single nation's magical community. Thus, passages must be established in areas rich in magical energy within the global magical community, such as national magical departments, schools, or large congregations of wizards. Once these passages are completed, they must be protected, with strict prohibitions against intentional destruction. There are indeed many responsibilities and obligations associated with this endeavor. According to Clarence's vision, magical contracts should be signed with every new wizard. However, given the instability of younger wizards' magical energy, he intends to collaborate with magical schools worldwide. After speaking for over half an hour, Clarence indicated that the reporters could now pose their questions. The inquiries from several reporters were crucial and significant, to which Clarence responded thoughtfully, even candidly addressing certain drawbacks of the issues discussed. Beyond these key questions, one reporter raised a particularly sensitive issue, since Clarence asserted that the existence of the artificial underworld could alleviate the tensions between wizards and ordinary people to some extent. Should the populace still adhere to international confidentiality laws? Is there still a necessity for such laws to exist? Faced with this sensitive question, Clarence paused in contemplation for quite some time before articulating his response. His need for reflection and the sensitivity of the question were not born from any fear or apprehension. As in the global magical community, no individual or force, not even a nation, could impose upon him. Thus, Clarence had no reservations or fears. The need for contemplation stemmed from the inherently sensitive nature of the topic, which directly addressed the fundamental discord between wizards and ordinary individuals. A careless utterance could potentially strip away the veil provided by international confidentiality laws. At that point, even the most oblivious wizards would have to confront an insurmountable conflict that remains unresolved. My belief is that international confidentiality laws remain essential at present and must continue to be upheld by the global magical community. The artificial underworld serves merely as the last refuge for wizards, one that can only be traversed after death. Hence, I previously employed the term desperate necessity. To put it bluntly, no one would willingly choose death, while life is an option. Consequently, the existence of the artificial underworld is merely a final escape for wizards, not the most suitable path for their development. I would like to remind everyone not to assume that the emergence of the artificial underworld will completely resolve the discord between wizards and ordinary people. Of course, this is the case for now. What the future holds remains uncertain. Upon hearing Clarence's words, the journalists appeared solemn, particularly the one who had posed the initial question, who then inquired, "Mr. Stewart, do you mean that the existence of wizards and the magical realm cannot yet be exposed to the world of ordinary people? Thus the public must continue to adhere to international confidentiality laws?" Clarence nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is my point. The existence of the artificial underworld merely provides wizards with a sense of security, without altering the current dynamics." The journalist nodded and meticulously recorded the statements, even capturing Clarence's demeanor when he spoke those words. At that moment, another journalist posed a question. "Mr. Stewart, you mentioned that this is the case at present, but there may be changes in the future. Do you have any thoughts on this? Furthermore, could your ideas potentially resolve the fundamental discord between the two groups, allowing the magical realm to truly reveal itself to the world of ordinary people?" Chapter 86, Interview 2. In response to this query, Clarence revealed a smile. Who can predict the future? Even prophetic divinations are but tributaries in the river of fate. Individual choices can lead to countless tributaries, hence innumerable destinies. Therefore, even I cannot assert precisely how the future will unfold. However, I do have some ideas on the matter, ideas that I conceived during my academic years. Yet, At that time, constraints such as my abilities and knowledge accumulation rendered those ideas quite rudimentary. Even now, my thoughts have yet to reach a level of refinement suitable for practical application. Therefore, the idea of putting them into action is far from feasible. Upon hearing this, the journalist's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Mr. Stewart, would you mind sharing your thoughts? He inquired eagerly. Of course, discussing my ideas poses no issue, as they remain merely conceptual and not yet fully developed. With that, Clarence began to elaborate slowly. I have always held dear a particular adage. Magic is not merely an inconvenient thing. It is this belief that allows me to achieve feats that, to the untrained eye, seem nearly impossible, verging on miraculous. Take, for instance, the concept of an artificial underworld. For those familiar with that paper, it becomes evident that the foundation of such a construct lies in the establishment of an entirely new space. At this juncture, Clarence deliberately paused, allowing the eager gazes of the journalists to build anticipation before continuing. This implies that magic possesses the potential to create an entirely new world. Although accomplishing such a feat may prove exceedingly challenging and time-consuming, one can envision a future where wizards migrate en masse to inhabit this new realm. As for the issue of resources, once again, I assert that magic is not merely an inconvenient thing. If we can create an entire world, is it not conceivable that we could also generate the various resources required by wizards? Perhaps in that splendid future, conflicts and animosities may still exist. But these would belong to the internal struggles of the wizarding community. Consider this. What has led to the current state of affairs between wizards and ordinary people? My proposal aims to sidestep and resolve the fundamental conflicts inherent in both sides. If we cannot address these issues at their core, we must shift our perspective and seek ways to avoid them. Historically, wizards have contemplated this path. However, it is undeniable that we share the same world with ordinary humans. As long as this reality remains unaddressed, the notion of avoidance becomes moot. The journalist who posed the question nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Clarence's perspective. After all, has no one in the history of wizardry ever considered such ideas and solutions? Particularly in modern times, with figures like Dumbledore and Grindelwald, both of whom operated on a grand scale. While Grindelwald's methods are well known, Dumbledore's approach was notably more gentle. Could it be that he never contemplated such methods and avenues? Dumbledore must have contemplated this notion, and he was certainly not the only one to do so. However, as Clarence rightly pointed out, as long as one remains unable to resolve or transcend this world and venture into a new realm conducive to existence, the idea becomes devoid of necessity. It would merely result in a futile expenditure of time without any further significance. Regarding whether Clarence could indeed manifest a new world, replete with all essential resources through magic, the successful creation of an artificial afterlife suggests that he possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. Although the process may prove exceedingly arduous and the duration of time required remains uncertain, he is indeed capable of achieving this. This is something beyond the reach of anyone else, even the formidable Dumbledore, who lacks the slightest possibility of doing so. The journalist diligently recorded his thoughts in a notebook. But just as he was about to pose a question, Clarence interjected. Naturally, if the approach is to directly circumvent the inherent contradictions, my alternative notion is to confront those contradictions head-on and resolve them entirely. I assert that this idea may be more feasible than creating a resource-abundant new world. Clarence's words left the journalist somewhat speechless. The seemingly insurmountable conundrum, which appeared unsolvable to others, had not only a solution in his view, but multiple solutions. Despite their incredulity, a profound curiosity burgeoned within the journalists, eager to discover the nature of this alternative method he alluded to. Without the need for further inquiry, Clarence willingly began to elaborate. This idea was inspired by a close classmate during a summer vacation back in my school days. I recall that I, along with 3 friends, decided to go on a picnic. One of us was persistently disheartened as he struggled to master an advanced spell. To lift his spirits, we planned the outing. It was during this picnic that a casual remark from a female classmate sparked my imagination. Wouldn't it be splendid if one could bypass the learning process and directly cast spells? This statement not only provided me with a fresh perspective, but also immediately connected to the fundamental contradiction between wizards and ordinary individuals. With curiosity, the journalist probed further. Mr. Stewart, are you suggesting that you have devised a method that allows a wizard to bypass the learning process and cast spells directly? Clarence shook his head with a sigh. How could I possibly have such a method at this moment? It is merely an idea. Based on this, I am led to contemplate the fundamental contradictions between the two parties. What, I ask, is the intrinsic conflict between ordinary individuals and sorcerers? It is none other than the disparity in magical power and the ability to cast spells. Ordinary people are inherently devoid of magical prowess. Thus, how can they even contemplate spellcasting? This is the essence of the discord between the two. My vision is to apply a method that circumvents the learning process to ordinary individuals, even endowing them with magical energy. In this manner, even those of mundane status could possess the capacity to cast spells. Certainly, achieving this is fraught with challenges, yet it is not an impossibility. I firmly believe that, through my own efforts, such a feat can be realized in the future. Chapter 87, Interview 3. In this light, I confront the very contradictions between the two parties and seek to resolve them. After all, in such a future where even ordinary individuals possess the ability to cast spells, what significant distinction would remain between them and sorcerers, despite the absence of innate magical energy? The difference I refer to pertains solely to the act of spellcasting, rather than the effects and transformations that magic bestows upon the human body. However, I also recognize the limitations of individual wisdom, even at my level as a sorcerer. My intellect is finite and cannot be compared to the collective wisdom of the masses. Therefore, in a future where everyone possesses the ability to cast spells, the increased number of spellcasters may very well lead to the creation of numerous new spells and even entire systems, such as my elemental magic framework. Perhaps, in due time, someone will develop a form of magic that harnesses external magical energy to alter and influence the bodies of ordinary people, or a series of such spells. All of this is within the realm of possibility. Moreover, should the future unfold as I envision, I entertain another rather ambitious thought. Or perhaps it could be deemed a grand aspiration. Upon hearing Clarence's final remark, the journalist's present grew subtly uneasy. For to be perceived as ambitious or even having aspirations is something they might not wish to hear. Would they not fear potential repercussions? Of course, this is merely jest. After all, this is a formal interview intended for publication, so it is unlikely that Clarence would silence them. Then, Mr. Stewart, what do you mean by your rather extravagant notion? Do you mind sharing? Naturally, I have no qualms about this. If I were reticent, I would hardly bring it up. In truth, while I label it ambition, it may not appear so to others. My contemplation is that, in a future where all of humanity possesses the ability to cast spells, we could embark on an exploration beyond our world. How should one articulate it? Whether we are wizards or ordinary individuals, our comprehension and discoveries of the world are merely conclusions drawn from observable phenomena. What lies beyond this world? What unknown entities exist? In comparison to our existence, humanity appears diminutive. Yet, when juxtaposed with the boundless universe, our world is equally insignificant. Thus, my ambition is to guide all of humanity towards the exploration and expansion into the cosmos. I am aware that such aspirations may seem rather distant, especially since, at present, we wizards have yet to resolve the conflicts with ordinary people, making future endeavors even more challenging. Nonetheless, this ambition serves as a beacon of hope and a goal, propelling me forward. Upon hearing this, several journalists exchanged glances, realizing that if Clarence's thoughts were merely this, they hardly constituted ambition. However, upon deeper reflection, they recognized that there was no other term that could so aptly encapsulate his vision. One journalist, after hastily jotting down notes, looked up and remarked, "Your perspective, while perhaps somewhat exaggerated, resonates with our belief that you will indeed achieve it. We are all eagerly anticipating this outcome." His gaze was filled with the very hope he had articulated. Clearly, the vision of the beautiful future that Clarence had described captivated not only him, but everyone present in the room. A few individuals, in addition to admiration, exhibited a glimmer of reverence. If Clarence were akin to Grindelwald or Voldemort, he would undoubtedly seize such a splendid opportunity. With just a bit more effort, he could transform these individuals into devoted followers or even disciples. Regrettably, Clarence is neither of those figures, nor does he share the same motives as Dumbledore. He has no intention of cultivating a following or disciples, as the Truth Society and the Knights of Truth suffice for his purposes. Yet, reality often unfolds in such a way that the less one concerns oneself with something, the more it tends to flourish. Thus, unbeknownst to Clarence, several devoted followers began to emerge. Although this admiration and faith were merely in their nascent stages, they would soon mature and bear fruit. After envisioning that splendid future, the journalists returned to the present, resuming their interviews. At that moment, a journalist, driven by an inexplicable impulse, inquired about Clarence's notions. Instead of evading the fundamental contradictions, he approached the contentious issues with an unusually gentle demeanor, one that even the wizards might consider overly soft. It seemed he did not wish to witness the dynamics between the two factions escalate to the brink of war. Perhaps the journalist realized the inappropriateness of his previous statement, for he promptly rephrased his question. "I apologize for my earlier inquiry. Allow me to rephrase. Mr. Stewart, do you prefer to adopt a more gentle attitude in your dealings with ordinary people?" He continued, "This question mirrors the contrasting attitudes of the first Dark Lord and Dumbledore. Do you find yourself leaning more towards Dumbledore's perspective?" Clarence furrowed his brow at this query. "Firstly, it is imperative to understand that I am who I am, not merely a shadow of someone else or an extension of another's will. If I must express my stance, it is simply to treat ordinary people with a more compassionate approach. There are many wizards who share this sentiment. One cannot assert that they all align with Dumbledore's ideology. Conversely, there are numerous individuals whose views resonate more with Grindelwald. Would you wish to confine those wizards to Nurmengard? Therefore, please refrain from imposing one individual's will and attitude upon others who are unrelated, as such a notion is exceedingly arrogant. To put it differently, even someone of my caliber would not dare to entertain such hubris. What gives you the right to think so? Clarence's final words made the questioning journalist acutely aware that he had treaded upon sensitive ground. If provoked, the individual before him could indeed erupt, and while the latter could unleash his fury multiple times, possessing the strength and resilience to withstand such outbursts, the journalist lacked the capacity to endure the resultant damage and devastation. Chapter 88. The Birth of a New Merlin. Due to a journalist's misstep during the interview, stepping on Clarence's metaphorical landmine, what began as a cordial conversation ended on an unfortunate note. Nevertheless, the content of their interview found no omissions in the following day's newspaper, which was predominantly filled with articles regarding Clarence. Given the significance of this interview for the entire wizarding community, the newspapers behind the journalists swiftly disseminated the information through various channels to magical press outlets worldwide. Consequently, the newspapers released the next day and magical communities across the globe featured nearly identical content. Initially, those who sought to purchase newspapers were puzzled as to why the front pages and photographs at the newsstands were all strikingly similar. However, once they had perused the entirety of the newspaper's contents, the reasons became clear. Although those who read it were not inclined to ponder the uniformity of the articles, they were utterly captivated by the interview with Clarence, regardless of the public discourse surrounding the matter, or the apprehensions regarding the emergence of an artificial underworld and the curse of the divine. No one harbored doubts about Clarence's ability to achieve what he had articulated in the interview. In other words, the creation of a new world abundant in resources or the development of a method that bypasses the learning process, one that could be effective even for ordinary individuals devoid of magical prowess, was firmly believed to be within Clarence's grasp. The distinction lay merely in the passage of time. This belief led even those who lacked a comprehensive understanding of international confidentiality laws, and who were unaware of the discord between wizards and ordinary folk, to discern certain issues from the newspaper's revelations. For the informed individuals, the contents of the paper, whether concerning the successfully established artificial underworld or Clarence's ambitious proposals, brought a profound sense of relief. This long-standing discord had loomed over them like an immovable mountain, and despite their exhaustive attempts, they had been unable to resolve the conflict. Consequently, the majority of those in the know, in their despair, opted for avoidance, feigning ignorance of the situation. Yet now, with Clarence's creation of the artificial underworld and the prospect of future plans, they glimpsed a pathway for the wizards. This avenue was pursued through gentle means, for no one wished to witness the eruption of conflict, as it would inevitably culminate in war, an event that claims lives. How many wizards and ordinary people would need to perish before the hostilities ceased? It seemed that one side would have to face total annihilation for the conflict to be resolved. This is not merely conjecture among the informed. The reality is that, without Clarence, the future for the realms of wizards and ordinary folk held a significant risk of descending into such dire circumstances. Thus, the mildness of Clarence's methods becomes all the more apparent, as they are undoubtedly preferable to the outbreak of war. Among the informed, one finds figures such as Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who remains confined in Nurmengard. Upon reading the newspaper, particularly its contents, the two of them unexpectedly exchanged knowing smiles. The reason for this mutual understanding and shared expression of joy lies in the fact that, while people were aware of the connection between these two, particularly some events from their youth, it was this very bond that brought them to such a harmonious moment. There are those who are aware of the shared ideals that bound the two in their youth. However, a decisive confrontation ultimately led Grindelwald to willingly imprison himself in Nurmengard, while Dumbledore ascended to the role of headmaster at Hogwarts. Speculation arose regarding the ideological rift that caused their once intimate camaraderie to devolve into animosity. At their core, the two still harbored the same beliefs. The divergence lay not within their shared ideals, but rather in the paths they chose to reach their common destination. What then was that shared ideal? It was the resolution of the inherent conflict between wizards and muggles. The distinction was merely that Grindelwald opted for a path of violent domination, whereas Dumbledore later chose a more conciliatory approach. Yet, the end goal remained the same, suggesting that, regardless of their respective journeys, they would eventually converge once more. Regrettably, fate had not destined them to reach that endpoint and reunite. Indeed, it seemed both Grindelwald's self-imposed confinement in Nurmengard and Dumbledore's eventual sacrifice to outmaneuver Voldemort indicated a mutual understanding that neither could attain their goal. In truth, it appeared that no one could reach that destination. This was merely their original fate. However, with the emergence of a figure like Clarence, a glimmer of hope illuminated the otherwise thorny and dark path. As he steadfastly advanced toward the goal, carrying that light with him. Thus, it was no surprise that the two exchanged knowing smiles, a sentiment mirrored by many others. It felt as though I had become a stepping stone in the shaping of that child's future. If such a future could truly be realized, I would willingly serve as that stone. Dumbledore set aside the newspaper and gazed out the window at the rising sun, whispering softly. Meanwhile, in Nurmengard, Grindelwald similarly laid down his paper. Due to the mountainous surroundings, he could not see the dawn, yet he felt the rising warmth, aware that the sun was ascending. Reflecting on this, he turned to the quietly standing Vinda. Is there still no progress on your end? Vinda had already perused the contents of the newspaper Grindelwald had set aside, but could not resist glancing at it once more. Still no advancements. We can only follow discreetly. Regrettably unable to find an appropriate opportunity to pledge our allegiance. Grindelwald sighed, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that, having missed that singular chance, they were now destined to remain remnants of a bygone era, much like himself. However, the cost of the arrival of a new era often necessitates bloodshed and sacrifice. Therefore, Wendell, summon them back. Since it is unavoidable, let us become the swift blade that engenders blood and sacrifice. In the name of ushering in a new age, let us stoke the flames. Without delving into the reactions of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, we must note that Clarence has, due to a mere newspaper and its contents, become nearly as revered as the second Merlin within the global magical community. At the very least, in terms of fame and prestige, only the legendary wizard Merlin can be compared to the current stature of Clarence. Chapter 89, Special Circumstances. With great notoriety comes myriad troubles, particularly for someone like Clarence, who, having reached the pinnacle of fame in the global magical realm, finds himself beset by numerous challenges. The most conspicuous of these troubles is that the publication of his interview has, over time, led to constant interruptions during his collaborative endeavors in developing new magic alongside the other professors at Aegean Magic School. Indeed, wizards are perpetually arriving at the school to seek an audience with him. His current status and position are akin to that of Merlin in his prime. In terms of achievements, Clarence has already surpassed the historical Merlin with his creation of the artificial underworld and the artificial cursed deity. After all, whether in magical prowess or accomplishments, the historical Merlin, strictly speaking, pales in comparison to the modern Clarence. At the very least, Merlin would likely be incapable of achieving what Clarence has done, creating realms and deities of his own design. The incessant influx of visitors not only disrupts their research into new magic, but also interferes with the normal teaching activities of the school. Originally, the headmaster and his colleagues contemplated sealing the main entrance to keep the visitors at bay. However, Clarence intervened, for the magic they were developing had entered a new phase, and his continued involvement had become less critical. The remaining tasks and responsibilities could be competently managed by the professors themselves, at least without major issues. Any minor difficulties could be resolved through correspondence or inquiries in their alchemical notebooks. Thus, Clarence resolved to take his leave, preparing to continue his journey. Once he departs from the school, the influx of visitors would naturally diminish, rendering the need to close the main gate unnecessary. Although such a large institution cannot be limited to a single entrance, and there exist smaller gates, sealing the main entrance would still impact the normal operation of the magic established within the school. The departure of Clarence elicited a profound sense of reluctance from the old principal and the entire faculty and student body. However, they understood that it was impossible for him to remain at the school indefinitely. Thus, on the day of Clarence's farewell, nearly the entire school gathered at the entrance to bid him adieu. The grandiosity of the occasion rendered Clarence somewhat speechless. After all, he was not departing for good, and future reunions were certainly possible. Why, then, the elaborate send-off? In truth, Clarence misjudged the intentions of the old principal and the others, for they genuinely wished to see him off, but had not anticipated such a grand display. It was merely the spontaneous initiative of the students that prompted this gathering, and the professors felt it inappropriate to dissuade them. Upon leaving the only magical school in Egypt, Clarence did not intend to exit the country immediately. Instead, he planned to delve into the local magical community's pyramids, hidden realms, and ancient ruins, particularly those whispered about by the professors, places that had escaped the notice of the Ministry of Magic. For a considerable time thereafter, Clarence explored these uncharted magical sites and relics, yielding remarkable discoveries, such as ancient Egyptian spells and knowledge, and even alchemical creations crafted by ancient Egyptian sorcerers. Although these alchemical products were damaged and rendered ineffective, the underlying techniques were still discernible. During one such exploration of a heavily warded pyramid, Clarence inadvertently triggered a mechanism, whether through carelessness or some item on his person. He could not tell, that activated an unknown and exceedingly ancient magic within the pyramid. This unexpected activation caused the special time turner he had kept in a pendant box to undergo an inexplicable transformation and reaction. Just as he intended to investigate the peculiar changes and responses of the time turner, it seemed to reach some pivotal threshold and activated its function on its own. In that moment, Clarence found himself transported through the time turner into an unknown timeline, one that he could not ascertain as either past or future. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered himself in an expansive desert, devoid of any human presence, making it impossible to inquire about the current time. Fortunately, he was no ordinary individual, but a wizard, and in the face of magic, the vast desert posed no constraint upon him, nor did it present the myriad challenges typically associated with such an environment. For instance, regarding sustenance, he could conjure potable water directly through elemental magic, and within his pendant box, he cultivated a variety of crops. Though the quantity of these crops paled in comparison to his herbal stock, they were ample enough for his needs. Moreover, with his extraordinary constitution, which could be described as a vessel of magical energy, he hardly relied on food to replenish his expended energy. For Clarence, even amidst this vast desert, he remained unaffected. He journeyed towards the direction indicated by the magic while simultaneously examining the silent time converter. Regrettably, despite employing various methods, he could elicit no response from it. Ultimately, he had no choice but to store it away in a pendant box. Following the path dictated by the magic, he trekked for 3 days before finally encountering human structures. One should not assume that Clarence merely walked for 3 days. He also utilized a flying broom and a magical carpet to hasten his journey. Yet the passage of time remained the same. This suggests that the converter had transported him deep into the heart of the desert. Otherwise, he would not have needed to traverse for 3 days to encounter civilization. However, the human settlement he discovered appeared rather peculiar. After a series of negotiations, not through spoken words, but by persuading them with reason, he was able to engage in amicable communication. Following this exchange, Clarence learned that these individuals were descendants of tomb guardians. The term tomb guardian was his own interpretation. They referred to themselves as descendants of the pharaoh's guards. Their purpose for residing in this location was to protect an ancient city of the dead from outsiders and to prevent the sealed high priest from breaking free. Furthermore, he discovered that he was situated in the year 1920. Due to the unusual nature of their prior communication, the Guardians recognized that Clarence was no ordinary individual but akin to a priest, someone endowed with extraordinary powers reminiscent of those in ancient Egypt. Despite his obvious status as an outsider, his formidable abilities commanded respect. Consequently, the Guardians treated Clarence with deference and hospitality. In the subsequent period, Clarence resided among the descendants of the Guardians, seeking various means to return to his original timeline. His urgency to return was not due to any backlash or cost associated with time travel. After all, the drop of angelic blood served as a medium, alleviating him of such burdens. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to remain in this current timeline. Regrettably, after several days of contemplation, he had yet to devise any solutions or even a single idea, leaving him in a state of frustration. Faced with this predicament, he had no choice but to shift his perspective and direction in search of a viable method. Remarkably, this change in approach led to some discoveries. This revelation surprisingly lies within the descendants of the Gravekeepers, more precisely, within the city of the dead that these guardians protect. Clarence, adhering to certain logical principles inherent in divination, discerned that upon being transported to this timeline, the first humans he encountered were indeed the descendants of the Gravekeepers. And the first entity he heard of was the city of the dead they vigilantly safeguarded. From a perspective of causality, this process exhibits a distinctly evident trajectory of fate. To simplify, it suggests that Clarence's destiny is likely intertwined with the city of the dead within this timeline, constituting the cause. However, in this very timeline, Clarence, theoretically, has yet to be born. Not only him, but even the parents of this body have not yet come into existence. Thus, given the vast temporal disparity, it is naturally impossible for him to fulfill his original destiny. Yet, every cause has an effect, and that effect will strive with all its might to guide Clarence onto his destined path. This is likely the primary reason for his transportation into this current timeline. In other words, upon completing the fated trajectory, he could return to his original timeline. Of course, Clarence himself harbors skepticism towards the notions of fate and causality, firmly believing that his destiny is determined by his own actions rather than by celestial forces. Nonetheless, should one approach this realm as a field of knowledge to be studied, considerable insights could be gleaned. At the very least, he has utilized the knowledge from this domain to analyze and speculate the primary reason for his crossing into this timeline. With this newfound understanding, Clarence sought out the current leader of the Gravekeeper descendants, a young man named Adesby. Who knows how these descendants choose their leaders? Regardless, their current leader is indeed quite youthful. Clarence had no inclination to inquire about their traditions or customs. Instead, he pressed their leader for detailed information regarding the city of the dead, skipping over aspects that did not pique his interest. The essence of the matter was that within the city of the dead lay not only a wealth of treasures, but also the seal of a high priest named Imiton from 3,000 years past. Additionally, it housed the golden scriptures of the sun and the black scriptures of the dead, two tomes containing a vast majority of the ancient Egyptian spells. According to the promises and oaths passed down through generations of the Gravekeepers, their guardianship pertains solely to the seal of the high priest Imaton and the two scriptures, ensuring that they remain unbroken and do not wreak havoc upon the world. As for the so-called treasures, those were deemed inconsequential. Indeed, should the descendants find themselves in need of money, they would not hesitate to sell a portion of them for funds. Upon acquiring two sacred texts and the sealed entity of the high priest Imhotep from the young leader, Clarence was enveloped by an inexplicable sensation, as if fate itself had intervened. He surmised that the primary reason for his translocation to this realm was indeed linked to the sealed Imhotep and the two ancient texts. Thus, he reasoned, if he could obtain those tomes and access Imhotep's seal, he might discover a pathway to return to his original timeline. It was even conceivable that fulfilling these prerequisites could result in his immediate transportation back. However, such conjectures remained mere speculation. The true nature of his quest might only be unveiled through exploration of the city of the dead. Having resolved to embark on this journey to the necropolis, Clarence found no cause for hesitation. Yet, a significant obstacle loomed. The precise location of the city remained unknown to him. While magic could typically illuminate direction and pathways, this was no ordinary sight. The city was steeped in ancient and arcane sorcery, rendering it impervious to magical guidance. Thus, the only viable means of locating it lay with the descendants of the Tomb Guardians. Approaching these guardians' heirs with subtlety, Clarence inquired if they were content to perpetually guard the city of the dead. Their settlement, nestled deep within the desert, was isolated from civilization, necessitating a journey of several days to reach the nearest inhabited area. Living such a primitive existence, akin to being cut off from the world, could not be their desired fate. Even if they had inhabited this land for generations, upholding their vows to protect the necropolis, it did not imply their acquiescence to this life. Would future generations share the same resolve? Through this understanding, Clarence managed to persuade the leader of the Tomb Guardians' descendants to agree to guide him to the city of the dead. However, this concession came at a cost. In exchange, Clarence pledged two promises. First, he would assist in the complete eradication of the sealed high priest Imhotep. Second, he would take with him the two sacred texts, the Golden Book of the Sun and the Black Book of the Undead, ensuring they would never again manifest in this land. While the necessity of eliminating the sealed Imhotep was clear, given their ancestral duty to prevent his escape, it was perplexing that they would seek Clarence's assurance to remove the texts as well. Why would they demand that he guarantee the absence of these sacred books from their realm? Out of curiosity, Clarence inquired why he was requested to take the two ancient scriptures away, along with the promise that they should never appear in Egypt again. Through the young leader's explanation, he came to understand the underlying reason. Although the scriptures were indeed among the objects of protection for the descendants of the Tomb Guardians, they were merely a secondary concern. What did this imply? It suggested that their primary focus was the formidable Imhotep. The existence of the scriptures served merely as a safeguard, intentionally kept among them. The spells inscribed within possessed the power to either slay Imhotep upon his resurrection or to seal him away once more. Thus, the descendants of the Tomb Guardians were compelled to impose such conditions and demands. To them, the sole purpose of those scriptures was to prevent Imhotep's resurrection. Beyond that, they posed no further utility and could indeed bring considerable complications. The spells recorded within were undeniably effective, and even an ordinary individual could wield them successfully by merely reciting the incantations while standing upon Egyptian soil. Consequently, should these scriptures fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, it would spell disaster. This led to a rather unfriendly attitude towards the scriptures among the Tomb Guardians' descendants. They were generally inclined towards the destruction of the scriptures, of course, contingent upon the complete eradication of the sealed high priest. Unfortunately, their capabilities only extended to safeguarding the city of the dead, and they found themselves unable to obliterate Imhotep entirely. Additionally, binding promises and oaths constrained them from destroying those two scriptures. Hence, the young leader insisted that Clarence not only transport the scriptures after dealing with Imhotep, but also pledged that they would never again surface in Egypt. For the spells inscribed within the scriptures would lose their potency and cease to be effective once they left Egyptian soil. Upon grasping this matter, Clarence felt somewhat speechless, contemplating that the bloodline of these Tomb Guardians must have been bound by some form of magical contract or means imposed by the ancient pharaoh. Otherwise, how could a single generation uphold such verbal promises and oaths? And what made him believe that successive descendants would do the same? Given that their lineage had persisted for 3 millennia, it was implausible to assume that all descendants had dutifully adhered to their pledges throughout this time. Therefore, there must exist some form of contractual magic or restrictions within their bloodline. After all, could a mere verbal promise account for such unwavering adherence? With this thought in mind, Clarence regarded the young leader with a knowing gaze. Thus, once I have thoroughly dealt with Immortan and departed from Egypt with those two sacred texts, The covenants or restrictions within your bloodline shall likewise be abolished, correct? Upon hearing Clarence's words, the young leader instinctively narrowed his eyes, a subconscious reaction to having his true thoughts laid bare. Noticing the change in the other's gaze, Clarence understood completely. No further responses were necessary. I have no interest in your affairs. We are merely utilizing each other for our own ends. Let us hasten to gather our belongings and proceed to the city of the dead. Very well. However, to enter the city of the dead, one must wait for a specific time when the city will manifest, and that moment is still over half a month away. Do you wish to depart now, or wait until the time is ripe? The young leader inquired. Let us go now, even if there are protective spells within that city. I am capable of dispelling them directly. With that, Clarence rose and departed. Upon returning to his temporary abode, he swiftly packed his belongings into a pendant box and then made his way to the young leader's home. He observed as the young leader organized various weapons and gear, indicating that he intended to escort Clarence alone to the city of the dead, hence the urgency. If they were to bring along the other warriors, the preparations would undoubtedly take much longer. Once the young leader had gathered his gear and weapons, the two set out. According to the pace of their journey, it would typically take several days to arrive. However, as Clarence was a wizard, they simply took a magic carpet and soared to the location of the city of the dead. Upon reaching their destination, Clarence produced his wand and began to cast a detection spell. Soon, the magic provided feedback, and after a thorough examination of the returned information, he swiftly discovered the means to dispel the protections. With a series of wand movements and incantations, the city of the dead, normally visible only at a specific time, suddenly materialized before them. After uttering the final incantation, Clarence nodded in satisfaction and turned to the young leader, who stood in awe. Well, I have temporarily dispelled the protective enchantments surrounding the city. We must hurry inside. Soon, the protections will restore. Upon hearing this, the young leader dared not delay further and brandished his weapon, stepping boldly into the city of the dead. Initially, he held little hope for this venture. Despite Clarence's resemblance to a priest endowed with extraordinary powers, his youth raised doubts about his capability to confront Immortan. However, upon witnessing the spell that unveiled the entire city of the dead, the young leader came to a realization. Although Clarence was quite youthful, his power was undeniably formidable. Thus, it appeared that his contingency plans might not be necessary after all. Shortly after both individuals entered the city, the vast metropolis vanished once more. As a descendant of the Guardians of the Tomb, and a leader at that, he was acutely aware of the environment within the city he was tasked with protecting, especially the route leading to the sealed domain of Immortan. Under the guidance of a Desby, Clarence swiftly arrived at the location where Immortan was confined. He first conducted an examination of the mechanisms and magical traps, before shifting his focus to a peculiar coffin, which served as the vessel for the deceased body of Immortan. Sensing the array of spells cast upon it, he was astonished to find that, even after 3 millennia, they remained effective. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the reason it could endure such a long duration without losing potency was due to its intricate connection with the runes and magical circles inscribed on the ground and surrounding walls. As long as these magical formations and inscriptions remained intact, they would continuously provide the necessary magical energy to sustain the various enchantments upon that special coffin. Circling the coffin, Clarence's fascination with the magical formations and inscriptions grew deeper. He observed that, while the coffin was indeed linked to the ground and walls, a more detailed examination revealed a remarkably unique method of energy transmission between the two. The connection methods he was familiar with resembled that of electronic devices and their specific charging cables. These two elements were designed to complement each other. Even if one wished to replace the charging cable, it would have to be identical to ensure a successful connection. However, the magical formations and the coffin before him resembled a wireless charging system, bypassing the need for a physical connection altogether. Furthermore, should one create a new alchemical product that harmonized with the existing magical formations and inscriptions, it would also successfully draw upon the magical energy. The most intriguing aspect lay in the fact that the addition of another interface for energy infusion would not disrupt the magical formations, inscriptions, or the special coffin itself. This advanced technique piqued Clarence's curiosity, igniting a sense of exhilaration as he began to delve into his studies. Yet, the young leader grew increasingly uneasy. Was it not stated that the goal was to completely annihilate Immortan? Why then was Clarence so engrossed in the study of the magical patterns and mystical characters on the ground and walls? Consequently, he cleared his throat a few times as a subtle reminder, prompting Clarence to snap back to reality. However, he was reluctant to halt his research. For if he wished to eradicate Imhotep entirely, certain preparations were essential. Such actions would inevitably disrupt the magical array and inscriptions in this location, which would be an unfortunate loss. Thus, he briefly elucidated his intent to first document the unique magical formations and inscriptions present before embarking on the task of vanquishing Imhotep. Upon hearing Clarence's words, the The young leader could only sigh in resignation and take a seat nearby to await the proceedings. What other options did he have? Fortunately, Clarence was remarkably swift in his recording, suppressing the curiosity that urged him to begin his investigation immediately. Before long, he had completed the documentation, safely storing it within a pendant box, and commenced arranging the area around the peculiar coffin. After toiling for nearly half an hour, the preparations were finally complete. He then retrieved his wand to cast a spell, intending to summon Imhotep's soul using the mummy contained within the coffin as a conduit. For only in this manner could he achieve total annihilation of the entity. Merely destroying the corporeal form would be insufficient, as the soul would persist, capable of returning to the mortal realm, seizing a new body, and resurrecting. Therefore, to ensure Imhotep's complete eradication, both soul and body must be obliterated, each component being indispensable. Indeed, if only the soul were destroyed while the body remained, it could facilitate the restoration of the soul to life. This elucidates why, within the arcane practices of ancient magic, the mummy's magical system is regarded as particularly unique. This uniqueness encompasses the techniques employed in the mummification process. As Clarence cast his spell, using the physical form of Imhotep within the coffin as a medium, he successfully summoned the soul. Before it could eagerly re-enter its body, it was ensnared by the various arrangements Clarence had meticulously crafted. Imhotep's soul was rendered utterly immobile, unable to move in the slightest. Upon meeting Clarence's gaze, the soul was met with a smile, and in that moment, Clarence incinerated its corporeal form into ashes before its very eyes. Although the coffin obscured the scene from outside observers, Imhotep's soul could distinctly sense the fate of its body. It was acutely aware of how its form was reduced to cinders. Naturally, the destruction of its body incited a furious rage within Imhotep, who attempted to harness the power of his soul to break free from the invisible constraints. Yet, the very measures that required Clarence half an hour to establish were far beyond what a mere soul could hope to escape. Thus, it could only emit a silent roar of impotent fury directed at Clarence. However, upon witnessing Clarence once again present a smile identical to the one from before, Imhotep began to realize that the situation was, perhaps, not as it should be. From the perspective of being bound by the other party's soul and directly summoning hellfire to incinerate one's own flesh, it is evident that the adversary is akin to oneself, a priest, or perhaps one endowed with extraordinary powers. Such individuals, regardless of their strength, possess the potential to utterly obliterate one's soul. The very moment this individual revealed a sinister smile, one's corporeal form was reduced to ashes, and now, once again, a similar smile appeared. Imiton, who had just begun to harbor a foreboding sense, soon validated this premonition, as the adversary summoned the infernal flames once more, this time consuming his very soul. Imiton's essence was thus shattered before the eyes of Clarence and Addisbay, leaving not even a trace of ash. It is a known fact that a soul subjected to such hellfire would leave little behind. Witnessing Imiton's soul being annihilated, Addisbay closed his eyes, sensing the formidable binding force coursing through their veins had significantly diminished. He realized that Clarence had indeed fulfilled his earlier promise to completely eradicate Imiton. Without needing to open that peculiar coffin for inspection, he surmised that the gestures Clarence had made with that small stick toward the coffin undoubtedly involved some unknown act. This implied that Imiton's physical form had also been utterly destroyed. Upon reopening his eyes, despite the excitement that filled his gaze, he refrained from any reckless behavior. Instead, he took a few deep breaths and restored his composure. The binding force flowing through their bloodline had weakened considerably, leaving only the two sacred texts. As long as one departs from the land of Aji with those two texts in hand, the commitments and oaths made would be entirely dissolved. Now, I shall take you to retrieve the Golden Sun Scripture and the Black Scripture of the Undead. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Observing the decisiveness of this individual, Clarence, who had initially intended to exchange pleasantries, found himself at a loss for words. The Black Scripture of the Undead was stored in a special location, distanced from Imiton's seal. From the surrounding environment, Clarence distinctly sensed an unusual magical aura. The magical effects he discerned included those of confusion, protection, and the prevention of malevolent spirits' intrusion, alongside others he could not yet identify. Thus, was the Black Scripture of the Undead intentionally placed here to thwart Imiton from obtaining it? As for whether the Black Scripture of the Undead was deliberately stored in this location, Clarence could not ascertain, for the passage of time had eroded all memory of its history, leaving even the wall murals severely damaged, rendering the recorded events unrecognizable. He surmised that the murals and carvings adorning the walls recorded events related to the necromantic scriptures. Regrettably, their details had faded beyond recognition. Clarence, engrossed in examining the frescoes and sculptures, failed to notice how Adesby retrieved the necromantic scriptures. He merely observed Adesby returning with a book, enveloped in a peculiar leather cover, which he then presented to him. Indeed, it was the necromantic scriptures. Furthermore, Adesby produced a small metallic box shaped like an octagonal prism from a pouch at his waist, which resembled a quaint little container. This is the key to unlocking both texts, Adesby elucidated, simultaneously instructing Clarence on how to activate the mechanisms within the small box. Upon activating the mechanism, the key transformed into a shape reminiscent of the sun. Clarence experimented with the necromantic scriptures and discovered that it indeed served to unlock the tome. After witnessing his trial, Adesby further explained that this key also opened the solar scriptures and could potentially activate most mechanisms within the city of the dead. As Clarence accompanied Adesby, who was leading the way to retrieve the solar scriptures, he scrutinized the key. The more he gazed upon the sun-shaped key, the more intrigued he became, prompting him to inquire of Adesby, "The shape of this key resembles the sun. Does its deliberate design carry any significance?" "Significance?" Adesby replied. "As you have noted, the form of this key symbolizes not only the sun, but also subtly embodies the essence of the stars. This is all we comprehend. Beyond this, we remain in the dark." He then appeared to recall something and added, "The reason for crafting the key in this particular shape may be due to the nature of the activation mechanism itself." Although Clarence did not receive a precise answer, he did not press further, his curiosity merely prompting him to ask. Since Adesby's knowledge was limited, Clarence chose not to dwell on it. After retrieving the solar scriptures, the two did not depart the city of the dead immediately. Instead, they collected a few treasures of gold and silver before beginning their return journey. The crux of the matter lay in Clarence's realization that, despite having vanquished the sealed Imhotep and secured both tomes, the special time converter remained utterly unresponsive. Clearly, some condition or requirement had yet to be fulfilled. Might it be that a thorough understanding of these two texts was necessary to meet the criteria and achieve the destined trajectory? Clarence pondered this inwardly. He found himself reflecting on why his fate was intertwined with the city of the dead in the current timeline. The considerable reason likely resides in the contents of these two sacred texts. This is the sole conclusion that Clarence has arrived at after analyzing and speculating based on his own character. To put it bluntly, one might say that there is no incentive without effort. Thus, the prerequisite for understanding lies in thoroughly studying these two scriptures. If, even after such diligent research, the converter remains inactive, sending him back to his original timeline may not be as straightforward as he initially presumed, particularly regarding the connections with the city of the dead and these two texts. This realization made Clarence sigh involuntarily. If the issue that brought him here is not rooted in the city of the dead or the scriptures, then the problem becomes significantly more complex. In simple terms, even if he were to master the contents of these texts, it might not suffice to activate the converter and return him to his original timeline. Nevertheless, with no other options available, Clarence could only proceed step by step. Fortunately, his body had completely transformed into a vessel of magical energy, becoming a truly extraordinary entity. No longer confined by the lifespan and limitations of a mortal flesh, he could now be considered immortal, as long as he wished it. His body and organs would never age. Even if trapped in this timeline and forced to relive the year 1980, it would have no adverse effect on his physical form. Until a better plan or idea emerges, Clarence must continue to navigate his path as he currently does, for there is little else he can undertake. With a downcast demeanor, he sighed and focused intently on steering the flying carpet. However, he inadvertently caught sight of Adesby beside him, whose behavior appeared exceedingly peculiar. Adesby was intently scrutinizing his own hands and occasionally touching his face. The calm expression he once wore had vanished, replaced by a look of despondency akin to Clarence's own. "What troubles you? You have the means to vanquish Immortan, and the two sacred texts are now in my possession. Once I depart from the land of Egypt with these scriptures, the promises and oaths flowing through your bloodline will be entirely dissolved. Yet your countenance betrays a sense of disappointment, contrary to the joy I had anticipated." While controlling the carpet, Clarence inquired with curiosity. To his surprise, Adesby sighed and responded evasively, "And what of you, Mr. Stewart? You have obtained the two sacred texts, which contain the vast majority of ancient Egyptian spells. Yet your expression seems far from jubilant." Hearing this retort, Clarence couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. "In truth, you should have gleaned some insight into my true origins, shouldn't you? After all, despite your apparent isolation from the world, it is not to say you have had no contact with the outside realm. Hence, it seems you have discerned that I am not from the sort of world you envision." Adesby's expression revealed understanding. "It appears our conjecture was correct. You indeed do not originate from the world we imagined, but rather from a different realm in time and space. In truth, had you not disclosed this yourself, even with our suspicions, we would have hesitated to believe it. For you are aware that the notion of traversing time and space is incredibly implausible, even though we are cognizant of the true nature of this world." Clarence, with a sense of resignation, acknowledged the incredibility of it all, explaining that his own arrival in your time was the result of an unforeseen accident, the specifics of which remain unknown to him. His interest in the city of the dead, which you protect, was sparked by the fact that upon crossing over, the first beings he encountered were you, and the first revelation he received was indeed of that city. Adespe continued from his thoughts, suggesting that your desire to visit the city of the dead stems from a quest to discover a means to return to your original time. Indeed, you have seen for yourself, though I am reluctant to admit it, the reason for my crossing may not lie within the city of the dead you guard, but rather something entirely different. Thus, I fear I must linger in your time for a while longer. After Clarence spoke, he inquired about the source of Adespe's apparent disappointment. He himself felt disheartened due to the current circumstances, yet he thought the other party should be elated. Chapter 94, The Mummy 5. Given that Clarence has openly shared the truth of his origins, Adespe felt no need to conceal the secrets of himself and their unique tribe. However, upon hearing Adespe's account, Clarence was taken aback, realizing that the origins of this group were far beyond what he had imagined. It turned out that he had initially misjudged, or perhaps overlooked the implications of their words. Indeed, they were guardians of the tomb. But the crux of the matter was that they were not the descendants of the original guardians. They were the very first guardians themselves, or rather, the attendants of a pharaoh from 3,000 years ago, bound by oaths and promises, and having failed to protect the pharaoh, they were subjected to punishment and a curse, which has allowed them to endure for 3 millennia until now. Just as Clarence previously stated, their isolated existence does not imply that they have had no contact with the world beyond. In order to navigate the external world and manage certain essential affairs, they have chosen to identify themselves as descendants of the tomb guardians, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. The current discontent of Adespe stems from the complete annihilation of Imiton, which has indeed diminished the constraints imposed by their oaths significantly. Although the 2 sacred texts they protect have not yet truly departed from the land of Egypt, it should still exert a certain degree of influence. In other words, given that the binding power of their oaths has lessened considerably, one would expect that the curses imposed as a consequence of their transgressions would also be affected. Yet, at this moment, his body shows no signs of change. This implies a significant possibility. Even if they fulfill all the requirements of their oaths, it may not suffice to lift the curses inflicted upon them as punishment. What curses? You may ask. These are the consequences faced by the guards for failing to timely recognize the illicit affair between the high priest Imiton and the queen, leading to the successful regicide by the high priest. Although they eventually grasped the gravity of the situation, their dereliction of duty rendered them subject to punishment. Consequently, they were condemned by the succeeding pharaoh to eternally guard the city of the dead, preventing the resurrection of Imiton as a form of retribution. This punishment has tethered them to existence for 3 millennia, and the constraints of their vows have kept them from straying too far from the city of the dead. Initially, they believed that fulfilling their oaths would bring an end to their punishment and the curses laid upon them. Yet, it appears that this is not the case. The promises merely bind them to the vicinity of the city of the dead, rather than being linked to their punishment. Thus, even if they accomplish their oaths, it might only relieve the constraints, allowing them to depart from the city of the dead, but it does not imply the cessation of their punishment. It is unfathomable that mere mortals have endured 3,000 years due to a curse. Clarence cannot fathom how they have managed to persevere, or rather, how they have not succumbed entirely to madness. It is crucial to note that they are merely a group of flesh and blood mortals. Even with the gift of eternal life conferred by the curse, they remain within the realm of humanity. Therefore, surviving for such an extended period is hardly advantageous. It is entirely reasonable to expect them to descend into madness and lose their sanity. However, from Clarence's perspective, Adespe and his companions still exhibit a semblance of normality, not having completely lost their reason, which is the most astonishing aspect. This compels him to contemplate a closer study of these individuals, while also illuminating the primary reason behind Adespe's lack of joy, instead wearing a countenance of despondency. After all, were he to articulate his own sentiments, he would find that without attaining a corresponding level of existence, immortality becomes a profound torment, even though he possesses numerous means and methods to delay, and to a certain extent, alleviate the erosion of time upon both soul and body, preventing a descent into utter madness. Degradation is an inevitable consequence. Thus, it is likely that Adespe and his companions would prefer to embrace the inevitability of death rather than endure an uncertain existence, where they remain oblivious to how much longer they may persist. Merely contemplating such a fate evokes a sense of despair. From a certain perspective, the situation of the opposing tribe mirrors that of Clarence. At the very least, neither has managed to resolve the issues that plague them. Clarence inquired about the plans of their tribe. Would they embark on a journey to explore the world, or perhaps seek a more favorable environment in which to continue their lives? He was curious about what they intended to do once the constraints of their oaths and promises faded into oblivion. However, Adespe's response left Clarence astounded, as he revealed that they intended to remain in their current location, unwilling to seek a more favorable setting or to venture into the world beyond the desert. Before Clarence could voice his bewilderment, Adesby took the initiative to elucidate the rationale behind his choice. It turned out that although they were bound by their commitments and oaths, restricting them from straying too far from the city of the dead, this did not preclude the existence of loopholes. In fact, the loophole was glaringly apparent. To safeguard the city of the dead more effectively, provisions and supplies were essential. Therefore, their oaths and commitments included a clause that necessitated forays into the outside world for resupply. Given this premise of a loophole, while it was impossible for all the guards to vacate the confines of the city of the dead, rotating 2 or 3 teams annually posed no issue. Over the span of 3 millennia, they had become quite familiar with the outside world. Indeed, they were witnesses to the history of those 3,000 years. Under such circumstances, Adesby and his companions had no desire to venture into the external realm, for there was little left to behold. All that was worth seeing had long been observed. Was there truly any need to wander beyond? Since they had no intention of exploring the world, did they not wish to seek a more suitable environment for their existence? According to Adesby's own words, habitable and desirable areas for human life had long been claimed by humanity. Even if they desired to relocate, they would only be able to seek out territories untouched by human presence. But was this truly necessary? For places that had not been traversed by humanity often harbored myriad dangers. Furthermore, even if they diligently overcame those perils and established a settlement, it would not be long before humanity discovered their presence. Inevitably, one might attract unnecessary troubles, particularly given their immortality, which ensures that their appearance remains unchanged. Should humans become aware of this, it is unlikely that the outcome would be favorable. Indeed, they possess not only eternal life, but have also achieved true immortality. Even afflictions or deliberate acts of violence cannot bring about their demise. As long as they remain in the realm of extreme elevation, they can restore themselves to their prime condition. Chapter 95, The Mummy 6. Therefore, rather than courting such complications, which hold little significance, it would be wiser for them to remain in this desert they have come to know so intimately. Although the environment is harsh, they have inhabited this land for 3 millennia and are intimately familiar with every corner of it. To avert entirely unnecessary and meaningless troubles, Adesby has resolved to refrain from seeking a different habitat. Since you have chosen not to leave this desert, I shall refrain from further comment. However, it seems I may have to reside within your tribe for a time. I could employ magic to enhance your living conditions. Of course, if you fear attracting trouble, I can also use magic to safeguard and conceal your tribe's location, much like the city of the undead. Rest assured, my magic will ensure that ordinary people remain oblivious and that no unforeseen circumstances will reveal your existence. Clarence found this notion quite appealing, yet Adesby declined. Perhaps it is best to remain as we are. We have grown accustomed to this lifestyle, and we do not always dwell in one area, but migrate in accordance with specific climatic conditions. Moreover, it is unnecessary to complicate matters. After becoming accustomed to a more opulent existence, it would take considerable time to readjust to our previous way of life. Having been rebuffed, Clarence chose not to press further regarding the magical enhancement of their environment, opting instead to respect their wishes. So, is this the wisdom acquired from your 3 millennia of existence? Adesby replied in a measured tone. To be precise, it is a wisdom of survival of the fittest. Very well, I respect your wishes and wisdom, Clarence concluded, falling silent thereafter as the two continued their journey back to the tribe upon the magical carpet. The others likely sensed a loosening of constraints and understood that their leader, Adesby, and Clarence had likely succeeded in eradicating the Seal de Morton, perhaps even obtaining 2 sacred texts. Of course, some quick-witted individuals realized that the diminished constraints, while their own conditions remained unchanged, hinted at a deeper significance. Despite sharing the same sense of loss as Adesby, they gathered at the center of the tribe, eagerly awaiting the return of Clarence and his companion. Regardless of the circumstances, the complete eradication of a Morton and the subsequent weakening of their constraints was indeed a positive development for them. Thus they were prepared to welcome the duo back. Upon their return, Clarence immediately retreated to the residence designated for him, delving into the contents of the 2 sacred texts. Meanwhile, Adesby remained in the central area of the tribe, announcing the decision he had reached. No one opposed this decision. Once he finished his announcement, he proceeded to Clarence's abode, intending to inquire when he would take the sacred texts outside of Aegis. As long as the texts had once traversed the land of Aegis, the constraints upon Adesby and the others would dissipate entirely. Even if Clarence were to bring the texts back afterward, it would not affect them. Did you not decide against venturing into the outside world, nor did you prepare to change your living environment? Adesby continued, if that is the case, why the urgency to lift the last remnants of your constraints? He explained, we are not in a hurry, but should the constraints remain unbroken, any unforeseen event could result in your return to the original timeline without the texts. In such a scenario, we would be unable to access the texts due to the lingering constraints. Entrusting them to outsiders would also be a source of great unease. Clarence, having grasped the true essence of Addis Bay's words, regarded him with a bemused glance. You truly have not wasted these 3,000 years. Your actions are remarkably prudent. He then cradled the two sacred texts in his arms, casting an illusionary teleportation spell to transport them to a location beyond the bounds of Aegis, before promptly returning. As for Addis Bay, upon witnessing Clarence vanish with the texts, he immediately felt the last remnants of his constraints dissipate. It appeared that Clarence had indeed taken the sacred texts beyond Aegis. Before he could fully savor the exhilarating sensation of complete freedom from constraints, he heard the same unique sound as before. Looking up, he saw Clarence reappear before him, still holding the two sacred texts. Remarkably, there was no change in position, as if he had never left at all, yet the reality was that he had indeed departed from the land of Aegis. Upon returning, Clarence placed the sacred texts on a modest wooden table and inquired, "How is it? Your vows should be entirely lifted now, correct?" Addis Bay nodded. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, Mr. Stewart. I can already feel that the constraints have been completely abolished. This is satisfactory. The city of the dead, although it manifests only during specific temporal junctures, allows for a relatively relaxed vigilance on your part. However, during those exceptional moments, unforeseen events are inevitable. Therefore, would you require me to enhance your protective measures?" After a moment of contemplation, Adesbert did not dismiss Clarence's kind offer. Even though they had fulfilled the vows and promises made years ago, safeguarding the city of the dead remained their inherent duty and the obligation of the Pharaoh's guards. Moreover, with the sealed Imhotep completely eradicated, and with no intention of relocating or venturing into the outside world, what else could they do if they did not continue to protect the city of the dead? Such an interminable existence, seemingly devoid of end, surely necessitated meaningful pursuits to serve as their spiritual support. For them, the continued guardianship of the city of the dead represented such significance. Yet, meaningful endeavors do not preclude the aversion to inconvenience. As Clarence stated, the city of the dead only appears at specific temporal junctures, but even then, unexpected occurrences may transpire. Thus, for the sake of prudence and to avert unnecessary complications, Adesbert acquiesced to the request. In the ensuing period, Clarence resided within Adesbert's tribe, diligently studying the magic inscribed within the two tomes, while also inquiring about the history of ancient Egypt from 3 millennia ago, seeking any potential clues or methods. Naturally, he did not neglect to impose additional protective measures upon the city of the dead. Chapter 96. The Mummy. Although Clarence surmised that if the cause of his time travel did not pertain to the city of the dead or the two tomes, discovering the reason would be exceedingly troublesome, a general scope for investigation still existed. He adhered to the principles of causality and the trajectory of fate. Since he had traversed time and found himself in this current temporal realm of Egypt, it was evident that the search must commence within this land or its historical context. The history of Egypt, rich and ancient, would make a thorough search feel akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. It was implausible for him to initiate his inquiry from the very inception of Egyptian civilization, as doing so would be an unimaginably time-consuming endeavor. Furthermore, such an approach was unnecessary, for the cause of his time travel likely bore no connection to the origins of Egyptian civilization. The most probable link resided in the historical events associated with the city of the dead and individuals like Adesbert. Thus, to uncover the issues and reasons, he need only investigate within that realm. Nevertheless, despite this, the extensive history of 3,000 years, coupled with the even more ancient history of the kingdom that houses the city of the dead, renders the task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If not precisely so, the complications are certainly not insignificant, which constitutes the primary reason for his perception of such a predicament, as the volume of information he needs to seek is overwhelming. Not to mention the necessity of sifting through this plethora of data to uncover the issues and reasons surrounding his translocation. However, although this endeavor is undeniably cumbersome and exceedingly time-consuming, Clarence finds himself endowed with an abundance of time. His mindset has even settled into a serene acceptance. Embracing a gradual search, finding answers would be ideal, but not finding them is of little consequence. After all, he has mentally prepared himself for the worst-case scenario of being irrevocably trapped in this timeline and living anew in a future timeline. With such preparations in mind, his demeanor has naturally relaxed, leading to a comfortably pleasant existence. Of course, he has not neglected to enhance his own capabilities, allowing his true avatars to practice the simplified skills and templates of the system while simultaneously engaging in various research endeavors. As for Clarence himself, he has been diligently studying the contents of the two ancient tomes, striving to absorb and master all the magical knowledge inscribed within at the swiftest pace possible. His ultimate aim is to experiment and ascertain whether, after fully comprehending the contents of these tomes, he could return to his original timeline. Regrettably, Clarence has resided among the Addis Bay tribe for several months now, which implies that his final experiment has also met with failure. It appears that the issues surrounding his translocation are not closely linked to the City of the Dead or the two ancient tomes. Indeed, after dedicating over a month to mastering all the magic and knowledge contained within these tomes, he found that it did not activate the special time converter to return him to his original timeline. Although this outcome disappointed Clarence, he quickly regained his composure and redirected his focus to gathering historical information about the kingdom that once housed the City of the Dead. Through various methods of inquiry, he managed to uncover a significant detail that might be related to his time travel. The civilization that once occupied the City of the Dead inherited the legacy of the Scorpion King. In simpler terms, the pharaoh whom the Addis Bay guards protected was vested with power derived from the inheritance of the Scorpion King. This implies that the Kingdom of Ur was a continuation of the Scorpion King's lineage. Upon careful consideration, the existence of the Scorpion King dates back approximately 5,000 years. It is said that the entire realm of Egypt was unified under the reign of the Scorpion King, and that the pharaoh from 3 millennia ago was the inheritor of the Scorpion King's legacy. However, according to Addisby, although over 2,000 years have passed since the era of the Scorpion King, their kingdom and civilization have preserved their heritage remarkably well, particularly within the royal family, where detailed and comprehensive records of the Scorpion King's deeds during his lifetime still exist. Addisby asserts that despite the Scorpion King's remarkable strategies, the process of unifying the vast lands of Egypt was indeed arduous. Thus, the Scorpion King's ability to accomplish such a monumental feat was likely aided by extraordinary means, or perhaps even by harnessing some extraordinary power. Unfortunately, acquiring such power inevitably comes at a cost. As for the nature of that cost, it is beyond the knowledge of a mere guard like Addisby. What is known, however, is that the Scorpion King was ultimately sealed away. Indeed, he met a fate akin to that of Imhotep. Both were sealed. Yet the distinction lies in that Imhotep's physical form was mummified, marking his true death and the departure of his soul to the underworld. In contrast, it is highly probable that both the soul and body of the Scorpion King were sealed together, suggesting that he may still be alive to this day. Upon learning this, Clarence felt that the Scorpion King, along with the City of the Dead and the two sacred texts, was undoubtedly intertwined with his own temporal journey. However, when he sought to delve deeper into the tales of the Scorpion King, he discovered that Addisby's knowledge was limited to what he had overheard in idle conversation. Thus, Clarence found himself at an impasse regarding further inquiries. Even the other members of the tribe were unaware of any more detailed information. As a result, Clarence had no choice but to bid farewell to Addisby and embark on a quest for literature related to the Scorpion King. Unlike a headless fly flitting aimlessly, he resolved to direct his efforts towards the grandest library in Egypt. He intended to search there for pertinent information, and should his findings prove unsatisfactory, a visit to a museum, particularly one housing artifacts related to the Scorpion King, would be necessary. With the aid of magic, he anticipated that such endeavors would not attract undue trouble. As for the potential repercussions of using magic in a world inhabited by ordinary people, Clarence harbored little concern, for he possessed means to evade detection by the Ministry of Magic in this timeline. Chapter 97, The Mummy. Upon securing a position as a librarian in a certain library through the use of magic, Clarence began his meticulous quest for the information he sought amidst the vast ocean of books. As for why he did not simply record his findings in his alchemical notebook for storage, it was not that he had never utilized the notebook for such purposes. Rather, he had already documented and archived the necessary information. Moreover, Clarence was also consulting the data recorded in his own alchemical notebook. Having already stored the contents and knowledge of all the books within the library, one might wonder why he chose to remain rather than depart. Was he perhaps eager to experience the role of a successful librarian? Not quite. The reason for his continued presence in the library was the existence of another librarian, a young woman who shared the same duties. It was for the sake of this female colleague that he lingered in the library. Do not misunderstand. It was not a matter of romantic interest or affection. Rather, she possessed an extensive understanding of the ancient Egyptian civilization, revealing a wealth of knowledge not found in books. Thus, Clarence's primary objective in staying was to extract the information he required from her. This young colleague, with her rather innocent demeanor, one might even say she appeared somewhat naive, was, however, an asset given her beauty. Her simplicity made her a rare conversational partner for Clarence, who also shared a keen interest in ancient Egyptian history. As a result, their discussions flowed freely. In simpler terms, she was easily persuaded by Clarence. And had he harbored ill intentions, such a gullible young woman could have found herself in dire straits. From this female colleague, Clarence not only acquired information related to the City of the Dead and two sacred texts, but also gained insights concerning the Scorpion King, including lesser-known historical accounts. Regrettably, the existence of the Scorpion King dated back over 5,000 years, rendering the information she could provide quite limited. Nevertheless, even the scant details she offered were invaluable to Clarence, particularly regarding several suspected locations that might seal the Scorpion King. The reason for the suspicion surrounding these locations was simply that she herself was uncertain. After all, her conclusions were drawn from analyzing various documents and related records, lacking any authoritative validation. Thus, it could only be described as a suspicion. After learning the details, Clarence intended to depart directly to examine the locations mentioned by his colleague. However, upon hearing her mention it again, Clarence recalled certain legends that have been passed down since ancient Egypt, alluding to an artifact capable of unsealing the Scorpion King and commanding his legion of underworld warriors. It is said that only by obtaining this fabled artifact can one break the seal of the Scorpion King, and one must also defeat him in combat to gain dominion over him and his infernal army. Of course, the legend continues, stating that upon vanquishing the Scorpion King, the victor would not only seize control of the underworld forces, but would also take the Scorpion King's place. In death, their soul would be bound to serve the god Anubis for eternity. This account shared by his female colleague left Clarence somewhat skeptical. It sounded suspiciously akin to a sacrificial rite, engaging in battle with the Scorpion King, and upon his defeat, seizing all that he possesses. If he were not mistaken, this process appeared to resemble that of a sacrificial ceremony. While the ceremony itself posed no inherent issues, the connection to the god Anubis was precisely what caused Clarence's hesitation. He was uncertain of the nature of other deities within the Egyptian pantheon and even doubted their existence. However, he never questioned the reality of Anubis, the god of the underworld. His existence was beyond dispute, much like the existence of the true underworld itself. After all, prior to his arrival in this time and space, he had crafted a realm reminiscent of the underworld, albeit a nascent one, not quite comparable to the authentic underworld. Yet, in essence, they were quite similar. Given that Clarence had managed to establish his second guardian as the sovereign of his artificial underworld, he would hardly doubt the presence of a death deity in the true underworld, especially in Egypt. Thus, fully aware of Anubis's existence, Clarence was understandably cautious about engaging with him without complete assurance. A misstep could result in being remembered by a genuine deity, an outcome that could hardly be deemed fortuitous, particularly for a sorcerer like himself. Although his concerns regarding Anubis had caused him to hesitate, it did not deter him from investigating the Scorpion King's sealed lair. He intended to assess the situation first before making any arrangements. After all, as long as Anubis did not personally descend to the mortal realm, Clarence felt little trepidation. Even if the opponent were the god of the underworld, there were limitations. At the very least, it was impossible for him to manifest in the human world. Who dictates the rules of this world? Otherwise, the artificial underworld he previously created would not have diverged from the realm of reality, slipping into different dimensions. Thus, should the deity Anubis truly intend to take action against him, it would only be feasible through alternative means, rather than manifesting in person. For instance, he might dispatch extraordinary beings or restless spirits to trouble him. Clarence harbors a fear of the hierarchical domains of deities and the formidable powers they wield. Yet this does not imply he would dread entities beneath the true divine echelon. To put it plainly, regardless of the nature of the being that seeks to confront him, as long as they do not ascend to the realm of true deities, Clarence feels no trepidation. In fact, vanquishing such adversaries is hardly a daunting task. Clarence's confidence stems from his extraordinary prowess. With such strength at his disposal, fear becomes a distant notion. Furthermore, the situation may not necessarily escalate to a confrontation with Anubis. After all, his intentions are directed toward the Scorpion King, and it is quite possible that Anubis may remain oblivious to his presence. Chapter 98, The Mummy 9. Rituals of this nature are not without their vulnerabilities. Of course, the specifics remain uncertain until Clarence personally investigates. Having acquired the information he sought, Clarence deemed it unnecessary to linger in the library any longer. He bid farewell to the librarian and prepared to seek out the artifact capable of subduing the Scorpion King. However, he was taken aback to overhear the librarian quietly lamenting that there were only the two of them managing the library, and now, within a mere half-day, they had both resigned. This predicament compelled him to ponder ways to recruit new staff. The librarian's complaints momentarily stunned Clarence, but soon, as if struck by inspiration, he smiled and shook his head. He reflected on his female colleague, who had seemed rather naive during their brief acquaintance, yet now appeared far more astute than her exterior suggested. She had seemingly deduced his true intentions and even anticipated his potential departure. Indeed, Clarence suspected that his colleague had sensed his underlying motives and surmised that he would likely resign from the library. Otherwise, she would not have preemptively chosen to resign herself within such a short time frame. As Clarence reached the library's entrance, he spotted his colleague, Evelyn Canahan, now adorned in a different attire. Her appearance further validated his internal analysis. "Pray tell, when did you become aware of this?" Clarence inquired with a smile as he approached. However, Evelyn shot him a fierce glare, expressing her discontent. "I thought I had finally encountered a kindred spirit, only to discover that you were intentionally drawing near to me. While I sincerely apologize for my deliberate approach, it is evident that within the confines of this library, You alone possess a genuine interest and have conducted extensive research on this matter. If I were not to engage with you, I would be left to painstakingly sift through those tomes and resources alone, Clarence explained. I shall take that as a compliment. If you could acquiesce to one more request, I would gladly forgive you. The young girl spoke with hopeful eyes, casting several meaningful glances in Clarence's direction. Indeed, Clarence could surmise her intentions merely from her attire. You must have an inkling of what I plan to undertake, yet it is fraught with uncertainties and peril. Accompanying me on this venture may not be the wisest decision. Evelyn pursed her lips, her tone resolute. Though it may not be the most prudent choice, I shall have no regrets. Nor do I wish to find myself lamenting this decision in the future. Therefore, take me with you. Moreover, the knowledge I possess could prove invaluable to you, especially since the locations I have deduced as potential seals for the Scorpion King are merely conjectures and may not be entirely accurate. Upon hearing Evelyn's words, Clarence regarded her intently, causing her to feel a twinge of embarrassment. I hope you do not come to regret your choice. Understand that once certain truths are revealed, extricating oneself from the situation may come at a significant cost, one that could very well be yours. At this juncture, Clarence leaned closer to Evelyn, lowering his voice deliberately. Memory. Evelyn shivered involuntarily at his tone and the implications of his words. I have made this choice and shall never regret it. And since you mention it, you aren't contemplating erasing my memory once we uncover the true location, are you? Seeing the wariness in her eyes, Clarence chuckled softly. Rest assured, I have no intention of doing so. However, even if I choose not to erase your memories, there may be others akin to me who would. Thus, if you wish to safeguard your memories, it is prudent to refrain from divulging any information beyond what a typical person could comprehend. So, Clarence, does this mean you agree to take me along? Evelyn asked eagerly. Indeed, he replied. Furthermore, I advise you to bid farewell to your family properly, for during this journey, I cannot predict the dangers we may encounter. Should I fail to protect you, the consequences could be dire. Clarence sought to dissuade Evelyn with his words. For as he had stated, the journey ahead might not necessarily entail any peril, and he did not possess absolute certainty in his ability to safeguard the young girl. Despite their existence in disparate realms, Evelyn was but a mere 17 years of age, even younger than Clarence himself. It would indeed be a lamentable fate for one so youthful to meet her demise. As for Clarence's inclination to accompany such a perceived burden, he did not genuinely entertain the notion that, as Evelyn suggested, her analytical deductions regarding certain locations warranted her presence for validation. For Clarence, such an endeavor was utterly superfluous. The authenticity of the locations as the true seals of the Scorpion King could be discerned with a mere attunement to magical energies or unusual energy fluctuations. Thus, the rationale Evelyn presented was insufficient to compel Clarence to include her in his journey. So, what led him to ultimately consider her companionship? It was, of course, for the sake of precaution. However, this precaution did not pertain to confronting unknown dangers. Rather, it was to ensure that if the Scorpion King were not the principal cause of his temporal displacement, Evelyn could assist in gathering, organizing, and analyzing the relevant historical contexts and events. Furthermore, he had to contemplate the possibility that none of the designated locations were indeed the genuine seals. In that case, Evelyn's assistance would be indispensable for continued research. This encapsulated the primary reasons and intentions behind Clarence's decision to bring Evelyn along. Unbeknownst to the young girl were the true thoughts swirling in Clarence's mind. She was instead preoccupied with how to communicate this matter to her family. After all, as Clarence had articulated, they were confronting a myriad of unknowns, with the potential for real danger that could lead to fatal consequences. Therefore, she needed to deliberate carefully on how to convey to her family that her journey might very well be one of no return. Observing her thoughtful pause as she walked ahead, Clarence lightly tapped her shoulder, bemused. What are you pondering? Do not forget that you are still leading the way. Refrain from contemplating while walking. I apologize. I was just reflecting on how to explain this matter to my family, Evelyn replied. Regaining her focus and recognizing her habitual distraction, hastily offering her apology and elucidating her concerns. Chapter 99. The Mummy. Upon arriving at Evelyn's home, the two discovered the absence of any presence within, with her family nowhere to be seen. Noticing the household items scattered about, Clarence realized he had neglected to inquire about the circumstances of Evelyn's family. Now, as Clarence observed the household items in her home, particularly the shoe cabinet by the door, he noted that only 2 pairs of shoes belonged to the two of them. It was only then that he remembered to inquire further. After Evelyn's brief explanation, Clarence learned that only her older brother, Jonathan, remained in their home, their parents having passed away long ago. It can be said that Evelyn's survival and growth were entirely reliant on the protection of her brother, Jonathan. However, despite the significant age gap between them, their lives had become quite arduous after losing the shelter of their parents. Jonathan had to leave school early to work and support the family, even financing Evelyn's education. Unfortunately, by the time Evelyn graduated and found employment at a library out of interest, Jonathan, relieved of his burdens, had succumbed to some vices from his early exposure to the world. He had become somewhat disheveled, indulging in alcohol and often absent from home, leaving one to wonder what he was up to outside. "Are you saying there are no other relatives?" Clarence inquired in a neutral tone. His lack of reaction was understandable. After all, having lived 2 lives while retaining memories from the past, he himself had been abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage at birth, never having laid eyes on his biological parents. His own circumstances were no less tragic than those of Evelyn and her brother. Thus, while their stories sounded heartrending, it failed to elicit a strong response from Clarence, who had witnessed far worse and found himself in a similarly bleak situation. "Yes, there are no other relatives. It is just the 2 of us relying on each other. Although I have long wanted Jonathan to find a partner, I cannot fathom his thoughts. He adamantly refuses." After nodding in acknowledgement, Clarence shifted the topic. "When will your brother return, and have you considered how to bid him farewell?" Upon mentioning this subject, Evelyn's expression turned pained. "I haven't figured that out yet. However, Jonathan usually comes back in the evenings, so I have time to ponder how to explain this to him. If he learns about my resignation from the library, he might after hearing this." Clarence sighed. Although he had anticipated that bringing Evelyn along would require addressing her troubles and concerns, understanding her family situation now left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After all, it was just the 2 of them in this world, and the thought of Evelyn wanting to venture into such an unknown and perilous place, where danger lurked at every corner, was indeed troubling. If anything were to happen, Jonathan would be left alone, living a solitary existence, which painted a rather grim picture. The crux of the matter lies in the difficulty of the current situation. Regardless of Clarence's thoughts, he does not believe that Evelyn's brother would consent to her venturing into such perilous territory. Thus, it is prudent to contemplate whether to take Evelyn along to the legendary site of the Scorpion King's seal, or to simply employ someone to keep her in the city, assisting in the collection of pertinent historical documents and research materials. Clarence voiced this notion, only to be met with Evelyn's firm rejection. She insisted she would persuade her brother Jonathan not to worry excessively. Consequently, Clarence found himself waiting in Evelyn's home until evening, where she prepared a dinner that appeared quite commendable, though its taste remained a mystery. Just as the meal was completed, the sound of a key turning in the lock signaled Jonathan's return. After Evelyn introduced them, they sat down to dinner, during which Jonathan was informed of their desire to journey to the fabled site of the Scorpion King's seal. As anticipated, Jonathan immediately dismissed their plan without a second thought. He chastised his sister for her irresponsibility and unreliability, questioning the validity of her research, which lacked authoritative endorsement. He scorned the notion that they would recklessly venture into the desert in search of this so-called seal, forgetting whether they would even locate the site. The desert itself posed enough danger, and even with thorough preparation, unforeseen circumstances could arise, rendering their actions akin to courting death. It seemed Jonathan mistakenly assumed that Evelyn had incited Clarence, prompting the latter's desire to seek out the Scorpion King's seal. He pondered how anyone could genuinely believe in Evelyn's assertions, deeming the entire endeavor utterly implausible. Thus, he reproached his sister for enticing Clarence into a perilous venture. The siblings, deeply familiar with one another, swiftly grasped the reason behind Jonathan's accusations of her irresponsibility. Evelyn widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Jonathan, incredulous at the suggestion that she had deceived Clarence into pursuing the Scorpion King's seal. After swallowing a mouthful of food, Jonathan raised an eyebrow in retort, questioning whether it was not indeed she who had encouraged him. Who else, apart from her, would possess such an interest in the research regarding the Scorpion King's seal? Jonathan's words left Evelyn momentarily speechless, at a loss for a rebuttal. On the surface, it certainly appeared as if she had instigated Clarence's interest. Yet the truth was that Clarence had long harbored a desire to uncover the Scorpion King's seal. It was only after Evelyn became aware of this that she proactively requested Clarence to accompany her. However, despite this being the case, Evelyn found it difficult to express her thoughts directly, for once she revealed the truth about her impulsive resignation from the library, it would be impossible to conceal. Indeed, Evelyn's intention was to avoid disclosing to her brother the impulsive decision she had made, hoping to maintain the faade for as long as possible. Consequently, her reluctance to address this matter compelled her to tacitly accept her brother's reproaches. Upon witnessing Evelyn's speechlessness, Jonathan's face finally displayed a satisfied expression. "I suspect you have deceived someone, so do not even think about this matter. I shall not consent." Chapter 100, The Mummy 11. Jonathan's outright refusal was not unexpected for either Evelyn or Clarence. In fact, Evelyn did not rush to seek Jonathan's approval. Instead, she took her time to present a rationale she had devised over an afternoon, one that could potentially persuade Jonathan to acquiesce. "Jonathan, consider this. Irrespective of whether the Scorpion King is sealed away or deceased, is it conceivable that there are no valuable artifacts within that place?" Upon hearing this, Clarence instinctively turned to Evelyn, surprised that after an entire afternoon of contemplation, she had concluded with a proposal to gain her brother's agreement, leaving him to ponder what that proposal might entail. Little did he expect it to be such a rationale. Would Jonathan truly find this reasoning credible? Or rather, regardless of whether treasures lay within that sealed domain, the inherent dangers would outweigh the allure of riches. A rational person, no matter how tempted by treasures, would surely deliberate on the associated risks. As he shifted his gaze to Jonathan, he was met with the sight of his brother's eyes gleaming with excitement. Clarence thought, goodness. It seems not only will he agree, but he is also eager to join us, truly valuing wealth over life. Sensing that Jonathan might propose to accompany them to the Scorpion King's sealed domain instilled a foreboding feeling within Clarence. Yet, as Jonathan spoke, his apprehension was entirely validated. So, you mean to say that you intend to accompany us to the Scorpion King's sealed domain? Jonathan nodded emphatically. He asserted that the two girls ought to have a man for protection. Furthermore, they were uncertain about the precise location of this so-called sealed domain and how far they would need to venture into the desert, thus necessitating adequate provisions and equipment. Ultimately, they would require someone to assist them in carrying their luggage. Jonathan's words left Clarence utterly bewildered, and even Evelyn, who was sipping her soup, was choked, now coughing incessantly by the side. Though Clarence had previously sensed something peculiar in Jonathan's manner of address and attitude towards him, only now did it dawn on him that Jonathan had regarded him as a female friend from the outset. Moreover, the only reason he had consented to bring along Evelyn, who was somewhat of a burden, was due to her unique circumstances. It did not imply he was willing to accommodate a second encumbrance. Thus, upon hearing Jonathan's remarks, Clarence felt completely dumbfounded. First and foremost, I must clarify that I am not a woman, but share the same gender as you, Mr. Jonathan. Furthermore, while you may disregard the element of danger, I cannot afford to do so. I lack absolute confidence in safeguarding Evelyn, let alone with your presence. Therefore, I believe your accompaniment is unnecessary, and the reasons you have presented are even less so. As he spoke, Clarence waved his hand, causing the dishes and food on the table before the trio to levitate mysteriously into the air. This spectacle left Jonathan and Evelyn, the siblings, utterly astonished, unable to regain their composure. When they finally did, their first instinct was to rub their eyes, questioning whether it was merely an illusion. One could say they were indeed siblings, as their reactions were strikingly synchronized, though Evelyn had surmised that Clarence's true identity was likely not ordinary, as ordinary individuals could not utter words capable of erasing memories. Witnessing his display of magic made her realize that his true nature was perhaps even more enigmatic than she had previously imagined. As for why Clarence chose to reveal his magical abilities and his identity as a wizard so directly, it was because, in order to secure Evelyn's assistance, her brother Jonathan posed an unavoidable challenge. Thus, he had no choice but to reveal himself. Furthermore, as long as he could ensure Jonathan would refrain from indiscreetly sharing sensitive information and impose a few protective enchantments upon him, it would help avert the myriad complications that might arise from the siblings' newfound awareness of magic. Clarence could not confidently predict whether he would eventually erase their memories entirely, so exposing himself was not as perilous as it might seem. Now, you should comprehend the extent of danger we would face should you choose to accompany me in the search for the seal's location. So, Mr. Jonathan, do you still intend to join us? Additionally, as a wizard, I possess the means to carry a substantial amount of supplies and luggage, so your assistance in that regard is unnecessary. Clarence spoke with a grave expression. At this juncture, even Jonathan, despite his avarice and the allure of the treasures that might reside within the sealed land, could not dismiss the myriad dangers they would encounter along the way. After all, even a wizard capable of wielding wondrous magic could not guarantee the safety of his own sister. This speaks volumes about the peril they were likely to face. It was even more concerning to consider the additional burden of having an inexperienced companion in their midst. Nevertheless, Jonathan proved to be true to the adage that people die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. After a moment of deep contemplation, he resolved to accompany Clarence and Evelyn in their quest to locate the fabled Scorpion King's sealed domain. He asserted that he would bring along some weaponry. While perhaps not as potent as Clarence's spells, these arms might still possess some degree of combat efficacy and could potentially prove useful. Clarence surmised that Jonathan's eagerness to join them, despite being aware of the inherent dangers, stemmed partially from his concern for his sister, Evelyn. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that a more substantial motivation lay in the prospect of the treasures hidden within that sealed land. Truly, it was a case of valuing wealth over life. However, regardless of Jonathan's insistence, Clarence was reluctant to take on such a liability. Even if Jonathan managed to procure some modern weaponry from this time and place, which would afford him some combat capability, Clarence found no need for such an addition and promptly declined him. To soften the refusal, Clarence assured Jonathan that once they located the sealed land, he would keep an eye out for any treasures and, should the opportunity arise, would retrieve some for him. What Jonathan chose to do with those treasures, be it selling them or pursuing other endeavors, was of no consequence to Clarence. Chapter 101, The Mummy 12. With Clarence's refusal, It was clear that he had no intention of bringing Jonathan along, regardless of any subsequent excuses he might concoct. To Clarence's surprise, however, Evelyn began to persuade him. "Have you forgotten that we still need to locate that artifact?" She added, "Of course, if your magic can directly lift the seal, then let us disregard my suggestion." Upon hearing her words, Clarence recalled the existence of the artifact. However, he soon furrowed his brow. "Does your brother know the whereabouts of that artifact?" Evelyn shook her head. "He does not, but he has extensive connections. Do you remember me mentioning some details about that artifact? Are you referring to the fact that the artifact was last seen at an auction, where it was purchased by a certain wealthy individual?" Clarence immediately recalled the conversation he had previously had with Evelyn regarding the artifact. Evelyn nodded once more, affirming that Jonathan could indeed leverage his connections to locate the wealthy individuals who had auctioned the magical artifacts years ago. Taking him along would certainly prove beneficial. This notion piqued Clarence's interest as well. If that were the case, bringing Jonathan along was not entirely out of the question. However, once they arrived at the sealed location, he would no longer accompany them inside. In truth, Clarence would not have been inclined to bring such a burden solely for the purpose of searching for the artifacts. Yet, upon contemplating the tribe of Adesby, he suddenly realized that individuals like Jonathan might possess the innate talent to become exceptional merchants. If nurtured properly, he could potentially be of significant assistance to Clarence in the future. The only prerequisite was that Jonathan must possess such capabilities. As for longevity, that was merely a minor concern. Within the texts of the Golden Sun scripture and the Black scripture of the undead, numerous spells and curses, and even certain techniques, could grant immortality, much like those of Adesby's tribe. Although Clarence's musings were commendable, he still needed to ascertain Jonathan's willingness to embark on this journey. However, before he could articulate the potential drawbacks of his idea, Jonathan surprisingly assented without a second thought. His reasoning was rather amusing, claiming that the prospect of eternal life, coupled with the ability to amass boundless wealth through trade, was not a curse but a blessing. Clarence found himself at a loss for words at Jonathan's perspective. While the life he envisioned appeared idyllic, over time, it could transform into an entirely different reality. Furthermore, Clarence had never stated that he would accept him outright. The condition was that Jonathan must possess that innate talent. In other words, if Jonathan aspired to be embraced by Clarence and to transform into a unique being akin to those of Adesby's tribe, he would need to undergo trials first. If he failed these trials, no amount of bravado from Jonathan would sway Clarence. He would only trust the outcome. Thus, to facilitate the trial and ensure Jonathan had the resources to meticulously inquire about the whereabouts of the artifact, Clarence extracted a portion of the treasures he had retrieved from the city of the undead from the pendant box and placed them in the living room of Evelyn's home. The gleaming gold piled high like a small mountain, its radiance dazzling under the light, making it difficult for one to keep their eyes open. Your task is to devise a means to liquidate this treasure while avoiding any complications. The funds acquired will be partially allocated for the remuneration of you and your siblings. Another portion will be utilized to seek the whereabouts of the magical artifacts, while the remainder shall serve as your capital for engaging in commerce following your successful trials. Although Jonathan absorbed the tasks articulated by Clarence, he remained entranced by the trove of treasures that had amassed into a small mountain before him. He exhibited no response. However, his sister Evelyn was fraught with concern. The nature and purity of these treasures rendered them exceedingly cumbersome to liquidate, not to mention the potential complications they might invite. Might this endeavor be too formidable? If such a degree of peril cannot be circumvented or resolved, then it seems Jonathan lacks the requisite aptitude for this undertaking. Let us not forget, my trials are confined to the realm of ordinary mortals. Should your brother aspire to become the kind of extraordinary merchant I have described, he will need to navigate between the worlds of the mundane and the magical, even venturing into obscure tribes and clandestine communities. Do you believe these groups will consist of amiable souls? The dangers he will confront as such a merchant will eclipse the challenges of his current trials, both in magnitude and difficulty. With Clarence articulating this perspective, Evelyn found herself at a loss for how to dissuade her brother Jonathan from his course. She understood her brother's character all too well, realizing that persuading him to abandon his pursuit was beyond her capability. Subsequently, Evelyn prepared a guest room for Clarence's temporary accommodation, while Jonathan remained in the living room, categorizing the treasures. On the following day, before dawn had even broken, Clarence and Evelyn observed Jonathan, clad in a tailored suit and carrying a finely crafted case, emerging from his room and making his way toward the door. "Jonathan, breakfast is nearly ready. Are you not going to eat before you leave?" Evelyn inquired urgently. "I shall pass. You may enjoy it. I contacted a local magnate last night, and if today's negotiations yield positive results, we should be able to liquidate a portion of the treasures swiftly," Jonathan replied, hastily exiting with his small case in hand. Clarence cast a contemplative glance at Jonathan's waist as he noticed the weapon concealed there. It was evident that Clarence's perception transcended mere flesh, for his eyes had transformed into magical organs, allowing him to see through fabric and even perceive internal organs and skeletal structures. Once the door had closed, Clarence withdrew his gaze, internally affirming his previous conviction that Jonathan possessed an innate talent for becoming an extraordinary merchant. At the very least, this individual possesses a sense of urgency. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into negotiations armed. With such a sense of impending crisis, Jonathan is well equipped to handle the myriad troubles that may arise. Chapter 102. The Mummy. During breakfast, Clarence observed Evelyn, whose distracted demeanor was marked by worry, and offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, your brother is under my protective enchantment. Should he encounter any difficulties, though he may endure some hardships, his life will remain safe. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Evelyn felt a measure of relief. Her expression returned to normal, shedding the earlier visage of concern. It remains uncertain whether the girl was influenced by her burgeoning feelings or if Clarence's actions instilled in her a profound sense of security. In any case, a touch of shyness adorned her features, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with affection as they lingered upon Clarence, evoking a sense of warmth. However, this gaze, which seemed to pull at Clarence's very essence, left him feeling somewhat uneasy. It was not that he was averse to romance, but rather that Evelyn did not align with his preferences. Moreover, since his transformation into an extraordinary being, his desires had diminished when confronted with women of a lesser existential plane. To put it bluntly, although Clarence still appeared human, he had fundamentally evolved into an entirely different entity. It is akin to the relationship between humans and ants. Who among us would feel any desire towards ants, save for the aberrant? Thus, it was understandable that Clarence felt a shiver at Evelyn's gaze and chose to offer no response, instead opting to focus on his breakfast. Perhaps due to Clarence's silence, Evelyn could only lower her head in disappointment and continue her meal. Time swiftly passed, and by noon, the two of them, having resigned from the library, found themselves free to remain at home without the need to venture outside. Just as Evelyn was about to prepare lunch, Jonathan returned home, empty-handed yet radiant with joy. While changing his shoes at the doorway, he eagerly shared the outcome of his recent negotiations with a wealthy patron with Clarence and his sister. Judging by his demeanor, one could surmise that the outcome was quite favorable. However, the true source of Jonathan's elation did not solely stem from the successful negotiations. Rather, he had unexpectedly gleaned some intriguing clues regarding that artifact from the affluent individual. This revelation was indeed a delightful surprise, and both Clarence and Evelyn, upon hearing the news, were equally taken aback with astonishment. Once Jonathan had changed his shoes and settled into the living room, he communicated to Clarence that as long as there were clues on his end, they would soon ascertain the precise whereabouts of the treasure. Furthermore, he elaborated on the negotiations with the wealthy individuals regarding the sale of a small portion of the treasure, detailing the price at which it was successfully sold. Clarence, however, exhibited little interest in these matters, expressing that Jonathan could manage the funds as he saw fit, and his sole concern was for Jonathan to swiftly locate the artifact. In the days that followed, Jonathan endeavored to liquidate the treasure while diligently searching for information pertaining to the artifact, even delving into the magical realm of ancient Egypt alongside Clarence. Notably, on one occasion, Clarence escorted the siblings to the tribe of Adesby for an engagement with them. Taking the lead, Clarence initiated discussions about hiring the Adesby as bodyguards for Jonathan. Although Adesby did not immediately acquiesce, he displayed a contemplative expression, as their vows had already been fulfilled, leaving them with no other objective but to continue guarding the city of the undead. Thus, serving as bodyguards for Clarence seemed a favorable option. In addition to the alchemical weapons and modern armaments promised by Jonathan, the Adesby presented another demand as a condition for their agreement. What was this request? They wished for Clarence to assume the role of their tribe as high priest, not only to establish a temple in a significant location, but also to cultivate several priests for their tribe, regardless of gender. The other reasons cited were merely pretexts. Their true aim was evidently to have Clarence appointed as their high priest, particularly to nurture their own priests. After a moment's reflection, Clarence consented to the arrangement. The responsibilities of being the high priest were not overly burdensome. The most challenging aspect would be the cultivation of their priests. Beyond that, there were no further complications, and in fact, numerous advantages awaited. What were these benefits? Without delving into other aspects, one could first consider the legitimacy within the social hierarchy of ancient Egyptian society and its mythological framework. Unless the pharaoh personally issued a decree to formally recognize Clarence as an outsider, he would essentially exist as an unregistered entity. This scenario applied during ancient Egypt, and the principle of legitimacy persisted in the magical realm and mythological structure prior to Clarence's arrival. Since the magical realm of Egypt has entered the modern era, its distinction from the ordinary world is far less pronounced than in other nations. Nonetheless, certain differences persist, which shall not be elaborated upon here. In the contemporary Egyptian magical community, the political power structure of the Ministry of Magic is inherited from the ancient priestly system of the Egyptian royal family. This implies that within Clarence's own timeline, the Minister of Magic and high-ranking officials in the Egyptian magical realm are of the bloodline from the ancient royal priests. To put it bluntly, the majority of senior officials in the Egyptian Ministry of Magic have not attained their positions through personal merit, but rather due to their ancestral lineage. This political structure and unique system of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, while often criticized both domestically and internationally, remains beyond the reach of external intervention, as it is fundamentally an internal matter of the Egyptian magical community. Thus, within the modern Egyptian magical realm, particularly in the power center of the Ministry of Magic, there is a pronounced emphasis on the ancient priestly system and bloodline. Regardless of the implications and challenges this unique system may pose, it has resulted in a lack of upward mobility for lower-tier wizards and even for foreign wizards, who find it significantly more difficult to integrate into this distinct power structure. Even Clarence, who, prior to his unexpected journey into this timeline, was nearly as renowned as Merlin due to his exploits concerning the artificial underworld and the cursed deity, could not penetrate the power hierarchy of the Egyptian magical realm, despite his formidable reputation. It is evident that a legitimate status within the Egyptian magical community holds immense influence and value. To illustrate, should Clarence become the high priest of the Adesby tribe, it would equate to the re-emergence of a high priest recognized by the pharaoh after a span of over 3 millennia. Remarkably, this would not necessitate Clarence to prove anything himself, as the Egyptian Ministry of Magic possesses its own methods and spells for verification. Consequently, should he choose, he could directly ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, wielding significant authority, simply by virtue of his identity as a high priest. If this is merely advantageous in a societal context, within the Egyptian magical system, especially in areas related to rituals or magic tied to their indigenous mythological framework, Clarence would possess exceedingly high privileges due to his status as a high priest. A most direct illustration can be found in the comparison between Clarence, after his ascension to the role of high priest, and Imhotep, whom he had utterly vanquished prior. By wielding the authority bestowed upon him by his priestly stature, Clarence could readily strip Imhotep of his ability to wield magic. This was due to the fact that Imhotep's original status had already been rescinded by the pharaoh. Consequently, unless he refrained from employing the magical system of Egypt, he would find himself firmly constrained by Clarence's superior identity and position. For instance, if both he and Imhotep were to simultaneously invoke the magic of the mummies, even the mummies summoned by Imhotep would be compelled to heed Clarence's commands. Beyond the advantageous privileges associated with his magical authority, Clarence could also leverage his high priest identity to reduce the expenditure of magical energy, mitigate the repercussions of certain spells that bore significant costs, and enhance the potency of his magical manifestations. Faced with such an array of benefits, it is hardly surprising that Clarence would be swayed, especially considering the minimal obligations he would need to fulfill following his elevation to high priest. Importantly, there was no requirement for Clarence to remain within their tribe or the temple he would oversee, particularly after he had trained priests for the tribe. He would be spared from addressing all but the most monumental troubles that might arise. This arrangement would afford Clarence the freedom to traverse the world at his leisure. Upon Clarence's agreement to serve as the high priest of their tribe, Adesby expressed considerable delight, resolving to conduct a ceremony within the temple once it was completed. Although the formal ceremony had yet to take place, Clarence could already perceive some of the influences and transformations brought about by his newly acquired priestly identity. The most immediate of these changes was a peculiar sense of connection to the desert beneath his feet, and indeed, to the entirety of the Egyptian landscape. Through this newfound bond, Clarence felt capable of conjuring a tremendous desert storm with naught but a thought, without any expenditure of energy. With this extraordinary connection and sensation, Clarence began to grasp why the political power structure within the realm of Egyptian magic was so distinct. This was primarily due to the genuine power conferred by such elevated status, which allowed those in high office to disregard concerns regarding raw strength. Having pledged to Adesby to assume the role of high priest, Clarence commenced the task of cultivating the tribe's own priests, even in the absence of a formal ceremony. He began by selecting candidates from among the tribe, choosing 2 individuals from each gender. These 4, following Clarence's scrutiny, demonstrated the aptitude and potential to serve as priests and to wield ancient Egyptian spells, even though they themselves were devoid of inherent magic, burdened instead with punishment and curses. Once the 4 of them formally ascended to the status of priests, they would wield the power to cast spells by virtue of their priestly identity. Moreover, Clarence intended to impart the arcane knowledge contained within the Sun Golden Scripture and the Necromantic Black Scripture to these 4 individuals. It had been previously mentioned that the spells inscribed in these tomes could be invoked by any ordinary person merely by reciting the incantations while standing upon the sacred soil of each. Clarence's pedagogical approach was refreshingly straightforward. He simply bestowed the 2 scriptures upon the 4, allowing them to memorize and practice at their own pace, with periodic assessments to gauge their progress. This unorthodox, almost laissez-faire method of instruction was necessitated by their unique circumstances, with the prospect of eternal life. Conventional learning methods were rendered superfluous. For these four, even the most advanced or forbidden spells found within the scriptures could be mastered gradually over time, the only variable being the duration required for such mastery. In addition to teaching the spells and knowledge from the scriptures, Clarence also imparted a broader spectrum of knowledge to the four. To facilitate this, he crafted 4 supplementary tomes of magical knowledge, interconnected with his own, allowing for the shared recording and storage of insights. This nurturing approach afforded Clarence ample time to engage in other pursuits. For instance, he constructed a magnificent temple in a specially designated area of Age using his magical prowess. Within this temple, he inscribed various magical enchantments, elaborate arrays, and incantations. On the very day the temple was completed, Age summoned all the members of the tribe to witness the ceremony marking Clarence's ascension as the High Priest. Upon attaining the esteemed position and identity of a true High Priest, Clarence experienced a peculiar sensation emanating from the very land beneath his feet. This feeling was enigmatic and indescribable, yet in that moment, it unveiled a multitude of revelations to him. Questions that had long plagued him, such as the reasons for his transference to this timeline, the purpose of his presence in this era, and the means to return to his original timeline, found their answers. Furthermore, from this extraordinary sensation, Clarence discerned that the artificial underworld he had created, along with the cursed deity, had received the formal recognition of the will of the land of Age. In essence, the underworld he fashioned was now considered a legitimate underworld, albeit confined to the territory of Age, and it was entwined with a certain layer of the true underworld that existed therein. His second guardian deity had also been acknowledged as a genuine divinity by the will of Age. Although the second guardian may not attain the true divine echelon in the hierarchical realm, the recognition from the will of the land beneath his feet has conferred upon him a corresponding status and authority. However, the second guardian remains entirely oblivious to this bestowed rank and power, leaving Clarence himself unaware of the situation. In Chapter 104, titled Mummy 15, aside from the matters concerning the artificial underworld he created and the cursed deity, we delve into Clarence's realization of the genuine reason for his temporal displacement to this timeline. It can be articulated that the trajectory of fate inadvertently guided him to this unexpected destination. Remarkably, the questions and reasons he has long sought stemmed from the very artificial underworld he established. Indeed, a portion of this phenomenon can be attributed to the acknowledgement of his artificial underworld by the will of Age, which has formally integrated it into a certain layer of the genuine underworld. Had it not received such recognition, Clarence's artificial underworld would not have encountered numerous troubles and issues, nor would it have led to his temporal journey. However, the reality remains that his creation was indeed granted formal acknowledgement. This status is no longer that of an unrecognized entity but akin to being incorporated into an established system, necessitating proper registration. Yet, Clarence himself is entirely unaware of this fact and has not perceived any of these developments. Although it may seem trivial, the matter of registration should not warrant such a grand affair as to transport Clarence across timelines to the present realm. While the issues surrounding his status and authority as the second guardian may not seem significant, the recognition of the artificial underworld and its subsequent integration into the true underworld entails certain obligations. The will of Age does not concern itself with Clarence's motivations for creating the artificial underworld, nor does it delve into his intentions behind its existence. Even if he regards this creation as a personal possession, the will remains indifferent. However, the essential condition is that the artificial underworld must fulfill its designated obligations. The will of Age does not concern itself with how Clarence meets these obligations, focusing solely on the outcomes of their fulfillment. Since this matter pertains to the functioning of the true underworld, it transcends the triviality of whether Clarence has completed the registration process. Thus, the will of Age would take such significant measures as to transport him to the present timeline. Of course, one should not presume that the will of Age, responsible for bringing Clarence to this temporal juncture, possesses wisdom or self-awareness. Not quite. It is merely the manifestation of the will that arises from the amalgamation of the laws and principles governing this land. Upon closer examination, it resembles a preordained program, functioning solely according to its prescribed rules to uphold the order of this realm. One should not be deceived by its lack of wisdom and consciousness, thinking it can be outwitted or circumvented, for this entity possesses the authority and capability to eradicate threats. Much like a computer virus, once deemed a virus, this will employ every means at its disposal to eliminate it. Unless one can successfully escape the grasp of this realm before being extinguished, returning is not an option. In this light, is it truly necessary to deliberately send Clarence into this timeline? After all, it embodies the very essence of the laws of this land. Any method or means could relay this information to Clarence. Yet, reality dictates otherwise. Clarence is not a native of this land. He is not merely an outsider, but rather an extraordinary being. Had he been a local sorcerer, the circumstances would not be as convoluted. So why is it specifically Clarence who finds himself in this timeline? Could he not be transported to another? Despite being the will of this land and appearing omnipotent within its confines, this entity is still subject to limitations. At the very least, conventional methods cannot facilitate the return of an individual to the past or future. Perhaps it is not that such feats are impossible, but rather that the cost of achieving them is prohibitively high. This applies to ordinary individuals. However, Clarence has previously constructed a unique time converter. Furthermore, the pyramid from which he was transported possesses exceptionally potent and unique energy. With these two factors in play, the will of this land can, at a minimal cost, place him into the most suitable timeline. Not only does this elevate him to the status of High Priest, granting him insights into the intricacies of the artificial underworld, but it also ensures that he completes the necessary registration procedures. In essence, Clarence must ultimately engage with Anubis, who, from the perspective of status and position, serves as the superior authority within this artificial realm. Crucially, Anubis is also responsible for overseeing the registration process. While this is merely a metaphor, the situation is indeed as described. Upon learning of these matters, Clarence finds himself uncertain about his next course of action. In other words, should one still seek the location of the Scorpion King's seal? After all, he has already discerned the reasons and issues at hand, and he comprehends how to return to his original timeline. Thus, there seems to be no necessity to probe further into the Scorpion King's sealed domain. The method itself is rather straightforward. Within the newly constructed temple, one must find a place to pay homage to the statue of Anubis. As long as he conducts a simple ritual or ceremony, Anubis will become aware of his presence. At that juncture, it would be akin to having completed the necessary registration, thereby allowing him to activate a special time converter to return to his original timeline. It is indeed that simple, yet it took Clarence an extensive amount of time. Harnessing the power of magic, Clarence swiftly crafted a statue of Anubis and performed a modest ritual to inform him of the situation. He candidly expressed his desire to enlist the Scorpion King and his underworld army. By openly addressing this matter during the ritual, Clarence not only demonstrated his genuine need for a protective force for the artificial underworld, but also sought to cultivate a favorable rapport with his superior, Anubis. For sometimes, one must take the initiative to seek assistance. Regardless of whether one genuinely requires help, it is essential to reach out. For only then will one be remembered and afforded more opportunities to seek further assistance. The intricacies of human relationships often adhere to this principle. It appears that Clarence does not intend to return to his own timeline just yet. Indeed, he has no plans to return directly, as he has yet to complete certain arrangements and plans within this timeline. For instance, nurturing Jonathan and training the priests of his tribe are still in their infancy and require more time to develop. As for Clarence's approach to forging a connection with Anubis, this remains solely his aspiration. Whether Anubis can grasp his intent is another matter entirely. Furthermore, even if Anubis were to understand as a genuine deity, would he bother to entertain Clarence's requests? From a hierarchical perspective, it is quite possible that a typical deity would disregard Clarence and not waste time pondering his motives. However, this assumption pertains to conventional deities. The mythological framework of Egypt is inherently atypical, particularly concerning the gods of the Egyptian underworld. In this mythos, the gods are less divine entities and more akin to humans endowed with divine powers, complete with their full spectrum of emotions and desires. Thus, the gods of this pantheon exhibit pronounced human characteristics. Thus, Anubis would undoubtedly be intrigued by Clarence's cunning stratagem, and given the ancient nature of his existence, he would likely discern the underlying motives and significance behind such actions without much contemplation. It is worth noting that while the deities within the Egyptian mythos exhibit pronounced human traits, these characteristics predominantly manifest in their benevolent aspects, contrasting sharply with the mythological figures of the Norse or ancient Greek pantheons, where the gods are often portrayed with a stronger inclination towards desires, resulting in a more tumultuous realm. Returning to the main topic, after performing the sacrificial rites before the statue of Anubis, Clarence indeed received a portion of information conveyed through the idol. This information encompassed not only the duties assigned to him for the creation of a fabricated underworld, but also guidance on how to wield the divine authority bestowed upon him by the will of the Egyptian pantheon. Particularly, it included methods to harness the true powers of the underworld to facilitate the expansion and development of Clarence's artificial realm. Furthermore, it was conveyed that the Scorpion King and his legion of underworld warriors could be bestowed upon Clarence, provided that he first breaks the Scorpion King's seal and defeats him in a direct confrontation to earn his loyalty. In addition to this information, Anubis revealed to Clarence another remarkable fact. The companion he had kept by his side, Evelyn, is the reincarnation of Princess Nefertari. While the mere notion of an ancient Egyptian princess reincarnated may not seem extraordinary, Evelyn's case is indeed unique. Following her death, due to her contributions to the nation. The people constructed a temple in her honor for veneration. Thus, the faith generated by the Egyptian populace allowed her to gradually transcend the mortal realm, evolving into a deity. However, such transformation typically demands immense faith and a protracted passage of time to be fully realized. Consequently, Nefertari's spirit has merely ascended beyond the mortal plane, yet remains significantly distant from the divine echelon. To elaborate, she could be classified at best as a demigod, and this status pertains solely to the tier of her soul. Moreover, her metamorphosis was facilitated by the power of faith, which grants her soul a strength surpassing that of an ordinary human, yet devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Thus, despite Evelyn's uniqueness, it seems unlikely that she would attract the attention of a true deity to such an extent. After a period of contemplation, Clarence gradually began to grasp the underlying truth. Indeed, as he had suspected, Evelyn was the reincarnation of Princess Nefertari. Due to the contributions made by that princess, a temple had been erected after her death for the purpose of worship and reverence. While this situation was undoubtedly unique, it was hardly remarkable enough to draw the attention of a deity, let alone that of a god of death. Throughout history, there have been countless figures akin to Princess Nefertari, many of whom, even after their demise, transformed into heroic spirits. If deities were to take notice, it would be of those illustrious spirits rather than of someone as ordinary as Princess Nefertari. Thus, Anubis' mention of this matter likely served as a response to his subtle desire to establish a favorable rapport. Upon realizing this, Clarence could not help but chuckle. He then pondered the significance of Evelyn's extraordinary situation from the perspective of her semi-divine soul. It was evident that to achieve a complete transformation, or to possess divine power, was contingent upon such a metamorphosis being fully realized. Until that transformation was accomplished, she bore no exceptional attributes and was akin to an ordinary human. The most critical point was that should Evelyn aspire to undergo this transformation, one could only wonder at the immense reservoir of faith required, not to mention the protracted duration it would entail. Setting aside the issue of faith, the time needed to achieve such a transformation was measured in centuries at the very least. Thus, it seemed pointless to dwell on such matters, as doing so would only squander time without yielding any meaningful outcome. Rather than fixating on the prospect of ascending to true divinity, it would be far more prudent to consider whether Evelyn possessed the potential to become a sorceress. After all, she was already in a phase of progressive evolution, distinctly apart from ordinary mortals. Therefore, with some ingenuity, it might indeed be possible to guide Evelyn onto the path of sorcery. As for Clarence's motivation to assist Evelyn in acquiring power, it was not rooted in any emotional attachment stemming from her extraordinary life circumstances. Instead, it was his identity as a high priest that held significance solely on the land of Egypt. Once he departed from that realm, he would lose the advantages conferred by his priestly status. Moreover, the artificial underworld was also situated within Egypt, making this locale his second stronghold, aside from the British magical community. However, it must be remembered that Clarence was currently in the midst of a global journey, unable to remain indefinitely in the Egyptian magical realm to address these matters. Hence, it became imperative to have a trustworthy individual remain in Egypt as his representative. Indeed, Clarence has taken a liking to the young lady Evelyn, given the depth of their relationship, coupled with her unique affections towards him. Should Clarence personally guide her in becoming a sorceress and formally usher her into the realm of magic, their bond would solidify into an unbreakable connection. While one might not claim absolute loyalty from her, the likelihood of betrayal would be virtually non-existent. Chapter 2. The Path to Divinity. Clarence had remained in the temporal realm of 1920 for 5 years. After meticulously orchestrating all his plans and arrangements, he resolved to activate the special time converter to return to his own era. There was no need to fret over the prolonged stay in this timeline affecting the time of his original era. Essentially, the moment he traversed through time would remain unchanged upon his return, devoid of any repercussions or alterations. This understanding granted Clarence the confidence to linger in the 1920s for such an extended period. Had he been unaware of this fact, he would have hesitated to remain there for so long. During these 5 years, Clarence accomplished numerous feats. To begin with, he had successfully located the true site of the Scorpion King's seal, and, with the aid of a mystical artifact, breached the seal. After decisively defeating the opponent in direct confrontation, he completely subdued the Scorpion King, along with his legion from the underworld, who subsequently fell under Clarence's command. However, rather than exploit the Scorpion King and his army for nefarious purposes, he harnessed the power of the Abyssal Will to transport them to his artificial underworld, where they would heed the commands of the Second Guardian and maintain the integrity of this fabricated realm. In addition to the Scorpion King, Clarence also unearthed countless treasures within the sealed domain. He graciously allocated half of these riches to Jonathan as capital for his business ventures over the span of 5 years. Even the most unremarkable individual, when nurtured under Clarence's guidance, could achieve greatness, and Jonathan, being far from dull, possessed a notable talent in this regard. In fact, by the second year, he had begun to thrive remarkably, enjoying a life of considerable comfort. Furthermore, due to having passed Clarence's trials, he was formally embraced as a member of Clarence's circle and transformed into a special immortal being akin to a Desby and his kin. If nurturing Jonathan constituted Clarence's second significant endeavor, then his third was the cultivation of 5 priests for a Desby's tribe, a process that took 5 years to complete. These 5 priests would take turns safeguarding the temple erected by Clarence, ensuring that at least one official priest would be present throughout the year to maintain the temple's operations and conduct various sacrificial ceremonies. Indeed, the 5th priest among them was not a member of their tribe, but rather the young lady, Evelyn. It is true that Clarence devised a method to awaken the latent powers within her soul, allowing her body to manifest magical abilities, thereby officially becoming a sorceress. Subsequently, she, along with the 4 preparatory priests of the tribe, underwent his tutelage. After 5 years of diligent study, she attained the status of a full-fledged priestess, having participated in a ceremonial rite within the temple, witnessed by numerous deities. Concurrently, he instructed Adesby and others to construct temples dedicated to Princess Nefertari throughout the land of Egypt, gathering the strength of faith, a strategic move indeed. In addition to these endeavors, Clarence frequently conducted rituals and offerings at various altars within the temple, thereby becoming well acquainted with many of Egypt's deities, akin to his superior, Anubis. Particularly, he gleaned invaluable intelligence and insights from these divine entities. Most notably, he acquired critical guidance regarding the trajectory of his own power and the subsequent path he ought to pursue. Clarence had already reached an extraordinary level, transcending the realm of mere mortals, classified as an extraordinary hero. To advance further, he must venture into the domain of true divinity. Thus, to transcend the heroic level, he must contemplate the ascension to godhood. From the pantheon of Egyptian deities, he received various methods for attaining genuine divinity. Indeed, there were multiple pathways, all leading to the potential of becoming a true god. However, among these methods, some were easier while others posed significant challenges. And the differing paths to divinity would ultimately influence the powers and capabilities one would possess after achieving true godhood. One of the methods bore resemblance to the path of Evelyn's past life princess, which involved gathering the power of faith to achieve true divinity. Nonetheless, such deities, born from mortal achievements, would naturally pale in comparison to those who attained such realms through innate abilities. In truth, they would only be marginally superior to heroic spirits. This type of divinity ranks at the lowest tier, akin to the ordinary angels found within the heavenly hierarchy of religious mythologies. The second method of attaining godhood was wholly unsuitable for Clarence, as it pertained to deities born with divine forms from the moment of their inception. This implies that such beings are conceived by gods or are divine from birth. Furthermore, there exists the category of demigods, where one parent is a deity, resulting in the offspring being a half-god. This path is not only unsuitable for Clarence, but, indeed, anyone lacking divine blood within their veins. The third method to attain divinity involves taking a shortcut along the divine path, merging with the power of certain laws or principles, thereby achieving godhood. This represents one of the most prevalent forms of deities across various mythological systems, constituting the backbone of each tradition, exemplified by gods such as the god of fire or the god of water. As for the similarities in the laws and principles governing deities across different mythologies, one might wonder if such entities conflict with one another. Surprisingly, there is no inherent conflict, for the same laws and principles are not singular. Rather, they exist in multitude. The ability to comprehend and integrate these laws to ascend to divinity ultimately rests upon the individual's prowess. If the law-based gods represent the mainstream method to achieve divinity within their respective pantheons, then those who attain godhood through the fourth method possess unparalleled strength and power, ranking among the most formidable deities. This fourth approach, while also necessitating the accumulation of substantial faith power, does not rely on the direct harnessing of belief. Instead, it involves the establishment of one's own belief system or religious framework. Utilizing this religious structure as fuel, the gathered faith ignites a divine fire uniquely one's own, forging a divine essence and heavenly realm, thereby wielding authority within their dominion. In mythological contexts, this is akin to the existence of a supreme god. From this standpoint, it becomes evident that those who achieve divinity through this method far surpass their counterparts who employ other means. After all, how can deities, who rely on shared resources for their ascension, compare to those who establish their own divine systems? It is akin to achieving divinity through communal assets, which inevitably ties their strength to these shared resources. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, since these resources are communal, other deities can also utilize them. Thus, how can one who attains divinity through communal means rival the might of a deity born from personal resources? The most crucial point is that a self-created pantheon possesses no upper limit. the status and authority within this system rise in tandem with the ascension of the supreme deity. To put it simply, the power of the deities within one's own created system is boundless, or rather, its limit is defined solely by the rank of the supreme deity. As the supreme deity's status elevates, the ranks of the deities within that pantheon can similarly ascend, albeit one tier lower, but this elevation knows no bounds. Not only is the hierarchy and authority without limit, but even the power wielded is equally limitless. In strict terms, this resembles the uniquely intricate magical systems found in certain mythologies. The magic of AG is profoundly intertwined with its pantheon, representing an extension of the mythological framework of AG. This is akin to the divine arts found within the church. Among the various paths to divinity, Clarence is particularly optimistic about and intends to pursue the final one, to create a unique religious belief, harnessing the power of faith to ignite divine fire, thereby forging a divine persona in his own celestial realm. Although this path culminates in a divine status akin to that of a supreme deity, the corresponding challenges are substantial, commensurate with the rewards. Nevertheless, Clarence possesses the confidence to reach this ultimate destination, having already formulated a general strategy and concept, bolstered by the existence of a simplification system, which considerably enhances his likelihood of success. In addition to the aforementioned paths to divinity, there exists a fifth method. However, the deities achieved through this method, while belonging to that elevated realm, are, in essence, no longer deities of this world, but rather outer gods. Clarence is not well versed in the specifics of this fifth path to becoming an outer god, as it is considered taboo within the mythological framework of this world. At the very least, the gods of the AG pantheon are reticent regarding this topic. Even when it is inadvertently broached, they quickly divert the conversation. Nonetheless, from the inadvertent hints dropped by the deities, Clarence surmises that these outer gods likely also ascend through the path of faith. However, due to their ability to acquire boundless faith, some outer gods are not inferior in power or status to the supreme deities of a world and may even surpass them in strength. Regarding this path and method of achieving divinity, Clarence has entertained thoughts, yet despite the presence of the simplification system, he currently lacks the ability to seek out sentient life beyond this world. Until he acquires such capabilities, the prospect of becoming an outer god remains unattainable. He is not overly concerned with the camp or allegiance of outer gods. On the contrary, he believes that upon becoming an outer god, he would gain access to a multitude of worlds and potentially infinite parallel universes, rendering his power virtually limitless. As for why the native deities of a world harbor such apprehension towards the existence of outer gods, Clarence perceives it as akin to outsiders competing with locals for resources. Even if some deities do not rely on faith for their existence, the abundance of faith is undeniably tied to their strength. After all, regardless of the method by which a deity is formed, the sole avenue for enhancing their power is through the accumulation of faith, which is indeed the only method available to elevate a deity's strength. Thus, deities, even those not reliant on the power of faith, can continue to exist. However, when it comes to enhancing their own strength, they will exhaust every means to acquire such divine belief. After all, weakness implies the potential for demise. Indeed, even deities are not immune to death. Conversely, the outer gods intrinsically embody invasion and plunder, encroaching upon a world to siphon the faith of its sentient beings. This matter transcends the positions or affiliations of the outer gods. Should they aspire to augment their power, they are inevitably compelled to tread this path. It is inescapable and irreconcilable, which fundamentally explains the profound aversion the deities of Aegis hold towards the existence of outer gods. Moreover, beyond these external entities, the native gods of the world have often clashed and waged wars over the appropriation of faith. Throughout history, numerous conflicts, labeled as divine wars or holy crusades, have arisen from such disputes. The essence of these battles lies in the gods vying for the power of belief, causing strife among themselves. Therefore, if even the indigenous deities are embroiled in fierce competition for faith, what right do they have to decry the encroachment of outer gods upon their sustenance? Clarence, consequently, harbors no aversion to the presence of outer gods. Were it not for his current inability to gather faith from beyond his world, he might have even chosen to pursue the path of becoming an outer god. Naturally, among the outer gods, besides the method of achieving divinity through the power of belief, there exist other approaches. However, Clarence is not well versed in these alternatives, and even among the Aegis deities, few possess such knowledge. It could be posited that the most significant gain from traversing time and space pertains to the divine methods acquired from the Aegis gods. The other matters and strategies, in Clarence's view, seem rather inconsequential. 5 years later, on a certain day, Clarence once again retrieved the special time converter from the pendant box. He discovered that the drop of angelic blood infused within it remained in an active state, signifying that it could be activated at any moment to return him to his original timeline. After thoroughly contemplating and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Clarence input his magical energy into the converter, instantly activating its function. In the temple, before the eyes of 5 priests, as well as Adesby and Jonathan, he vanished from his location, returning to his own timeline. Without elaborating on how they spent the ensuing 60 years after Clarence's departure, we shall recount that upon his return to the exact spot before his previous journey, he deliberately employed magic to reveal the current time, discovering, indeed, that there had been no changes. Chapter 4. The Birth of the Savior. It was still August 1st, 1980, at 10:22 a.m., though now it had already advanced to 10:23. In what may seem but a fleeting few seconds, Clarence, however, traversed a span of 5 years within the temporal realm of 60 years ago. Shaking his head to dispel the surreal sense of dislocation, he retrieved his wand and cast a communication spell. This enchantment was intended for Adesby and his companions, to apprise them of his current circumstances and to assure them that their previous way of life remained intact. At most, he had arranged a meeting with Evelyn, eager to witness how she had transformed over the passage of time. After 60 years, it was likely that Evelyn had undergone significant changes. Nevertheless, regardless of the extent of her transformation, it was improbable that she would appear aged, for, as a witch, and with her divine-like essence, she was untouched by the ordinary ravages of time. Once the message was dispatched, Clarence felt no further inclination to explore the pyramid, for he had, through his connection with the land of Egypt, uncovered all the secrets concealed within its walls. In other words, there was nothing of particular value left to warrant further inquiry. Exiting the pyramid, he utilized apparition to transport himself to a nearby magical enclave, seeking refuge in a hotel to recuperate from the temporal dislocation he had just experienced. Indeed, having traversed a full 5 years in mere seconds, even without the constraints of mortal lifespan, he anticipated some degree of impact. As Clarence settled into his hotel room, bathing and donning fresh attire, he poured himself a glass of wine, preparing to savor its richness when a knock echoed at the door. Rather than rising to answer, he simply waved his hand, employing magic to open the door. To his surprise, it was a hotel attendant, bearing tidings of 4 letters recently received at the front desk, intended for him. Without a moment's hesitation, the attendant handed over the correspondence and departed, gently closing the door behind him. Paying little heed to the attendant's actions, Clarence furrowed his brow as he examined the letters in his grasp. One was from the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. He could surmise its contents without even opening it, likely concerning the various matters arising from his position as High Priest. In fact, he speculated that within this letter lay an invitation for him to assume the role of Minister of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. It had previously been noted that the political structure of the ministry was rather unique, not determined by individual merit or other factors, but rather rooted in a long-standing system derived from the ancient priestly hierarchy of the Egyptian royal lineage. It does not pertain to the officials within the ancient magic department whether they are inclined to accept a minister such as Clarence, who seemingly descends from the heavens. Their sole recourse lies in fulfilling their duties and obligations as subordinates. The rigid hierarchy of the ancient Egyptian priesthood grants superiors absolute control over their inferiors, even extending to the lives of their subordinates. Thus, one could assert that should Clarence issue a command for the demise of a high-ranking official, the order would be executed, regardless of the recipient's presence. Naturally, Clarence would not indiscriminately issue such a brutal decree. Even if certain individuals erred, their offenses would hardly warrant death, and at most, they would receive reprimands. Hence, he surmised that the letter from the ancient magic department undoubtedly contained such content. In other words, the lives of the high-ranking officials, indeed the vast majority of the bureaucrats, rested in the hands of Clarence, which compelled them to treat him with utmost respect and deference. Having anticipated the general contents of the letter, Clarence refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he placed it on the coffee table before the sofa and proceeded to examine the other 3 letters. The second letter was dispatched from a location unfamiliar to him, yet the sender was Evelyn. Thus, it was evident that she had written to him immediately following the magical correspondence, though he pondered how she could send it so swiftly. Despite taking a few minutes to check into the hotel and bathe, such rapidity seemed implausible. Upon reflection, Clarence recalled mentioning to Evelyn the approximate location of his time travel in 1920. It seemed she had ventured near the pyramid after his departure. No wonder her letter arrived so promptly. Upon opening the envelope and perusing the contents, Clarence, disinterested in responding, simply waved his wand to send a message back to Evelyn, informing her of his current whereabouts. After securing Evelyn's letter, he turned to the third missive. However, upon glimpsing the familiar emblem on its cover, he instinctively furrowed his brow, and his heart sank further upon reading the sender's name. It was clear that the only individual he regarded with such disdain was Dumbledore. Even Voldemort did not elicit such a feeling. Without the slightest inclination to examine its contents, he cast it aside onto the coffee table, intending to revisit it later. Regardless of his discomfort, he could not bring himself to discard it without a glance. Yet, The feelings of aversion within him were unmistakably laid bare. As he shifted his gaze to the fourth letter, particularly upon seeing the sender's name, Clarence felt a twinge of surprise. This correspondence was from James Potter, a man with whom he had not been in contact for quite some time. The last occasion they met was at his wedding, after graduating from Hogwarts. This fellow had married a female student from Gryffindor, not Lily Evans, but rather a classmate with whom he shared a relatively amicable relationship. Consequently, Clarence and a few others attended James Potter's wedding, including Severus Snape, with whom he had always had a contentious relationship. It was rather perplexing that James Potter would send him a letter. Driven by curiosity, Clarence opened the envelope to examine its contents. Upon finishing, his expression turned grave, prompting him to retrieve the letter previously sent by Dumbledore. His solemn demeanor was justified, for within James Potter's missive was the announcement of the birth of his child, Harry Potter, who had arrived just the night before. Chapter 5. The Birth of the Savior 2. It was not that Clarence had forgotten the specific birth date of the protagonist and savior from the original narrative. Rather, he had simply been indifferent to the matter, hence his oversight. However, it was this letter from James Potter that rekindled those memories. Nevertheless, Clarence's current mood was far from delightful, completely contrasting with the joy and elation expressed in James Potter's correspondence. He understood that with Harry Potter's birth, the wheels of fate would begin to turn. Yet, this so-called fate, in Clarence's view, was largely a construct of human design. He had long suspected that Harry Potter's life, particularly the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise, was shrouded in enigma, as if a great hand was orchestrating events from the shadows. Indeed, his initial suspicions had proven correct. He recalled the time just before he was to embark on his global journey from England, when Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic had summoned him for a meeting. It was during this encounter that Clarence disbanded the Order of the Truth. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that during their discussion, Clarence had already surmised that Dumbledore intended to take certain actions against Voldemort, a conjecture he boldly articulated, to which Dumbledore did not offer any denial. This only served to validate Clarence's suspicions. His thoughts solidified further after reading the contents of the letter sent from Hogwarts, penned by Dumbledore himself, revealing that the gears of fate had indeed begun to turn, deliberately set in motion. If I am not mistaken, that unfortunate Harry Potter is destined to follow a fate strikingly similar to that of the original narrative, with both James Potter and his current wife likely meeting their demise due to this orchestrated scheme. If there is a single silver lining, it is that, in the original fate, Lily married James Potter, only for the couple to ultimately perish at the hands of Voldemort. However, with the presence of Clarence, Lily's fate has been altered, liberating her from that grim destiny, and consequently, reshaping the fates of numerous others in their orbit, such as Severus Snape. Yet, is it truly necessary to traverse the original narrative path, even if that fate was deliberately crafted by Dumbledore? Clarence finds himself in a state of deep contemplation. For not only does he possess the power to utterly overpower Voldemort, but he is also acutely aware of the whereabouts of his Horcruxes. Furthermore, due to his enhanced strength and perspective, he has grown indifferent to Dumbledore, no longer concerned whether the man lives or dies. Nor does he perceive any potential impact Dumbledore could have on him, given that he could effortlessly obliterate Voldemort. Is it still warranted to adhere to the unfolding of fate as depicted in the original storyline? As Clarence stands there, his hands clutching the letters, hesitating within, a knock resounds at the door once more. He has no intention of rising to open it. Instead, with a mere thought, the door swings open automatically. The visitor is Evelyn, who, upon entering and seeing Clarence seated on the sofa, rushes toward him with tears of joy streaming down her face. While for you, this may signify a reunion after a separation of nearly 60 years. For me, it has been scarcely 3 hours since we parted. Clarence offers her words of comfort, soothing her emotions. They then engage in a discussion about how she and the others have spent these years and the experiences they have encountered. Overall, Evelyn recounts that the nearly 60 years have been filled with vibrant events. Through various experiences, each has grown in their own way, even those like Adesby, who have gained much from their unique circumstances. Evelyn spends over an hour sharing these stories with Clarence. After pausing, she notices the 2 sheets of letter he has been holding and curiously inquires about them. Clarence has no reason to conceal the contents of these letters. He shares them openly, as the Ministry of Magic requires her presence to act as a spokesperson for conveying commands and directives. As for the matters concerning Dumbledore and the Chosen One, particularly regarding Dumbledore's intricate schemes, Clarence did not conceal anything and spoke quite candidly. Naturally, matters concerning the fate of the original storyline and his own crossing into this world were entirely omitted from discussion. Instead, he employed the guise of divination to elucidate how he was privy to certain future events. After recounting his tale, Clarence, filled with curiosity, intended to inquire about Evelyn's perspective on the matter. My stance is that since you, Clarence, are uncertain about what actions to take, it would be best to refrain from meddling. especially since you have no immediate plans to return to Britain. At times, adhering to the course of fate may not be detrimental, even if that fate is artificially contrived. Upon finishing her thoughts, Evelyn, without waiting for Clarence's response, remarked in a rather peculiar tone that he seemed disinclined to engage in Dumbledore's schemes. Clarence discerned the implication of her final statement and rolled his eyes in response. You might as well say that what I would prefer is for Dumbledore to meet his demise as per his own elaborate design. Evelyn smiled, asking if he did not share that sentiment. I merely articulated your true thoughts. Clarence sighed, conceding, well, as you say, although my current abilities allow me to entirely disregard Dumbledore's existence, I still wish to witness his downfall. Evelyn, do you think my thoughts and feelings are normal? I cannot say, for I have not experienced your life-esque trials. Thus, whether your current mindset is normal rests solely upon your own heart. After contemplating Evelyn's words, Clarence recognized, as she had just stated, that if he remained indecisive, it would be wiser to let things be. He had no plans to return to Britain in the near future and intended to continue his travels. Moreover, the most pressing matter at hand was how to facilitate Evelyn's entry into the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. Chapter 6. Arrangements. Furthermore, he sought not only to grant Evelyn access to the ministry, but also to include 4 priests and several warriors from the Adesby tribe. It would be unwise for Evelyn, even as his representative, to be the sole individual within the ministry. Thus, it was imperative to secure some allies for her. The priests from the Adesby tribe were highly trustworthy companions and quite dependable. With this in mind, Clarence retrieved pen and paper to compose a reply, directed solely to the Egyptian Ministry of Magic and James Potter. As for Dumbledore, he had no intention whatsoever of replying. The content of the letter to James Potter consisted merely of congratulatory remarks, accompanied by a finely crafted and elegant piece of alchemical jewelry plucked from the pendant box, intended as a small gift to be sent along with the letter. In contrast, the reply to the Ministry of Magic was exceedingly brief, simply stating that he would bring individuals along at a specified time, urging the ministry to summon the senior officials for a joint discussion on various matters. When the agreed-upon time arrived, Clarence brought Evelyn and 4 other priests summoned from the tribe, along with several warriors including Adesby, to the Ministry of Magic. The ministry had already made early preparations to welcome Clarence and his entourage. Upon entering the hall of the ministry and noticing that, apart from the high-ranking officials, there were no others present, Clarence nodded in satisfaction. He was keen to avoid the scenario where, after his visit, rumors of a change in the minister of the ministry would be publicly aired. Although his visit was indeed aimed at the minister's position, he understood that such significant matters could not be concealed indefinitely. Nevertheless, he hoped for as much delay in the revelation as possible, not out of concern for himself, but due to the potential ramifications of his assent to the minister's role reaching the British magical community. This could inadvertently disrupt Dumbledore's plans and stir restlessness among the Knights of Truth under Clarence's command. It was not that he was unwilling to share the territory and interests of the ministry with his knights, but rather that he had yet to fully comprehend the intricate political landscape and power dynamics of the ministry. Thus, under these circumstances, he dared not allow them to partake in the spoils just yet. It was essential to familiarize himself with the local situation before gradually integrating the Knights of Truth and ensuring their roots within the ministry's magical community. Regardless, the arrival of the Knights of Truth represented a tremendous asset for Clarence, so it was not a matter of reluctance to share the ministry's benefits with his subordinates. Sharing would indeed occur, but it would not be at this juncture that he would disclose such news. With these considerations in mind, even though Clarence had not explicitly stated the need for confidentiality in his previous correspondence, the high-ranking officials of the ministry independently anticipated such a scenario and, upon the appointed time, proceeded to clear the ministry. In the presence of the Ministry of Magic, apart from their own personnel, there was no one else present, which naturally left Clarence quite satisfied. Without further ado, he was led by the former Minister of Magic to a conference hall, where a meeting was to be convened. The agenda was straightforward, primarily revolving around the transition of power within the ministry and Clarence's arrangements for Evelyn and her cohorts to assume key positions in various departments. Furthermore, he had also appointed Adesby and others into the Auror Corps, assigning them roles as captains or squad leaders. Throughout the meeting, regardless of the topics Clarence broached, even those touching upon the vested interests of some high-ranking officials, not a single individual dared to oppose or refute him. Instead, they all consented with stoic expressions. In addition to these matters, Clarence elaborated on the benefits he had brought forth since assuming the ministerial role, serving as the sweet reward following the proverbial stick. In truth, the officials displayed a glimmer of satisfaction on their faces, a stark contrast to their earlier lack of emotional response, owing to the promised advantages. After articulating the personnel changes and appointments, Clarence proceeded to discuss the artificial underworld he had established. He briefly explained that this realm had gained full recognition from the will of Aegis and now belonged to a certain layer of the true underworld. necessitating the fulfillment of corresponding obligations to ensure its proper functioning. Of particular relevance to those present was Clarence's assurance that, even after their demise, they and their families could continue to hold positions within this artificial underworld. Of course, his promise extended beyond the individuals gathered there. It was inevitable that others would be incorporated in the future. Although Clarence did not explicitly state this, the attendees were astute enough to grasp the implication. As long as they or their kin could benefit from the artificial underworld, the number of future participants became inconsequential. They had already secured Clarence's commitment. It was akin to having already savored a portion of the allotted cake. Consequently, apart from Evelyn and her companions, the rest of the attendees gazed at Clarence with shining eyes, their expressions imbued not only with surprise, but also with a burgeoning sense of admiration. Some even bore the luminous glow of faith typically reserved for encounters with true deities. Indeed, considering the existential realm and capabilities of Clarence, alongside his numerous deeds, he stands on par with true deities. Particularly with regard to the artificial underworld, he can be regarded as its sovereign. Thus, what distinguishes him from genuine divine beings? It is only natural that some individuals present would develop a sense of reverence akin to that which one experiences in the presence of authentic gods. Conversely, it would be quite peculiar if no one regarded Clarence as a true deity worthy of such faith. Chapter 7. The Power of Belief. Owing to the myriad benefits promised by Clarence, especially concerning the artificial underworld, he did not merely offer verbal assurances. Rather, he compelled everyone present to enter into a special magical contract. Consequently, this assembly of high-ranking officials no longer harbored the reluctance they once felt. Instead, they enthusiastically accepted Clarence as their new minister. Indeed, should anyone dare to oppose Clarence, they would be swiftly dealt with, as opposing him equated to rejecting the benefits bestowed upon them. Having already savored their share of the proverbial pie, could they possibly be expected to regurgitate it? Absolutely not. Thus, no one dared to voice dissent, for to do so would be akin to shattering both the cooking pot and the dining bowl. Subsequently, Clarence engaged in extensive discussions with the officials regarding various matters. As the meeting drew to a close, he reminded them to keep his ascension to the role of Minister of Magic confidential, at least for the time being. While the changes in the ministerial position could not be concealed from the public, the absence of the new minister could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Clarence's solution to this dilemma was simply to prevent the populace from learning of any change in the ministerial position. After all, the former minister, Evelyn, still held the role of deputy minister. In matters requiring ministerial presence, the two deputy ministers could represent the ministry, ensuring that, as long as they remained silent, no one would be aware of the transition. Moreover, Clarence felt that the alteration in the ministerial position was indeed rather abrupt. Therefore, it would be prudent to take time to carefully strategize, allowing the public to gradually acclimate to Clarence's presence before officially announcing him as the next Minister of Magic. In this manner, the transition would not appear so jarring. Furthermore, the rationale and pretext were readily available. For instance, the matter of the artificial underworld could serve as a means to facilitate Clarence's direct involvement with the Ministry of Magic. Whether it be in the form of accolades or praise, it serves merely as a pretext, a means to integrate Clarence into the political power structure of the Aegis Ministry of Magic. After the meeting adjourned, Clarence instructed Evelyn and her companions to remain at the ministry, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their duties and the other colleagues. As for himself, he took residence in a nearby hotel, intending to stay for a while, keen to witness firsthand as Evelyn and her team established their footing within the ministry. In essence, he was providing them a platform. Once they successfully acclimated to the workings of the ministry, particularly after gaining a measure of authority, Clarence would embark on his travels once more. Having acquired the methodology to attain divinity and having defined his path, Clarence meticulously planned and arranged the details of his forthcoming journey. Since he had chosen to forge his own religious belief system, it was only natural that he sought wisdom from existing religious structures. After all, those that have persisted from inception to the present possess unique attributes that have allowed them to endure. Unlike the majority of religions that have faded into the annals of history, Clarence aspired to glean successful experiences from these established faiths, pondering how to create a comprehensive system from nothing and what principles should serve as the foundation of belief. Numerous questions and scenarios required his careful contemplation before he could formulate relevant plans and arrangements. However, while Clarence was engrossed in the creation of his own religious belief system, had he not considered how to manipulate and utilize the faith energy he collected? After all, this was the crux of the divine methodology, and lacking a means to apply the power of faith would render the establishment of his unique religion and belief system devoid of significance. In truth, Clarence was already aware of how to harness the power of collected faith, particularly how to store and utilize this peculiar energy. What he lacked was a stable source and channel for this faith energy. His understanding of its application stemmed not only from his prior dealings with the Aegis deities, but also from another source. Do you recall the town where Clarence acquired the Door of Rebirth? Indeed, within the school of that town. His statue facilitated his ability to sense and even practice the manipulation of the faith energy stored within it. This familiarity with the collection, storage, and manipulation of faith power was crucial. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. A single statue was far from sufficient. At the very least, the statue in question possesses a rather limited capacity to gather the essence of faith, and its ability to store such faith is equally constrained. In essence, Clarence's foremost task is to swiftly establish his own religion and belief system, subsequently refining it into a cohesive framework. Only then can he begin to amass the power derived from faith and forge a divine altar from this energy. It is only through the creation of this altar, which serves as the foundation for divine fire, that he may ignite a flame uniquely his own. However, merely reaching this stage necessitates an immense quantity of faith energy. For both the altar and the fire niche, which houses the divine fire's foundation, must be meticulously crafted from this very essence. Moreover, merely constructing the altar and fire niche is insufficient. Ultimately, Clarence must ascend to the altar and ignite the divine fire using a substantial reservoir of faith energy, thereby laying down a solid foundation. Following this, he will utilize the divine fire to forge his own divinity in the celestial realm that is rightfully his. Yet, the existence of this altar is not rooted in the tangible world. It resides within the depths of Clarence's soul. Thus, the question arises, how can he ascend to this altar? This necessitates the creation of a faith ladder leading to the altar, serving as the passageway that will enable him to reach it. The number of tiers in this faith ladder, or the extent of faith energy required to forge each tier, will depend upon the doctrines and principles embedded within Clarence's religious framework. The more doctrines and principles he establishes, the greater the number of tiers on the faith ladder. However, even once the faith ladder is constructed, the journey is far from complete. When Clarence seeks to ascend, he must bear the weight and significance of the doctrines and principles represented by each step. Chapter 8. The Church of Truth. In other words, if Clarence is able to embody and practice the doctrines and principles of his own religious system, he will feel no burden or pressure. Conversely, should he exhibit any hesitation or uncertainty regarding these tenets, he will be compelled to shoulder the weight and pressure that ensue. This weight and pressure are also significantly influenced by the number of followers. The greater the number of adherents who can practice these doctrines, the heavier the burden becomes. This is why the path to divinity is fraught with challenges commensurate with the rewards it offers. Simply put, it is exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, regardless of the difficulties that lie ahead, Clarence is resolute in his decision to embark upon this journey, provided he lays a solid foundation. This entails the establishment of a comprehensive and well-crafted religious system, for any shortcomings in this regard would adversely affect the sources and outcomes of faith. If the foundation is not firmly established, what merit is there in discussing the construction of a divine altar or the stairway of faith? Hence, Clarence intends to seek wisdom from the flourishing religions, aiming to glean their successful experiences, particularly those pertaining to the church. After all, these established faiths are not merely nascent religions. They have achieved monumental success, becoming formidable entities with immense influence and the largest congregations worldwide. Therefore, the strategies that led to the church's triumph are of paramount importance to Clarence. While he aspires to learn from the church, he is acutely aware that replicating such a phenomenon is nearly impossible. Setting aside various other concerns, at its core, the essence of the church's faith contrasts starkly with the religion Clarence seeks to establish. Simply put, the church initially centered around a true deity, a divine being of supreme authority. In contrast, although Clarence has attained a transcendent existence, he has yet to ascend to divinity. Thus, it remains unattainable for him to reproduce their success, serving merely as a point of reference. Moreover, his proposed religious framework diverges fundamentally from all existing faiths, including those beyond the church. Consequently, even other religious systems cannot be emulated, but only utilized as inspiration. Additionally, he must confront a more pragmatic dilemma. If he aspires to forge a unique religious system to harness the power of faith, he must consider the ramifications of encroaching upon the domains of the deities within the local pantheon. Will the gods remain indifferent to his endeavors? When it comes to the power of faith, deities can become as tenacious as mortals, employing every means necessary to thwart Clarence's attempts to seize their belief energy. Thus, the crux of the issue is that establishing his own religious system and reaping its spiritual benefits is likely destined for failure. The gods of various pantheons will undoubtedly sabotage his plans and actions, rendering any notion of success moot. Unless he is willing to cultivate his church in secrecy, remaining undetected by any deity, the prospect of amassing sufficient faith to construct a divine altar or a stairway of faith becomes an insurmountable challenge. The time required to develop and expand such a religion in obscurity is uncertain at best, making the endeavor seem futile. Therefore, rather than pursuing a religious establishment through such a convoluted approach, it may be wiser not to establish one at all. Yet, Should he be compelled to abandon his aspirations of attaining divinity, Clarence is reluctant to relinquish his ambitions. Thus, the only viable course of action remains to devise a means by which his faith system can coexist without being rejected by the myriad of deities, or even gain their tolerance for its existence. To achieve this, one must never infringe upon the fundamental tenets that various divine pantheons hold dear, namely, the power of faith. Only in adherence to this principle can one realize their aspirations. Otherwise, the inevitable outcome would be a relentless struggle for survival, where Clarence would likely not only fail to safeguard the religion he established, but would also become a pariah, scorned by all. If the creation of a religion were not intended to harvest the power of faith, what purpose would it serve? What significance lies in its establishment, if not for this? Surely, it cannot merely be a pastime. Moreover, the power of faith is intrinsically linked to Clarence's ascension to divinity. It is a crucial component that cannot be overlooked. Thus, how might one circumvent such a paradox? Reclining upon the plush bed in his luxurious hotel suite, Clarence pressed his palm against his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. No matter how he pondered, he could not seem to escape this conundrum. After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse, unable to conceive a viable solution. However, an idea struck him regarding the simplification system, prompting him to explore whether it could provide any insights or notions. After meticulously examining the various panels multiple times, he still gleaned no clues. Just as he was about to abandon hope, he suddenly recalled a particular function and mechanism within the simplification system: the ability to create unique skills, even innate talents. Could it be possible to devise a skill through this mechanism that would allow for the transmutation of other energies into faith energy? The power of emotions and concepts immediately sprang to mind, and Clarence began to attune himself to his emotional energy. Essentially, the power of faith could be regarded as a subset of emotions or concepts. This was Clarence's hypothesis, though he surmised there must be some distinguishing characteristics that set faith apart, enabling it to rise above those two forms. As he deliberately attempted to generate his own faith energy, he pondered what those distinctions might be. After considerable reflection, he found himself no closer to understanding. Indeed, his attempts to manifest faith energy intentionally ended in failure. No, that line of thought was erroneous. Clarence shook his head. He needed to devise a method to convert the remaining emotional energy, or even the power of concepts, into faith energy, by increasing the frequency of his experiments. And should this notion prove successful, he could potentially activate the mechanisms of the simplification system, thus birthing related skills. There was no need to focus on artificially manufacturing the power of faith. After all, such a phenomenon must emerge from genuine conviction. It is indeed peculiar that one who does not revere any deity could inadvertently cultivate a force of faith through mere imagination. Thus, his earlier notion was flawed and could not possibly activate the simplified system's mechanisms. Even if it were to be triggered, the resultant skill might not align with his desires. In the following days, Clarence diligently engaged in experiments, striving to transform his emotional energy and conceptual powers into pure faith. Despite the absence of any successful outcomes, the multitude of trials sparked a wealth of ideas and inspiration. One day, as Clarence recalled the memories of his authentic avatars, he unexpectedly sensed something unusual within the recollections of one of them. With an intuitive understanding, he promptly opened the skill panel, only to discover a new unactivated skill awaiting him. To his astonishment, the activation cost was a staggering 5,000 simplification points. Elated, Clarence rejoiced inwardly, feeling a sense of security in his progress, and without hesitation, he activated the new skill, energy conversion. This innate ability, as its description revealed, allowed for the mutual transformation of energy. Admittedly, there would be some degree of loss during this conversion, yet it was far superior to lacking such a skill entirely. At the very least, with this innate ability, Clarence could establish his own religious system. Moreover, the essence of this religion was not aimed at harvesting faith, but rather at absorbing the emotional and conceptual energies emitted by sentient beings, which could then be transformed into pure faith through this innate skill. This transformation was not limited solely to emotions and concepts. Any form of energy could be converted by the innate ability. Thus, it fundamentally eradicated the inherent conflict between the deities of various pantheons and himself. At the very least, the religious system he established would not face rejection from the gods, as it did not involve the competition for faith. If Clarence were to position his religious system as an indispensable tool, one that even the gods could not do without, he would not only be able to gather energy from ordinary mortals, but could also harness the energy generated by the deities themselves. Indeed, Clarence had resolved to define the essence of his created religious system and its doctrines as an invaluable and indispensable tool. Furthermore, he intends to establish the web of magic as the very foundation of his religion. This choice seems most fitting, for, in Clarence's perception, The web of magic he envisions bears a striking resemblance to the internet from his previous life. It stands to reason that if he were to design the web of magic akin to the internet, even attaining a divine level would necessitate such a practical and convenient tool. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this tool would not hinder the deity's ability to gather faith. However, the ability to transform other energies into pure belief must remain concealed. Otherwise, the consequences would be exceedingly dire until he possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation. This information must not be disclosed in the slightest. Therefore, to avoid suspicion from the gods or revealing any hint of his intentions, Clarence must meticulously devise excuses and rationales, ensuring that the religious system he establishes outwardly appears not to be aimed at collecting faith. Thus, using the pursuit of integrating the power of knowledge and truth as a pretext becomes entirely reasonable. After all, the existence of the web of magic is intrinsically linked to truth and knowledge in every conceivable aspect. Hence, my aspiration to use the web of magic as a foundation to create a religious system aimed at consolidating the power of truth and knowledge is remarkably justifiable. Is it not true that a deity forged from the laws of truth and knowledge still requires faith to enhance their power? Indeed, the energy of belief remains essential. But unlike other deities, those governed by the laws may also augment their strength through profound study and mastery of these principles. It is important to note the distinction between enhancement and improvement. Enhancement merely strengthens one's current level of power without elevating its tier. Thus, if a deity of the laws seeks to increase their might, they cannot do so without the power of faith. What is particularly intriguing is that the law of truth and knowledge possesses a unique characteristic that sets it apart from other laws. This distinction lies in the exceptionally high upper limit of the law of truth and knowledge. In simpler terms, while the law of truth and knowledge occupies the same realm as other laws, its potential ceiling is among the highest of all. Furthermore, the law of truth and knowledge exerts a powerful restraining influence over many other laws. To illustrate with the simplest of examples, if the deity of truth were to engage in combat with the other gods of law, the inherent qualities of the truth law would not only enable it to counteract the powers of its adversaries, but if the deity of truth possessed a deeper understanding of the opponent's laws, it could indeed manipulate the very forces of its foe to launch an assault against them. The distinctive characteristics of the truth law suggest that it is not beyond the realm of possibility to engage in battles beyond one's rank. Thus, even though the deity of truth and knowledge occupies the same echelon as the other gods of law, it can attain an extraordinarily formidable level of power. This is precisely why the truth and knowledge law is often regarded as the pinnacle among the myriad of laws. Of course, to fully harness the profound capabilities of the truth and knowledge law, one must delve into and master a vast expanse of knowledge and truths, or engage in their dissemination. However, it must be noted that truth and knowledge are not inherently finite or infinite. They are in a state of perpetual development and evolution. Therefore, should the deity of truth aspire to enhance its own prowess through understanding and sharing truths, theoretically, this process could become incessant. After all, as knowledge evolves and new truths emerge, the endeavor to comprehend, master, and propagate these truths becomes an unending pursuit. Should one choose this path, they would find little time to gather faith energy. Nevertheless, Clarence does not genuinely seek to merge with the law of truth and knowledge to attain the status of a law deity. This is merely a pretext he has devised. Thus, he need not be concerned about this issue. However, this matter could serve to dispel the suspicions of the various divine factions, particularly their doubts regarding his lack of focus on gathering faith energy while seemingly dedicating himself to the collection and dissemination of truth and knowledge. Chapter 10. The Church of Truth. Moreover, Clarence genuinely intends to seize this opportunity to solidify the law of truth and knowledge. After all, even if he may not directly utilize this power, it could be incorporated into his heavenly dominion, allowing for the eventual creation of a deity embodying the law of truth and knowledge. Furthermore, even if he decides against embedding this power within his divine realm, he could assimilate it into his own divine essence, thereby wielding the force of this law. The power of this law is indeed tremendously potent, particularly as it aligns harmoniously with Clarence's intrinsic nature. Hence, he is resolutely determined to solidify the forces of truth and knowledge, so that once his divine essence is forged, he can subsequently absorb it. Having made this decision, Clarence no longer hesitates, promptly approaching his desk to retrieve paper and pen, and begins to meticulously record his thoughts and aspirations. Writing intermittently, occasionally making revisions, I spent half an hour engrossed in my thoughts before finally setting down my pen. After reviewing the contents I had just inscribed upon the paper, I felt assured that there were no omissions or areas needing alteration. Just as I was about to stow my writing instruments into the pendant box, it struck me that I had yet to bestow a name upon this newly conceived faith. After a moment of contemplation, I grasped my pen once more and inscribed the name of the church at the top of the page, the Church of Truth. Admittedly, The choice of such a name stemmed from my reluctance to ponder further, opting instead to employ the prefix from my previous organizations, the Society of Truth and the Knights of Truth, even if it did sound somewhat pedestrian. Nonetheless, it bore a familial resemblance to the two groups I had previously established. A fortnight passed, and upon witnessing Evelyn and her companions successfully secure their positions within the Ministry of Magic, I prepared to embark on my journey anew. Without delving into the farewells from Evelyn and several high-ranking officials of the ministry, I commenced my travels by retracing the route of the legendary prophet as chronicled in the Book of Exodus. My intention was to experience the series of events that the prophet encountered upon receiving divine summons. From these occurrences, I sought to distill wisdom and principles to incorporate into the framework of the faith I was establishing. Particularly, after crossing the Red Sea, I found myself in a cave upon Mount Sinai, contemplating the emotions the prophet must have felt while inscribing the 10 Commandments upon stone. Reflecting on the commandments of my church, I pondered how to formulate the precepts of the Church of Truth. Thus, I sat in that cave for 3 days, ultimately formulating dozens of foundational principles for the Church's doctrines. Resuming my journey, I traveled on foot until I reached the sacred site of Jerusalem, where I was met with an exuberant welcome from the bishops of the region. One could only wonder how they had discerned my whereabouts. Yet, it was evident that they were indeed aware of my journey, having tracked my passage from Egypt along the route described in the Book of Exodus. And they knew I had remained on Mount Sinai for 3 days without descending. However, I found myself somewhat overwhelmed by the bishops' fervent reception. Their warmth was palpable, and their demeanor radiated a profound respect, one that surpassed even that which they exhibited in the presence of the Pope. Upon reflection, it became clear that their attitude was not directed toward a fellow mortal, but was reserved for one they perceived as divine. He declined the bishop's invitation to host him, and, after bidding them farewell, casually sought accommodation in a hotel. After resting for a night, he set out the following morning to explore the holy sites, particularly the Via Dolorosa and the Sacred Tomb. Subsequently, he journeyed to Bethlehem, the birthplace of the great saint, eager to witness the hallowed ground where this extraordinary figure was born. Regrettably, the original structure had long since been transformed into a church. Thus, he had no choice but to tour the church itself. Though he wished to avoid disturbing the bishop responsible for the church, the latter was already aware of Clarence's arrival, leading to a round of polite exchanges. The bishop then guided Clarence on the tour. However, as they approached the precise location of the great saint's birth, Clarence suddenly sensed the presence of something extraordinary. Despite his eyes having evolved into magical orbs, infused with magical energy, he was unable to perceive anything. After contemplating for a moment, he proceeded to kneel and began to search with his hands. Though the bishop and accompanying clergy were perplexed by Clarence's actions, they remained silent and restrained, fearing any disruption might affect him. Before long, they realized that Clarence was uncovering 3 items through his tactile exploration: a small piece of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. The bishops were certain that prior to Clarence's arrival, there had been nothing in that spot, let alone these 3 highly significant gifts. These items were presented by 3 ancient Persian priests following the birth of the great saint, each symbolizing royal authority, divine holiness, and sacrificial redemption. At that moment, Clarence was too engrossed in his exploration to concern himself with the bishop's thoughts or reactions, maintaining his searching gesture while his eyes were closed in deep contemplation. In truth, upon touching the 3 items, his hands received a message transmitted from them. After examining this message, he realized it pertained to a ritual, albeit a rather peculiar one. The effects of this ritual were strange. It possessed no other utility aside from the ability to conjure frankincense, myrrh, and gold. The oddity of this ritual lay in the fact that, aside from its capacity to generate gold, the other 2 items, frankincense and myrrh, were rather commonplace. At the very least, he possessed numerous magical methods within his repertoire capable of producing these 2 substances, and in various forms. As for gold, Clarence was aware that aside from certain alchemical methods capable of extracting gold from specific ores, only the Philosopher's Stone possessed the extraordinary ability to transmute any object into gold. Yet, as he had previously conveyed to Nicolim, he did not lack for wealth. In fact, he had numerous ways to amass considerable riches. Therefore, this ritual held little significance for Clarence. Admittedly, the ability to produce gold was somewhat useful, yet it was merely marginally beneficial. Chapter 11. The Unique Ritual. After assimilating this information, Clarence rose, clutching 3 items, and approached the bishop and his companions. As he extended the 3 artifacts to the bishop, he inquired with curiosity. Upon touching these 3 items, I received a message indicating a ritual that can create gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Are you aware of what this entails? Clarence's intent was to inquire whether this ritual was a form of divine magic within their church or the broader ecclesiastical community. However, while the bishop contemplated the 3 items in his hand, he regarded Clarence with thoughtful scrutiny. There was no such divine magic or ritual within the church, so he could not ascertain the specifics. Yet he surmised that since Clarence had acquired this ritual here, it must indeed be a manifestation of divine will. Divine will? Clarence raised an eyebrow in skepticism. I hardly believe this ritual to be an expression of divine intent. After all, it is merely a ritual. With that, he resolved to conduct a personal experiment and instructed one of the accompanying clergy to fetch the necessary items for the ritual. The clergyman acted swiftly, as the items Clarence required were merely commonplace objects, allowing for a prompt return. Once the items were gathered, Clarence hastily arranged a rudimentary altar in accordance with the ritual's specifications, placing the 3 ordinary stones at its center before activating it with his own magical energy. Suddenly, the altar erupted with a brilliant, sanctified radiance. The light, though resplendent, was not blinding, allowing those present to witness clearly how the 3 unremarkable stones swiftly transformed into gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Upon receiving these transformed items, which retained the shape of the original stones, yet had metamorphosed into gold, frankincense, and myrrh, Clarence scrutinized them closely. Noting the ritual's complete efficacy, even through his detection spells, it was evident that the 3 pieces were no longer mere stones, but had indeed become gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Handing the 3 items to the assisting clergyman, Clarence remarked in an exceptionally indifferent tone, while the outcome of the ritual is undeniably successful, what value lies in merely producing these 3 items? The bishop, confronted with this question, candidly admitted his ignorance. However, he expressed the belief that since it was the will of God, it must inherently possess significance, even if it had yet to manifest. Nevertheless, he found it hard to accept the notion that the ritual bore no efficacy. After all, aside from gold, frankincense, and myrrh are exceedingly precious, not to mention their considerable monetary value. Moreover, considering that the frankincense and myrrh were transmuted through the ritual, particularly under the auspices of Clarence, their worth could be amplified several-fold. This was merely in terms of value. One must not overlook the medicinal properties of these substances, which are indeed usable for therapeutic purposes. Each could be utilized independently, and when combined, they form a potent analgesic. Furthermore, given that these substances did not occur naturally, but were transformed by Clarence's ritual, it is conceivable that their application in medicine might yield extraordinary effects. Thus, in the bishop's view, the ritual certainly did not lack utility as Clarence had claimed. On the contrary, it was immensely beneficial. Clarence, respecting the bishop's response, refrained from countering, for one cannot dispute the faith of a devout believer. He then picked up 3 ordinary stones, this time foregoing the previously employed ritual. Instead, he infused them with magical energy based on the principles he had observed, resulting in a dazzling display of sanctified light. The 3 stones held in Clarence's hands once again transformed into gold, frankincense, and myrrh. After presenting the newly manifested items to the bishop, Clarence mused that there was indeed merit in studying the principles of the ritual. As if struck by a revelation, he approached the modest altar where the ritual had been set, opting to directly channel magical energy to activate it without placing any stones within. This time, the radiant light emitted was intertwined with strands of golden sanctity. Upon looking closely at the altar's center, 3 cubic forms of gold, frankincense, and myrrh were materializing from nothingness. Once completed, Clarence handed these cubic treasures to the bishop. It appeared that the true utility lay in the principles and essence of creation from nothingness inherent in the ritual. It was uncertain whether it was Clarence's remarkable ability to conjure gold, frankincense, and myrrh from the void or the special significance these items represented. But the bishop and the clergy accompanying him gazed at Clarence with eyes full of reverence and a touch of faith. Clarence, undeterred by the shifting gazes of the clergy present, was intent on gathering more experimental data regarding this peculiar ritual. He took the archbishop by the hand and led him to the modest altar, hoping to encourage him to preside over the ceremony as well. His intention was to observe how the ritual would manifest under the auspices of another. The archbishop, noticing Clarence placing stones at the center of the humble altar, surmised that Clarence wished him to partake in the ritual. However, the challenge lay in his uncertainty about how to proceed. Traditionally, such sacrificial ceremonies required holy water and the recitation of the Lord's Prayer, yet in this instance, as Clarence positioned 3 stones and stood upright, he observed the archbishop, who remained motionless, lost in thought. Understanding his hesitation, Clarence offered guidance. Simply recite the Lord's Prayer while envisioning the transformation of the stones into golden frankincense and myrrh. Remember to invoke your devout faith. The curious archbishop, encouraged by Clarence's counsel, nodded in agreement. Very well, then, I shall give it a try. With that, the archbishop closed his eyes, focusing intently as he mentally followed Clarence's instructions and recited the Lord's Prayer, initiating the ritual. However, as he uttered the prayer, the modest altar responded once again, emitting a gentle, radiant light, albeit far inferior to the brilliance achieved during Clarence's earlier experiment. Among the 3 stones, only the middle and the rightmost ones exhibited slight transformations, becoming a mere fraction of frankincense and myrrh. The middle stone, for instance, had only its outer layer altered to resemble frankincense, unlike the right stone, which had transformed nearly 1/10 of its entirety. Upon opening his eyes and retrieving the stones from the altar, the archbishop found that he could still refer to them as stones, for the myrrh had only partially transformed. Merely 1/5 of it had changed, while the frankincense remained largely unchanged, save for a small section of its surface. As for the stone that was meant to transform into gold, it exhibited no changes whatsoever. Clarence internalized this outcome, preparing to offer words of consolation to the archbishop, only to find him beaming with joy, utterly devoid of any sense of disappointment or dismay. After the archbishop elucidated his perspective, Clarence finally comprehended the source of his contentment. To the archbishop, the ritual represented a divine bestowal upon Clarence, thus making it inherently his own. The mere opportunity to attempt the ritual was, in itself, a source of profound satisfaction, rendering the outcome of the ceremony a matter of little consequence. Even the bishop speculated that not only he, but even the Pope himself, could not claim the transformation of the third stone into gold. Any such change, however minuscule, was beyond possibility. The inherent qualities represented by these three items unequivocally indicated that no outsider could achieve the transmutation of stone into gold through such a ceremony. Gold, a symbol of nobility and sovereign power, is a privilege reserved for the exalted. Thus, how could an ordinary person effect such a transformation in a ritual? Furthermore, it seemed that unless one were a devout member of the church, lacking faith might result in even the stone destined to become frankincense showing no response whatsoever. Frankincense embodies the sacred and divine, and it is the clergy's unwavering belief in the divine that imparts upon them some semblance of holiness. In contrast, myrrh, representing redemption and suffering, is a quality inherent in any sincerely devout believer, and when combined with the strength of faith, it may elicit a response from both frankincense and myrrh stones, albeit a modest one. Perhaps this also hinges upon the individual's degree of faith. In summary, the bishop conjectured that while anyone could set up an altar and perform the ritual, none could achieve the level of transformation that Clarence exhibited, simultaneously converting all three stones, even conjuring something from nothing. To test this hypothesis, Clarence urged the attending clergy to attempt the ritual themselves. They discovered, as he had surmised, that none could induce even the slightest change in the third stone. The other two stones varied in response according to the individual's fervor, yet these changes were generally negligible. Indeed, even the bishop's experimental results with the three stones paled in comparison. After the clergy had all engaged in the ritual, yielding a variety of experimental data and outcomes, Clarence, content with the findings, ceased the trials and accompanied the bishop on further explorations. As midday approached, the bishop extended an invitation for Clarence to join him for lunch, indicating that the church had prepared a guest room for him, should he wish to stay overnight after the meal. This invitation aligned perfectly with Clarence's desire to delve deeper into the intricacies of this exceptionally unique ritual. Consequently, he had been pondering how to concoct an excuse to remain at the church for a while longer, but with the invitation presented so graciously, he could not decline and readily accepted. In the ensuing days, he took refuge in the church, diligently studying the special ritual he had acquired while engaging in discussions with the bishop and the clergy on topics concerning religious systems and faith. Although the insights gained were modest, they were certainly more substantial than having garnered nothing at all. He even bestowed a rather unique name upon the special ritual, the Sacred Faith Ritual, a title that encapsulated the efficacy of the rite, particularly in relation to the three objects produced through it, each imbued with profound sacred significance. Furthermore, this ritual could serve as an instrument to assess the piety of the clergy. This concept held value for any religion, and Clarence contemplated incorporating the Sacred Faith Ritual into the framework of the religion he aspired to establish. Realizing that remaining in the church would yield no further gains, Clarence began to pack his belongings in preparation for his next journey. Just as he was finishing up, the bishop approached him, expressing a concern that he perceived to be exceedingly troublesome. What was this issue? It seemed that word had spread regarding Clarence's ability to transmute materials into gold through the special ritual. Now, not only was the general religious community aware of his extraordinary capability, but even the magical realm had caught wind of it. Upon hearing the bishop's account, Clarence calmly inquired. And so? The bishop, taken aback by Clarence's composed response, stammered, won't this revelation bring you any complications or troubles? The bishop's discomfort was palpable as he struggled to articulate his concerns. Troubles? What troubles could possibly compare to Voldemort and his Death Eaters? Or the artificial underworld I have created in conjunction with that cursed deity? Clarence replied, his tone unwavering. In truth, you should have noticed that my visit here is a result of your ritual being disseminated beyond the church, and thus, I come to offer my apologies. While you may not be concerned about the potential ramifications of this situation, I still feel it necessary to express my regrets. Clarence smiled, saying, there is no need for apologies. I had no intention of keeping this matter a secret, nor do I worry about any ensuing problems or complications. Therefore, you need not apologize. Yet, despite Clarence's dismissal of the need for an apology, the bishop could not genuinely believe that neither he nor the church had erred. Thus, an apology remained in order. However, after the exchange of apologies, they both noticed that the room appeared excessively tidy, particularly in the absence of personal effects, leading them to suspect something amiss. Are you planning to continue your journey? Indeed, I have lingered in this sacred place for far too long, and it is time for me to proceed. My next destination is to visit Nazil, the birthplace of the saint. It is certainly a place worth exploring, and I wish you fruitful endeavors on your journey. The bishop did not attempt to detain me, instead offering his warm wishes for Clarence's upcoming quest. As Clarence departed from the church with his concealing suitcase, the clergy gathered to bid him farewell. Although our time together was brief, we shared delightful conversations and cultivated a congenial rapport. Thus, it was only natural that the clergy came to see him off. Chapter 13. The Human-Shaped Philosopher's Stone. Without further ado, Clarence resumed his travels towards Nazil, the site of the saint's upbringing. Meanwhile, within the global magical community, Clarence's attainment of the sacred faith ritual sparked considerable discourse. This fervor primarily centered around his ability to transmute materials into gold, a capability that makes him the second person in the world known to possess such an extraordinary skill. The first, of course, was Niccolome, who utilized the Philosopher's Stone to achieve similar feats. Clarence now joins the ranks of this rarefied company. However, as he previously conveyed to the bishop, if mere transmutation of gold were his only talent, few would dare to seek him out for trouble. After all, while the ability to create gold signifies boundless wealth, it pales in comparison to the Philosopher's Stone's other function, the crafting of elixirs for immortality. Thus, should he simply be a gold transmuter, no one would have the audacity to provoke Clarence, as the potential rewards do not outweigh the risks involved. In simpler terms, Clarence differs from Niccolome in that he is indeed capable of taking lives. It cannot be said that Niccolome has not shed blood, particularly against those who harbored ill intentions towards his Philosopher's Stone. In his earlier years, he was known to have acted decisively, eliminating several threats. Eventually, he feigned death to escape the maelstrom surrounding the stone and withdrew into seclusion, thus finding some semblance of peace. At least, despite their envy of the Philosopher's Stone, people were deterred from seeking Niccolome due to his elusiveness, which spared them from peril. Clarence, however, presents a different scenario. Should one dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to consign them to the artificial underworld he created. Once one's soul is ensnared in his domain, they are as vulnerable as a fish upon a cutting board. Given the implications and consequences, naturally, no one would be foolish enough to confront him over the intricacies of the sacred ritual. Although Clarence himself is currently somewhat unclear about the impact that the sacred ritual of faith, which converts materials into gold, has stirred within the magical realm. He has indeed received several correspondences as a result. Among these is a letter from Gringotts, along with messages from members of his own Order of Truth, as well as communication from the far reaches of Egina. Disregarding the letters from his own people, most of the correspondence consists of congratulatory sentiments. To address the letter from Gringotts, its content, aside from flattery, elucidates the stakes involved, advising him against the mass production of gold. Even if such gold were to be created, it should not flood the magical community all at once. Despite gold being a precious metal with high value, an influx could lead to depreciation. However, within the magical realm, even if gold were to depreciate, it remains a magical metal, applicable in various magical domains. Thus, unlike in the ordinary world, a surplus of gold would not diminish its worth in the magical sphere. Rather, it would likely enhance its value. If this reasoning holds true, it stands to reason that Gringotts would not be averse to Clarence's ability to produce or convert gold in abundance. Nor would they oppose Nicodemus's use of magical stones for the same purpose. In reality, even those knowledgeable in the field would harbor concerns, as a sudden influx of gold could significantly impact the economy. Therefore, Gringotts, as a financial institution within the magical realm, does not impose restrictions on individuals like Clarence, who possess the capability to create gold in significant quantities. However, they would certainly prefer to avoid a situation in which a sudden surplus disrupts the existing economic stability. From a self-interested perspective, it is indeed preferable for those capable of producing gold to maintain its scarcity. This scarcity would only serve to enhance the value of their ability to convert and create gold. This sentiment is precisely what Gringotts conveyed in their correspondence, requesting that Clarence refrain from producing gold in large quantities, especially not allowing it to inundate the magical community. Beyond this request, the remainder of the letter contains suggestions for Clarence to establish a vault within Gringotts. After perusing the missive from Gringotts, Clarence penned a few lines on the reverse side of the letter, entrusted it to an owl for delivery, and then dismissed the matter from his mind. After all, he harbored no intentions of producing gold in vast amounts for the sake of monetary exchange. Even in times of financial need, he would only create a modest quantity to trade, thus alleviating any concerns regarding his potential impact on the economy of the magical realm. What Clarence remained oblivious to was that within the magical realm, aside from the fervent discussions surrounding his remarkable ability to transmute materials into gold, there circulated an alternative narrative. This narrative speculated that, having transcended the hero level and attained a novel echelon of existence, Clarence might possess the gift of immortality. Furthermore, it was conjectured that not only could he himself achieve eternal life, but he might also have the capacity to bestow this gift upon others. Such notions were not without foundation. They were rooted in the accounts of wizards who had encountered a peculiar caravan, whose members, even after the passage of many years, displayed no signs of aging upon their reunion. It was evident that this extraordinary caravan comprised Jonathan and the warriors of the Gravekeeper tribe. Curiosity and a thirst for knowledge drove some wizards to capture members of this caravan for study. However, upon attempting to intervene, they discovered that these individuals not only remained ageless, but were seemingly impervious to death itself. In light of an assault, the caravan's members invoked Clarence's name, asserting their allegiance to him as a means of deterring further aggression, warning that any harm inflicted upon them would provoke his wrath. Consequently, a number of dark wizards became aware of the caravan's unique status as Clarence's subordinates. Yet, only a select few, primarily those operating in morally ambiguous territories, were privy to the truth of their immortality. It was precisely this small circle that allowed the tale to proliferate throughout the magical community. Thus, it became widely believed that Clarence, through his elevated prowess, had entered the realm of immortality and could potentially grant this power to others. This hypothesis garnered considerable acceptance, despite the majority being unaware of the specifics regarding the exceptional caravan. Their conclusions stemmed from the extraordinary heights Clarence had achieved, leading them to speculate on his possible immortality. However, while his personal immortality was a matter of speculation, the extent to which he could confer this gift to others remained uncertain. As a result, within the magical domain, he was informally dubbed the humanoid philosopher's stone. Chapter 14. The Bloodline of Angels and Blessings. At the very least, Clarence exhibited the dual capabilities attributed to the philosopher's stone. Although his immortality had yet to be substantiated, this did not prevent the populace from bestowing this title upon him. Unbeknownst to Clarence, he remained entirely unaware that the wizards of the magical realm regarded him as akin to a living philosopher's stone. He continued his journey on foot until he arrived at Nazareth, the sacred place of the sun's growth, where he began to explore and immerse himself in the experience of how that holy figure matured, ultimately embarking on the path of sacrifice and redemption as the Messiah. As he lingered in this hallowed locale, he gradually began to undergo some inexplicable yet extraordinary changes. These alterations were subtle. Had it not been for a serendipitous moment when he sensed something amiss, he might have remained oblivious to the situation. Although the changes were exceedingly minute, making them difficult to perceive, he could not ascertain the cause behind such transformations. Nevertheless, despite his uncertainty regarding whether these changes were beneficial or detrimental, the simplified system was adept at displaying any minuscule alterations on its panel. Thus, upon noticing this anomaly, Clarence promptly activated the system panel for inspection. Indeed, he discovered an irregularity. In the bloodline section, 3 new entries appeared following the Arthurian lineage. They read, Michael's bloodline, reincarnation, 001, Gabriel's blessing, bestowed, and Sariel's blessing, bestowed. Upon observing such a shift in attributes on the panel, Clarence began to formulate some conjectures. He had not anticipated that his corporeal form was, in fact, the reincarnation of Michael. What could have transpired for Michael to warrant such a reincarnation? Of course, the specifics of Michael's circumstances, whether they stemmed from a calamity or not, remained distant concerns for Clarence, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Setting aside the implications this situation might entail, it was plausible that the activation of this bloodline arose from his recent explorations of places associated with the sun. After all, these locations were intrinsically linked to that great figure, inherently imbued with remnants of divine essence and sacred power. Prolonged exposure to such sanctified spaces likely facilitated the emergence and activation of Michael's bloodline and the blessings of the 2 archangels. As for the changes and effects brought about by this activated bloodline, without hesitation, Clarence employed certain divine arts for validation. He soon discovered that his executed divine techniques, along with related sacrificial rituals, had seen their efficacy amplified manifold. Furthermore, he gleaned from the fluctuations in his personal attribute panel that this bloodline might subtly yet significantly enhance his physical form. He even sensed that his aptitude for combat was continually improving. Regrettably, he could not ascertain whether this was merely an illusion or if the purity of the bloodline was insufficient. Thus, his combat prowess had not been quantitatively represented on the system panel. These changes and influences stem from the emergence and activation of his Michael bloodline, which has already exhibited such a remarkable enhancement. It is conceivable that should this bloodline be developed to a certain degree, or perhaps entirely activated. It is possible for him to become a true embodiment of Michael, akin to that of the Archangel. As for whether, upon complete activation of this bloodline, he would still be Clarence or transform into Michael, Clarence harbors no concerns whatsoever. This is primarily because the simplified system provides no further description beyond this singular entry. Thus, it is evident that there is no potential for a scenario involving the seizure of will by Michael. It is more likely that the ethereal essence of Michael, upon merging with Clarence's corporeal form, would result in a peculiar transformation. Therefore, even if the entirety of the bloodline were activated, he would at most resemble an entity of a similar power tier to Michael, rather than becoming Michael himself. Although this is merely his own conjecture, the likelihood is significant. For even if there were a genuine possibility of will seizure, it would necessitate the presence of Michael's soul within this body as a prerequisite. However, since Clarence's arrival in this world, the original soul of this body has completely vanished. It remains uncertain whether it was devoured by the simplified system or fused with his own soul. Regardless of the possibility, it implies that a scenario of will seizure will not occur. Otherwise, would one truly consider the simplified system to be inert? Consequently, Clarence naturally feels no apprehension regarding this matter. After discerning the impacts and changes brought about by the Michael bloodline, Clarence then shifted his gaze to the two blessings that followed. Judging by the suffixes of these blessings, it is reasonable to surmise that they have been individually conferred upon his two guardian deities. His speculation is not without foundation. When he first summoned the Seraph Guardian, he realized that this entity genuinely existed in heaven, possessing a distinct position and authority. At that moment, Clarence was perplexed as to why the guardian he summoned, merely a protector, would have such a tangible existence in heaven, along with a corresponding rank and power. Subsequently, due to the creation of the artificial underworld, he summoned a second guardian. Although this guardian also took the form of a seraph, its wings and halo were entirely black, presenting an ominous impression, contrasting sharply with the first guardian. Nevertheless, the second guardian shared the same circumstance as the first, also holding a position of rank and wielding a different kind of authority in heaven. Regrettably, due to an ongoing reluctance to delve deeper into the matter, I have been compelled to suppress such uncertainties deep within my heart. Even when the second guardian was summoned, Clarence initially assumed that the dark coloration of its wings and halo resulted from a fusion with the core crystal. However, it now appears likely that this transformation is not attributable to the core crystal, but rather to the blessing bestowed by Shaylee. After all, Shaylee is the angel of the moon and possesses a dual identity in terms of nature and characteristics due to her role. This implies that the color of her wings may inherently be black or deep blue. The display of the two blessings on the system panel has finally unraveled a long-held mystery that Clarence had buried deep within. Moreover, akin to Michael's bloodline, the absence of any adverse indications from the system suggests that these two blessings are not harmful, at least not to Clarence. On the contrary, he may leverage the authority and powers of the two archangels through his guardian. Chapter 15, Angelic Bloodlines and Blessings 2. Could it be that the extraordinary nature of the two guardians stems from the blessings conferred by the archangels? Clarence murmured softly. The reason he deemed the guardians so remarkable is that they seem to possess independent thought, much like their true avatars. Furthermore, the true avatars have undertaken numerous training and research tasks as a result. Nonetheless, Clarence senses a subtle distinction between the two guardians and their true avatars, albeit a faint one that has yet to manifest fully. Thus, the unexpected transformation must be attributed to the blessings of the two archangels, rendering them truly extraordinary. Given the unique nature of the two guardians, which allows them to be regarded as independent entities, it seems somewhat inappropriate to continue referring to them merely as guardians. It is time to bestow upon them fitting names. In that case, let us call them Gabari and Shaylee. Oh, it seems I have fallen prey once again to my tedious habit of complicating matters. Nevertheless, having settled on their names, I shall refer to them as such going forward. After naming his two guardians, Clarence took a leisurely stroll around before returning to the inn in the small town. He intended to investigate how to enhance the activation of Michael's bloodline, specifically how to purify it. After all, the bloodline of King Arthur could be refined through the study of the magical array on the regeneration gate, resulting in alchemical products capable of purifying bloodlines and enhancing magical effects. Logically, Michael's bloodline should also be influenced by these alchemical products. In truth, it seems that the lineage of Michael is rather exceptional, or perhaps its level of existence transcends that of King Arthur and his ancient red dragon. Consequently, the purifying effect of alchemical jewelry proves ineffective on Michael's bloodline. Thus, if Clarence wishes to further activate the purity of this bloodline, he must devise alternative methods, particularly by experimenting to ascertain what substances may elicit a response from it. Alternatively, he must discover what transformations his own Michael bloodline might undergo in the presence of certain elements. Although Clarence had previously conducted a series of experiments outside the town and had hypothesized on how to continue the purification of Michael's bloodline, he believed that the method of purification should align with that of activation. Both processes necessitate the absorption of the divine essence and sacred power left by the Son, or, one could say, the divine and sacred power of that supreme deity. Only through this means can Michael's bloodline continue its purification until fully activated. However, the question remains, where might such power be abundantly present? Perhaps within the confines of a church. Upon reflection, aside from the places he had traversed, which were associated with that deity, it seemed that the church was indeed the most likely location to harbor such power. Motivated by this thought, Clarence departed the inn and sought out the church within the town. Once inside the church, he commenced his experiments. Finding a vacant spot to sit, he eagerly opened the system panel to examine the details. Indeed, the numerical value associated with his Michael bloodline had undergone a slight change, increasing by 0.01. While the change was minimal and further responses were absent, it confirmed Clarence's hypothesis. To continue the purification and activation of Michael's bloodline, he would likely need to remain in a place akin to a church for an extended period. However, the power within a church seemed only capable of yielding a mere increase of 0.01 in the bloodline's value. Thus, after validating his previous conjectures, Clarence did not leave the church immediately. Instead, he continued conducting various experiments within its sacred walls. He silently called upon the deity, yearning for a portion of their divine essence and sacred power to descend upon him. He sought to gauge whether such a plea would elicit a response from the divine. For aside from this approach, he possessed no other means. His inability to fully devote himself to the faith of that deity hindered the emergence of any genuine belief power, thereby limiting his capacity to engage in prayer. Thus, he resorted to silent invocations, hoping that within this hallowed space, his calls would resonate with the divine presence. Even Clarence believed that his experiment had a substantial chance of success, as he felt that the divine being seemed to hold him in considerable regard. Of course, this could merely be a figment of his imagination, but attempting it posed no risk. Conversely, should it succeed, the rewards would be immense. This notion would indeed confirm that the deity placed great importance on him, perhaps even monitoring his actions closely. He could not definitively ascertain whether being so closely observed was advantageous or detrimental, yet overall, the benefits should outweigh the drawbacks. After all, he was cloaked in the guise of the reincarnation of Michael. Given such a connection, the deity's attention and regard would primarily yield benefits. Although his ambition to establish his own religious system and ascend as a supreme deity bordered on sacrilege, as long as he did not overtly reveal such intentions, the divine being would likely remain oblivious to any hints of his aspirations. Moreover, a crucial point was that neither his desire to become a supreme deity nor any other ambition stood in conflict with the divine being's interests. On the contrary, should he ultimately achieve the status of a supreme deity, the bond cultivated through his reincarnation as Michael would only deepen their relationship, rather than foster enmity. Hence, Clarence believed that even if he were indeed under such significant scrutiny and attention from the deity, the advantages would predominantly prevail. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in Clarence's mind, in reality, only a few moments had passed. As he internally summoned the divine presence while sensing the changes in his surroundings, he remained alert for any response that might manifest. However, instead of receiving a divine reply or a descent of power, he was approached by a member of the clergy, specifically a nun. This nun not only noticed Clarence immediately upon his entrance into the church, but also quickly recognized him as the prominent figure frequently mentioned by the priest. It was likely that this esteemed individual would visit the church soon, which had rendered the priest unusually enthusiastic and excited, as he often prayed silently before a portrait of Clarence in his chamber. Thus, it was not just this nun who was familiar with Clarence's appearance. Nearly all the clergy within the church were aware of him. Chapter 16, The Knights Templar. As this nun had recognized Clarence's identity immediately upon his arrival in the church, one might wonder why she did not approach him to extend a greeting or engage in conversation. This is primarily due to Clarence, who, upon entering, immediately sought an empty seat, closed his eyes, and appeared as though he were engaged in prayer or supplication. Consequently, the nun refrained from intruding upon him and instead sought out the priest to inform him of Clarence's arrival. However, after searching the church, she found no sign of him and learned from a colleague that the priest had stepped out for an errand. By the time the nun returned, Clarence had just opened his eyes, seemingly having concluded his prayers, which prompted her to approach him. In response to her inquiry about whether he required assistance, Clarence smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was merely there to explore and would soon depart. Although Clarence had directly declined her offer, the nun appeared somewhat reluctant, her mouth opening as if to say more, yet ultimately, no words escaped her lips, and she turned away silently. While the nun's visit seemed coincidental at first glance, Clarence sensed that the reality might be otherwise. It felt as though she were attempting to convey something to him. Perhaps a response from the divine? Was it a refusal to bestow power? Nevertheless, her demeanor suggested a reluctance to accept his dismissal, implying that perhaps she was not rejecting him outright, but rather expressing a different sentiment. Her hesitant and reluctant expression seemed to suggest that she hoped he would return to the church in the future. Although this was merely Clarence's speculation, he had resolved not to linger in the church any longer. After all, he had already depleted the sacred energy present, and his experiments had been interrupted by the nun's presence, rendering his continued stay unnecessary. It would be wiser to leave and perhaps return the following day or even after a few days to reassess the situation. Without further ado, Clarence departed the church and made his way back to the inn in town. Meanwhile, the nun, having watched Clarence leave the church, remained transfixed, gazing at the entrance, evidently lost in contemplation of his extraordinary visage. The memory of having seen Clarence's exquisite features up close caused her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Eventually, a female colleague approached her, noticing her lack of response despite several inquiries. Unable to elicit a reaction, she gently tapped the nun's shoulder, bringing her back to reality. "What are you staring at? Or are you simply daydreaming? By the way, the priest has returned. Weren't you looking for him? He's in his office now. So you should go see him. I'll keep an eye on things here." I shall seek out the priest immediately. You cannot imagine who just visited our church." With that, the young nun scampered off joyfully, leaving her female colleague, who opened her mouth as if to inquire about the visitor, at a loss. However, seeing the nun had already vanished, she closed her mouth once more. The young nun hurried to the priestess' office, took a moment to steady her emotions with a few deep breaths, and then knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon receiving permission, she pushed the door open and entered. Without waiting for the priest to ask, she eagerly divulged that Clarence had come to their church, regrettably noting that he had left not long ago. What puzzled the young nun, however, was the priest's reaction. Instead of expressing joy at the news or disappointment for missing the esteemed steward, he wore a furrowed brow. Observing his demeanor, her voice grew softer until she finally fell silent. The priest understood the gravity of her words, particularly as he glanced at the letter he had just read and the parcel on his desk, exhaling a sigh. "I suspected it was due to his impending visit that headquarters sent this letter and parcel. What scheme are those at headquarters concocting now?" The young nun, noticing the distaste on the priest's face, timidly inquired. "Father, has something occurred?" "Indeed, I had just left the church to retrieve this letter and parcel. It was sent from the Vatican headquarters, intending for me to deliver an appointment to that distinguished gentleman." The parcel on the desk contained the appointment letter and identification meant for him. The young nun asked, "Father, is the gentleman you mentioned the same one I just spoke of?" The priest nodded. "Indeed, it is he. If the appointment comes from headquarters, should it not be a positive development?" She queried with curiosity. If it were merely a simple appointment, then it would indeed be favorable. "But do you not suspect that there may be ulterior motives behind this appointment, especially as it entails him joining the Knights Templar?" At this juncture, the priest seemed to realize that the young nun was merely an ordinary member of the clergy, unaware of the world's deeper truths, and some matters were best left undisclosed. "Never mind, just disregard my words. The reason I do not view this as a positive development is simply that I prefer for that gentleman to follow his own path and make his own choices, rather than allowing outsiders to exert their influence and interfere with the path he has chosen. It is evident that the appointment from headquarters bears ulterior motives, even to the most naive observer. Fortunately, the decree and correspondence were penned personally by His Holiness, and I distinctly remember his handwriting. Thus, since His Holiness is also attentive to the concerns regarding that esteemed individual, it is conceivable that the situation may not deteriorate to the dire extent I had envisioned." The young nun, entirely oblivious to the deeper implications of the priest's words, was merely an ordinary person who also served as a member of the clergy in this church. Having never even set foot in the Vatican, how could she possibly comprehend the nuances of the priest's discourse? Chapter 17, The Knights Templar 2. The priest paused at this juncture, fully aware that the bewildered expression on the nun's face indicated her inability to grasp the significance of his remarks. However, upon glancing at a particular segment of the letter, he lifted his gaze thoughtfully towards the young nun, murmuring that they could not allow the individuals at headquarters to act with such impunity. Since His Holiness had indicated that this appointment was solely his responsibility, it was imperative to prevent those individuals from engaging in any covert machinations. Joanna, could you kindly summon Shirley for me?" The priest inhaled sharply before addressing the young nun, then slowly returned to his desk, gingerly sitting down while nursing his aching back. Upon observing the priest's movements, Joanna understood that his chronic ailment had flared up again. Otherwise, he would never request assistance for such a trivial matter. After acknowledging his request, she turned to find Shirley, returning shortly thereafter with the strikingly composed young nun in tow. "Teacher, did you summon me for something?" Shirley's tone was notably detached, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Perhaps due to a brief respite, the old priest's back pain had alleviated somewhat, and his tone returned to normalcy. "Shirley, I believe you should take a look at this correspondence from headquarters." He placed the letter he had been holding onto the desk and gestured for Shirley to examine it. With a stoic expression, Shirley approached the desk and picked up the letter to peruse its contents. After finishing, she returned the letter to the desk and inquired with a cold demeanor, "So, what is it that you wish for me to do, teacher?" "Shirley, you are likely aware of my stance on this matter. Thus, while at headquarters, I rarely broach topics concerning that esteemed individual, and I particularly detest discussions about it, especially from those with ulterior motives." The priest sighed once more, fully aware that His Majesty faced considerable difficulty regarding this matter. After all, his own decisions could not encapsulate the will of the majority, nor could they compel others to make the right choices. Despite my profound distaste for the situation, I recognize the futility of resistance. Hence, my proposition is this. Sherry, I require you to join His Excellency's Knight Order, to guard against the sinister machinations of those with ill intent. Moreover, you must once again take up arms to clear the path ahead of him from all obstacles. The strikingly composed young nun, Sherry, nodded in agreement after hearing the priest's words. "I understand what must be done, but I will need your assistance in making introductions when the time comes." "That is only proper," the priest replied, "but there is another matter that requires your attention." This latter statement caused Sherry, who had intended to leave the office, to pause and redirect her gaze back to his face. She refrained from inquiring further, knowing the priest would disclose what needed to be done. Indeed, after uttering those words, the priest turned his attention to another young nun in the office, Joanna. "Joanna, you have been in the church for several years now, have you not? I recall you first came to the church during your schooling." "Yes? Yes, father," she replied. "Good girl, Joanna. I am aware of your pure and kind nature, which is why." The priest articulated his desires for Joanna's involvement, while also revealing the harsh realities of the world they inhabited. Without delving into Joanna's immediate reaction to this startling revelation, the priest continued after allowing her a moment to grasp the weight of his words. Her role in His Excellency's order would not be of a clerical nature. She, like Sherry, would be required to engage in combat. Thus, upon her induction, she would need to undergo specialized training from Sherry, particularly in the realm of warfare. "Good girl, I comprehend the shock that comes with learning the true nature of this world. Yet I genuinely require your innocence and goodness to impart a measure of positive energy to His Excellency." Noticing Joanna's instinctive glance toward Sherry, the priest surmised her thoughts and smiled as he elucidated. "Sherry's circumstances are rather unique. As you know, she accompanied me in my appointment here. Prior to this, she was not only my ward and disciple, but also a formal knight of the order. Regrettably, it is precisely this experience that has exposed her to too much darkness, rendering her unable to provide His Excellency with the positive influence he so desperately needs, or even guidance. Certainly, I comprehend the nature of this request, which may place you in a rather awkward position. However, at this moment, the only individuals I can place my trust in are Joanna and Shirley." The young nun, as the priest described, finds herself in a dilemma, fraught with tension and inner turmoil. On one hand, there are the potential dangers that loom, particularly the threat to her very life. On the other hand, her mind is persistently besieged by the exquisite visage of Clarence. Thus, the young nun experiences not only discomfort, but also profound conflict. It remains uncertain whether she is drawn in by Clarence's captivating appearance and charm, but ultimately, Joanna reluctantly nods in agreement to the matter at hand. Shortly thereafter, Shirley escorts the young nun Joanna from the office, leading her to the concealed armory hidden beneath the church. Meanwhile, the priest, after their departure, remains seated in his chair, fixated on the unopened package, lost in contemplation, pondering the nature of his thoughts. Turning to Clarence, upon his return to the inn, he refrains from venturing outside again. He remains sequestered in his room until the following morning when impatience compels him to visit the church, eager to ascertain whether his speculations from the previous day hold any merit. Yet, as he steps into the church, he notices a change in the attribute panel. The value associated with the Michael lineage has indeed shifted, now reading 0023. Upon witnessing this alteration, Clarence begins to suspect that his initial hypothesis may have been misguided. It appears that the activation of his Michael bloodline may not stem from the divine essence and sacred power of the Lord, but rather from the force of belief in him. Upon reflection, this notion seems quite reasonable and logically sound. After all, the Michael bloodline he possesses originates from the heavenly kingdom of the Lord, with the archangel's authority, glory, and strength deriving from him and his realm. The power within that kingdom is fundamentally rooted in the faith of the believers on earth. Thus, it stands to reason that the activation and purification of his Michael bloodline are likely contingent upon this very force of belief. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why. Upon returning to the church the following day, the value of the Michael bloodline would once again fluctuate, albeit with a modest increase of 0.003. Chapter 18, The Knights Templar 3. This can also be viewed from another perspective. If the power required to activate and purify the Michael bloodline within him were indeed derived from the divine essence and sacred strength of the Lord, Then why did he not bestow this power directly yesterday, instead choosing to wait until today? Furthermore, the change in value indicates that the energy available within the church today for the purification of the Michael bloodline is decidedly limited. This situation appears somewhat illogical and disconnected from reality. Thus, if the energy required for purification is indeed derived from the faith of that particular deity, it aligns more closely with practicality. At the very least, it resonates with the bloodline of Michael and the subsequent fluctuations in numerical values. To put it plainly, since Clarence departed from the church yesterday, the faith generated by the clergy and the followers who subsequently visited has been the primary catalyst for the increase of 0.0003 in the purity of his bloodline. At least, it seems so on the surface. Moreover, the likelihood of this is exceedingly high. Just as he was engaged in this analysis and speculation, a young nun, whom he had only met the day before, approached once more. "Mr. Stewart, you have arrived." Clarence nodded at the young nun, then shifted his gaze to the elderly priest accompanying her. The priest's eyes were filled with admiration and reverence, which was precisely what drew Clarence's attention. It was hardly surprising that this young nun, and even the old priest, recognized him and accurately spoke his surname. In fact, according to his understanding, it would be more peculiar if any clergy members within the church were unfamiliar with his identity. Upon meeting Clarence's gaze, the old priest gently tapped the young nun beside him and stepped forward to exchange a few pleasantries. He then presented a parcel he held in his hands. This package contained a letter from the Vatican headquarters, which had just arrived yesterday. Because of the need to retrieve this parcel, he had regrettably missed the opportunity to meet Clarence the day prior. As Clarence listened to the priest, he took the package but refrained from opening it immediately. He waited until the priest had finished speaking before inquiring about its contents. In response to his question, the old priest sighed and produced a letter from his pocket. Handing it over, "This letter was sent to me from the headquarters. However, I believe its contents should address your inquiries. Although I personally lean towards the notion that I should not interfere with your path or choices." Clarence accepted the letter but did not open it right away. Instead, he gazed deeply at the old priest, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if he were looking at an acquaintance. This sensation stemmed from their shared thoughts, particularly the belief that the church should not intrude upon one's personal journey. The familiar figure in question was a priest from the orphanage where Clarence resided, who once served as an enlightening teacher and later became the head priest after the orphanage was transformed into a church. In the old priest, Clarence saw echoes of Father William and his companions. Subsequently, he opened the letter to peruse its contents. When he encountered a particular passage, Clarence lifted his gaze to the old priest, curiosity evident in his expression. "As far as I know, the Knights Templar of your church should be an integrated organizational structure. Why, then, is there a position of leader for the Templar divisions mentioned in the correspondence?" The old priest, upon hearing this question, paused momentarily before shaking his head with a bemused smile and offering an explanation. "You are indeed correct. The Knights Templar is fundamentally an integrated organizational entity. The existence of division leaders arises from the fact that, in modern times, the Templars have been dispersed across various parishes worldwide. Consequently, the roles of divisions and their leaders were established to facilitate the management of the Knights and their affairs within each parish. Nevertheless, despite the presence of various divisions and their leaders, this does not affect the overall integrated structure of the Knights Templar. Above all the division leaders, there exists a Grand Master, who holds the authority to oversee all divisions and their leaders and serves as the spiritual leader of the entire Knights Templar. His position is of utmost esteem and remains unassailable. However, to my knowledge, the role of Grand Master is currently vacant. Previously, there was much speculation at headquarters regarding why a Grand Master had not been elected from among the division leaders. Yet now, I suspect those individuals may have begun to comprehend the reasons behind it. Upon hearing the old priest's words, especially the implications contained within, Clarence couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "So, they are awaiting my emergence?" The old priest gazed solemnly into his eyes and replied, "Perhaps, but I must say, should you be ultimately chosen as Grand Master, I hope you will remember the words I have shared with you today." Clarence, in contemplation, responded, "Your statement today suggests that you intend to remind me of the burdens and responsibilities I would assume as Grand Master, the spiritual leader of the Knights Templar, if I were to be elected?" The old priest, hearing his interpretation, could not suppress a chuckle. "If that is how you perceive it, then let it be so." Clarence, somewhat perplexed by the old priest's reaction, found himself unsure of what he was truly trying to convey. However, as he could not decipher it, he chose not to dwell on the matter further and resumed reading the remainder of the letter. Once he had finished the entire content, Clarence neatly folded the letter and returned it to the old priest. Thus, the package contains the formal appointment letter and some procedural documents. In truth, he did not expect a response from the old priest, but instead, he directly opened the package to examine its contents. Indeed, it was the formal appointment letter along with various procedural documents. However, upon noticing a certain detail within the appointment letter, Clarence once again found himself puzzled and inquired of the old priest. What does the authority to autonomously summon and select personnel signify? The old priest was well aware that Clarence could not possibly misunderstand the essence of this authority. However, he still posed the question, indicating that his inquiry was not merely about the phrase's literal meaning, but rather the implications it entailed. The old priest smiled and elucidated that, at present, aside from yourself, there are no other formal members in your knightly order. Furthermore, should you take a liking to any cleric within the church, you possess the right to compel their inclusion in your order to serve you. In other words, I must devise my own methods for recruiting personnel. The old priest nodded and gestured for Sister Joanna to come closer. You should be aware of my inclinations and opinions. Yet I must concede that individuals sharing my sentiments are but a minority. To shield you from the machinations of those with ulterior motives, particularly their covert schemes, I recommend that Sister Joanna and Sister Shirley join your knightly order. Chapter 19. Acceptance. You need not doubt their faith and integrity. They can also serve as a bulwark against the underhanded actions of ill-intentioned individuals, relieving you of such troubling concerns. Upon hearing this, Clarence scrutinized Sister Joanna, causing her delicate face to flush before he averted his gaze. If memory serves, the Knights Templar was disbanded by a certain pope in 1312, ostensibly to achieve a transition from overt to covert operations. Nevertheless, this dissolution indeed led to the demise of numerous Templars, steering the organization towards a path of elitism. Although it no longer handles mundane affairs, it is solely tasked with combating heretics and demonic forces, suggesting that the Templar Order is primarily engaged in warfare. This implies that even within a Templar detachment, there is a necessity for administrative personnel to manage documentation, yet the foremost priority remains the combatants. Thus, your recommendation of this sister for my order implies a desire for her to assume administrative duties? The old priest initially shook his head before offering a reminder. Since you have become the commander of this detachment, you may name it after your own surname. Naturally, other detachments follow suit for the sake of distinction. Moreover, Sister Joanna's role is entirely at your discretion. However, I have already arranged for Shirley to provide her with specialized combat training. I must mention that Sister Shirley is not only my adopted daughter, but also my disciple. Prior to her service at this church, she was a bona fide Knight Templar, having battled against numerous demons and heretics. Possessing an exceptionally rich combat experience, her prowess in battle is undeniably formidable. In response to the old priest's assertion, Clarence refrained from commenting directly, instead choosing to divert the conversation. He inquired how the priest could be so certain that he would accept the church's appointment to become the leader of a contingent of Templars, and potentially, in the future, ascend to the role of Grand Commander and spiritual leader of the order. The old priest regarded Clarence with a look of surprise and replied, I cannot presume to know how you shall choose, my lord. I merely convey the information I possess and what I am capable of doing. Ultimately, the decision lies entirely in your hands. He added, of course, if it were up to me, I would prefer you to remain distanced from the church. Engaging with it inevitably attracts unnecessary troubles, as there are always those whose desires and temptations cloud their judgment. Clarence silently regarded the old priest, observing his gray hair, aged visage, and dimmed eyes, and could not help but reflect on the wisdom that comes with age. Indeed, he had spoken both flattering and unflattering truths. Regardless of whether Clarence ultimately accepted or rejected the appointment, the old priest had fulfilled his duty. It seemed to affirm the saying that age brings wisdom. However, the question lingered, should he accept this appointment, or did he truly require such an influence? At that moment, Clarence was struck by the thought of his own bloodline, that of Michael. Purifying this lineage necessitated a profound faith in the Lord. Establishing a contingent of Templars dedicated to this cause, where the members would engage in daily prayers, could potentially yield an abundance of faith power. After all, if he were to recruit members, he would only select those with sincere devotion. It would be unthinkable to include an atheist. Moreover, given that the Templar Order historically transitioned from light to darkness, no longer handling mundane affairs, but rather focusing solely on battling heretics and demons, it implied that any mobilization would be for a combat mission. Once engaged in battle, the Templars would naturally seek divine protection. In such moments, the likelihood of generating significant faith power would increase. Not to mention, upon completing their missions, they might receive heartfelt gratitude from victims. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that these victims, having endured such trials, would genuinely come to believe in the church's deity. Consequently, this could potentially give rise to considerable faith power. If Clarence were to devise a method to create a batch of alchemical artifacts capable of autonomously collecting and storing the power of faith for the devout, allowing knights to employ these artifacts in their military endeavors, and upon their return, release the gathered faith in unison, one could indeed surmise that establishing a personal order of Knight Templars would serve as a continuous means to refine and stabilize his own lineage of Michael. As Clarence pondered the potential advantages and drawbacks of accepting such an appointment, the elderly priest delivered some rather distressing news. Your Excellency, are you aware that 5 years ago, the Vatican headquarters received over 500,000 requests for exorcism rituals from parishes across the globe? At that time, the Vatican believed these requests to be mere anomalies, exceptional cases unlikely to recur in such numbers. However, to their astonishment, by the end of the following year, the tally had escalated to over 800,000. In the third year, it surpassed 1 million, and by the fourth year, it reached 1.5 million. This year, based on projections, it is highly probable that the applications will exceed 2 million. This data indicates a significant annual increase. Upon hearing this, Clarence could not restrain himself from interjecting. So, what are you implying with this information? However, before the old priest could respond, he added, let us not forget that I have yet to accept this appointment, and thus, my current status is merely that of a wizard hailing from Britain, a graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and serving as the minister of the Ministry of Magic. The old priest, upon hearing this, understood the underlying message Clarence was conveying. He was indicating that until he formally accepted the Pope's appointment, Clarence would remain merely a wizard, maintaining a distinct boundary from the ordinary world and society. Nevertheless, despite comprehending the sentiment embedded within Clarence's words, the priest's expression remained unchanged, continuing to speak in a calm and measured tone. I merely wish to convey that the forces of darkness have awakened and are gradually spreading across the globe. Although the Church exerts control, there is still a measurable impact. The forces of darkness? Do you mean demons? No, the old priest replied with tranquility. I do not refer solely to demons, but to all matters pertaining to this domain, all of which have been affected by the resurgence of dark powers. The forces of darkness, indeed. As Clarence pondered the essence of this so-called dark power, and whether it merely bore a superficial meaning, a strikingly beautiful, yet aloof nun approached him. She first greeted the old priest before directing her gaze toward Clarence. Before he could inquire about her, the old priest took the initiative to introduce her. Through his introduction, Clarence learned that this seemingly icy nun was, in fact, Sister Sherry, whose full name was Sherry Elvin. After the introduction, the old priest continued. Although I do not wish to dwell on this matter, even without my words, you should comprehend the situation. The resurgence of this dark power, symbolizing evil, is not confined to affecting merely ordinary individuals. Clarence found this undeniable. Indeed, the influence of dark power would extend beyond ordinary people, impacting other groups that coexist in this world. Even those endowed with magical abilities, the wizards, would be among the first to suffer its consequences. After all, who bestowed upon wizards such extraordinary powers? At this juncture, Clarence regarded the old priest with a serious expression. I accept your appointment as Pope, but to serve him? You may write to him and inquire whether he dares to accept my service. The old priest, amused by Clarence's displeasure, chuckled softly. Even without sending a letter, I know His Majesty would not dare. Yet, we all understand that this appointment is merely a pretext. In fact, if it were your will, replacing the Pope would not be impossible. Very well, Clarence responded gravely. From this moment forth, I shall be the commander of the Stuart Knights and one of the leaders of the Templar Order. He then shifted his gaze towards Sister Sherry and Joanna. With utmost seriousness, he addressed Sister Sherry, Sherry Elvin. Do you wish to join the Stuart Knights and become a Templar? Although the initiation ceremony was rather modest, Sherry formally knelt on one knee, adhering to the proper chivalric customs to accept her induction into the order. However, her tone was so devoid of warmth that Clarence was left uncertain whether she genuinely desired to join. Nonetheless, having heard the old priest mention certain quirks of Sister Sherry's character earlier, he chose not to dwell on her cold demeanor. After symbolically assisting her to rise, his attention turned to Joanna. Joanna Citra, do you wish to join? Clarence reiterated to Joanna the words and actions he had just expressed to Shirley. And it was only then that the Knights of Stuart managed to extricate themselves from the awkward predicament of having only him as a solitary commander. However, while they had gained formal members, the location of their headquarters remained a significant concern, as a knightly order indeed necessitated a base of operations. Thus, Clarence turned once more to the old priest for clarification. The correspondence and the appointment letter did not specify the location of the order's headquarters. Therefore, where should the headquarters be established, particularly in relation to which parish? The latter inquiry was of utmost importance, for the Knights Templar, even in their subdivisions, primarily bore the responsibility of combating heretics and malevolent forces such as demons. Yet, resources such as intelligence, equipment, and funding all relied on the support of the parish. Hence, this question was of considerable significance, and it was the focal point of Clarence's inquiry. Given that His Majesty had not mentioned this matter in the correspondence or the appointment letter, I surmise that the headquarters of the order should be situated in the Vatican, unless there exists another directive within your package that facilitates alignment with all parishes. If such were the case, I believe the location of the headquarters could be determined at your discretion. However, it appears that the package does not contain such documents. Thus, I must make a journey to the Vatican to meet the Pope. Clarence interjected, completing the old priest's unspoken thoughts. I believe that is indeed the case. The old priest's tone was not entirely certain, indicating it was merely his conjecture. Alas, if that is the case, I must undertake the trip. However, upon reflection, I find myself quite intrigued by the arcane arts and rituals preserved within the church's headquarters, and this could serve as an opportune moment to explore them. Furthermore, how long will Joanna's specialized training take? When might she accompany me and Shirley to the Vatican? The old priest glanced at Shirley, noting her lack of response, and thus felt compelled to elucidate to Clarence. It is now mid-November, so I fear we shall have to wait until March of next year to make the journey to the Vatican. However, if you are interested in the church's arcane arts and rituals, I am well versed in many aspects. Though I must clarify that my knowledge pertains solely to the unique arcane arts and combat skills within the Knights Templar. Upon hearing this, Clarence discerned the implication. I hope there are still available rooms within your church. As you wish. Additionally, I believe you should observe how Shirley trains Joanna. After all, it is essential for you to personally recruit members for the Order, and the responsibilities of the Order predominantly revolve around combat. Hence, you ought to familiarize yourself with the combat prowess and tactics of a legitimate Templar Knight. Thank you for your reminder. I shall take a moment to observe how Shirley has been instructing Joanna. Subsequently, Clarence bid farewell to the old priest and Shirley, returning to his lodgings. He began to gather his personal belongings and luggage, as he anticipated that he would be residing in the church for the foreseeable future. His possessions were rather few, consisting merely of a handful of garments and some writing materials. Thus he swiftly organized everything into his pendant box. After settling his room, Clarence did not proceed directly to the church upon leaving the inn. Aware that it would take some time to prepare the guest quarters there, he meandered through the town, purchasing any intriguing trinkets he encountered along the way. In fact, he was under a misapprehension. The church in this quaint town had, even before his arrival, prepared a guest room at the behest of the old priest. Moreover, at every church along his route, the responsible clergy had similarly arranged a room for him, anticipating that should Clarence wish to stay at the church, he would have a clean and tidy space to accommodate him. Although he had rarely taken refuge in churches during his journey, preferring inns or hotels, the numerous churches along his path had nevertheless prepared a room for him in anticipation. Of course, Clarence was unaware of this at the time, nor would he have the opportunity to learn of it later, as no one would mention such trivial matters to him. After wandering about the town, he eventually arrived at the church. The old priest and others did not inquire why Clarence had taken so long. Instead, they simply directed Joanna to escort him to the guest room. A cursory glance around the room revealed little distinction from typical church accommodations. After surveying the layout, Clarence retrieved some of his garments and personal items from his pendant box and placed them in the room. He did not mind that Joanna, the young nun, had not yet exited. He felt at liberty to demonstrate his magical abilities openly. After all, she was now privy to the realities of this world and would frequently witness such occurrences. Thus there was no need for him to conceal anything from her. While arranging his belongings, he inquired of Joanna how long she had been undergoing Shirley's unique training. To be precise, it had been less than a day. She had only learned of these matters yesterday. Joanna's expression appeared rather peculiar as she spoke on this subject. Do not be deceived by the fact that she only discovered the harsh realities of this world yesterday and has just begun her unique training under Shirley. Yet, how can one describe the overwhelming urge she felt to simply succumb to death within that brief training session lasting less than 10 minutes? Not only did her body endure considerable punishment, but her mind was also far from at ease. Indeed, Shirley's so-called special training involved immediate engagement in hand-to-hand combat. Prior to yesterday, Joanna was merely an ordinary girl, still classified as a minor under local laws. Even though she served as a nun in the church, she remained blissfully unaware of the world's true nature. Thus, how could she possibly withstand the extremities of Shirley's rigorous training? In fact, Joanna herself found it quite perplexing that she dared to return to the church today. Judging by your expression, it seems that Shirley's training was far from pleasant. Is it not? Oh, indeed. It was quite unbearable and exceedingly painful, especially during the moments of impact. Upon hearing Joanna's remarks, Clarence became intrigued and inquired further. What? Shirley's training commenced with direct combat, without any preliminary acclimatization? The little nun's face reflected a look of confusion. I am not familiar with the adaptation process you speak of, Captain, but Shirley indeed began with close-quarters combat training, although I was mostly on the receiving end of the blows. Clarence pondered thoughtfully, deducing that Shirley intended to train her through direct combat experience. While this method would undoubtedly be painful, it would also maximize her chances of survival in battle. Is that so? Joanna asked, her small face contorted in distress. Since you wield magic, Captain, is there a spell that could heal me, or perhaps numb my pain? Although I possess several means to accomplish what you request, I advise you to refrain from such thoughts. Pain serves to enhance your tolerance, ensuring that in the heat of battle, you will not be hindered by injuries. After all, a moment's negligence can lead to fatal consequences at the hands of the enemy. Furthermore, this very pain, Even injuries can enable your body to develop instinctive reactions for combat or evasive maneuvers at an accelerated pace. This is crucial for preserving your life in battle. Therefore, do you still wish to employ my methods for healing or to block your sensations of pain? The little nun pursed her lips and shook her head with a grimace. If it means preserving my life, then I shall endure the blows. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice suddenly resonated, advising not to merely dwell on the pain inflicted, but to consider how to retaliate while enduring the torment. Otherwise, one would merely be subject to a beating. Ah, Sister Shirley. Joanna, was startled, having failed to notice when Sister Shirley arrived and stood right behind me. Consequently, I felt a twinge of guilt for perhaps speaking ill of her just moments before, especially as I was caught in the act of disparaging her. The little nun was indeed flustered. Sister Shirley, undeterred by Joanna's anxious demeanor, calmly reminded her, "It is time for your special training today." After that, she turned to Clarence and inquired, "Captain, would you like to join us in exploring the church's basement?" Without hesitation, he nodded, eager to observe how Sister Shirley would train Joanna. Thus, the three of them ventured down to the church's underground, which served as Sister Shirley's armory and, in fact, her training ground. In summary, the church's basement was multifunctional. Once Clarence arrived in the basement with Shirley and Joanna, he took a brief tour before focusing his attention on the duo's specialized training. Indeed, his previous assumptions were confirmed. Sister Shirley's training method was purely practical and combat-oriented. Watching Joanna endure the blows was almost too much for Clarence. Of course, this merely described his current emotional state and did not imply he intended to avert his gaze. "Joanna, pay close attention. Focus on your footwork. Do not think about which direction to step. Instead, envision that you can only move in 4 directions: forward, backward, and to the left or right. Do not fixate on the distance you cover. Rather, concentrate on evading Sister Shirley's attacks." Perhaps due to Clarence's innate tendency to teach, his reminders had a significant effect, allowing the young nun to gradually find her footing during the training. At the very least, she was no longer just passively receiving blows. She began to develop a sense of evasion and defense. Occasionally, when the opportunity arose, she even managed to throw a few weak punches in retaliation. Chapter 22. Divine Combat Skills 2. Although Joanna's counterattacks were feeble and her speed woefully slow, her progress astonished the usually stoic Sister Shirley. Such a simple set of instructions could yield such remarkable improvement? This was neither scientific nor magical. Indeed, Joanna, do not rush into retaliation. Instead, acclimate yourself to the speed of Sister Shirley's attacks and take time to refine your footwork. At times, one might employ non-lethal parts of their body to act as an impediment, obstructing the opponent's offensive trajectory or intentions. This can serve as a suitable means of creating opportunities for counterattacks when circumstances demand it. Joanna exemplified this, making significant strides under the continuous guidance of Clarence. Ultimately, even when Shirley exerted her utmost effort, albeit solely in terms of speed, she could scarcely land a hit on the petite nun, as Joanna deftly evaded or defended against every strike. Even when hit, the impacts were non-fatal and did not impair her ability to move. Moreover, it is crucial to note that it was not just Joanna who experienced remarkable improvement due to Clarence's unwavering instruction. Even Shirley gleaned valuable insights from his advice, leading to her own advancements. This was nothing short of astonishing, as she was no novice but rather a seasoned warrior, having undergone countless life-and-death encounters. The rigors of such experiences had led her to a plateau in close combat techniques. Yet, due to the simple guidance from her newly appointed captain, she was able to progress significantly, which left Shirley both astonished and even somewhat shocked. Furthermore, this unique instruction and the resulting gains caused both Shirley and Joanna to lose track of time. It was only when Clarence inadvertently glanced at the clock that he realized an hour had slipped by unnoticed. He felt compelled to interject, halting the duo's combat training to allow them a moment of respite. While Shirley could easily withstand such intense training, Joanna was not as resilient. Once they paused, she felt as though all her strength had been drained, leaving her unsteady on her feet. Clarence, having anticipated this outcome, had positioned himself nearby and promptly supported the nearly collapsing Joanna. As he steadied her with one hand, he summoned his wand with the other, casting a spell with mild healing properties upon her. Although he had previously suggested that, in cases like Joanna's, where she was experiencing specialized training for the first time, it was best to allow her body to cultivate its instinct for combat. This meant refraining from employing extraordinary healing techniques to quickly mend her injuries. However, given the exceptional nature of the current situation, failing to administer even basic magical treatment could result in lingering injuries for Joanna, complicating her recovery later on. Nonetheless, by utilizing healing magic, he inadvertently became aware of Joanna's physical condition. Thus, as he tended to her wounds, Clarence compassionately revealed her true physical state. Through the feedback from the healing magic, I have discerned that Joanna's physical constitution may not be conducive to close combat, particularly in the realm of unarmed melee fighting. given her physical attributes. Such an approach seems rather ill-suited. She might do well to explore the use of weaponry, relying on their inherent power in battle. I would recommend the employment of modern firearms for combat, albeit under the condition that she herself wields them, imbuing the weapons with blessings or enchantments. Only those firearms that have been blessed or enchanted can inflict harm upon certain special entities. It is uncertain whether Joanna failed to comprehend this, or if her frail condition rendered her incapable of responding. Conversely, Shirley, standing nearby, grasped the crux of the matter. Though her expression remained impassive, a hint of regret seeped into her tone. Is it possible that Joanna is also ill-suited for learning divine arts, particularly the combat skills of the Templar Knights? While I remain unaware of the nature of the combat divine arts you refer to, I am certain they do not resemble the lengthy prayers of a cleric. Rather, they must be executed with utmost speed. Therefore, regardless of Joanna's aptitude for divine arts, she is likely unable to adapt to the rapid casting required. After all, her reflexes and physical condition are as they are. If this is indeed the case, it appears as though, as you, the captain, have suggested, Joanna is destined to pursue a path centered around weapon manipulation. However, concerning firearms, upon hearing the incomplete thought from Shirley, Clarence turned his curious gaze towards her and was taken aback to see an unusual expression of distress and conflict etched upon her face. What could possibly be the matter with firearms? Or is there some aspect of them that causes you such difficulty? I excel in the use of bladed weapons, often leveraging their material properties to exploit the weaknesses of foes. In other words, neither I nor my master are adept in the arts of blessing or enchanting. Maintaining her peculiar expression, Shirley articulated her feelings of difficulty and inner turmoil. Yet, what posed such a conundrum for Shirley was, paradoxically, one of Clarence's greatest strengths. Sister Shirley, I believe you have forgotten that I am not only your captain but also a wizard, well-versed in alchemy and potion-making. Upon this reminder from Clarence, Shirley realized her concern was misplaced, having indeed overlooked Clarence's additional identity. Consequently, her expression swiftly reverted to its previous cool detachment. Since you are proficient in this field, it is undoubtedly an advantage. However, I must remind you that while the power of firearms is substantial, their consumption is equally significant. The aspect of consumption is indeed a matter that warrants careful consideration. Clarence pondered this issue for a moment and realized that although addressing the consumption problem related to the blessings or enchantments of firearms is not insurmountable, the solutions are rather intricate. It requires the creation of various specialized alchemical machines and an abundance of unique magical materials, particularly concerning the storage space for these items. This issue cannot be resolved in haste. It will likely require a definitive establishment of the specific location of their nightly headquarters and garrison to find a comprehensive solution. As for the present, I shall devise a means to address this matter in due course. However, Sister Shirley, while you train Joanna in combat, you must also commence her instruction in the use of firearms. Chapter 23, Combat Divine Arts Skill 3. While Joanna was in the process of recuperation, Clarence began to introduce her to the foundational knowledge regarding the blessing rituals and enchantments of the church, imparting essential concepts that would lay the groundwork for her future mastery of these techniques. His teaching was earnest, and thus, it naturally triggered the eager to teach skill. Not only did Joanna rapidly absorb and digest the fundamental knowledge he conveyed, but Sister Shirley also benefited significantly. At the very least, she made considerable gains in the realm of blessings and enchantments. Upon the conclusion of Clarence's instruction, Shirley felt confident that she could perform simple blessings and enchantments on certain weapons. Unlike before, when her approach relied on the inherent properties of the weapons or the application of holy water and specific potions to achieve rudimentary blessings and enchantments. Her newfound knowledge enabled her to execute true blessings and enchantments. This marked a substantial advancement. After finishing his teachings, Clarence shifted his attention to Shirley. You must have rested well, so now let me witness the combat divine arts skills utilized by the formal Temple Knights. Following Clarence's command, Sister Shirley began to showcase the combat divine arts skills she had learned and mastered, demonstrating only those she was proficient in, not the entirety of the skills and arts available. After her performance, Clarence could not shake the feeling of déjà vu as he observed these so-called combat divine arts and skills. It is reminiscent of a classic single-player game from his past life, one that evokes memories of a certain title, perhaps Diablo or something akin. Nevertheless, the name is inconsequential. What truly matters is the divine arts and skills manifested by Shelley, particularly those associated with the Church's sacred powers and faith. They bear a striking resemblance to the two primary aura skills of the Paladin class. Notably, in terms of combat abilities, many of these skills closely resemble the combat techniques of Paladins. The sole distinction lies in the necessity for the user to harmonize with corresponding methods of attack and the appropriate weaponry to fully unleash their effects and potency. For instance, the Templars, driven by their devout faith in the Lord, can manipulate and utilize their belief's power to a certain extent, achieving various desired outcomes. However, a significant contrast to the skills found within the game is the distinctly blurred boundaries of the Templar's faith-based powers. These can shift fluidly in response to one's will, resolve, and emotional transcendence, allowing for a myriad of effects, some even with aggressive undertones. Moreover, this combat divine art possesses a rather unique attribute. The manipulation and application of faith's power can also extend its effects onto others. This is why Clarence remarked that their combat divine arts increasingly resemble the aura skills of the paladin class in the game. Of course, the limitations regarding the effects on others hinge on factors such as the user's degree of devoutness, the quantity of faith they possess, and the dynamics of active recognition versus passive acceptance. The former is quite straightforward. If the user acknowledges a certain individual, the effects can be imparted upon them. Conversely, passive acceptance pertains to clergy or lay followers of the same faith as the user, who may receive the effects of the combat divine arts depending on their level of belief. In essence, the strength of the passive acceptance of these combat divine arts is contingent upon the fervor of one's faith. Greater devotion results in stronger effects, while lesser faith yields diminished impact. Upon contemplating this, Clarence could not help but marvel internally, pondering how remarkably similar this combat divine art is to the skills of an aura. Subsequently, he sought Shelley's guidance on some foundational combat divine arts that Templars must master, eager to experience their effects firsthand. According to Shelley, a true Knight Templar must master several fundamental combat divine arts, such as prayer, meditation, and purification and redemption, which are primarily defensive in nature. Proficiency in these skills is essential, regardless of their potency. Mastery is imperative. However, there are no explicit mandates concerning offensive combat divine arts. Their acquisition is contingent upon one's personal effort, dedication, and innate talent. As previously mentioned, the essence of these divine arts lies in the manipulation and application of the faith energy that one embodies, particularly the responses of emotional energy, which play a crucial role in their execution. Given the uniqueness of individual temperaments, some Knights Templar may indeed struggle to learn and master certain combat divine arts, whether defensive or offensive. Clarence sought guidance from Shelley regarding the fundamental divine art known as prayer. This ability possesses healing properties, with its efficacy reliant on one's level of faith and the mastery achieved through relentless practice. Although Shelley may not be the most proficient instructor, Clarence did not require extensive teaching. He grasped the principles she articulated regarding the conversion of faith energy and the infusion of personal emotional energy into the art. Upon her explication of these foundational concepts, Clarence had already comprehended the combat divine art in its entirety. Unintentionally, he glanced at the open skill panel, particularly noting the newly activated simplified skill, which was none other than the prayer divine art. This prompted a surprised reaction from Shelley, who had just finished explaining the principles and was poised to continue her instruction. Upon witnessing Clarence effortlessly employ the prayer divine art, her eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her momentarily speechless. While her expression was undeniably endearing, it unmistakably conveyed her shock at Clarence's swift mastery of the prayer divine art, to the point of being almost startled. Although incredulous, the manifestation of a solid blue halo upon the ground where Clarence stood confirmed the successful execution of the prayer divine art. As for the effects of this divine art, Shelley remained unaware, as it was likely Clarence's first attempt, and he had yet to fully comprehend how to identify the beneficiaries of his invocation. She herself, due to certain peculiar reasons, and without having ascertained the situation, has always maintained a degree of vigilance and wariness towards such divine arts. Perhaps she had previously suffered setbacks due to some inept companions in this regard, and having experienced loss, she remains ever cautious of such circumstances. In other words, whenever unfamiliar individuals wield combat divine arts, she subconsciously rejects the effects of those arts unless she consciously lowers her guard. However, even though she is currently unaware of the specific effects of Clarence's prayer divine art, she can discern its potency simply by observing the solid blue aura emanating from beneath his feet. Indeed, the strength of such divine arts can be gauged not only by personal experience, but also by the density of the aura that appears beneath the practitioner. Just as Shirley intended to relax her guard and personally experience the effects of Clarence's prayer divine art, Joanna unexpectedly collapsed backward, staring vacantly at the sky. Clarence, engrossed in feeling and controlling the effects of the prayer divine art, had somewhat overlooked Joanna and was startled by her sudden reaction, hastily rushing to her side. He soon discovered that her complexion was unusually flushed and her eyes wide open, yet filled with a dreamy intoxication. After a brief examination, he noted that while her condition appeared somewhat unusual, he could not ascertain a specific cause. Therefore, Clarence promptly withdrew his wand to cast a detection spell. As he employed magic to ascertain Joanna's issue, Shirley approached to investigate, but, unable to discern anything, she merely looked up at Clarence, her gaze brimming with inquiry. Though she dared not interrupt his incantation, After conducting the detection, Clarence was left dumbfounded by the magical feedback, too incredulous to believe it at first. However, upon repeating the test and receiving the same result, he finally sheathed his wand with a look of utter incredulity, subsequently explaining Joanna's condition to Shirley. Rest assured, she is fine. She has merely been overly influenced by the effects of my divine art. Once her body gradually assimilates some of the healing power, she will recover. I recall the prayer divine art's effects pertain to healing and restoration. How could such a situation arise where it is too potent? Shirley remarked, having never heard of anyone experiencing adverse effects from excessive healing. Typically, one achieves results through targeted treatment, or conversely, if the remedy is misapplied, the condition worsens. She had never encountered an instance contrary to this. The feedback from the detection magic indicates such a phenomenon may occur, possibly due to the overwhelming strength of the divine art. Additionally, Sister Joanna's faith is exceedingly devout. However, she bore some wounds, and considering these various factors, it was merely a coincidence that this overzealous treatment situation arose. Clarence's words left Shirley somewhat bewildered. She was unfamiliar with the notion of excessive treatment. Captain, are you suggesting that Joanna's condition is merely a result of coincidence? If things were normal, this situation would not have occurred, correct? This was my speculation. To ascertain the truth, it seems we must conduct a series of experiments, particularly involving different individuals to achieve the most accurate results. Clarence did not intend to use Shirley as a subject for experimentation. Although he found some merit in his hypothesis, he was still unclear about the underlying issues, and naturally, he had no intention of subjecting Shirley to such trials. After all, if there were indeed problems, it would be unfair to her. Nevertheless, Clarence had no desire to have Shirley attempt this, yet the young woman, trusting him, proactively expressed her wish to experience the effects of his divine art firsthand. Since she insisted, Clarence felt it inappropriate to decline. At worst, the outcome would be akin to Joanna's experience, which was not overly concerning. In fact, Clarence's analysis of the situation was quite astute. At the very least, the results of Shirley's personal experiment indicated that Joanna's case was merely a unique circumstance, compounded by a few coincidental factors. Shirley's response was altogether normal, albeit perhaps somewhat excessively so. Observing the peculiar smile on Shirley's face, Clarence cautiously inquired about her current state and what sensations she was experiencing. I feel absolutely fantastic, and I am genuinely very happy. While it was understandable to feel good, why would it lead to such elation? Although this divine art does possess elements that influence emotions, it seemed unlikely that it could bring joy to someone as inherently stoic as Shirley. Perhaps sensing Clarence's inner doubts, Shirley realized that her words might have led to a misunderstanding and promptly began to clarify. It was only after hearing her explanation that Clarence comprehended the situation. Her joy was not a direct consequence of the divine art itself, but rather due to its remarkable efficacy, which had forcefully healed numerous hidden injuries within her body. It is worth noting that before arriving at this church, Shirley was a proper knight of the order, having endured countless perilous battles and life-threatening encounters. This has resulted in her body harboring numerous severe hidden injuries. After all, those with milder afflictions can often heal themselves through prayer and divine arts. As for the more serious injuries, not only has her own prayer and divine art been insufficient for complete healing, but she has also sought help from several seasoned knights of the temple, priests, and pastors who have delved deeply into such divine arts. Ultimately, it was not until now that Clarence's prayer and divine art managed to completely cure her more severe hidden injuries. Although she appears youthful and can endure the torment of these injuries when they flare up, who would willingly wish to be afflicted by such ailments? Thus, after suffering greatly, Shirley felt immense joy upon realizing that all her hidden injuries had been healed. Clarence, unable to fully grasp the depth of her happiness, diligently recorded her experience with pen and paper, intending to use it as experimental data. Subsequently, under her guidance, Clarence acquired a considerable amount of combat divine arts, yielding results that exceeded Shirley's expectations. In Chapter 25, titled Aura 2, although Clarence learned and mastered several combat skills under Shirley's tutelage, he still fell significantly short of the combat skills of a paladin. Moreover, he perceived that the combat skills developed by the Temple Knights lacked completeness. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that although the Temple Knights have existed until now and continuously engage in research and development of combat divine arts and skills, their previous focus had predominantly leaned towards combat divine arts, which Clarence referred to as aura magic. This has resulted in a stark deficiency in the research and development of combat skills compared to aura divine arts. Thus, Clarence's impression was not unfounded. Indeed, the Temple Knights' research regarding combat skills was rather underdeveloped, lacking even in foundational theory. As for why the internal research of the Temple Knights is more inclined towards aura divine arts rather than combat skills, Shirley explained that there are overlaps in applicability and function between combat skills and aura divine arts. Furthermore, not every member of the Temple Knights is suited for direct combat. In other words, While they are referred to as knights, their combat methods are quite diverse and not solely based on direct confrontation. This very reason has led to a greater emphasis in the research and development within the Temple Knights on the versatile and applicable Aura Divine arts, rather than purely combat-oriented skills. Understanding this reasoning and situation, Clarence lost any inclination to delve deeper into the study of combat skills. Recognizing that even the foundational aspects of this field remained incomplete and thus unworthy of further exploration. Even in the realm of research, one must first ensure that fundamental aspects are thoroughly perfected before delving further. In the days that followed, Clarence devoted himself to the study of the domain of Halo Divine Arts. He not only mastered the Halo Divine Arts that Shelley had acquired, practicing them diligently, but also sought the counsel of the old priest for a period of time. After extracting all the knowledge he could from the priest, he then continued his inquiries independently, seeking a deeper understanding of this field. By February 1981, Clarence had made significant strides in his research and integrated some of his findings into his own elemental magic system. Generously, he sought to share his newfound knowledge with Shelley and her companions. Shelley, receptive to his teachings, gradually learned to wield the new Halo Divine arts that Clarence had developed, albeit with some lack of finesse. However, with time and practice, it was likely she would be able to incorporate them into her own combat repertoire. As for the old priest, he declined Clarence's offer of instruction, expressing that he was nearing his journey to the divine realm and saw no need to learn new Halo Divine arts. He preferred to savor the remaining moments of his life, enjoying the retirement that came with his role as a priest in the church. For the old priest, this current occupation perhaps represented his version of a tranquil retirement. Since the old priest was unwilling, Clarence did not press the matter. Instead, while instructing Shelley, he began to teach Joanna, formally introducing her to the study of Halo skills. One might wonder why he did not teach Joanna concurrently with Shelley during her training. The answer lies in Shelley's rigorous training schedule and Joanna's own personal commitments, which left her with little time. Additionally, while Joanna held a devout faith, she was initially unable to sense or manipulate the power of her belief. It was only through Shelley's specialized training that she could begin to perceive and tenuously control this divine energy, thus paving the way for her formal studies in Halo Divine arts and other divine techniques within the church. Although Joanna had been unable to engage with the divine arts due to her lack of control over her faith, Clarence did not remain idle. He provided her with theoretical knowledge and practical attempts in blessings and enchantments, laying a solid and robust foundation for her future endeavors. This marked the beginning of her formal studies, and her progress accelerated significantly. In addition to instructing Shirley and Joanna, Clarence did not neglect his own practice of simplification skills and templates, as well as various research experiments, which continuously bolstered his own capabilities. Naturally, he remained committed to his ambition of establishing a religion, frequently seeking guidance from the old priest. Although the old priest had previously served solely as a knight of the Templar Order and not in a clerical role, one would assume his understanding of religious systems was limited. However, the old priest's situation was rather unique. He was not only a formal member of the Templar Order, but also held the position of priest in a particular church. Otherwise, how could the Vatican have assigned him such a role after his retirement from the order? It is worth noting that the retired knights from the Templar Order typically lead lives akin to those of ordinary individuals. Thus, Clarence gleaned a wealth of experience related to religious systems from the old priest. In fact, to immerse himself in the experience, Clarence served as a cleric in the church for nearly 2 months. The old priest publicly stated that Clarence was a priest transferred from the Vatican. It is uncertain whether it was due to his striking appearance and charm, but during his tenure as a temporary cleric, the church was almost always filled to capacity, even on days of rest. While his appearance and charm played a part, the primary influence stemmed from the recently activated bloodline of Michael within him. The effects of this bloodline brought forth extraordinary changes, not solely known to Clarence, but also manifesting in more mystical transformations. For instance, his demeanor inspired trust in those meeting him for the first time, leaving a gentle and kind first impression. Moreover, whenever he recounted any scripture, an ethereal glow of sanctity would envelop him, giving the impression of a saint among mortals. Indeed, in the local community, Clarence was often referred to as a living saint, although many who were unfamiliar with the details mistakenly called him a saintly maiden, not only in the local area, but also in neighboring villages and towns. Clarence's reputation was quite substantial. Chapter 26, A Letter Arrives Again. As March commenced, Joanna's specialized training reached its conclusion, particularly following an exceptionally unique evaluation. What was this evaluation? The church received a letter requesting the administration of an exorcism ceremony, and the old priest entrusted Joanna with the responsibility of leading the ceremony, while Clarence and Shirley accompanied her to oversee the proceedings. Clarence has become exceptionally renowned in the surrounding regions, and upon arriving at the location designated for the exorcism ritual, the family in question harbored some reservations. They were taken aback to discover that the ceremony would be conducted not by a priest, but by a rather young nun. whose age was uncertain, leading to some murmurs of discontent. However, their apprehensions dissipated upon noticing the presence of Clarence and the impassive Shirley accompanying her. At the very least, even if the young nun lacked the requisite skills to effectively exorcise the entity, they still had Clarence, a living saint, by their side. Furthermore, the elder nun, though stern and somewhat aloof, exuded a sense of reliability that further assuaged their concerns. With both Clarence and Shirley present for the exorcism, the family felt a profound sense of reassurance, even discounting any doubts about the young nun's capabilities. In truth, Joanna, the young nun, proved to be quite dependable. Her first exorcism was remarkably successful, requiring neither Clarence nor Shirley's intervention. She adeptly resolved the situation on her own, although it could be attributed, in part, to the feeble nature of the entity that had possessed the child. Nevertheless, it was still an extraordinary presence, one that ordinary individuals could not contend with. Joanna's ability to independently vanquish the supernatural entity demonstrated her qualifications to handle such extraordinary events on her own. She also delivered an impressive performance during Shirley's assessment. With this, her specialized training reached its conclusion, signaling the time for her to move on. As Clarence, Shirley, and Joanna each prepared their belongings for the next flight to the Vatican headquarters, Clarence unexpectedly received a letter. Upon seeing the familiar emblem on the envelope, particularly the sender's name, his expression soured. Yet, he stifled his revulsion and opened the letter to examine its contents. After all, the old bee would not send him a letter merely to engage in idle chit-chat, especially one dispatched across countries. Thus, it was clear that the letter contained something of significance, and he felt compelled to read it. However, after skimming through the content, the disgust on his face deepened. The letter did not convey any critical information, at least not from Clarence's perspective. So, what could possibly elicit such a reaction? It was Dumbledore's notification that preparations against Voldemort were nearing fruition, and in light of potential failure, or worse, death at the hands of Voldemort, precautions were being taken. In the realm of academia, the presence of a formidable wizard is indispensable, prompting the consideration of inviting Clarence to return to Hogwarts for a position. It was further disclosed that he had successfully persuaded Severus Snape to resume his role as the potions master. And even Mia Sandek expressed her intention to return to her alma mater in a teaching capacity. Upon reading this particular segment of the letter, Clarence couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did that old bee truly believe that Snape and Mia's willingness to return to Hogwarts would imply his own return as well? What led him to assume that his relationship with these two was such that they would follow each other to the same place? Thus, the old bee's emotional manipulation left Clarence in a state of amusement. Moreover, even if Voldemort were to eliminate Dumbledore directly, he, too, would not emerge unscathed. Importantly, regardless of whether Clarence chose to return to Hogwarts, that fiend would certainly not dare to act with impunity. After contemplating the contents, he casually retrieved a blank sheet of paper from his desk drawer, folded it neatly, and placed it in an envelope for the owl that had been waiting to deliver it back. He paid no heed to the forlorn gaze of his poor owl, which was fixed on him in despair for the lack of treats. As Clarence and his companions boarded their flight to Vatican City with their inconspicuous luggage, Dumbledore, on the other end, finally received a response. Upon examining the blank sheet of paper, he comprehended Clarence's intent. With a sigh, he recognized that this approach had failed. Though it was plausible that Clarence, currently traversing the globe, may not have the inclination to return to Hogwarts, perhaps they could attempt again another time. Upon their arrival at the Vatican, Clarence and his companions were warmly received by the Pope himself, whose personal greeting at the headquarters naturally prompted others to follow suit. After exchanging pleasantries, Clarence was invited into the Pope's office for a more in-depth discussion. A rare opportunity for him to engage in dialogue with the Holy Father and seek clarification on various matters and inquiries. Once seated, it was solely Clarence and the Pope who took their places, while the Pope's female assistant, along with Shelley and Joanna, stood attentively behind them. Once settled, Clarence promptly addressed his questions, particularly those concerning the prophecies recorded in the tome that had weighed heavily on his mind. He expressed a desire to meet the individual responsible for interpreting these prophecies, wishing to inquire how they had discerned that he was indeed the angel foretold within. In other words, what evidence led them to assert that he was the prophesied celestial being? In response to Clarence's request, the Pope, along with the headquarters, would naturally not obstruct him from meeting with those who originally translated and interpreted the prophecies. After all, there was no inherent necessity or significance in preventing such an endeavor. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the translator had long since passed away. How fortuitous! Clarence was taken aback, unable to fathom that upon his arrival at the church's headquarters, the interpreter of the prophecies had coincidentally departed from this world. Perceiving the skepticism in his gaze, the Pope hastily provided clarification. I believe there may be a misunderstanding, Your Excellency. The prophecies were indeed translated by certain special individuals, though it seems no one has informed you that these exceptional persons were figures from modern history. Upon hearing the Pope's explanation, Clarence retracted his earlier doubtful expression, yet continued to inquire. Might you enlighten me as to when this particular individual translated these contents? The Pope paused to recollect, and after a gentle reminder from his female assistant, he responded, if I am not mistaken, it should have been in 1919, seemingly at the beginning of the year, when the content was translated through extraordinary means. The Pope then sighed regretfully, expressing, it is unfortunate, for we cannot ascertain whether it was due to that translation that the special individual exhausted their strength, potentially affecting their lifespan, leading them to return to the embrace of the Lord before the year's end. After a moment of somber reflection, Clarence resumed his questioning about how the Pope and the headquarters regarded those prophecies. Chapter 27, Headquarters. Confronted with Clarence's complex inquiry, the Pope's demeanor shifted, and the smile faded from his face. He replied solemnly, stating that the majority of individuals within the headquarters, including himself, held the perspective of non-interference, offering assistance wherever feasible, without probing, questioning, or influencing the matter at hand. However, he then expressed a sense of helplessness, remarking, though we initially adopted this stance, it has proven quite challenging to uphold. I believe you are already aware that some within the headquarters harbor thoughts that diverge slightly from our own. Clarence nodded, acknowledging that he had heard references to this matter from the elderly priest during his time at the church in the Sandler region. Thus he possessed some understanding of the situation. Since that old fellow mentioned it to you, I can only surmise he has also conveyed the matter regarding the resurgence of dark forces, he added. Clarence nodded again, affirming that this was indeed the primary reason he accepted the appointment bestowed by the Pope. Upon hearing this response, a look of gratification spread across the Pope's aged visage. It seems that you now understand the reason why, despite our initial thoughts and attitudes, you find yourself seated in my office. Observing the Pope's expression, Clarence, though reluctant, felt compelled to speak up. I do not wish to adorn my actions and choices with grandiloquent justifications. The truth is, my decision stems from the fact that the magical realm cannot remain unscathed amidst the resurgence of darkness. Furthermore, due to certain circumstances, I indeed require the Church's power. So I trust you grasp my intent. Yes, I comprehend fully and can appreciate your perspective, yet I must candidly state that you may not agree with my assertion. Nonetheless, in my view, whether for the sake of the magical world or personal matters, since you have chosen this path, could there not be some divine arrangement at play? Perhaps so, yet I must insist that I will tread the path I deem correct, making choices I believe to be right, irrespective of any other arrangements or influences. In other words, I am indifferent to whether my choices and the path I take are under the sway of your divine will. The Pope nodded, affirming that one's own will is paramount and that it is unnecessary to concern oneself with the opinions of others. After all, even I have not descended into the arrogance of imposing my thoughts on others. Clarence cast a deep glance at the Pope, whose response had shifted after probing, and opted not to pursue this topic further. Instead, he transitioned to a matter of utmost importance, particularly for Clarence. Moreover, Your Holiness, I seek to clarify that although you have appointed me as the leader of the newly established branch of the Knights Templar and granted me the autonomy to summon and select personnel, I am curious about where the headquarters and base of the order will be situated and how it will connect with the respective dioceses. Regarding the headquarters and base of your order, I initially intended for it to be established within the central headquarters, but upon reflection, I believe it is best left to your discretion. After all, you should be aware that aside from certain individuals with ulterior motives, the primary reason for your appointment to lead a newly formed branch of the Knights Templar is to facilitate a more rapid and effective response to the challenges posed by the resurgence of dark forces. However, after further contemplation, I realized that given your capabilities, the specific location of the Knights headquarters and base should not significantly impact operations. Of course, if it were left to my preference, I would hope that you could establish the Knights base and headquarters in the Vatican, as that would be ideal. As Clarence was on the verge of declining the establishment of the headquarters in Vatican City, he suddenly seemed to reconsider, swallowing back the words of refusal that were almost at the tip of his tongue. Upon further reflection, the implication of the old Pope's previous statement became clear. The establishment of his knightly order's headquarters in the Vatican would facilitate a more prompt and effective response to the myriad challenges posed by the resurgence of dark forces. However, as the Pope himself stated, with his capabilities, he would be able to mobilize and address any incidents or tasks upon receiving intelligence and information. Therefore, the location of the knightly order's headquarters seemed to bear little significance. Yet, the Pope had chosen to mention it, suggesting that there were indeed other factors and circumstances at play, ones that the Pope found difficult to articulate. Was this a measure to protect the Vatican, the heart of the Church? But why not consolidate additional forces to oversee it? Surely, the headquarters of such a prestigious institution could not lack a modicum of extraordinary power to safeguard it, exemplified by the special elite unit known as the Papal Guard. Perplexed, Clarence subtly inquired whether there were issues with the guarding forces at the Vatican headquarters. When I arrived earlier, I sensed no extraordinary power present within the headquarters. Of course, his claim of not sensing anything was merely a convenient excuse. In truth, he had already detected the presence and exact locations of those extraordinary powers. Upon hearing Clarence's question, both the old Pope and his female assistant revealed expressions of delight. The Pope's response seemed to indicate that the guarding forces at the headquarters might indeed be facing some difficulties. However, this issue did not imply that the extraordinary forces themselves had faltered. Rather, it suggested that other factors had rendered the Pope unable to fully command this force. It was conceivable that the Pope had lost trust in the very forces tasked with safeguarding the headquarters, which might explain his subtle insistence on having Clarence establish his Stuart Knightly Order's headquarters in Vatican City. This way, the Pope could mobilize an external force. Let us see how the old Pope responded. Indeed, there have been some issues with the guarding forces, he stated succinctly, and then fell silent. It was this very response that confirmed Clarence's suspicions. In that case, I shall establish the headquarters in Vatican City. But I hope the space and scope can be somewhat larger, Clarence declared. The aged Pope, elated by Clarence's agreement to establish his order's headquarters at the church's headquarters, signaled to his female assistant to retrieve a map that had been prepared in advance. Chapter 28. Headquarters Location 2. This map was specifically commissioned by the Pope upon learning of Clarence's imminent arrival at Vatican City. It depicted the architectural layout of the Vatican Palace, particularly highlighting the subterranean sections. Indeed, the Pope intended for Clarence's Stuart Knights to establish their headquarters within the underground of the palace where he resided. Naturally, given that this was the headquarters of the church, the subterranean spaces had been optimally utilized. Even beneath the palace they currently occupied, there existed well-developed underground facilities. Moreover, this utilization extended beyond merely excavating a single floor. It encompassed several layers, fully capitalizing on the value of the subterranean space. The Pope prepared this map to allow Clarence to select a suitable location or to ascertain whether he preferred to construct a separate headquarters. Should Clarence choose to build the Knights' underground headquarters himself, this map would also serve a purpose, at the very least reminding him that the subterranean area had already been excavated and modified. Observing the map, which illustrated that the surface area of Vatican City paled in comparison to the combined underground space, Clarence raised his gaze to the Pope in bemusement. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, the Pope lamented the limited size of Vatican City, which could be likened to that of a small village. A complete tour would scarcely take half an hour. Beyond the confines of Vatican City lay foreign territory, akin to venturing abroad. Thus, it was essential to make optimal use of the underground space at the church's headquarters. Clarence examined the map, noting the intricate honeycomb-like design of the subterranean structures. Was the underground construction solely restricted to the confines of Vatican City? The Pope nodded affirmatively, indicating that should Clarence wish to build independently, it would be prudent to select a location within the headquarters boundaries. Ultimately, Clarence identified a suitably appropriate site and resolved to construct the Knights' headquarters directly beneath this location through magical means. Upon seeing Clarence's chosen spot, the Pope advised him to address any construction or modification concerns directly with the female assistant, who would manage these affairs. After Clarence and his companions departed the Pope's office, they followed the assistant towards the selected site. They soon arrived at the specified location, which was actually outside the palace's perimeter. However, the Pope had not elaborated on this matter previously. After all, as he himself stated, the entirety of Vatican City is quite compact. Regardless of whether a location falls within the palace's boundaries, it is, in essence, part of Vatican City. As long as the chosen site lies within these confines, it remains within the headquarters. Upon arriving at the specific location, Clarence first surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction before drawing his wand to commence his enchantments, transforming the earth beneath the surface. Although the surface appeared tranquil and unchanging, with no sounds or disturbances, beneath it, a tempest of activity surged. Under the influence of magic, vast subterranean spaces were rapidly constructed, each level meticulously divided into distinct areas. Additionally, Clarence utilized the map he had previously examined to magically connect the waste disposal system of the headquarters to that of the entire city. Once Clarence ceased his incantations, the ground beneath them had been thoroughly transformed, nearly complete, save for the electrical systems yet to be integrated. The entrance and exit locations included not only the current site, but also a passageway leading to the Pope's residence. Now, it was merely a matter of erecting some structures to conceal these entrances for direct access. Subsequently, Clarence escorted the Pope's female assistant, along with Shirley and Joanna, to tour the newly established subterranean headquarters, primarily to discuss the integration of electrical systems and other related matters. It is worth noting the awe experienced by the three women as they explored this freshly transformed underground headquarters. After their preliminary tour, Clarence informed Shirley and Joanna that the entire first underground level was designated for residential purposes, allowing them to select a room of their liking. He then continued with the female assistant toward the lowest level, deliberately lowering his voice to indicate that, apart from the entrance they had just used, Another passageway provided access to the Pope's residence. Thus, he requested the assistant's assistance in devising a means to conceal this entrance. Furthermore, for the sake of the Pope's security, he intended to create 2 portals with teleportation capabilities, directly linking to the Knight's headquarters. These portals were to be discreetly placed in the Pope's office and living quarters, and it was imperative that knowledge of them be restricted to only a select few trusted individuals. Upon hearing this, the assistant immediately grasped Clarence's intentions, nodding and explaining with a hint of bitterness in her tone. Perhaps in other matters, the royal guard of the headquarters can be deemed trustworthy. However, in issues pertaining to your excellency, the guard. Clarence nodded in understanding. I can comprehend, for when numbers increase, diverse thoughts and voices inevitably emerge. Even the will and decisions of His Holiness, the Pope, may not represent everyone's sentiments. Nevertheless, I had not anticipated the situation would deteriorate to such an extent. I shall arrange for several formidable knights to stand guard by the 2 portals, ensuring the safety of both you and the Pope. As they spoke, the 2 soon arrived at the lowest level of the residence, specifically the 22nd basement. The female assistant surveyed the peculiar layout of this final space, inquiring curiously about its intended purpose. What do you plan to use this level for? The arrangement seems rather strange. This level, I intend to serve as a sealing place for certain unique entities, hence its unusual design, Clarence explained. By special entities, do you mean beings akin to demons? The assistant struggled to grasp Clarence's words, questioning what precisely these unique entities were. Let me think of a way to clarify this for you. Well, this space can be utilized to seal away those with curses and such. You may also regard it as a prison for demons or malevolent spirits. Chapter 29, Special Individuals. Without delving into how the Pope's personal assistant managed matters, it was still before evening when the Knightly Order's headquarters was connected to the power supply. Even the 2 entrances had been rationalized, with buildings swiftly erected above to serve as cover. The construction above the headquarters was officially described as a dining hall not open to the public. As for what was meant by not open to the public, only Clarence and his fellow knights, along with the Pope and his personal assistant, were privy to that information. Regarding the entrance to the Pope's residence, the female secretary had used her desire for a new office as a pretext to move her office into the very room of the entrance. Though this room was situated in a corner and ostensibly inconvenient for serving His Holiness, curiously, the old Pope did not express any discontent. On the contrary, he went so far as to provide justifications for his assistant, suggesting that had it not been for the immutability of his office, he would have preferred to relocate to the assistant's sunlit room. In summary, the construction of the building above the entrance to the palace did not raise any suspicions, as the headquarters required the construction of a dining hall, and with only 3 members in the Knightly Order, Clarence and his companions chose to temporarily reside in the accommodations arranged by the female assistant. As they awaited the completion of the cafeteria's construction, Clarence and his companions resided in the heart of Vatican City, each leading their own lives. Clarence, in particular, had taken refuge within the church's headquarters, nestled in the secret library dedicated to the arcane arts and sacred rituals. He immersed himself in the study of the church's extensive collection of divine techniques and ceremonial practices, diligently recording them in his alchemical notebook for future reference. Meanwhile, Shirley and Joanna occupied their time as well. The former, seizing the opportunity, practiced diligently to master the new halo techniques she had learned from Clarence. Joanna, on the other hand, continued her foundational studies in the realm of divine arts, following a meticulously crafted study plan provided by Clarence. In addition to her studies, he encouraged her to focus on the knowledge of blessings and enchantments, as well as honing her skills in the operation of modern firearms. As the cafeteria's entrance neared completion, the trio anticipated moving into their new residence. One afternoon, a young clergyman unexpectedly arrived at Clarence's abode, clutching a note. Upon his return, Clarence was greeted warmly, and the clergyman handed him the note, stating, "Father Seville sent me here, saying you could assist me." "Father Seville recommended you?" Clarence replied, recalling that Seville was a professor of the exorcist training course at the headquarters. "So, you are one of his students?" The young clergyman, identified as Michael Kovac, nodded in affirmation and confirmed his status as one of Seville's current pupils. "You mentioned that I could help you. What assistance do you require?" Clarence inquired once more. "Indeed. While it may not be entirely appropriate to speak of such matters in this place, Michael began to share his situation, particularly the 2 matters for which he sought Clarence's aid. The first stemmed from a traumatic experience in his childhood that had shaken his faith in the Lord, leading him to a state of skepticism. He wished to witness a genuine miracle to restore his belief. The second matter was not of a personal nature. Father Seville had initially recommended that Michael seek out a friend named Lucas Trevan, who was also a priest and an expert exorcist, before approaching Clarence. Michael's experiences with Father Lucas did little to restore his wavering faith. Rather, they intensified his skepticism regarding the priest, who was currently engaged in an exorcism for the niece of a parishioner. If that niece had been an ordinary individual, Michael might have harbored doubts yet remained untroubled. However, the circumstances surrounding her were anything but typical. Not only was she an unwed mother, but she was also still a minor. Upon analyzing various situational details, Michael discovered that her pregnancy was fraught with complications linked to her biological father. As if that were not enough, his observations led him to suspect that the girl might be grappling with significant psychological issues. Given that Michael was already questioning the existence of God, it was unfathomable for him to trust the esoteric practice of exorcism. To express it more pragmatically, if mishandled, the outcome could be fatal for both the girl and her unborn child. Thus, it was only natural for Michael to be filled with trepidation. When he sought Father Lucas's insights on this matter, the priest assured him that he was a legitimate doctor, possessing the necessary credentials. Faced with such a declaration, what could Michael do? Upon returning to headquarters, he relayed the situation to Father Seville, who encouraged him to place his trust in Father Lucas. Moreover, Seville suggested that if Michael remained unconvinced, he should seek assistance from Clarence, providing him with the latter's address. After hearing Michael's account, Clarence poured him a glass of water, having already invited him into the room to sit and converse, rather than eavesdropping from the doorway. "Thank you," Michael said, accepting the disposable cup. "No need for thanks. It's merely a glass of water. I am already aware of the situation you described. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to see Father Lucas. The girl's condition is indeed complex, and any unforeseen complications could prove fatal. As for your concerns, Michael," at this point, Clarence deliberately paused. "I perceive that your desire for assistance stems from a wish for me to witness a miracle alongside you, rather than a divine act. This indicates that your skepticism runs deep, extending beyond mere doubt in the existence of the Lord to questioning his power." Chapter 30, The Special Ones Too. Upon hearing Clarence's final words, Michael's countenance paled. It is essential to recognize that this is the Vatican City, the very heart of the Church. Here, one might not face significant repercussions for being deemed lacking in faith or piety. However, to be accused of doubting the Lord's power, or even his existence, is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest without any means of protection. Thus, once this matter becomes known, Michael begins to question whether he can ever leave the confines of Vatican City. He finds himself perplexed as to why he would voice such sentiments in a place like the Vatican, especially to someone he has just met. Even if the other person possesses an otherworldly beauty that renders him feeling utterly powerless, he cannot justify taking a life simply because he has spoken words he ought not to have uttered. Despite having encountered numerous corpses throughout his life due to his father's profession in the funeral industry, this does not imply he is capable of committing murder against an innocent soul. As Michael contemplates this unsettling realization, his handsome face pales in fear. This expression elicits an uncontrollable laugh from Clarence. Rest assured, Michael, do not underestimate the Lord's compassion. Furthermore, do not presume that everyone in this headquarters of the Church is a zealous fanatic. There are indeed those who harbor doubts, perhaps having unintentionally revealed his innermost thoughts. Michael appears somewhat embarrassed. The atmosphere here is far more progressive than I had anticipated. Clarence shakes his head, his demeanor becoming serious once more. In truth, you must have sensed that it is inappropriate to divulge your most authentic self to a mere stranger you have just met. Perhaps it is due to your gentle and benign disposition that makes you seem harmless, Michael offers as a rationalization for his unusual candor. Clearly aware of the peculiarity of the situation, your skepticism has reached a rather critical level, and I fear that mere words will not suffice to alleviate the myriad of uncertainties within you. Therefore, I suggest you return for now. Tomorrow morning, at 7:30. Come back to meet me, and together we shall visit Father Lucas to meet the pregnant girl. As Michael bids farewell to Clarence and walks back to his lodgings, he feels invigorated, as though he now perceives the world through a lens of vibrant hues. No longer does he see things through a veil of gloom, for even colors that should exude vitality seem to have lost their essence, as if life itself is ebbing away. This revitalized Michael's long-standing, seemingly melancholic state of mind. Infusing it with an inexplicable joy, he found himself searching for a reasonable explanation for this sudden shift in his emotions, yet could not conjure a plausible rationale. There was even a burgeoning desire within him to engage more frequently with Clarence in the future. This inclination stemmed not only from an appreciation and pursuit of beauty, but also from the transformative effect that their interactions had on him, allowing his mindset to become as relaxed as it was now. Meanwhile, after Michael took his leave, Clarence occupied himself in his room, merely perusing some books. However, when dinner time approached, he took the opportunity to inform Joanna about Michael, expressing his intention for her to accompany them the following day. Clarence's aim was to immerse Joanna in the realm of exorcism, hoping she would gather experience, which would bolster her confidence when she eventually faced challenges alone. The following morning, after Clarence and the others finished breakfast, Shirley attended to her own matters while Joanna accompanied him back to their residence, fortuitously encountering Michael, who was waiting outside. "Good morning. Michael, you haven't been waiting long, have you?" Clarence inquired with a friendly tone. "No, I just arrived. I didn't expect you to be up so early," Michael replied. Have you had breakfast? If so, we can set off for Father Lucas now. By the way, do you mind if I bring someone else along? This is Sister Joanna, who came with me to Vatican City. She was previously at Nazareth. Clarence's inquiry regarding Michael's breakfast was merely a polite formality, primarily intended to introduce Joanna and seek permission to include her in their journey. To his surprise, Michael, after greeting Joanna and expressing no objection to bringing another person to Father Lucas, candidly admitted that he had risen rather hurriedly that morning, implying he had not eaten breakfast at all. Clarence had not anticipated that his casual remark would elicit such a response. In that case, since we still have time before our appointment with Father Lucas, let us have breakfast first. Skipping breakfast is not good for your health. Given that ample time remained before their meeting, the three of them proceeded to enjoy a meal, with Michael primarily indulging, while Clarence and Joanna contented themselves with coffee. After Michael had satisfied his hunger and thirst, the three of them set off towards Father Lucas's residence. Upon their initial meeting, both parties could sense the peculiarities that enveloped one another. Father Lucas discerned that Clarence possessed an exceptionally potent spiritual essence, so much so that even in his current state, it was unmistakably palpable. This led him to suspect that Clarence was no ordinary individual. Reflecting on Michael's phone call from the previous evening, wherein he mentioned he would be bringing a clergyman, especially upon learning the name and background of this cleric, it became apparent that Clarence's identity was revealed to him. Aware of Clarence's formidable reputation within their circles, which had grown to a terrifying stature, Father Lucas quickly deduced who he was. Upon recognizing Clarence's identity, Father Lucas hurriedly approached, respectfully offering his greetings. Although he had experienced a profound crisis of faith following a failed exorcism, this did not diminish his genuine reverence for Clarence, especially after learning of the latter's remarkable deeds and stories. In response to Father Lucas's respectful salutations, Clarence reciprocated with politeness, subsequently scrutinizing the elderly priest. The more he observed, the more he felt an unsettling disquiet. It was not merely the revelation of Lucas's wavering faith that surprised him. After all, both he and Michael harbored doubts about the divine, rendering them somewhat akin in certain respects. Clarence could effortlessly perceive the disturbance in Lucas's faith without needing to employ any special means. What troubled him, however, was the dark, malevolent energy emanating from Father Lucas, a wave of ominous aura that, albeit faint, was nonetheless detectable to Clarence's senses. It appeared that the elderly priest was not only grappling with a crisis of faith, but was also likely under the influence of some malevolent entity, possibly a demon, that had taken advantage of his weakened mental and emotional defenses. Judging by the current state of the old priest's health, it seemed that he had been afflicted by this demonic presence for quite some time. As for the extent of the invasion by this demonic force, it was unlikely to manifest solely as a few physical ailments. This was not the case, especially considering that Father Lucas had once been an exorcist, an expert of considerable renown in their circles, as Michael had conveyed. Even with a compromised faith, such a seasoned exorcist would not easily succumb to the depths of demonic influence. At the very least, he would not be as defenseless as an ordinary person. Upon sensing an unusual presence from the other party, Clarence raised his hand, intending to pat the old priest on the shoulder. The priest did not resist. Rather, he wore an expression of eager anticipation. At the very moment Clarence's hand made contact with the old priest's shoulder, a radiant burst of pure white sanctity erupted. The holy light appeared dazzling yet gentle, enveloping the atmosphere with a comforting warmth, especially for Father Lucas, who was being continuously washed in this divine luminescence. He felt a profound warmth, intermingled with a faint sensation of being scorched. From the perspective of Michael and Joanna, it was evident that mere moments after Father Lucas was enveloped in the holy light, a significant amount of dark mist began to emanate from him. This black fog seemed almost sentient, struggling against the holy light as it was expelled, yet it soon vanished completely under the brilliance of the divine illumination. Once tranquility returned, we need not mention Michael, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. Father Lucas was fervently expressing his gratitude to Clarence. He was not oblivious to the invasion of demonic power. Rather, even if he had perceived it, what could he do? His faith had already been shaken, rendering him powerless to act. As for seeking assistance from others, Lucas had indeed sought help, but regardless of whom he approached, he received the same response. He was perfectly normal, with no signs of any abnormalities. Some close friends even subtly suggested that he consult a psychologist. This was perhaps the downside of his extensive experience in exorcism. As an expert in the field, Lucas was well versed in the methods of exorcism and found it impossible to reveal the invasive demonic force within him while seeking help. However, not all who endeavored to assist him failed to detect any anomalies. Some had an inkling of something amiss, but recognizing it was of little consequence. Lucas's situation was exceptionally unique. As an expert exorcist, it was theoretically inconceivable for someone of his caliber to experience such a predicament. Consequently, there were no comparable cases within the church's exorcism circles. Additionally, there was another reason. The demon invading Lucas was likely immensely powerful, certainly beyond the capabilities of those around him to confront or expel. As for whether Lucas had sought the aid of formidable exorcists at the church's headquarters for an exorcism ritual, this was a complex matter. Although Lucas was a priest and an expert exorcist with considerable renown, at least within this circle, his reputation did not shield him from the overwhelming challenges he faced. In truth, he does not hail from a traditional background. Indeed, he is a self-taught individual, whether it be his vocation as a priest or his role as an exorcist. Both are devoid of formal training. The church merely recognized his innate abilities and subsequently recruited him, bestowing upon him an official title. This is where the crux of the issue lies. Individuals like Father Lucas, who emerge from unconventional paths and later join the ecclesiastical ranks, are often met with disdain. No matter his talents or renown, it matters little. Moreover, his wavering faith led to an invasion by demonic forces. Prompting the question, would the church simply stand idly by and watch him perish? It is not that they would neglect to assist, but rather that they were powerless to intervene. Prior to the resurgence of dark forces, the number of formally trained exorcists within the church was exceedingly scarce, particularly those of expert caliber with substantial experience. Otherwise, the church headquarters would not have seen the necessity to establish a dedicated training program for exorcists. Thus, when the church became aware of Lucas's plight, it was not for lack of desire to assist, but rather a complete absence of resources to do so. Ordinary exorcists were ill-equipped to confront such challenges, while the more seasoned practitioners were stationed in critical dioceses and could not afford to depart, as the consequences of their absence would far outweigh the loss of one Lucas. In light of this predicament, the church naturally had to weigh the costs and benefits. Consequently, Father Lucas endured the relentless erosion of his being by demonic forces until, at last, he was liberated from their grasp by Clarence's intervention. How could Lucas not feel exhilarated and profoundly grateful? He was acutely aware of the church's predicament and comprehended the reasons behind their inability to assist, which is why he chose to silently bear the torment of demonic corruption alone, a dual affliction of both mind and body. Father Lucas, though I have successfully expelled the demonic force from within you, I fear that it may seek you out once more, for your faith remains as tenuous as Michael's. Thus, please accept this necklace. Its presence may offer you some protection when the demon attempts to return. As he spoke, Clarence extended a delicate silver necklace, adorned with a finely crafted cross that glimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a pure radiance reminiscent of the sacred light moments ago. A warmth, albeit faint, enveloped the air. Immediately, Michael realized something was amiss. This radiance could not merely be attributed to the sunlight reflecting off the unique material of the cross. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine light that had previously manifested. In other words, the gentle luminescence emanating from the small cross was not a mere reflection of sunlight, but rather an inherent quality of the object itself. At that moment, Michael's thoughts were inscrutable to all, yet his expression appeared somewhat dazed, his gaze fixed intently on the cross necklace that had found its way into Father Lucas's hands. Conversely, Joanna had long grown accustomed to Clarence's tendency to produce extraordinary alchemical artifacts from his possession, and thus she paid little mind to the cross necklace. Upon feeling the warmth radiating from the exquisitely crafted cross in his palm, Father Lucas experienced a sense of reassurance. After sincerely expressing his gratitude to Clarence once more, he realized they were still standing in the yard and hastily invited everyone inside to continue their discussion. The layout of Father Lucas's home was quite simple, yet it exuded a sense of warmth, though this could be enhanced with a bit more illumination. Once everyone had settled, Clarence took the initiative to clarify his purpose for the visit. Naturally, he could not disclose that he was there to expel the demonic influence from Michael, but rather to address the matter concerning a pregnant niece of one of Michael's parishioners. Father Lucas was already aware of this situation. Even though Michael had not explicitly mentioned it during their phone call the previous night, Lucas had managed to piece together some details. After all, the young man had previously exhibited a lack of faith in Lucas's ability to conduct the exorcism and had openly expressed his concerns regarding the pregnant girl. Otherwise, why would he have arranged for another meeting, especially with clergy in tow? Not to mention, the clergy he brought along was none other than the renowned Clarence. In fact, it could be said that he had summoned an angelic presence. Initially, Lucas was skeptical about such claims, but after Clarence had just expelled the demonic force from within him through the divine light, he could no longer deny the truth. He believed that even if Clarence was not the angelic figure foretold, he was at least of saintly caliber, certainly not an ordinary individual. Having summoned this celestial being, Lucas was well aware of their intentions. After Michael's phone call last night, I learned that you would be arriving today, so I informed them to return to my residence once more. If my calculations are correct, they should arrive in about half an hour. Clarence nodded in acknowledgement and then shifted the conversation towards Lucas's wavering faith. He differs from Michael. Indeed, if Michael were to encounter issues and circumstances akin to his, he would directly seek assistance from the church headquarters, which would never abandon him. Furthermore, Michael has yet to face troubles as dire as those of being targeted by a demon, hence his wavering faith, while concerning, does not pose a grave issue. However, this conundrum presents an entirely different scenario for Lucas. Clarence cannot claim he will remain here indefinitely, and given the proximity to Vatican City, should that demon find any chink in Lucas's armor, he would be unable to seek refuge in Vatican City in time. Thus, the most prudent and suitable course of action at present is to guide Lucas back to his faith and into the embrace of his Lord. This would resolve all problems and troubles. Naturally, this hinges upon Lucas's ability to regain his faith. Should he fail to establish unwavering belief, then all efforts would be in vain. Father Lucas, have you contemplated the reasons behind your faltering faith in the Lord? Knowing Clarence's inquiry held a purpose and intent, Lucas did not express rejection or any form of resistance. Instead, he candidly articulated the true reason, alongside the emotional knot that had long resided in the depths of his heart. So, Father, is it due to your failure in performing the exorcism for that child years ago that your faith in the Lord has wavered? Indeed, it is so. That exorcism left me with a lingering impression that he seems indifferent to the lives of us mortals, regarding us with an exceedingly cold demeanor. Moreover, I cannot comprehend why he did not protect that child, merely 7 years old, innocent, and unaware of the world's beauty. I fail to understand why the Lord did not restore his health. Is it that he is indifferent, or perhaps incapable? Since then, my heart has been filled with such doubts and questions. Faced with Lucas's experiences and encounters, Clarence pondered momentarily before identifying a point of entry. Father, perhaps you once believed, but I wish to ask again, do you still believe in the existence of heaven? Do you believe that devout believers, upon death, return to the divine kingdom of the Lord? Lucas immediately grasped Clarence's intent to persuade him, yet he offered no resistance. Instead, he expressed his innermost thoughts. At present, while I yearn to believe that the kingdom of heaven exists and that upon death, the souls of the faithful ascend to the Lord's embrace, however, Lucas did not continue, yet the remaining 3 present understood his unspoken sentiments. Clarence displayed a look of understanding, grasping the source of his companion's melancholy, and began to offer solace. In truth, the dilemma faced by you, dear Father, is one that many individuals are likely to encounter. Most people, when confronted with such a quandary, can merely concoct various excuses to comfort themselves. At the very least, this prevents the collapse of their faith. However, this is merely the singular recourse available to ordinary individuals. You and Michael, however, can no longer be classified as such. Michael has only just begun to understand the true nature of this world and is still somewhat naive, yet your situation is different. The challenge you face now is singular: how to substantiate, and particularly to convince yourself, of the existence of the heavenly kingdom. Alternatively, one could assert that the soul indeed has the capacity to ascend to paradise. Lucas, Michael, and even Joanna gazed at him with eager anticipation, wishing to witness how he would validate such matters. Surely, he could not take all 3 of them on a tour of heaven. Chapter 33, Resolution. At present, Clarence was incapable of such feats, and thus could not escort Lucas and the others on a celestial excursion. However, while he could not achieve this, he could employ another method to demonstrate to the trio that the heavenly realm indeed exists, and that the souls of devout believers may truly ascend to it after death. What might this method be? It is none other than his artificial underworld. While Clarence could not access the heavenly kingdom, his own constructed realm was within his dominion. As its master and absolute sovereign, guiding 3 living souls through it posed no insurmountable challenge. Yet, before undertaking this endeavor, he felt it necessary to disclose his true identity, or rather, to reveal another aspect of his identity as a sorcerer. Without delving into the specifics of how Clarence elucidated his sorceress identity to Lucas and the others, he performed several spells to underscore his point. He then recounted his previous travels in the realm of Egyptian magic, during which he had fashioned an artificial underworld. He expressed his intent to lead them on a tour of this realm. Although it was merely a fabricated underworld, created by Clarence himself, its existence could indirectly affirm that the heavenly kingdom is indeed real. After all, despite having transcended the mortal realm to become an extraordinary being, he had yet to attain the divine level of existence. Therefore, if he, with his current powers, could conjure an artificial underworld, could it not be assumed that the deity worshipped by the church possesses the capacity to create a heavenly kingdom? As Clarence escorted the trio on a tour of his artificial underworld and returned, he discovered Lucas and Michael. Their faith had not only been resolutely restored, but had reached a level of fervor bordering on the extraordinary. Moreover, it was not just these 2 who exhibited such a profound transformation. Even Joanna, who had merely been a bystander, displayed an increasingly devout faith. However, there was one aspect that perplexed Clarence, perhaps even caused him a degree of concern. He noticed that while the faith of the 3 had become immensely sincere, there was a deviation in the object of their devotion. Indeed, their faith had grown remarkably ardent, but not towards the deity of the church. Rather, It was directed towards Clarence himself. Upon further examination of the special alchemical artifact adorned by Joanna, he discerned that it had accumulated a significant amount of the faith energy directed towards the church's deity. This increase was evidently contributed by the trio. With this realization, Clarence's initial worries dissipated entirely. Upon reflecting on the church's belief system, the source of the issue became clear. Within their faith framework, regardless of the existence of other deities or angels beneath the main god, the faith energy generated by the worshippers was not solely directed towards their manifestations. In other words, since their power derives from the main deity, even if the believers might venerate a particular angel, the faith energy ultimately returns to the primary god. This led to the peculiar situation where, despite his involvement causing a shift in the focus of Lucas and the others' faith towards Clarence himself, the faith energy they generated still belonged to the main deity due to the church's belief system. As this did not constitute an appropriation of faith energy, Clarence found little cause for concern. In fact, in the current phase, he could strategically garner more attention, favor, and care from the main deity. Clarence could readily offer all the faith energy collected from similar situations in the future to the main god. After all, having acquired that special talent through the simplification system, he was no longer in want of faith energy. The only distinction lay in the slight loss incurred when converting the collected energy into pure faith energy. Conversely, by adopting this approach, not only would he secure the main deity's special attention, but he would also eliminate any suspicion regarding his desire to acquire faith energy. It was, indeed, a remarkable dual advantage. As Clarence found himself in a state of inner joy, Michael, in an unexpected turn of events, suddenly posed a rather peculiar question. He inquired whether, in times of peril, should he beseech Clarence for protection, would Clarence be able to respond? The inquiry left Clarence momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. Michael, he finally replied, while I can indeed sense your pleas, my powers are limited. Therefore, rather than seeking my guardianship, it would be far wiser to directly implore the Lord for his sanctuary. However, should you find yourself in dire need of my strength, I shall certainly respond to your call. You may also choose to pray to my two guardian spirits. Their circumstances are rather unique. Not only can they respond to you, but their powers are exceedingly close to that of true angels. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Michael opened his mouth, as if to articulate his thoughts, yet seemed at a loss for the right expression. Meanwhile, Father Lucas appeared to grasp the essence of Michael's inquiry, recognizing the significance of his question and adeptly articulating it. Might I inquire about the names and powers of the two guardian spirits you mentioned, my lord? Only by knowing their divine names and authority can we engage in prayer. In truth, even if Lucas and Michael had not posed this question, Clarence would have willingly divulged this information, for, as Lucas rightly pointed out, without knowing the divine names, how could one even hope to pray? Even if a prayer were uttered, those two guardians would remain unaware, for who could discern to whom the prayer was directed? The first guardian spirit is named Gabriel. You may regard him as akin to the Archangel Gabriel. Yet it is imperative to be mindful of the divine name during your prayers. The second guardian spirit is named Sariel, whose situation is similarly complex. However, I would advise against seeking his intercession, as his powers are not suited for your protection. After hearing Clarence mention the second guardian's name, Lucas pondered thoughtfully before asking, Sariel, could it be that same angel of the moon? Nodding, Clarence confirmed, indeed, that is he. Therefore, Father, you should comprehend why it is inappropriate to pray to him, except in exceptionally rare circumstances. Chapter 34, Resolution 2. Perhaps Michael's inquiry aligned with Lucas's, yet there remained distinct differences. For instance, after Clarence revealed the names and powers of his two guardian spirits, Lucas and Joanna's questions found resolution, while Michael continued to exhibit his previous demeanor of hesitation, caught between words unuttered. My intention is to inquire whether, through prayer to you, one might receive a response, granting the supplicant the ability to wield such magical powers. This question is what Michael primarily wished to ask. However, he was previously uncertain how to articulate it clearly, or perhaps he simply did not know how to express it in the moment. This, in turn, led to some misunderstanding on Father Lucas's part. The power to wield magic. Indeed, Clarence pondered, perhaps in the future, if you pray to me, you may indeed receive such a response and power. As for now, however, before Michael could express his disappointment, Clarence introduced another method. Of course, it is currently impossible to acquire the power of spellcasting through prayer. Yet, this does not imply that there are no alternative means by which you can perform magic akin to that of a wizard. Nevertheless, such methods come with certain limitations. You cannot possess true magical power that enables you to cast spells independently. As he spoke, Clarence conjured 3 copies of a subordination contract and handed them to Michael and the others. This magical contract allows you to borrow power from me. However, since you lack inherent magical energy, the extent of power you can draw from me will be significantly constrained. Upon signing this contract, the only power you can borrow is my authority over the elemental realms. This means you will be able to harness a portion of elemental power from me. Naturally, whether to sign this magical contract is entirely your decision. Without hesitation, the three of them took a scroll each and signed their names upon it. As they watched the contracts dissolve into shimmering particles in the air after being signed, they all sensed a peculiar connection blossoming between themselves and Clarence. You may now think in your hearts of borrowing the power to manipulate elements from me. Following Clarence's guidance, the three closed their eyes and began to concentrate on their desire to draw forth power. Before long, Clarence sensed their requests and subsequently instructed them on how to wield the elemental power. Observing the trio as they eagerly experimented with the powers they had borrowed, manipulating flames, water, and lightning, Clarence felt a twinge of reluctance but felt compelled to remind them. Although you have borrowed the authority to control elements from me, the truth is that, due to your non-wizard nature, even with the ability to manipulate elements, you may not be adequately equipped to confront danger when it arises. Therefore, do not succumb to such power, but rather engage in fervent prayer to deepen your faith and practice the divine arts of the Church. This is the true strength that will safeguard your lives in times of peril, rather than the mere fragment of elemental control that you might glean from me. The admonitions and counsel from Clarence were duly noted by the three individuals. Subsequently, Michael sought to inquire from Lucas and Joanna about the so-called divine arts within the Church. Having recently embarked on his journey in the Exorcist's course, he had yet to reach the stage where he could engage with the Church's sacred practices, leaving him quite uninformed in this regard. With Father Lucas and Sister Joanna, who had accompanied Clarence to Vatican City, present, it was indeed an opportune moment to seek enlightenment. Missing this chance would be a lamentable oversight. As for why he did not approach Clarence for guidance, it was due to Michael's belief that his inquiries pertained solely to fundamental knowledge, and Clarence's expertise was evidently on a different plane. To pose such elementary questions to him would be a disservice to his time. Thus, it seemed more prudent to first converse with the priest and the nun to gain a preliminary understanding of these divine arts, and later, when his knowledge had matured, to seek further insight from Clarence. However, unbeknownst to Michael and Father Lucas, Clarence was more than willing to impart these foundational teachings. Indeed, it could be said that should he take on the role of instructor, aided by his skill of being a teacher of men, he could help Michael establish a remarkably solid foundation in the realm of divine arts. Alas, Michael bypassed the opportunity for proper guidance. Yet, since he had not expressed an interest in learning, it would be unbecoming for Clarence to impose his teachings upon him. Thus, time passed swiftly as Michael continued his inquiries, and half an hour slipped away. Just as he and Lucas were engrossed in discussion, a knock at the door interrupted them. The sound jolted Lucas into remembering the appointment with the parishioner and her pregnant niece. It was likely they were the ones knocking. He promptly rose to answer the door, and upon ushering them into the room, he proceeded to introduce them to Clarence and Joanna. He also took care to mention that Clarence and the nun had come from the Church's headquarters in Vatican City, specifically to address the matter of Rosalia being possessed by a demon. Rosalia was the parishioner's niece, the very girl Michael had previously referred to as pregnant. From Father Lucas's tone and demeanor, the parishioner discerned that Clarence's status was indeed quite significant, suggesting he held a prominent position within the Church's hierarchy. Such a significant figure actually came all the way for the sake of her niece. One can only imagine how profoundly the congregation would be touched. After exchanging pleasantries with the congregation, Clarence redirected his focus and gazed towards Rosalia, the pregnant girl. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he revealed a gentle smile. "I have heard Father Lucas and Michael speak of you. They mentioned your vivaciousness. Yet now, why do you keep your head bowed in silence?" In response to Clarence's inquiry, Rosalia emitted a deliberately suppressed growl from her throat. This was not to suggest that the young girl had fallen asleep while standing, producing such sounds. Rather, it was akin to the growl of a beast. "Are you not? I did not expect your senses to be so keen," Clarence continued with a soft smile. As his teasing words lingered in the air, Rosalia suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with a fierce glare directed at him. Chapter 35, Resolution 3. Upon speaking, her voice was strange, sharp, and piercing. "The sacred stench emanating from you makes me nauseous. Such a degree of divine power can only belong to the wretched beings from above. Who are you to blatantly violate the covenant?" At this juncture, the entity within Rosalia seemed to sense something, instinctively widening her eyes. "No, you do not exist as a spirit. You possess a corporeal form. So you cannot be one of those wretched beings, yet you still evoke my disgust." Clarence's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent to the reactions of the others present upon hearing the words of the entity within Rosalia. He continued with his gentle demeanor, "If my presence makes you uncomfortable, I must apologize, for I fear you will find yourself even more unsettled shortly." With that, an overwhelming surge of pure, radiant light burst forth from him, enveloping the surroundings. Under the illumination of this holy light, the others present could vaguely discern 3 pairs of white wings gently fluttering behind Clarence. As for the entity clinging to Rosalia, upon witnessing the 6-winged angelic form behind Clarence, it instinctively widened its eyes to the limit, even causing them to bleed from the strain. It bore an expression of disbelief and terror as it roared at Clarence, a six-winged seraphim. "This is impossible." It attempted to take control of Rosalia's body to flee, but was abruptly restrained by an invisible force. Following this, her body and facial expressions shifted dramatically as she slowly approached Clarence. As Rosalia drew nearer, the entity within her became increasingly affected, or perhaps one could say harmed, by the holy light, to the extent that it instinctively caused her to emit anguished cries. Upon reaching Clarence, there was no need for him to intervene. The malevolent force within Rosalia, under the relentless assault of the holy light, was compelled to dissipate into a dark mist, vacating the body it had occupied. In the air above, it swiftly coalesced into a swirling mass of pitch-black smoke interspersed with hints of crimson. This seemed to be the true form of the entity that had taken possession of Rosalia, or rather, the manifestation of its inability to maintain corporeal form due to the corrosive effects of the holy light, now appearing solely as an ethereal energy. Observing the entity's futile attempts to float and rotate in the air, as if seeking an escape, Clarence chuckled once more. "Do not be in haste. This is merely the beginning of what I mentioned earlier, which will bring you even greater discomfort." Without waiting for the entity's response, he solemnly commenced a prayer. "May you grant rest, accept the soul, and guide the way. Amen." As Clarence's prayer concluded, a magnificent door, radiant with divine light, seemingly materialized above him amidst the pure holy light. He remained oblivious to this emergence, unaware of the opulent door that had suddenly appeared. However, those present, who had previously knelt in silent prayer, including a now rational Rosalia, witnessed it clearly. Even the entity caught sight of it, yet unable to maintain its form. It could hardly react. In other words, even if the entity wished to plead for mercy, it could not express this. Forced to watch helplessly as the gates of heaven appeared before it, drawn by the terrifying allure emanating from the divine portal. Under this gravitational pull, the wretched being could no longer sustain even the scant remnants of its energy. The dark mist, tinged with a hint of blood-red luminescence, dissipated entirely into the air, leaving only an intangible essence that was inexorably drawn into the narrow opening of the door. It appeared to be ushered into the celestial realm. As for what fate awaited such a devil or demon upon entering heaven, the onlookers could not fathom, but they were certain that its outcome would be far from favorable. As for Clarence, he remained unaware of the heavenly door's appearance, yet a vague premonition stirred within him, suggesting that the malevolent entity had indeed crossed into the divine domain. If he were aware that he could summon the gates of heaven merely through prayer, he would have spared himself the effort of persuading Father Lucas. He could have directly called forth the heavenly gates, thus solidifying Lucas and Michael's faith without the need to guide three individuals through his artificial underworld. With the devil vanquished and little Rosalia restored to her former self, the damage and effects she endured during her possession were wholly healed by the cleansing light of the holy radiance. In truth, it was not only she who benefited. All fortunate enough to bask in the luminous glow of Clarence were cured of their ailments. Should a terminally ill patient have been present, they might have experienced miraculous self-healing. This singular occurrence was sufficient to instill unwavering faith even in the most skeptical of atheists, such as Michael and Lucas. Clarence, unaware of this profound impact, would surely have deemed his previous efforts with the two as a mere waste of time, certainly not yielding results as remarkable as this. Without delving into the gratitude expressed by Rosalia and her aunt, or the fervent faith that this miraculous event would inspire in them, it is worth mentioning that after bidding farewell to the two women, Clarence engaged in a brief conversation with Father Lucas before preparing to take his leave. After all, the matter had been resolved. What purpose remained in lingering? Just as he was about to take his leave, Father Lucas unexpectedly broached the topic of the papal headquarters appointing him to form a contingent of the Knights Templar. Clarence was not surprised that Lucas was aware of this. Given his proximity to Vatican City and his dual role as a priest and exorcist, it would indeed be peculiar if he had not acquired this information through his own network. However, what piqued his curiosity was the reason and intention behind Lucas's sudden mention of this matter. Upon catching Clarence's inquisitive gaze, Lucas hesitated momentarily before revealing that he understood the general rationale behind the papal decree, including the involvement of His Holiness. He even possessed some insight into the true nature of this newly formed knightly order. In other words, Lucas was aware of the genuine purpose behind the establishment of Clarence's steward order and knew that the order was currently in the process of recruiting members. Naturally, he was not privy to the specifics of the recruitment needs or the criteria for joining. Yet, having just witnessed the authentic miracle, he had already resolved to offer his life and faith in service to Clarence. Father Lucas believes that under the guidance of Clarence, the faithful like him can draw closer to the Lord. Indeed, it is solely under Clarence's command that he seeks to serve, rather than being constrained to the ranks of the Stuart Knights. In essence, Father Lucas is wholeheartedly devoted to Clarence, willing to sacrifice his life and faith for this cause. without being limited to merely joining the Stuart Knights. Joining the Stuart Knights is merely incidental. The primary motivation lies in Clarence being the leader of this order, which is the principal reason for Lucas's desire to enlist. When Lucas expressed his wish to join his order, Clarence paused for a moment, particularly after carefully assessing his physical condition before nodding in agreement. However, he cautioned Lucas, emphasizing that joining his order is no trivial endeavor, especially in these tumultuous times. One must confront countless dangers, so it would be prudent for Lucas to contemplate his decision thoroughly before proceeding. Clarence's intention in offering this advice was to allow Lucas a moment of reflection before deciding whether to join his order. Yet, Father Lucas appeared resolute, declaring on the spot that he had made his decision. After all, at his age, he felt that it would not be long before he returned to the embrace of the Lord. Thus, rather than squander this precious time leading a stagnant existence, he preferred to engage in endeavors of greater significance. At the very least, he felt compelled to atone for the years of wavering faith and doubt towards the Lord. For otherwise, what right would he have to ascend to the heavenly kingdom after death? Faced with Lucas's unwavering determination, Clarence found it difficult to refuse him. He promptly revealed the location of the Order's headquarters and provided his contact information. On the way back, as they traversed a deserted alley, Michael suddenly inquired, "I recall you mentioning that location is where a cafeteria is under construction. Is your Knights Templar division based within a cafeteria?" Michael's question was devoid of ulterior motives, stemming purely from curiosity. He might have interpreted Clarence's response as a subtle refusal of Father Lucas's request to join his order, given that he was not present at the headquarters and thus unaware of the situation. As a participant in the current exorcist training course, Michael was well informed about these matters. Therefore, he speculated that Clarence, unable to directly decline Father Lucas, had concocted a fictitious headquarters location as a means of refusal. However, just after Michael posed his question, Clarence responded directly. Indeed, the structure above is a cafeteria specifically designated for dining. However, this cafeteria is also part of the base. Thus, Michael could surmise the subsequent information without further elaboration. Hence, the base is located beneath the cafeteria. Clarence nodded, affirming that it was indeed situated just below. The cafeteria merely serves as a fade, although it will eventually transform into the exclusive dining hall for the members of the Knights Templar. Otherwise, it would be rather wasteful to construct without purpose. At that moment, Joanna, with an expression of pride, boasted, "Michael, you may not be aware, but our Knights Templar's base was constructed directly by the commander using magic, and it was completed in a remarkably short time." After a forced chuckle, Michael hesitated before inquiring, I would like to ask what requirements and conditions must be met to join your order?" Clarence had been anticipating his inquiry. Otherwise, it would have been perplexing to include Michael and Father Lucas in the earlier subordinate contract. To put it plainly, he had long set his sights on both Michael and Father Lucas. However, as he had previously mentioned, joining during such perilous times entails facing numerous life-threatening dangers, making it rather unseemly for Clarence to extend an invitation akin to leading someone into a pit of fire. He could only wait for the other party to express a desire to join voluntarily. Only then would he feel emboldened to accept. "When you put forth this request, Michael, you will already possess the qualifications to join. However, akin to my earlier counsel to Father Lucas, I must advise you to take some time to reflect before making a decision. The dangers inherent in this path are beyond your current imagination. Perhaps you have already begun to perceive some of the real threats present in this world." In truth, Michael was not genuinely prepared to confront those dangers. After all, his arrival at the Vatican headquarters for exorcist training was rather forced. He had yet to mentally prepare for the multitude of perils he would face as an exorcist, let alone those that accompany joining the far more perilous Knights Templar. Thus, under Clarence's counsel, he genuinely intended to return and contemplate thoroughly before reaching a conclusion. During the remainder of their journey, Clarence deliberately shifted the conversation away from this weighty topic, engaging Michael and Joanna in lighter discussions. They shared laughter. Yet the trio did not return directly to Vatican City. As noon approached, they decided to find a place outdoors to casually resolve their lunch before heading back. Once they parted ways with Michael at the headquarters, Clarence instructed Joanna to run an errand, seeking the private assistant of the Pope to transfer Michael and Father Lucas's records into the Stuart Knights Templar. Though Joanna acquiesced directly, she did not immediately seek out the individual in question. Instead, she began to inquire whether Michael had truly agreed to join or was merely contemplating his decision. Should she hastily integrate his profile into the Knights? What if he ultimately chose not to enlist? Chapter 37. The Underground Seal Repository. Michael would indeed join. Regardless of the obstacles he might encounter along the way, his destiny was irrevocably charted on this path. The only distinction lay in the guise he would assume while traversing it. Clarence's words were somewhat enigmatic, leaving Joanna utterly perplexed. Ultimately, she could only approach the Pope's assistant with a bewildered expression. In truth, his statement was quite comprehensible. Michael was fated to embark on a path as an exorcist or something akin to it. After all, if he bore no extraordinary traits? How could Clarence have taken notice of him? It is essential to recognize that Clarence's interest in Father Lucas stemmed from the latter's expertise as a seasoned exorcist, possessing extensive experience in conducting exorcism rituals. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Clarence to have favored him. Conversely, Michael had previously been an ordinary individual, a typical seminarian from the Free State, who even contemplated pursuing a career outside the clergy upon graduation. The only noteworthy aspect of his background was his family's unique environment and his father's profession, which rendered him less superstitious about corpses and the deceased than most. However, this was merely a superficial impression of Michael. In reality, Clarence discerned a certain spiritual essence within him. This so-called essence resembles an innate talent akin to the magical powers possessed by wizards. It is similar in nature. Yet, Michael's gift was rooted in the religious domain, meaning that his lineage, upbringing, and life experiences inclined him towards joining a particular faith, with the only variable being which denomination he would ultimately embrace. This was the primary reason Clarence asserted that Michael was destined to tread this path. Even if he did not formally join the church, he would inevitably step into the realm of the true world, becoming either an exorcist or an expert in that domain. What Clarence valued was this inherent talent and capability within Michael. Moreover, even without considering these factors, would he not eventually join the Knights and become a Templar? Clarence held a profound confidence in his charisma and abilities. Thus, it was almost a foregone conclusion regarding the choice that Michael would ultimately make. The truth soon revealed itself. As within merely 2 days, Michael proactively approached once more, declaring that he had made his decision to join the Order of Knights and become a legitimate Templar. Since Michael had consented to join, Clarence reached out to Father Lucas to arrange a time for the two of them to partake in the initiation ceremony into the knightly order. Although the ceremony was conducted with a degree of solemnity, the witnesses present were limited to only Shirley and Joanna, the 2 official members, along with the Pope's personal female assistant. After all, she had been involved in the necessary paperwork and formalities, so it was only fitting for her to be present as a witness. Clarence, while not particularly concerned with the grandeur of such occasions, nonetheless took into account the sentiments of Michael and his companion. Hence, after the ceremony, he inquired about their feelings regarding the event. Both Lucas and Michael responded that they felt indifferent, having merely followed the ritual of the oath. What emotions could they possibly derive from it? It appeared that the old adage one who is close to vermilion becomes red, while one who is close to ink becomes black held true. Upon reflection, it seemed that Shirley and Joanna also had not been preoccupied with the pomp of the oath-taking ceremony. Thus, it seemed that the indifference towards the grandeur was a reflection of their leader's own lack of concern for such matters, leading to a similar attitude among the members of the order. Returning to the matter at hand, after the completion of the ceremony and their formal induction into the Stuart Knights as Templars, they did not immediately commence their missions. It was worth noting that the order had only recently been established, and not even 10 formal members had yet been recruited. In light of this, the notion of executing missions was rather premature. Furthermore, both Lucas and Michael, like Joanna before them, required a period of training. Michael, being a complete novice, not only needed to undergo Shirley's specialized training, but also had to attend exorcist courses, leaving him with little time to spare. As for Lucas, while his situation was somewhat unique, he too was not exempt from a rigorous training regimen. Despite his extensive experience in conducting exorcism rituals, he could not escape this necessity. After all, his rich experience was confined to the role of an exorcist, and the combat techniques and operational tasks of a Templar were entirely distinct from those of an exorcist. Consequently, Lucas was required to learn various combat arts and skills pertinent to the Templar order, thus undergoing the same specialized training under Shirley as Michael. Moreover, the Pope had not yet devised any plans for Clarence and his contingent of knights to be deployed. Throughout the months that Lucas and Michael engaged in their specialized training, Clarence found himself equally occupied and far from idle. Through the alchemical notebook, one constantly absorbs and stores the sacred arts and rituals recorded by the Church. Simultaneously, I remain at the Knightly Order's headquarters, serving as a medical attendant, accompanying Lucas and Michael during their rigorous training. I am prepared to provide immediate care should either suffer severe injuries. Furthermore, during the construction of this underground headquarters, I inadvertently mentioned to the Pope's female assistant the unique function of the lowest level of our establishment. This revelation led to Clarence, or perhaps more accurately, his knightly order, being entrusted with another highly confidential mission. What is this secret mission? It pertains to an underground sealing repository associated with the Church's headquarters. This repository is designated for the containment of objects imbued with cursed powers or other extraordinary attributes. Within the headquarters lies a special area dedicated to the confinement and sealing of such entities. This location, hidden deep within the subterranean spaces of Vatican City, is shrouded in secrecy, with only a handful of individuals within the headquarters being aware of its existence. Consequently, this sealing repository ranks among the highest echelons of confidentiality within the Church. The reason for linking our mission to this sealing repository is that the headquarters expends considerable resources each year to reinforce the seals within it. Particularly, the resources allocated for the preservation of certain unique items within the underground repository are substantial. Over the years, even the church headquarters has found it increasingly burdensome to sustain this endeavor. The church grapples annually with this dilemma, seeking various methods to mitigate the resource consumption associated with the underground sealing repository. Chapter 38, The Underground Sealing Repository 2. Their strategy involves attempting to eliminate the unique items contained within the repository. Regrettably, the objects that the church has deemed worthy of placement in this highest-level confidential repository are anything but ordinary. In truth, the vast majority of these unique items, if they could be destroyed on site, would not have been sealed away in the first place. To put it plainly, most items within the sealing repository are impervious to destruction, let alone complete eradication. In summary, this approach yields minimal results, leaving those in the know at headquarters to continue experiencing annual frustrations regarding this issue. Coincidentally, Clarence has arrived at the headquarters and established the Nightly Order's residence here. The pivotal aspect is that his headquarters also possesses a similarly functional sealing space. Thus, the Pope has turned his attention towards Clarence. As for whether the Pope's actions may be perceived as somewhat unscrupulous, that remains a matter of perspective. After all, the headquarters of the church is unable to manage those peculiar items, often expending considerable resources each year, ultimately leaving such a significant burden for Clarence to address. It is indeed rather inconsiderate. However, Clarence himself did not shy away from this troublesome task. On the contrary, he appeared eager, seemingly wishing to delve into the study of those extraordinary objects. In fact, it was precisely because the Pope and others recognized Clarence's remarkable capability to thoroughly handle these peculiar items that they entrusted him with this formidable challenge. Consequently, within the confines of the Nightly Order's residence, the recruitment of formal members had barely commenced, and the Order had yet to embark on any missions, while the lower tier of that special space had already been put into use. Of course, Clarence took great delight in this endeavor, even likening his trips to the church's underground sealing vault to a shopping experience. Remarkably, he discovered numerous enchanted trinkets through his exploration, which yielded considerable benefits after thorough research. As time slowly progressed to June, it became evident that in just a few days, Michael and Lucas's specialized training would officially conclude. With Clarence finding himself with more leisure time, he spent his recent days traversing between the underground sealing vault and the Nightly Order's residence, continually relocating those peculiar items. On a particular day in June, Clarence returned to the underground sealing vault, prepared to select some items that appeared exceedingly hazardous for transfer. However, after a thorough examination, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a large, dust-covered box. At first glance, he could not discern the material of this box. Upon approaching and clearing the dust, he discovered that it was wooden. Yet, compared to the formidable sealing powers imposed on other peculiar items, this large wooden box exhibited not a trace of special energy. It appeared to be little more than an ordinary wooden box. Nevertheless, Clarence understood that if it were truly an ordinary item, it would not reside in this underground sealing vault. Thus, it was not that the box itself was mundane, but rather that its contents possibly did not require sealing. Although they undoubtedly posed a significant danger, driven by curiosity, Clarence opened the lid to investigate and found 3 well-preserved longswords, a scroll of parchment, and a seemingly ancient book. Nothing else was present. Taking out one of the longswords, reminiscent of a knight's blade, he scrutinized it closely. Upon examining the hilt, particularly a distinctive mark upon it, Clarence could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. This was a crusader's longsword. Recognizing the mark, Clarence understood that the owner of this longsword must have been a crusader warrior. Subsequently, Clarence withdrew 2 additional swords for inspection, discovering that the second was an identical crusader longsword. As for the final blade, though its style was similar, the hilt bore no markings whatsoever, despite the absence of discernible insignia, making it impossible to ascertain its owner's identity. The mere fact that this sword was found alongside the other 2 crusader swords suggests that its master was undoubtedly linked to the owners of the others. After scrutinizing all 3 longswords, Clarence noted that aside from their excellent maintenance, they possessed no remarkable qualities. Thus, it could be concluded that these 3 swords were merely ordinary weapons. After returning the long swords to the wooden chest, Clarence retrieved the scroll of parchment, untied the string that bound it, and spread it open for examination. Upon perusing its contents, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Even though the events chronicled therein were profoundly moving, Clarence found it impossible to empathize, as the accounts were far too distant from the present day. Frankly speaking, he saw little within the recorded tales that warranted emotional response. The parchment recounted a plague, lamenting the lack of efforts to isolate and treat the afflicted, instead attributing blame to a so-called witch. What positive outcome could arise from such folly? Even if the witch mentioned was genuinely possessed by a demon, Clarence remained indifferent to the narrative. After carefully rolling the parchment back up and placing it into the chest, he once again drew forth the ancient tome for closer inspection. The cover of this book appeared strikingly familiar. As he gazed upon it, a sense of recognition deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the cover was remarkably akin to that of the Key of Solomon. Flipping through a few pages, he confirmed that it was indeed the same work, at least in terms of content. Numerous rumors and tales surrounded this book. However, most were mere fabrications of ordinary minds. Only within the realms of magic and religion did the accounts hold greater accuracy. According to ecclesiastical claims, the Key of Solomon, originally titled the Book of Abramelin, was penned by an angel. The contents therein included various rites and rituals designed to vanquish demons and malevolent entities. It was rumored that some principles of the exorcism rites currently employed by the church were derived from the rituals described in this tome, granting it a uniquely significant status within ecclesiastical circles. However, this was merely the perspective within religious circles. In the realm of magic, the narrative diverged, asserting that the book bore little relation to angels and was instead a grimoire authored by King Solomon, who gathered witches and wizards to compile its magical knowledge. The content pertains to the summoning of entities such as demons or malevolent spirits to serve the practitioner. From an academic perspective, this tome holds a unique position within the realm of magic. Chapter 39 discusses the Book of Rogeliel. Furthermore, the rituals that have been passed down into modern magic, particularly those concerning summoning, are derived from the knowledge contained within this book. However, these assertions and viewpoints merely reflect the understanding of ordinary witches and priests. In reality, there exist 2 volumes of the Book of Rogeliel. It is suggested that the Book of Rogeliel is the one purportedly penned by an angel, whereas the Book of Solomon was authored by King Solomon in collaboration with various witches and sorcerers. Both texts share the same title and contain a significant overlap in content. However, they are indeed distinct works. One could argue that the Book of Solomon was crafted by Solomon based on the Book of Rogeliel, which accounts for the substantial similarities in their content. The primary distinction lies in the former's focus on how to dismantle the rituals for summoning evil entities and the methods for vanquishing such beings, while the latter elucidates the means to successfully summon and subsequently subjugate the summoned malevolent entities through rituals or contracts. Clarence's knowledge of this obscure secret is attributed to his examination of both volumes, granting him a clear understanding of their differences and origins. The volume he currently holds, the Book of Solomon, is likely a copy of the Book of Rogeliel preserved within the church. After examining the antiquated cover of the tome and glancing into the wooden box's interior, Clarence mused on the absence of a need for sealing. After all, these ordinary items hardly warranted such protection. It is evident that the other contents are merely mundane, while the book in his hands possesses a certain extraordinary power. However, this power does not emanate from the book itself, but rather from the knowledge inscribed within. In simpler terms, the unique potency derives from the information recorded. Devoid of this knowledge, the book would be nothing more than a commonplace volume, albeit made of valuable parchment. Thus, the knowledge itself, along with the power it radiates, remains innocuous unless one attempts to enact the contents within. Clarence not only held this belief, but also contemplated it deeply, which is why, as he placed the book into a pendant box, an unexpected situation arose. This unforeseen event momentarily stunned him, but upon regaining his composure, he instinctively sought to discard the reactivated temporal converter, yet he was unable to do so in time. As the familiar sensation washed over him, a unique feeling brought about by the passage of time, Clarence, disinterested in his current surroundings, tilted his head skyward with an expression of bemusement. He pondered that his previous temporal journey had been instigated by the will of Aegis, and now, having traversed time once more, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of the divine being from the church. With prior experience in time travel, Clarence felt no urgency. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the heavens for a while before lowering his gaze to assess his environment. Surely, he felt fortunate not to have landed in a desert this time. However, the contrast was rather striking. His first journey had taken him to a barren wasteland, while this time he found himself amidst what appeared to be an untouched forest. He cast his eyes downward at the 2 culprits, the Book of Roger-El in his left hand and the peculiar temporal converter in his right. Although he was tempted to discard these items, he ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh before stowing them in his pendant box. He then began to channel magic to discern his direction, realizing it was imperative to locate a settlement. Only by finding the inhabitants of this time and space could he inquire about the specific timeline in which he found himself. After traversing and soaring for the better part of the day, he finally emerged from the confines of the forest, continuing onward in the direction indicated by his magic. When he finally spotted numerous signs of human activity, Clarence descended and followed a barely discernible path ahead. He consciously kept his distance from the overgrown trail, not wishing to encounter anyone from this era or risk being discovered. After all, he was still clad in modern attire. Thus, He needed to observe the clothing styles of the locals before utilizing his transformation magic to adapt his appearance for a more suitable disguise, enabling him to venture forth and gather information regarding the time and place. Not long into his journey, Clarence encountered what appeared to be a small caravan. As a covered wagon was nestled within the group, judging by the shape of the concealed cart, it likely contained goods. Thus, upon his initial glance, he perceived it to be a modest trading party of 5 or 6 individuals. The group moved swiftly, and just as Clarence had returned his wand to the pendant box, they approached him. Wasn't he just contemplating using transformation magic to alter his attire? Why had he retracted his wand at that moment? Or perhaps he had cast his transformation spell with remarkable swiftness. It is not so much a matter of the speed of casting spells, but rather the fact that he did not cast any spells at all. Upon first encountering that small group, he merely retrieved his wand and then returned it to its place. He had clearly observed a cleric seated atop a carriage, whose garments bore a striking resemblance to his own attire. The only differences lay in the fabric and certain details of the style, yet overall, they were hardly distinguishable. As for why Clarence donned the vestments of a priest, it was simply because his knightly order was stationed within the church's headquarters, and he was temporarily residing in the city of Vatican. What else could he wear? At the very least, this attire allowed him to navigate Vatican City without drawing undue attention. Furthermore, the similarity between his clothing and that of the individuals from this timeline, particularly the cleric, was precisely why Clarence refrained from casting spells. Nonetheless, the presence of a cleric within the group granted Clarence a reasonable pretext to engage in conversation. Perhaps it was indeed the attire he wore that prompted him to raise a hand in greeting, causing the small group to halt in their tracks. The cleric, in particular, dismounted from the carriage with great importance, approaching Clarence with quick steps to extend his greetings and inquire about his identity. Clarence, seizing the opportunity, fabricated an excuse, claiming that his church was engaged in a pilgrimage to experience the path of the Sun's suffering. Hence, he was currently undergoing the trials of worship. However, having previously lost his way in a forest, he was now uncertain of his exact location and sought to inquire about directions. The cleric did not question Clarence's explanation, for his appearance and the fine fabric of his garments clearly indicated a person of considerable standing. From these two aspects alone, it was evident that Clarence held a position of great honor within his church. Even if he were not a genuine cleric, he certainly could not be perceived as a villain. Rather, he would be seen as a distinguished individual of noble stature. This perception stemmed from the distinctly hierarchical structure of society in this era, where the lines between classes were sharply drawn. Individuals of the lower classes would never possess skin as fair and refined, nor beauty as extraordinary as Clarence's. Such traits could not be concealed by merely wearing extravagant garments. To put it simply, those at the bottom of society were wholly consumed by the struggle for survival, leaving little concern for matters of aesthetics. Thus, it was commonplace to see the lower classes not only in tattered clothing, but also with unkempt appearances. The mid-level individuals may manage to maintain a semblance of cleanliness, yet the disparity with their superiors is glaringly evident. Consequently, the latter shows little regard for whether Clarence is indeed a genuine cleric, treating him with an air of profound respect nonetheless. This illustrates a fundamental survival principle within the human society of this particular timeline. If the aforementioned observations do not suffice, then the radiant sanctity emanating from Clarence at first glance is utterly undeniable and cannot be feigned. This alone suffices to establish his identity as a cleric. Even if he were not one, his profound connection to the church is indisputable. In stark contrast to Clarence stands the individual confined within the cart they are escorting, a distinction so pronounced that not only does the cleric perceive the divine aura radiating from Clarence, but the remaining members of their small contingent can also distinctly sense it. Particularly among the four clad in leather armor, who appear as formal knights, their expressions when gazing at Clarence are fraught with disbelief. Although they serve the church, they have yet to encounter a sanctity comparable to that of Clarence, even in the presence of a cardinal. In their eyes, Clarence may not merely be mortal, rather, he embodies an angel descended from the celestial realm. In their understanding, mortals could not possibly possess such a profound sanctity. Only beings from the divine kingdom could exhibit such qualities. Clarence, unperturbed by their reactions and inner thoughts, briefly elucidated his identity and origins before inquiring about the nearest village or town. He casually asked where their small party was headed. Upon receiving directions to a nearby village, the cleric explained that they were on a mission from a cardinal of a certain parish to escort a witch responsible for a plague to a monastery called Sevillac, where she would face judgment from the clerics therein. This, they believed, was the only means to unravel the deadly plague unleashed by the witch. Sevillac Monastery. The name struck a familiar chord with Clarence, prompting him to recollect a parchment he had seen prior to his arrival in this world, particularly the accounts inscribed upon it. Coupled with the number of individuals before him and their intended destination, he immediately grasped the implications. Perhaps it was the faint murmurs of Clarence that piqued the curiosity of the clergyman named Derbyzac, who inquired, my lord. Are you familiar with that monastery? The forest you mentioned earlier is indeed a pathway leading to the monastery. Have you previously visited the monastery of Esveric? Clarence shook his head, expressing his regret. I have not visited the monastery you speak of, and I did not observe any paths within that forest. Perhaps I merely traversed the periphery of the woods. After exchanging a few more words with Father Derbyzak, he intended to take his leave, heading towards the direction that had been indicated as populated. However, just as he had turned and walked a few steps, silently counting to himself, he was indeed halted by a voice calling from behind. Clarence could not simply walk away. He had come to understand the probable intentions of the deity who had deliberately brought him to this time and space. And it was inconceivable for him to depart so outrightly. Indeed, Clarence surmised that the deity's purpose was likely tied to the contents inscribed on that parchment, or perhaps significantly connected to Father Derbyzak and his companions. Therefore, how could he possibly leave now, fully aware of the clues at hand? Unless he was inclined to remain in this timeline until he ascended to true divinity, acquiring the ability to return to his original timeline at will. Otherwise, if he wished to go back, he must seize the current clues, taking one step at a time, continually probing the true intentions of the deity. Only by doing so could he meet certain requirements or fulfill conditions that would allow him to be returned to his original timeline by that deity. Thus, Clarence's earlier departure was merely a ruse. Had he directly expressed his desire to journey alongside them, it would have been quite implausible for them not to harbor suspicions. As for why he was so certain that Father Derbyzak and his companions would indeed call him back, did he truly believe that any individual, even a clergyman or one serving the church, could discern the spiritual essence emanating from him? Indeed, the reason Father Derbyzak and the others could so distinctly perceive the sacred aura radiating from Clarence was because he had intentionally allowed it to be exposed. Initially, Clarence had not anticipated such a turn of events. His primary aim was merely to reveal his spiritual essence in hopes of gaining the trust of the clergyman. However, he had not foreseen that this very action would unexpectedly yield fortuitous results. Chapter 41, Witches and Demons 2. As for why Clarence was confident that, upon sensing his sacred essence, they would extend an invitation for him to accompany them to the monastery known as Esveric. Do not forget that their carriage is also harboring a so-called demon witch. Moreover, their ultimate objective in journeying to the monastery of Sevelak is to eradicate the dark magic that is spreading the deadly plague. It is precisely for this reason that a clergyman accompanies their group. At this moment, they have also encountered Clarence, a stranger whose prowess far exceeds that of Father Derbyzak in every conceivable aspect. Thus, it would indeed be peculiar if they did not consider bringing Clarence along to better escort the demon, which and ultimately perform the sacrificial rites at the monastery of Sevelak to dispel the plague's dark magic. As Clarence turned around to acknowledge the voice that called out to him, he was surprised to find that it was not Father Derbyzak, but rather a knight from their party. Although taken aback that it was not the clergyman who summoned him, he realized that if the knight's intent was to invite him to the monastery of Sevelak, then the trivialities could be disregarded. The knight's earnest invitation did not elicit an immediate acceptance from Clarence. He was wary that an overt eagerness might arouse suspicion. Therefore, he refrained from a direct affirmation and instead inquired as to why the knight wished for him to join their ranks. The knight opened his mouth to speak, but faltered, struggling to articulate a suitable reason or excuse. It was not that he lacked justifications. Indeed, he could conjure numerous excuses. However, none of these seemed appropriate to address Clarence's inquiry. Observing the knight's hesitance, Clarence smiled and remarked that regardless of the reasons or excuses for the invitation, it was evident that there was a need for his assistance. As a member of the clergy, he could not remain indifferent to the pleas of others. Thus he agreed to join their party en route to the monastery of Sevelak. Expressing his gratitude, the knight maintained a countenance that suggested he had more to say. Yet ultimately, he could not find the words. After nodding to Clarence, he returned to the carriage to exchange a few words with a middle-aged knight seated within. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged knight disembarked and mounted a black steed at the rear of the convoy. At that moment, Father Derbyzak also extended an invitation to Clarence to ride in the carriage as they prepared to resume their journey. Once the group was back on the road, Father Derbyzak took the opportunity to introduce the names and backgrounds of several members within their ensemble. There is no need for further introduction of him, as everything pertinent has been conveyed during his prior discourse with Clarence. The primary focus now is to elucidate the identities of the remaining members of the team. Notably, the knight who called out to him and extended an invitation, named Byman, along with his companion Felson, were once two legendary knights within the Crusaders. This legend, however, does not pertain to extraordinary realms, but rather stems from their formidable prowess and valiant feats on the battlefield, which earned them considerable renown, nearly elevating them to the status of legends. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the two later severed ties with the Crusaders, a departure that, in reality, could be deemed as desertion, rendering them wanted by the Church. It was this very bounty that compelled them to once again serve the Church, undertaking the task of escorting the captured witch. The third knight, a middle-aged man who previously traveled in the carriage with Dramione, is named Eckhart. He is a Templar knight, serving as a protector and confidant to the red-robed archbishop of their diocese, possessing exceptional skills and martial prowess. The fact that the archbishop dispatched such a trusted aide for this mission underscores the gravity with which their diocese regards the matter at hand. As for the fourth knight, who appears relatively youthful, he lacks any notable acclaim, having previously served merely as a squire or attendant to the archbishop. His name is Kay. His inclusion in the escorting party was not at the behest of the archbishop, but rather a consequence of the archbishop succumbing to illness and returning to the embrace of the Lord just as they were about to embark. With no master to serve, Kay was perhaps compelled by a final directive from the archbishop to escort the demon witch to the Sevalak monastery for what was deemed a fair trial. Alternatively, it may well be that he yearned to prove himself as a true knight, thus clandestinely joining the escorting team in pursuit of the honor and merit that would elevate him to knighthood. As this team embarks on their perilous journey, they remain oblivious to the crises that may lie ahead, raising questions as to why a mere squire would accompany them. Nevertheless, this young man possesses a stubborn disposition. Even after receiving a stern reprimand from Felsen, he refused to abandon his pursuit and instead chose to stealthily trail behind their party to mitigate potential risks. It must be noted that the lad maintained a considerable distance from the group, rendering them unable to provide timely assistance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As persuasion to return proved futile, they resolved to embark on the journey together, for it was undoubtedly preferable to the fate of perishing due to a lack of timely support. The knightly squire named Kay, upon joining the party, could indeed contribute in small yet meaningful ways, such as scouting ahead or tending to the fire and preparing meals, thereby alleviating the burdens of his companions. Yet, there remained one final individual in their midst. Regarding this person, Father Durbizak offered little commentary, merely providing Clarence with a brief introduction. This individual was the guide for their escort mission, albeit one of dubious character, being both a deceiver and a thief by trade, due to the nature of his profession. Although he had transgressed numerous laws, none of his offenses were deemed particularly grave, consequently sparing him from severe punishment. In Father Durbizak's eyes, however, he was nothing short of a scoundrel. This rogue was privy to the route leading to the Sevalak monastery, particularly the path through the perilous Aiku forest. It must be noted that this so-called Aiku forest was known among the locals by its ominous moniker, the Dark Forest, a testament to the dangers it harbored. Rumored to be inhabited by non-human entities, few who entered emerged unscathed. Were it not for dire necessity, they would have shunned this treacherous path. Alas, time was of the essence, and they were compelled to expedite the transport of the witch to the Sevalak monastery, thus forcing their hand toward this hazardous route. Naturally, they were not ignorant of the risks, and in light of this awareness, they had wisely engaged a guide, this very thief. As Father Durbizak elaborated on the identities and backgrounds of the others, the remaining members of the party hastened their steeds to draw alongside the wagon and converse with Clarence. Particularly when discussing the aforementioned rogue, he deliberately slowed his mount as he led the way at the front. As he matched the pace of the wagon, he expressed his grievances, claiming to engage in legitimate trade, lamenting that the buyer's ignorance led them to feel cheated and thus blame him. His assertions regarding thievery were even more ludicrous, for his notorious reputation caused individuals to attribute their losses to him. When questioned about the ownership of items found in his possession, he feigned ignorance, asserting he had no idea how they came to be with him. Nevertheless, despite being aware of this morally dubious individual's unsavory deeds, Clarence's demeanor toward him was not as disdainful as that of Kay or Father Durbizak, but rather akin to the more tempered attitudes of Byman, Felsen, and Eckhart, albeit with subtle distinctions. If one were to suggest that Byman and his two companions have encountered individuals akin to Mr. Thief due to their backgrounds and experiences, one might even argue that they have encountered far worse characters. Consequently, their attitude and perspective towards thieves are characterized by a profound indifference and disregard. In contrast, Clarence's viewpoint exudes a sense of compassion. This is not to imply that he condones the reprehensible actions and crimes of Mr. Thief, but rather he embodies a sentiment akin to the forgiveness extended towards those who have erred. Thus, the impression Clarence imparts upon the thief and conman is more akin to that of a priest than that of Durbizak. Moreover, Clarence's earnest exhortations towards benevolence resonate deeply within the heart of the thief, despite the fact that Father Durbizak has never actually urged him to engage in such virtuous actions. This fundamentally contradicts the thief's entire disposition, which naturally evokes a sense of despondency, for who would wish to be labeled as a trickster or a thief if given the choice to be virtuous? Nevertheless, this does not imply that he is oblivious to the wrongness of his actions. The crux of the matter lies in his desire to survive and secure sustenance. However, he possesses no other means of existence apart from these misguided methods. Thus, what else can he resort to if he refrains from these acknowledged misdeeds? Yet, this does not mean he lacks a sense of remorse. It is simply that no one, save for Clarence, has ever sought to persuade him otherwise. Even if he were to heed such counsel, it would not necessarily lead to any transformation. When Derby Zach mentions Eckhart, the latter takes the initiative to approach the carriage, displaying an even greater reverence. He inquires if Clarence is also a member of the Knights Templar, as he senses a distinct fluctuation of divine martial prowess emanating from him. Eckhart, being a Knight of the Templar Order, is acutely familiar with the essence of such divine combat abilities. Thus, upon first encountering Clarence, he had already sensed this familiar energy and never doubted his legitimacy as a clergyman, for the power of divine martial arts cannot be feigned. However, even this acknowledgement merely confirms that Clarence is indeed a Knight of the Templar. Why then does Eckhart exhibit such profound respect? It must be noted that he previously served to protect a cardinal, which implies that within the hierarchy of the Templar Order, Eckhart would certainly hold a rank akin to that of a squad leader or a lieutenant, perhaps even a sergeant. Therefore, it would be expected that ordinary knights would exhibit deference towards Eckhart, rather than the reverence he currently displays. Could it be that he has recognized Clarence's true identity? It is indeed his identity as the leader of the Order of the Knights of Stuart. Although not explicitly identified, it is nearly evident. This is because, regardless of the era, joining the Knights Templar requires formal appointment by the Church and the conduction of an oath ceremony. Such appointments and ceremonies by the Church possess a unique power, akin to that of a contract. This power exerts influence over any knight within the order whose rank is inferior to Clarence's, particularly the Grand Master, whose position imposes absolute dominance and influence over all knights in the Templar Order. Logically, Clarence is merely a division leader, not the sole Grand Master, and thus his authority should not impose the same level of pressure on Eckhart as that of the Grand Master. However, the authority of a division leader is derived from the Grand Master's own power. Naturally, since a division leader is not a true Grand Master, his influence over Eckhart is not overwhelmingly pronounced. Nevertheless, this implies that Clarence's status within the Templar Order, especially regarding rank and position, is certainly not trivial. What perplexes Eckhart is that he has neither seen the Grand Master nor recognized any of the higher-ups within the Templar Order, despite being aware of their appearances. In fact, he has never encountered Clarence and was entirely unaware of his existence until now. Thus, Eckhart is deeply intrigued by Clarence's true identity, particularly his standing and role within the Templar Order. However, despite his curiosity and confusion, he refrains from directly inquiring or discussing this matter in front of so many outsiders, as it pertains to the internal affairs of their order, which should remain confidential. Recognizing that Clarence is not only a genuine Knight Templar, but also holds a significant position within the order contributes to Eckhart's respectful demeanor, treating him with the same reverence he would afford a Grand Master. In response to Eckhart's inquiry, Clarence does not conceal anything. He simply nods, affirming Eckhart's intuition and speculation. Yet, he discloses no further information beyond that acknowledgement. Understanding the implications of Clarence's true affiliation within the Templar Order, Eckhart wisely refrains from pressing the matter further and instead shifts the conversation to another topic. As the two conversed, Father Derby Zach, who was driving the carriage beside them, cast a profound glance at Clarence. He had not anticipated that Clarence was indeed a member of the Knights Templar. Chapter 43, Witches and Demons 4. In truth, it was not only Father Derby Zach who found this revelation astonishing. Even the onlookers, including Byman and others surrounding the carriage, wore expressions akin to having seen a ghost as they gazed at Clarence, seated at the front of the carriage. None had imagined that he could be associated with the Knights Templar. However, despite his extraordinary beauty, his physique appeared rather frail, leading one to wonder how he could possibly qualify as a true Knight Templar. Or was it possible that Clarence merely held a clerical position within the order? Yet, if that were the case, Eckhart's demeanor would not be so reverential. Although Byman and his companions were curious about these uncertainties, none were foolish enough to voice their inquiries. Apart from the young Kay, the rest were seasoned individuals, possessing enough discernment to hold their tongues. Moreover, Felsen had deliberately restrained Kay, who was about to ask questions, subtly shaking his head in warning. Some matters were not for them to probe. My boy, let me impart a lesson. There are things you may know but should not speak of or inquire about. Knowing more does not always equate to greater safety. In fact, it may sometimes lead to peril. Although Kay had previously been chastised by Felsen, creating a slight rift between them, he was no fool. He understood which words were for his own good and warranted his compliance. Thus, upon discerning the genuine kindness in Felsen's cautionary advice, he settled down, abandoning his urge to inquire further. As their party continued their journey until dusk, they finally arrived at the edge of the forest from which Clarence had recently emerged. Logically, it should not have taken them so long. After all, although Clarence had flown some distance after leaving the forest, it was not particularly far, and they were not traversing on foot, but rather on horseback. So why had they taken such an extended time? The primary issue lay with the carriage. More accurately, the prisoner cart was exceedingly heavy. While a smooth road would have posed no problem, The reality was that the path was far from even. Thus, any minor issue or complication could significantly delay their progress. In truth, reaching the edge of the Aiku forest before nightfall was a testament to their commendable speed. According to their original itinerary, they were expected to reach the edge of the forest around 8 or 9 o'clock this evening. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Aiku forest, the group paused to rest, kindling a fire to prepare a meal. Clearly, they did not intend to venture into the forest tonight, as the dangers were far too great. Even with 3.5 knights among them, all seasoned warriors, the risks remained substantial. The half-knight referred to Kay, of course. However, even with their combat prowess, they could not adequately manage the carriage. Nor could they rely on the not-so-strong Father Durbizak and the dubious gentleman, let alone the recently joined Clarence. In any case, the leader of the group, Byman, who held true authority, was entirely disinclined to travel through the perilous darkness of the forest at night. As for whether halting to camp would affect their planned schedule, it would not. After all, their original plan included a well-deserved rest this evening. While they could endure the journey, the horses, especially the two pulling the heavy prisoner cart, could not. Unless they were willing to pull the cart by hand further along the road, they had to ensure the well-being of those horses. As they set up camp, clearing a patch of ground and preparing to cook, Father Durbizak inquired of the dubious gentleman about the proximity of a water source. Their provisions were sufficient for the round trip, but the need for fresh water was pressing, as the consumption would be considerable. They needed to fill their water bags and other containers, at least enough to sustain them until they exited the Aiku forest. Finding a water source amid the myriad unknown dangers of the forest would not be an easy task. The priest and the dubious gentleman took the water bags to fetch water from the nearby source, while Kay, the young knight squire, prepared dinner for everyone. Perhaps in honor of Clarence's arrival, or simply out of a desire for a hearty meal. Byman and Felson ventured into the nearby woods and returned with a small game. Though the catch appeared modest, yielding little meat, it would nonetheless add flavor to their dinner, allowing them to savor the taste of meat. This brought smiles to the faces of Eckhart, who was guarding the cart, and Father Durbizak, who had just returned with water. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the group finally enjoyed a warm meal, particularly relishing a large pot of rich meat soup that was delightfully indulgent. The broth was delicious to such an extraordinary degree that it was evident it had been crafted by Clarence. Moreover, it was not merely imbued with culinary magic. He had also incorporated highly nutritious ingredients. As the group finished their meal and prepared to rest, Kai, while adding twigs to the fire, appeared to have just noticed something unusual. With a look of perplexity, he inquired why the girl in the carriage was so unusually quiet and compliant that evening. It was worth noting that just a few days prior, she had engaged in conversation not only during their camping, but also while on the road, often speaking with the guards. Although her topics mostly revolved around seeking her release, what had changed today? Why was she so serene and silent, not causing a stir at all? Upon hearing Kai's question, Father Durbizak let out a cold chuckle. Naturally, she would behave herself, for at that moment, he subtly cast a glance at Clarence, who was seated across from him. Among those gathered around the fire, only Kai, due to his youth and lack of experience, had just begun to notice the peculiar situation. The others had already discerned the oddity. The girl confined in the carriage was excessively quiet and compliant. Crucially, they had not only sensed this early on, but had also begun to suspect the underlying reason for her unusual demeanor. Indeed, they could perceive that her tranquility was not a recent development. It had persisted since her encounter with Clarence. It felt akin to a mouse cornered by a cat, with nowhere to escape. She likely believed there was no chance of evading the claws of her natural enemy, leading to her submissive behavior. Alternatively, one might say she was simply too frightened to move, fearing that even the slightest motion would draw the predator's attention and result in her demise. Father Durbizak and the others had surmised that Clarence was likely no ordinary mortal and had deep ties to the church. Thus, when faced with the witch imprisoned in the carriage, it resembled a cat and mouse dynamic. Even if the cat did nothing but remain still, it exerted a predatory influence, compelling the witch to behave obediently. The reactions of the others left Kai even more bewildered. He had initially intended to inquire further, but recalling Felson's earlier admonitions, he chose to remain silent. However, Kay fell silent, yet the conversation had already veered towards this subject. Naturally, Clarence seized the opportunity to inquire about how the monastery in Sevillac intended to deal with the demon and the witch. At first glance, his question seemed perfectly reasonable, devoid of any apparent flaws. However, Father Durbizak fixated his gaze on him, a look that suggested something deeper. Why did he regard Clarence with such intensity? This was primarily due to the fact that Clarence had distinctly separated the terms demon and witch in his final statement. That was indeed the crux of the matter. Yet, had not Father Durbizak himself previously referred to the girl confined in the carriage in a similar manner? He had merely combined the two titles in his description. In truth, his terminology stemmed not from any discernment of demonic traits within the girl, but rather from his awareness that she was indeed a witch. Given her involvement in the malevolent act of unleashing a deadly plague, Father Debizak had chosen to label her with both titles to unequivocally convey the severity of her transgressions. In simpler terms, he recognized her as a witch and suspected that the rampant plague might very well be a consequence of her actions. Yet he remained oblivious to whether she was possessed by any demonic entity. Thus, his penetrating gaze directed at Clarence arose from the certainty with which he had articulated that final remark. To an outsider, this might not have seemed problematic. They might have attributed it to Clarence's rapid speech, leading to a possible miscommunication, or perhaps even to their own misunderstanding. It was unlikely anyone would perceive the situation with the same heightened sensitivity as Father Debizak. Clarence, unaware of the inner thoughts of the priest seated across from him, continued to look at him calmly, awaiting a response. However, Father Debizak did not directly address his inquiry. Instead, he asked whether Clarence had discerned any issues with the witch. He also pointed out the significance of Clarence's separation of the terms demon and witch. In response to the priest's query, Clarence provided a brief explanation. Is there not an exorcist or a priest skilled in conducting exorcisms within your parish? By priest, he referred to the cleric, a formal title for a priest within the church, as different regions may have varying designations for the same role. Curiously, Father Debizak questioned why Clarence would pose such an inquiry, as it implied the existence of an exorcist or a priest frequently engaging with infernal demons within their parish. Thus, one could discern that the sulphurous scent emanating from the witch was a mark exclusively belonging to demons. Father Debizak nodded thoughtfully. So, was that witch truly a demon? Upon hearing this assertion, Clarence shook his head and offered a cautionary remark. She is not a demon, but rather a witch, albeit one with a certain connection to demons. Before the priest could voice any further inquiries, Clarence interjected, as for how I am certain that girl is indeed a witch. At this juncture, a golden glimmer ignited in his eyes, a fleeting spark that might have been mistaken for a mere reflection of firelight. However, upon witnessing that brief flash of golden light, Father Debizak immediately bowed his head, daunted and unwilling to meet Clarence's gaze again, even disregarding his earlier question. This was not to suggest that Clarence would erupt if stared at for too long. That was merely a jest. Nevertheless, Debizak firmly believed that to dare gaze upon Clarence in such a state, even for a fleeting moment, would likely result in his own obliteration. This was not a mere metaphor or description, but a literal assertion. Should one venture to look again, they would indeed explode. Recall the earlier assertion that mortals cannot behold the divine. This inability to gaze upon the divine does not merely pertain to the physical limitations of mortal flesh, which cannot perceive such elevated existences. Even a direct gaze upon true deities would invite backlash and harm. The most immediate consequence would be the obliteration of the brain and eyes, consumed by the incomprehensible nature of genuine divinity. Is this notion excessively, shall we say, brutal? In truth, it is but a fraction of the severity. For within the temporal realm that Clarence currently inhabits, the Church's doctrine on the matter is even more savage. Indeed, this transcends mere brutality. It is outright barbarism. The Church of this era posits that to dare gaze upon the true divine, including angels, would result in the complete annihilation of the observer. Thus, having witnessed the golden light in Clarence's eyes, a phenomenon utterly beyond the realm of mortals, Father Debizak comprehended his true identity. In fact, knowing his identity instilled such trepidation that he could not dare to look upon Clarence directly. He feared that a mere glance could lead to his own literal explosion. Chapter 45. Questions. As for Father Debizak's earlier query, there was no longer a need for Clarence to respond. Upon uncovering his true identity, all lingering questions had been resolved. Father Debizak fell into an unexpected silence, prompting Kay, who had been quietly listening by his side, to glance up at him in bewilderment, as if inquiring why he had ceased to speak. Positioned closer to Clarence, Kay had been unable to witness the earlier moment when golden light emanated from Debizak's eyes, and thus, he remained unaware of the reason behind the priest's sudden reticence. In fact, it was not solely Father Debizak who had lowered his gaze and refrained from looking at Clarence any longer. Both Byman and Felsen, seated opposite him, exhibited the same reaction after witnessing the earlier spectacle. Regardless of their internal thoughts, they too dared not cast another glance in Clarence's direction. Clearly, they had, like the priest, come to a profound understanding of Clarence's true identity and the nature of his existence. After a prolonged silence, Father Debizak finally responded to the question previously posed by Clarence regarding the fate of the witch once she was sent to the monastery in Severac. As per my understanding of the procedure, the clergy there would first conduct tests to ascertain whether the girl was indeed a witch before commencing the process to dispel the dark magic afflicting her, particularly the malevolent plague. Upon hearing Debizak's words regarding the girl's examination, Clarence murmured thoughtfully, "So, they will begin with testing?" He then appeared to recall something significant, a sense of foreboding blossoming within him, leading him to tentatively inquire of Debizak, "Might you enlighten me on how the monastery conducts such tests in these circumstances?" "Pray." Do not suggest they resort to those futile tricks of being unable to drown or burn. At the mention of Clarence's final remark, Derbyzac's lips moved as if to offer a rebuttal, yet upon reflecting on Clarence's true identity, he swallowed the words that nearly escaped him. His reaction seemed to tacitly acknowledge Clarence's assertion. However, before Clarence could speak again, Byman, seated opposite, could no longer restrain himself and urgently interjected, "My lord, do you truly believe that taking lives in the name of the Almighty is devoid of meaning and inherently sinful?" "Byman, you ought not to utter such words," Derbyzac interjected, visibly agitated by Byman's inquiry. After all, in the current societal climate, such a statement was nothing short of heretical. Yet, before he could fully express his discontent, Clarence interrupted. "Father, you must grasp this. The Lord does not cease to care for you merely because you harbor doubts. Therefore, there is no need to cast aspersions on the question posed by Sir Byman, nor on his genuine thoughts. In obedience to your will, since Clarence has spoken thus, and being merely a humble priest, what could he possibly say? He could only acquiesce to his desire." After staving off Derbyzac's scolding, Clarence finally turned his gaze towards Byman. However, regarding Byman's inquiry, Clarence appeared somewhat distressed, uncertain of how to articulate an explanation that would truly resonate with him. "Regarding your question, Sir Byman, I find myself at a loss for a satisfactory response. Yet, I perceive that this query holds significant importance for you, so I shall share my personal perspective. Sir Byman, I hope you can appreciate that this is solely my individual viewpoint and understanding. Therefore, I do not wish for you to waver or allow it to influence your positive perception of the Lord God." Upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, Byman nodded, signaling that his faith would remain unshaken. "To put it in terms you might comprehend, the Lord requires the power of belief, and this power derives from the faithful congregation. Thus you should grasp this notion. The number of believers directly pertains to the strength of the faith that can be harnessed, hence I am unable to answer your question. Sir Byman, as for whether committing acts of violence in the name of the Lord is correct or meaningful, from the Church's perspective, such actions are deemed justifiable and imbued with significance. Regarding the so-called matter of sin that you have raised, I believe it is unnecessary to delve into it. For your doubts stem from a failure to view the situation from the Church's standpoint. Instead, you are assessing the issue from your own perspective, applying your values and moral compass, which leads to your uncertainty regarding the righteousness of such actions. To my mind, such doubts are entirely unwarranted and devoid of meaning. What you need to do is find a balance between your own beliefs and those of the Church, and then these doubts will cease to exist." Upon hearing this, Byman eagerly pressed on, "Your Excellency, how might one achieve this balance you speak of?" Sir Byman, that question is not one for me to answer. Rather, you must consult your own heart and discern what you truly wish to do, especially considering whether your actions would contradict the Church's principles. In doing so, you will gradually uncover a balance unique to yourself." After Clarence's guidance, Byman felt as though he had grasped a vague understanding within his mind, beginning to comprehend what this so-called balance entailed. This revelation filled Byman with a sense of clarity, perhaps even unbeknownst to him. A smile graced his face. Observing this expression, Felsen was impressed, yet he could empathize with Byman's current state of mind. Since the time they participated in the Crusades and encountered a particular battle, Byman has been plagued by a persistent dilemma. He is acutely aware of the torment this issue has caused him. Thus, upon witnessing the resolution of this long-standing concern through Clarence, Felsen naturally felt a sense of joy for Byman. However, alongside his happiness for Byman, Felsen harbored a question that had burgeoned within him, particularly after he had come to fully comprehend Clarence's true identity, prompting him to voice it. Until now, he had struggled to find an opportune moment to interject. With the opportunity finally presenting itself, Felsen spoke forth his inner perplexity. "From earlier, I have been pondering whether it is still necessary for us to take the young girl to the Sevillac Monastery. After all, at this juncture." Felsen cast a deliberate glance at Clarence. The remainder of his thoughts need not be articulated, as the others present could surmise them. With Clarence among them, was there truly a need to journey to the Sevillac Monastery? Let us not forget their original purpose for visiting the monastery. Even if they were to reach it, the monastery would still conduct rituals seeking divine assistance. Yet, with Clarence's formidable presence in their ranks, what purpose would the arduous journey serve? Would it not be more prudent to allow Clarence to address all these matters directly? In truth, Felsen's query resonated with Father Derbyzac and the others to varying degrees. Even Kay, a young lad still uncertain of Clarence's genuine identity, could discern that he was far from an ordinary mortal. This realization implied that Clarence possessed capabilities beyond their comprehension. Given such power, would it not be a trivial task to resolve the plague? Thus, why then embark on a lengthy journey to the Sevillac Monastery? However, the topic had not been broached previously, which made Kay hesitant to voice his thoughts. Setting Kay aside, one might wonder why the others had refrained from mentioning it. This reluctance stemmed from Clarence's unique status, as he engaged with them in a manner that appeared unassuming and relatable, never revealing his true identity through throughout their interactions. Consequently, Debbie, Zach, and the others felt a sense of trepidation, reluctant to raise the issue lightly. However, since they harbored concerns, no one had broached the subject until now. So why did Felsen suddenly bring it up? One reason is that Felsen is an impetuous individual who struggles to keep secrets. It is quite remarkable that he has managed to contain himself until this point. The second reason lies in the fact that Byman had just raised a question pertaining to the believers and the power of faith, which provided Felsen with a perfect opportunity to interject and articulate his thoughts. Although Felsen is impulsive, he is not devoid of intellect. He possesses a grasp of communication techniques. Setting aside the thoughts of the others, it is worth noting that after Felsen's sudden revelation, Clarence discerned the true meaning and intent behind his words. Despite having never disclosed his true identity and origin since joining the team, he had not deliberately concealed or obscured anything. Otherwise, he would not have directly acknowledged his affiliation with the Knights Templar when questioned by Eckhart, particularly just moments ago. He would not have concentrated the holy light in his eyes to demonstrate his extraordinary power to Derbyzer, a power that enabled him to identify the sorceress imprisoned in the carriage. His various actions revealed strengths beyond those of mere mortals. And if Derbyzer and the others had failed to notice any irregularities, it would suggest either feigned ignorance or genuine foolishness. Thus, Clarence was entirely unsurprised that Felsen, along with the others, could perceive that he was not an ordinary human. Faced with Felsen's piercing gaze and the silence of the others, Clarence resignedly began to explain. Taking the witch to the monastery of Sevillac is your mission, and this mission is rather unique. It does not pertain to whether you obey the command of a certain cardinal or to alleviating the devastating plague that runs rampant. Rather, it is an imperative woven into the fabric of your destinies to escort that witch to the Sevillac monastery. Once you arrive there, anything that transpires subsequently will no longer concern you. Do you understand what I am saying? If not, consider this a task assigned to you by the Holy See, one that you must execute and complete. Of course, you may also interpret it as a mission entrusted to you not by the Pope or a prominent archbishop, but by the Almighty himself. This declaration left Derbyzer and Felsen devoid of any further questions. Even if they had lingering doubts, they chose not to voice them. As Clarence articulated, their sole focus now should be on executing and completing this task, leaving aside all other concerns and questions. Father, could you tell me how you discovered that witch and how you associated the plague with her? Clarence redirected the conversation back to the witch. I happened upon her wandering outside the town, uttering incomprehensible words that seemed akin to incantations of dark magic, Derbyzak recounted. Shortly after her appearance, the plague erupted, and I later learned that wherever she had passed, the plague would follow. The subsequent events led to her capture and confinement, and ultimately, the archbishop decided to send her to the monastery in Sevillac for a fair trial. After listening to Derbyzak's account, Clarence nodded in understanding. Now it makes sense why you would link the plague to that witch. Do you mind if I speak with her? Without considering his companion's thoughts, Derbyzak respectfully replied, Of course. Not at all. Please, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Clarence rose and approached the nearby prison cart, intending to converse with the witch. His curiosity stemmed from the peculiar condition of the witch. What was peculiar? She exhibited the extraordinary ability to coexist harmoniously with an unknown demon within the same body, with their powers seemingly intertwined. This suggested that the witch could wield the demon's strength, and conversely, the demon could harness hers. Such a scenario was entirely unprecedented. At least in Clarence's eyes, the witch's state was remarkably unusual, bordering on impossible. Thus, he felt compelled to engage her in conversation to uncover the nature of their circumstances. Though the witch regarded him with suspicion and evident trepidation, she did not resist the opportunity for dialogue. Through their exchange, Clarence gleaned the essence of her situation. Chapter 47. The Unfortunate Witch and the Demon. In summary, both the witch and the unknown demon residing within her were merely unfortunate souls. Their unique circumstance of coexisting within a single body, with their powers fused together, was a result of sheer misfortune that led to an unexpected outcome. Since it was an accident, it implied that such an occurrence was unlikely to be replicated. To elaborate on the witch's origin, she was born as a witch endowed with magical abilities, albeit from a Muggle lineage. It is worth noting that in contemporary society, those who emerge from Muggle families often face dire fates. However, this witch, named Claire Foy, was exceptionally fortunate. At the very least, her parents did not abandon or harm Claire due to the peculiar occurrences that frequently transpired within their home. On the contrary, they raised her to adulthood safely and soundly. It was on the evening of her coming of age that an elderly wizard visited their home. He claimed to have been traveling nearby when he sensed a surge of magical energy, prompting him to investigate the situation. The subsequent events are well known. Claire became the apprentice of the old wizard, learning the arcane arts under his guidance, and eventually inheriting all of his magical legacy. From her birth until the death of the old wizard, and after embracing his complete magical heritage, Claire's life cannot merely be described as fortunate. It would be more fitting to say that fate had smiled upon her. After all, being raised by such parents in a society where she was born a muggle is already a remarkable stroke of luck and happiness. Moreover, encountering a righteous wizard on the very night of her adulthood is an extraordinary occurrence. In the wizarding community of that era, those who could be deemed virtuous wizards were as rare as phoenix feathers. It is crucial to understand that, in that period of the magical realm, there was no clear distinction between light and dark magic. This implies that what would later be recognized as dark magic in the modern magical world was considered normal and permissible for use and study during this time. For wizards of that epoch, magic was simply categorized as effective or ineffective, devoid of any moral connotations. If it proved useful, it was employed without hesitation. And if it did not, alternatives were sought. One can easily imagine that the behavior of wizards living in such an era was far from conventional. It is essential to refrain from applying contemporary perceptions of future wizards to those of the current period. Perhaps it is precisely this reason that wizards have been relegated to the foremost position among the dark races in the legends of ordinary people. Any mention of malevolent, extraordinary beings inevitably brings wizards into the conversation. Thus, it is evident that righteous wizards were exceedingly scarce during this time. However, it is uncertain whether her lifelong fortune had indeed been exhausted by that point, leading Claire to subsequently experience a streak of misfortune. This misfortune manifested in the form of minor inconveniences akin to water getting stuck between one's teeth, which were no longer considered troublesome. The true calamity lay in the fact that this ill fate seemed to interfere with Claire's ability to cast spells normally. Consequently, during a particular magical experiment, her overwhelming bad luck culminated in an unexpected mishap, resulting in her current state of coexisting with demons. As for the nature of the magic Claire was experimenting with at that time, which resulted in such an extraordinary situation, it is imperative to mention the esteemed grimoire, the Book of Solomon, and its current status within the realm of magic. To illustrate the point, during this era, wizards had yet to acquire house elves as their servants. Thus the practice of employing familiars was prevalent. These familiars, in fact, are manifestations of demons summoned and enslaved as described within the Book of Solomon. Indeed, wizards of this period boldly enslaved demons from the depths of hell, or entities akin to devils and malevolent spirits, to serve their purposes. Some wizards did not utilize the Book of Solomon to conjure these demons. Rather, they relied solely on their magical prowess to forcibly seize such beings and impose servitude upon them. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the prominence of the grimoire within the contemporary magical society. However, what transpired with Claire was quite unfortunate. What is typically a commonplace practice among wizards, summoning and enslaving a familiar, resulted in an unexpected incident due to her ill fortune. This unfortunate turn of events led to the unique coexistence between Claire and the demon. Just as she summoned the demon with the intention of forging a magical contract to bind it to her service, her misfortune caused the contract to malfunction in an unforeseen manner. Instead of a conventional master-servant agreement, it transformed into a pact of mutual existence, where both parties could share everything, including their lives. Indeed, even Claire herself was initially unaware of the alterations to the magical contract. It was only through subsequent experimentation alongside the demon within her that she began to speculate about the nature of the changes. In truth, if it were only this, Claire might have considered it a stroke of luck, for even as a wizard, her lifespan could hardly rival that of the demon dwelling within her. The altered magical contract allowed them to share all aspects of their existence, including their lifespans. This is why it could be said that Claire had indeed gained an advantage, as the contract freed her from the constraints of mortal lifespan. Logically, one might conclude that having gained such an advantage, she could simply retreat to a secluded haven to live quietly. Initially, Claire entertained this very notion, seeking a safe and hidden place to lead her life. However, she not only shared the demon's longevity and power, but also its true name. Since demons possess their own true names, what implications might arise from Claire sharing this name? The remaining demons, who adeptly conceal their true names, naturally do not suffer from such concerns. However, the demon residing within her is meticulously recorded in the Grimoire of Solomon. This implies that, aside from her, others may also discern the true name of this demon, using the name inscribed in the grimoire as a conduit for summoning and enslavement. Hence, it becomes evident why Claire has emerged. To put it bluntly, she is now scarcely distinguishable from the demon within her, both susceptible to being forcibly summoned and subsequently enslaved, akin to a mere servant. Furthermore, Claire possesses considerable beauty, enhancing her allure. Chapter 48, The Unfortunate Witch and the Demon 3. Claire has indeed contemplated various methods to entirely eliminate the risk of being forcibly summoned and enslaved. Alas, her numerous attempts have yielded little success, potentially due to her scant knowledge of the arcane, as she is not a formally trained sorceress from an esteemed academy. She has not undergone systematic instruction nor has access to a wealth of magical knowledge for her studies. Consequently, She has been unable to discover a means to prevent her involuntary summoning and subjugation. To avert such occurrences, Claire devised a strategy in collaboration with the demon within her to eradicate all copies of the Grimoire of Solomon. However, this plan proves arduous, for Merlin knows how many individuals have transcribed that tome and where its copies have disseminated. Thus, they both realized that obliterating every copy of the grimoire is nearly impossible. They then considered whether it would be feasible to locate the original text, as only the true names of demons inscribed therein possess the power to serve as a medium. In other words, if the original holds the true name, Claire and her companions would be unable to resist. Should they succeed in destroying the original, any remaining copies, despite containing the true name of the demon within her, would lack the efficacy to serve as a conduit for summoning, rendering forced enslavement impossible. Should a summoner dare to call them forth, they would be emboldened to retaliate against their summoner. In essence, by destroying the original text or the record of the true name of the demon within her, they would no longer need to fear involuntary summoning or enslavement. Thus, Claire ventured forth, feigning the spread of a plague, in hopes of being dispatched to the Sevillac Monastery, where the original Grimoire of Solomon is believed to be stored. Without delving into the specific details and steps of Claire's plan alongside her inner demon, it is safe to say that her scheming has been notably successful. At the very least, she was indeed on her way to the Sevillac Monastery, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should ultimately reach her destination. Unfortunately, misfortune did not easily relent, as she unexpectedly encountered Clarence while being escorted to Sevillac. Therefore, it could be said that both Claire and the demon within her were exceptionally unfortunate. Incidentally, the so-called plague that Claire and her companions had been spreading was entirely unrelated to them. Neither Claire herself nor the demon within her possessed the capability to create or propagate such a lethal plague. This was not a fabrication on her part, for Clarence had already employed magic to ascertain Claire's condition, confirming that she bore no signs of having studied or engaged in black magic related to the plague, nor exhibited any backlash or repercussions from such dark arts. As for the demon residing within her, Clarence had also utilized the Eye of Truth to investigate, discovering that this demon was indeed devoid of any powers connected to the plague, but rather had a significant association with a certain type of flame from the depths of hell. It was a fire-type demon, and its powers were solely related to fire. Thus, it naturally lacked the ability to manipulate a plague. After listening to the witch Claire's account, Clarence regarded her with a bemused expression, contemplating that while he had encountered misfortune before, he had never witnessed someone as unfortunate as her. "You need not concern yourself with reaching the Sevillac Monastery," he stated, "for I can assist you in entirely eliminating the means by which one might summon you for enslavement." Clarence continued. Claire did not exhibit excessive excitement in response to Clarence's words, though her eyes sparkled with fervor. Yet, more so, she remained vigilant and wary. Being a witch herself, she understood that to obtain something, one must pay an equivalent price. Thus, although Clarence professed his willingness to assist, she was certain he would not do so without stipulations. Indeed, before she could utter a word, Clarence proactively remarked, "Of course, my assistance comes at a cost." As he spoke, he conjured a scroll of parchment that radiated a pure white light, presenting it within the confines of the carriage. "Sign this contract, and adhere to its stipulations until the designated time inscribed at the bottom. That will be your requisite sacrifice." Claire extended her hand to receive the parchment and opened it to examine its contents. Whether it was the information therein that astonished her, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her large eyes wide with disbelief, staring at him in incredulity. In her eyes, astonishment mingled with a tinge of confusion. It is as if she is perplexed by the so-called cost proposed by Clarence. Could it truly be confined solely to the stipulations within this contract? Meanwhile, as Claire observes the contract, the eavesdropping Father Dramione and his companions manage to grasp the general circumstances surrounding the matter. However, it is evident that Dramione is inclined to intervene and prevent Clarence from assisting the witch. Yet, as he takes a single step forward, he suddenly recalls something and retracts his foot. The realization of Clarence's true identity dawns upon him. As a cleric of the church, should he not adhere to the will and directives of the other? His duty as a clergyman necessitates obedience to Clarence's intentions, leaving no room for personal contemplation or authority over the matter. Dramiane's actions, however, do not draw the attention of the others who are also eavesdropping, for they are entirely focused on the happenings near the prison cart, lacking the leisure to notice him. Returning to the prison cart, the witch Claire gazes at Clarence with an expression of incredulous astonishment, contemplating before finally inquiring. "The cost you mentioned, does it mean that by adhering to the terms of the contract, I can entirely prevent being forcibly summoned and enslaved?" Clarence nods affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, though this plague was not instigated by you, you have nonetheless exploited the church to fulfill your own aims, thus it serves as your punishment. The requirements and conditions within this contract will suffice to atone for your transgressions. However, I must caution you, should you fail to meet the conditions laid out in the contract, The repercussions may prove far more agonizing than mere enslavement. I understand, Claire replies, simultaneously inscribing her true name and that of the demon within her onto the contract using her own magical power. Once she completes the inscription, the contract transforms into a shimmering light akin to fireflies, gradually dissipating into the air. This phenomenon signifies that the contract has been duly established. Chapter 49. The Sevillac Monastery. Wait, are you not going to release me? Claire exclaims hurriedly as she observes Clarence turning to leave. After all, she has already signed a magical contract, and he has confirmed her innocence regarding the plague. Why, then, is she not set free from this prison cart? Although remaining within the confines of the cart is not entirely unpleasant, at least it is preferable to riding horseback. Claire is not particularly fond of being confined in such a small space. The cramped quarters leave little room for comfort, and any adult placed therein would undoubtedly feel discomfort due to their inability to fully stretch their limbs. However, Clarence turned away without a glance and remarked, I believe it is better for you to remain up there. After all, you must undergo a trial to prove your innocence, and only then can you emerge from the prison cart. Is there really a need for this? Claire struggled to comprehend Clarence's perspective, unable to discern the purpose of going to the Sevillac Monastery for yet another trial. Furthermore, I regret to inform you that I have already ventured there covertly. I discovered that the situation is dire. All the monks within the monastery have succumbed to the plague. By the time I departed, deaths among the monks had already commenced, and given the passage of time, it is likely that few, if any, remain alive. The words of the witch Claire did not elicit a profound reaction from Clarence. But Father Debizac, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer contain himself and rushed out, anxiously inquiring about the state of the monastery. Upon hearing Claire reiterate her account, Debizac appeared somewhat disoriented, even struggling to believe the gravity of the situation she described. Consequently, he turned his gaze toward Clarence, seeking a contradictory response. Recalling the brief descriptions he had seen on that ancient parchment regarding the Sevillac Monastery, Clarence shook his head, resignedly looking at Debizac, fearing that Claire's assertions bore the mark of truth. With Clarence's confirmation, Debizac's hope was extinguished, and he muttered in despair, if that is the case, do we still need to go to Sevillac? But what shall we do about the plague? Upon hearing Debizac's self-reflection, Clarence approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, You need not concern yourself overly with the plague. Perhaps you could interpret this as the will of the divine. Moreover, I too have entered into a pact with that witch Claire. Under the influence of that contract's power, she will undoubtedly exhaust every means to address the plague. Debizac's words trailed off as he caught sight of Clarence's slight head shake, prompting him to cease. He recalled earlier when Felson had inquired whether, given Clarence's presence, there was still a necessity to journey to Sevillac. How had Clarence responded then? The course of fate? Truth be told, Debizac found himself perplexed by the meaning of those words, yet since Clarence had not elaborated further, he felt disinclined to press for clarification. A night passed in silence, and the following morning, after partaking in breakfast, the group resumed their journey into the forest known as Iku. Although the witch Claire remained quiet and composed, Debizac and the others encountered numerous perils and difficulties within the woods. Without the clandestine assistance of Clarence, their journey through the ominously named Dark Forest would have been fraught with peril, possibly resulting in casualties within their ranks. The myriad of small nuisances, snakes, insects, and the chill of the night paled in comparison to the most significant threat they faced, an unexpected attack by a pack of wolves one fateful night. This incident underscored the inherent dangers lurking within the forest. Enduring such formidable challenges, coupled with Clarence's discreet support, they managed to navigate the treacherous terrain without any loss of life, although injuries were inevitable. Thus, upon emerging from the forest, aside from Clarence and the witch Claire confined within the prison cart, the remaining members of the group appeared thoroughly disheveled. However, having successfully exited the Iku forest, the subsequent journey promised to be considerably more manageable. In less than 3 days, they arrived at the entrance of a monastery situated atop a mountain in Sevillac. Kay approached and knocked on the door, but received no response, not even the faintest sound from within the monastery. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he recalled Claire's earlier remarks. If his suspicions were correct, the monks inside had indeed succumbed to the plague. As Claire had foretold, find a way to enter and force the door open. Bemin, observing Kay's futile knocking, surmised that there were likely no living souls left within the monastery. He urged Kay to discover a means to breach the entrance, so they could proceed inside. Without delving into the specifics of how Kay managed to open the door, once they had successfully brought the prison cart inside, Father Debizac promptly unlocked the cage, allowing Claire to emerge. It was evident to him that, given the dire state of the monastery, it was highly probable that no one survived within its walls. With no living beings present, discussions of judgment were rendered moot. Indeed, Claire's assessment was entirely accurate. After a thorough inspection, Bemin and the others confirmed that the monastery was devoid of any inhabitants. Consequently, They could only hastily bury the monks who had perished from the plague and deliberate on their next course of action. In truth, Zach and his companions were awaiting Clarence to take the lead and make decisive choices regarding their future steps. Having reached such a critical juncture, they were uncertain of the best path forward. Only Clarence possessed the wisdom and authority to determine their next move. What, then, was Clarence engaged in at that moment? He was quietly attuned to any unusual occurrences within the monastery. Due to the unpredictable nature of such situations, it could very well be a hint or reminder bestowed upon him by the supreme deity. Regrettably, after a period of deep contemplation and sensing, he was unable to discern any anomalies. Consequently, he had no choice but to retrieve the special time converter for further examination. Upon inspection, he noted that the converter had indeed shown a certain level of responsiveness. Its energy had accumulated to a significant extent. However, this was still insufficient for him to return to his original timeline, indicating that something essential was still lacking. In Chapter 50, titled Unexpected Events Upon Return, the question lingered: what exactly was missing? Clarence meticulously recalled all the details he had observed on the parchment prior to his traversal, hoping to uncover some clues. After a thorough recollection, he indeed identified a critical issue. According to the parchment's account, Byman and his companions had ultimately succeeded in banishing the demon back to hell, while Claire, the witch, survived and masqueraded as an ordinary girl, successfully departing from the abbey. Thus, Clarence surmised that in order to fulfill the conditions necessary for his return to the original timeline, a fair trial of the witch Claire must take place after all parties had gathered at the Sevillac Abbey, followed by the banishment of the demon back to hell. Presently, Zach, Byman, and the other pertinent individuals had already arrived at the abbey, with both the witch and the demon within her being present as well. Moreover, he had, in effect, already met the requirements for banishing the demon. After all, having signed a magical contract with Claire and the demon within her, it could be argued that the demon had been reformed. Stating that he had, in a sense, fulfilled the conditions for sending the demon back to hell was not unreasonable. It was quite logical. Thus, with the first and third points achieved, only the second condition remained: the necessity of a fair trial for Claire. With this in mind, Clarence raised his gaze to Zach, requesting that he, in his capacity as a clergyman, replace the abbey's monks to conduct a fair trial for Claire, one that demanded absolute impartiality. Although Zach and his companions were somewhat perplexed and did not fully comprehend the significance of this action, they understood that since it was Clarence's directive, they were obliged to comply. As it turned out, his intuition was correct. After Zach conducted the trial for Claire in his clerical capacity, the special time converter had completely filled with the energy required for traversal. Now, he was able to activate the converter at any moment to return to his own timeline. With the burden lifted, Clarence felt a sense of relief. Of course, he did not intend to depart without making proper arrangements for Zach and the witch. No matter how one may express it, arrangements must first be made before returning to the original timeline. Thus, Clarence conveyed to Zach and the others that their mission had been successfully accomplished and that they could return, also taking Claire along. Furthermore, he intended to inform the church that Claire could assist them in devising a means to eradicate the plague. To this end, he left a unique mark upon Claire, a symbol reminiscent of an angelic affiliation. Should the church in this timeline disbelieve her or harbor ill intentions towards her, this mark would reveal its wondrous power. Not only would it serve as evidence, but it would also punish those with nefarious motives. With this mark, it was reasonable to assume that Claire would lead a secure life, avoiding the fate of being relentlessly pursued by the church. Moreover, it would facilitate the execution of the magical contract they had signed. After receiving further instructions and arrangements, Zach, detecting an underlying implication in Clarence's words, curiously inquired whether Clarence would not accompany them back. However, Clarence replied that he wished to return to his original place. Upon finishing this statement, he activated a special time converter, preparing to traverse back. Given that matters in this timeline had been adequately arranged, it was unnecessary for him to linger any longer. As he activated the converter and traversed back to his original timeline, Clarence, upon reopening his eyes, immediately sensed something amiss. He glanced ahead, and indeed, discovered that Zach and Byman, along with others, excluding the witch Claire and that con artist and thief, had inexplicably returned with him to this timeline. This revelation left Clarence astounded. Momentarily speechless, he raised his hand to inspect the time converter, finding no peculiar changes. Clarence could not fathom why, upon his traversal, he had brought back entities from another timeline. Observing Byman and the others, who were struggling to stand due to their disorientation from the time shift, Clarence furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that these individuals were indeed the primary purpose for which the deity had deliberately sent him across time? Upon considering this possibility, Clarence found it increasingly plausible, as he had previously been troubled regarding how to recruit suitable members for the Night Order. Thus, it seemed the deity might have intentionally transported him to Byman's timeline, only to bring these individuals back with him. However, While such associations and speculations possess a certain degree of rationality, Clarence failed to discern what was particularly unique about Byman and his companions. After all, if these individuals were utterly devoid of any special attributes, it would be unfathomable for the supreme deity to intervene and deliberately transport them to that realm of time. Of course, there exists another possibility, that their return was merely coincidental, with no underlying factors involved. Regardless, these individuals had already accompanied him, and Clarence could not simply disregard them, particularly since there was no feasible method to return them to their own temporal domain. Thus, in light of the circumstances, Clarence reluctantly drew his wand and cast a few healing spells upon them, hoping to expedite their recovery. Once Byman and the others had regained their strength, Clarence proceeded to elucidate his true origins, particularly how they had traversed time under exceptional circumstances, arriving in this future epoch. It was imperative to emphasize that Clarence explicitly stated he could not return them. As they endeavored to process the information he had shared, Clarence retrieved a scroll of parchment from a wooden box. Upon unveiling it, he noticed certain contents had undergone subtle alterations. Once Derby, Zack, and the others grasped the current situation, they inundated Clarence with a plethora of inquiries, leaving him somewhat perplexed as to how best to respond for their better comprehension. After some contemplation, Clarence requested their temporary silence. He then indicated that he would escort them to the headquarters of his knightly order, where they could settle in before discussing further matters, as well as seek assistance in familiarizing themselves with the essential knowledge and customs of this era. Chapter 51, Settling In. Before departing from the underground sealed chamber, Clarence employed transmutation magic to alter their attire. Otherwise, venturing out in such conspicuous clothing would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Once they returned to the knightly headquarters with Byman and his companions, along with the wooden box, Clarence summoned Shelley. After briefly introducing Byman and the others' identities and circumstances, he instructed Shelley to lead them to suitable accommodations within the headquarters. Once they were settled, she would assist them in grasping the rudiments of modern society, particularly essential knowledge regarding everyday life, such as the proper use of restrooms. After Shelley guided Byman and his companions to find their living quarters, Clarence then turned to Joanna, requesting her to fetch the private assistant of the Pope. Without requiring further elaboration, Joanna understood the purpose of summoning the female assistant, inevitably concerning the matters of Byman and his companions. Upon her arrival, the assistant, with a grave demeanor, inquired about the time travel incident and the affairs of Byman and his associates. Both the magical and religious realms exhibit a heightened sensitivity to the domain of time, imposing stringent limitations on most matters associated with it. The fact that Byman and his companions, living beings from the medieval era, had traversed into the present timeline was a matter of significant concern, as Joanna relayed. Although the occurrence was due to unforeseen circumstances, it garnered serious attention from the Pope and the assistant, who felt compelled to regard it with utmost seriousness. Any issue arising from the manipulation of time and space would undoubtedly not be trivial. After Clarence provided an overview of the situation, particularly clarifying that the time travel of Byman and his companions would not result in any repercussions or complications, the assistant visibly exhaled in relief. She assured him that she would manage their identity-related matters, yet some formalities and documentation would necessitate their personal presence. Having addressed the pressing issues, the female assistant did not hastily depart to report back to the Pope. Rather, she expressed a desire to meet Byman and his group. Clarence, of course, did not object, as it was clear that Byman and his companions would not remain confined to their quarters indefinitely. As Clarence led the assistant to meet Byman, an unusual sensation suddenly stirred within him. He quickly realized that this feeling emanated from a certain magical contract. In other words, someone had entered into a magical agreement with him, which had satisfied its stipulated conditions, resulting in its automatic dissolution. Upon reflection, he surmised that it was likely the contract with the witch Claire, which had been fulfilled and thus released, prompting Clarence to sense its conclusion. Noticing Clarence come to an abrupt halt, the assistant inquired curiously about the matter. "It's nothing, merely a sudden sensation. However, I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating the induction of an individual into my knightly order." Before she could ask for clarification, Clarence took the initiative to recount the circumstances regarding the witch Claire. After listening attentively, the assistant pondered, acknowledging that the church indeed maintained a connection with a certain witch named Claire, even up until now. Could this be considered a change resulting from your influence on time? Finding it cumbersome to elaborate further on this matter, Clarence simply replied, "Let us regard it as such, for the realm of time is indeed shrouded in mystery, and my understanding of it is rather limited." The female assistant nodded, refraining from further inquiries. However, what intrigued her significantly was that Clarence seemed intent on recruiting the witch named Claire into his order of knights. To enlist a witch, especially one entangled with demons and possessing certain connections, into the ranks of the Knights Templar seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? The assistant not only pondered this, but also voiced her concerns. In response, Clarence asserted that the bond between the witch and the demon was inseparable, with them sharing everything, including their powers. This relationship likely meant that Claire could be influenced by the demon's temperament. Previously, her compliance was due to the constraints of a magical contract, which had now been dissolved. Who could predict what she might do next? To prevent Claire from potentially committing any misdeeds, Clarence considered it prudent to recruit her into the Order, where he could oversee her personally. Upon realizing the true purpose and reasoning behind Clarence's intention to enlist Claire, the assistant ceased her objections. Given her position and status, she was privy to numerous confidential matters within the church and had garnered some understanding of the witch named Claire. In summary, Claire was a formidable witch with no limitations on her lifespan, having survived from the medieval era to the present day. Even a mere glimpse of her revealed power had warranted a marked warning in the confidential documents indicating her as an unassailable force. The church could only seek to maintain cordial relations with her, refraining from provoking her unless they possessed an assurance of her complete eradication. Thus, upon comprehending Clarence's true objectives, the assistant remained silent. What more could she say? Conversely, having Clarence himself supervise the witch would indeed be the most suitable course of action, yielding the best possible outcome. The assistant acquiesced, assuring that she would handle the necessary procedures for Claire's integration into the Order before proceeding to bring up another matter. Or perhaps it was more of a reminder to Clarence to expedite the recruitment of additional members for his knightly order. The Pope had expressed intentions to assign some exceedingly challenging tasks, which others could not accomplish, to the Stuart Knights. Hearing the assistant's reminder, Clarence nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired curiously about how the church had previously managed such troubles and issues. At this question from Clarence, the assistant could not help but let out a sigh. What other measures can be taken? One could either directly suppress the situation and seal off the site of the incident as thoroughly as possible, or sacrifice certain clergy members to eliminate or seal away the demons. Otherwise, one can only bear witness to the unfolding events, ultimately leading to the archival of related documents. Chapter 52. Oaths and Rituals. In light of this, has the church suffered significant losses due to such incidents prior to this? Clarence inquired. The female assistant nodded in affirmation. Indeed, setting aside other aspects of the losses, the number of clergy sacrifices has been alarming. Since the resurgence of dark forces, the annual toll of clergy casualties has escalated drastically. This alarming trend is precisely why the headquarters instituted a specialized program for training exorcists. Unfortunately, the time frame has proven too brief, and, to be frank, the exorcists produced by this course are not adequately equipped to fulfill their tasks. Were it not for the valiant efforts of the Crusaders and the Knights Templar at the forefront of exorcism, the progress in training exorcists at the headquarters would pale in comparison to the rate of casualties. As the assistant reached this point, they arrived at the room prepared for Beeman and his companions. Coincidentally, Beeman and his group overheard the assistant's last statement. Upon hearing her mention the Crusaders and the Knights Templar, Beeman and his companions hurriedly approached to inquire further. However, neither Clarence nor the assistant provided a direct explanation to Beeman and the others. The assistant scrutinized Beeman's group carefully before turning to Clarence to ask, "Are these the individuals you brought back from the medieval timeline?" "Indeed, these are the ones," Clarence confirmed. "I will need your assistance in handling the necessary documentation for them." "Rest assured, I shall take care of these matters," the assistant replied. "However, if you intend to recruit them into the Knights Templar, it would be prudent to commence their specialized training promptly. The Holy Father is likely to assign combat missions to your order shortly." Clarence nodded in understanding, signaling his comprehension. "Please convey to His Holiness that we shall be prepared for battle." Once the assistant departed, Clarence entered a room ahead of the others and began to elucidate the situation surrounding the resurgence of dark forces to Beeman and his companions. After listening to Clarence's overview, Durbizak and Eckhart exhibited little reaction, while Beeman, Felsen, and Kay displayed expressions of hesitation. Particularly, Beeman, after a moment of contemplation, directly inquired about their lack of prior combat experience against demonic entities, emphasizing their unfamiliarity with such encounters. Thus, are they capable of addressing and resolving such incidents? It appears that Beeman, along with Felsen and the others, harbors little confidence or certainty in their ability to manage such events. As the female assistant previously mentioned, a special training session will be conducted for you all. At the very least, it is imperative that you acquire the skills necessary to confront entities of a demonic nature before embarking on your missions. Although Clarence provided this explanation, Beeman and his companions remained somewhat apprehensive. However, given the circumstances, they could only proceed step by step. After elucidating matters to Beeman and his group, Clarence turned to Durbizak and Eckhart, stating, "While you may possess some experience in this domain, you too must undergo Sister Shirley's specialized training, just like Beeman and the others. After all, Father Durbizak, you are soon to become a Knight Templar, and it is essential to learn the exorcism methods of the Templars. Furthermore, Eckhart, although you were previously a formal Knight Templar, The modern order differs significantly from what you are familiar with, necessitating your training to swiftly adapt to contemporary combat techniques, particularly in the realms of martial prowess and skills. Upon hearing this, both men readily acquiesced, expressing their commitment to excel in the specialized training. As Clarence prepared to depart, he seemed to recall something and turned back to inquire about Kay. If I remember correctly, Kay, you are still merely a squire and have not been formally knighted, correct? Kay, sensing that Clarence's mention of his lack of formal title implied something more, nodded with a hint of excitement and respectfully replied, "Yes, Captain, you are not mistaken. I have yet to receive my formal knighthood." "Very well, then take some time to tidy yourself and change into proper attire. The same goes for you. Byman and the others. Assemble in the hall in 1 hour. I will officiate your oath of allegiance to the Stuart knighthood." After giving these instructions, Clarence added a request to Shirley. "Please assist them in finding suitable garments." An hour later, Clarence encountered Byman and his companions in the hall, now groomed and presentable. Given their prior disheveled appearances, Clarence had been unaware of their rather commendable looks. Upon seeing their true visages, he could not help but jest. "When you all venture out, do not cause any trouble, and should any mischief arise, you must take full responsibility." Regrettably, among those present, only Michael could comprehend the jesting remarks. It could be said that he was the only one who managed to muster a smile, while the others maintained their stern expressions, leaving Clarence feeling quite awkward. These individuals seemed rather dim-witted. Did they lack even the emotional intelligence to support their superior? Initially, a knighthood ceremony was held for Kay, followed by an oath-taking ceremony for their induction into the Order of the Knights Templar. It was only after this oath was completed that they could truly be considered Knights Templar, belonging to the Stuart Order. "Sister Shirley, it will be necessary for you to conduct specialized training for them, but rest assured, I shall remain at the base to assist with their healing and other needs. Additionally, I aim to help them acclimatize to modern life and familiarize themselves with common knowledge," as Clarence outlined his plans for Beeman and the others. Shirley did not oppose the idea of aiding Beeman and his companions in understanding contemporary society. However, she expressed her thoughts on the training aspect quite unusually. "If possible, I would prefer it if the commander could personally train them, for I have noticed that you possess a remarkable ability in this regard, enabling others to better grasp the knowledge they learn." "Ah, Shirley, have you already discerned this?" "Indeed, I do possess a unique talent in this area. In fact, during my school days, I contemplated becoming a professor upon graduation. Even now, that desire remains unchanged. Thus, rather than serving as your commander, I would much rather be a professor imparting knowledge to students within a school setting." Chapter 53, Special Events. As Beeman and his companions underwent Sister Shirley's specialized training, they simultaneously grew accustomed to modern life. Incidentally, the witch Claire, after receiving a message conveyed through magical means from Clarence, dutifully arrived at Vatican City and formally joined the order. This lady, now an older maiden, even proposed a request to occupy all the space on the penultimate floor of the order's headquarters to construct a mage tower. The so-called mage tower is a fusion of residence and magical research, akin to a medieval wizard's abode, encompassing the breeding of magical creatures and the cultivation of herbs, among various other functions. It boasts formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, along with numerous enhancements to aid in magical research. The headquarters of the Truth Knight Order, which Clarence constructed in the British magical realm, is a magical edifice similar to a mage tower. Claire's simple request was one that Clarence naturally could not refuse, and he promptly acquiesced to her demand. He even promised her that all the necessary resources for constructing the mage tower could be reimbursed by the Knights Order. If the Knights could not cover it, the Church would. Indeed, to build a true mage tower, one that is fully functional, a considerable amount of resources would be required. At the very least, Claire had not managed to construct a complete mage tower solely for herself from the medieval era to the present day. Faced with such an irresistible temptation, which no sorcerer could refuse, Claire naturally agreed to join the Knights Order and became a paladin. Once everything was set in motion, nearly 3 months swiftly passed, bringing us to early September 1981. Clarence had initially stayed at the base for the first month to assist Shirley in providing special training to Byman and the others. Once they had endured their rigorous training and were no longer subjected to serious injuries, he began the task of transferring the items sealed within the underground vault. During this period, as he nearly emptied the vault of its contents, he experienced no further instances of time travel. This led Clarence to speculate that his previous journey to the timeline of Byman and his companions might have merely been an accidental occurrence, rather than a consequence of the Church's faith in the deity. Just as he was beginning his own studies and research after clearing the vault, the female assistant proactively approached him, bringing with her the first task entrusted to the Knights by His Holiness the Pope. After listening to her brief explanation, Clarence inquired with curiosity, "So, this task entails simply rescuing a girl named Emily Rose and expelling the demon that possesses her?" The assistant, sensing the intent behind Clarence's question, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Your Excellency, you only need to rescue the girl named Emily. As for the matter related to Father Richard Moore, his situation is rather special, so you need not concern yourself with it. The headquarters has already secured a well-known lawyer for him. If all goes well, although Father Richard may face legal troubles due to Emily's case, that lawyer will do his utmost to defend him, at least to minimize the duration of any potential imprisonment. Clarence was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, and since the church headquarters had already arranged for a lawyer for Father Richard, he saw no need to intervene. After all, he was not particularly skilled in legal matters, and thus could offer no substantial assistance. Very well. I shall set out promptly to perform the exorcism for the girl named Emily. However, I am quite curious as to how Father Richard became entangled in such troublesome litigation. Is it because the methods employed by Father Richard during the exorcism ritual were excessively inhumane? The female assistant shook her head, explaining that the issue did not lie within Father Richard's exorcism techniques, but rather in the grave condition of the girl. In other words, the girl exhibited severe tendencies towards self-harm. Had it not been for the perceptive clergy at Father Richard's church, who recognized the girl's troubling state upon her initial admission, the situation could have escalated further. They sensed that the entity possessing her was not merely a demon, but a particularly formidable one. Consequently, they proactively requested a sacred relic from headquarters, which was, in fact, an alchemical artifact you had previously crafted. It was this protective alchemical item that ensured the girl survived Father Richard's exorcism without succumbing to self-inflicted death. However, although the girl's life was spared, her injuries were quite severe, and she has yet to regain consciousness. After receiving medical treatment, she was taken home to recuperate. Due to the dire repercussions of this incident, Father Richard and his church have found themselves embroiled in legal disputes with civic organizations. They have indeed applied for one of my alchemical creations? If that is the case, it seems the demon afflicting Emily is indeed quite powerful. Otherwise, a typical malevolent spirit would not be able to withstand the force imbued within the alchemical items. Yet, he suddenly appeared to grasp something, lifting his gaze to the female assistant and inquiring further. While it is true that the demon possessing Emily is formidable, the church must possess means to combat such entities. Not to mention the numerous alchemical items I have produced. Therefore, what is holding you back? Does this demon have a particular origin or identity that warrants such caution? The assistant replied candidly, affirming that, as you have surmised, the demon within Emily, despite its strength, is not beyond the church's capabilities to confront. If it were any other demon, headquarters would have already addressed the matter. However, this demon's origin and identity are indeed unusual. Investigations conducted by the church, along with available records, have confirmed that this demon is known as the Serpent of Temptation, the very one that seduced Adam and Eve. Thus, you should now understand why headquarters has refrained from direct intervention and instead sent me to seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Clarence's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he calmly remarked, so it is that ancient serpent. No wonder you find yourselves unable to resolve this matter. Chapter 54, The Unusual Demon. What manner of demon or existence could this ancient serpent be, that even the church approaches with such trepidation, or rather, finds themselves at a loss to confront? The church's trepidation towards the ancient serpent can be attributed to the various interpretations and understandings surrounding this figure within religious circles, particularly in Vatican City, where two distinct perspectives exist. Firstly, in the older texts, the ancient serpent is perceived in a manner that diverges somewhat from its depiction in the newer scriptures. In the earlier version, the ancient serpent, while embodying Satan, does not present itself strictly as a demon. Rather, this demon does not stand as the adversary of the supreme deity. In the older narrative, Satan functions more as a watcher and tempter, employing various enticements to test the faithfulness of believers, bearing the responsibility of observing human transgressions. Thus, Satan embodies both the roles of tempter and accuser, operating as the king of demons who lures humanity into sin. This dynamic can be seen as a trial of human faith, permitted by the supreme deity. However, this understanding is confined to the older texts. In the newer scriptures, Satan's identity and portrayal have transformed, unequivocally positioning him as the enemy of the supreme deity, an unequivocal demon. Indeed, not only is there a distinction between the old and new versions of scripture, but also two entirely disparate interpretations and conclusions regarding the ancient serpent and Satan. Following the emergence of the newer texts, while the ancient serpent still appears as an incarnation of Satan, a definitive separation is established, distinguishing them as two wholly distinct entities. The ancient serpent exists merely as the ancient serpent. Although it bears the name Satan and is categorized as a demon, it does not stand as the enemy of the supreme deity. Instead, it functions as a subordinate with a unique role and responsibility under the divine authority. Therefore, the ancient serpent can be viewed in a manner akin to the angelic figure of Sariel, possessing dual identities and representations. To simplify, the ancient serpent is akin to a member of the church. The transgressions it commits are tacitly accepted by the supreme deity. This does not, however, imply that the ancient serpent may act with impunity. Rather, its actions must carry the nature of a test, fulfilling the responsibilities and duties inherent in its role as a tempter. In essence, Emily's predicament does not stem from genuine demonic possession. It is more akin to a divine trial of the believer's faithfulness. Even if such a trial may exact the ultimate sacrifice of one's life, it is not without its merits. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, a mere trial may seem less significant than one's own life. Yet, in reality, successfully navigating this trial may grant one an advance ticket to the heavenly realm, where they may be favored and entrusted with greater responsibilities. Indeed, not all devout believers are destined for the celestial realm, nor are all who ascend to paradise immediately entrusted with significant responsibilities, elevated from the faithful to become winged angels. Even the most rudimentary form, characterized by a mere pair of wings, represents a common angel. To be favored in such a manner signifies the acquisition of authority and commensurate power bestowed by the Almighty. Thus, successfully navigating this trial can be considered a significant step towards divinity, or, more aptly, an immediate leap into the realm of deities endowed with authority and strength. According to ecclesiastical doctrine, this denotes an elevation to the status of archangels or principal angels, who possess both authority and duty. Do not be misled into thinking that archangels or principal angels are merely the lowest three ranks within the hierarchy of angels. They indeed wield authority and power, distinguishing them fundamentally from ordinary angels. In a strict sense, figures such as Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael hold the title of archangels, a designation of duty rather than rank. Originally, Michael and his peers belong to the highest order of seraphim, yet they can currently fulfill the responsibilities of archangels. Notably, Michael has been personally appointed by the Almighty as the Archangel of Archangels, possessing dominion over all angels within the heavenly realm. In contrast, Gabriel and Raphael lack such distinctiveness. They merely bear the responsibilities of archangels, tasked with corresponding duties. Therefore, from a certain perspective, this trial is more advantageous than detrimental. The distinction lies in the fact that some individuals may indeed be reluctant to endure this so-called trial, regardless of their awareness of the potential benefits that may arise from it. Should it truly be that ancient serpent, I know what course of action to take, Clarence remarked to his assistant. Then I entrust this matter to you, he added. After the assistant departed, Shirley and Beeman approached to inquire about the situation. Clarence provided them with a brief overview, then continued. The nature of this task is particularly unique. We cannot employ conventional methods for exorcism, nor will the Church's exorcism rites have any effect on that ancient serpent. Therefore, you shall remain at the base to continue your studies and training. I shall handle this matter alone. It suffices for my purposes. Given the exceptional nature of this situation, Shirley and Beeman did not press further, recognizing that their presence would not contribute meaningfully to the endeavor. It would indeed be more prudent to remain at home, dedicating oneself to study and continuing with training, seizing the opportunity to enhance one's own capabilities, lest one perish in the midst of a task due to insufficient strength. Having resolved to address the matter at hand, Clarence did not linger unnecessarily. After donning his outer robe, he departed the residence, armed with the information and contact details provided by his female assistant. Instead of heading directly to Emily's home as indicated in the documents, he first visited the church where Father Richard served. He sought to enlist a member of the clergy to accompany him to Emily's abode, thereby circumventing potential complications. Additionally, this would grant him the opportunity to glean further insights regarding Emily and the exorcism ritual from the clergy member. In fact, Clarence was taken aback by a revelation he received from the clergyman, a middle-aged nun. He learned that Emily's family held no resentment towards the church, nor did they blame Father Richard. Even though it was true that Emily's tragic condition arose from the exorcism ritual, her family was acutely aware of the actual circumstances. The reality was that both the church and Father Richard had been genuinely devoted to assisting Emily. Her plight was largely a result of self-harm during the exorcism. Had her condition not been so dire at the time, necessitating urgent hospitalization, it is unlikely that certain fringe groups would have become aware of the situation. This unfortunate chain of events led to Father Richard and his church becoming ensnared in legal troubles, with the specter of imprisonment looming over him. This left Emily's family in a state of sorrow, coupled with a sense of guilt towards Father Richard, as they understood the truth of the matter. Regrettably, they were powerless to convince those fringe groups, who stubbornly believed that Emily and her family were in need of assistance. Upon learning of this, Clarence was quite astonished, as the female assistant had not elaborated on the details of how Father Richard had become embroiled in legal issues. Initially, he presumed that Emily's family, unable to accept the outcome, had sought retribution against Father Richard, even taking him to court. He never anticipated that the situation was as it was. They were unable to intervene or persuade, and thus the unfortunate Father Richard was taken away. Though it is clear to all that the transformation of Emily into her current state was not the fault of Father Richard, he nonetheless bore a heavy burden of guilt. for that poor child had nearly lost her life, and she was still so very young. On the way to Emily's residence, Clarence, upon hearing the nun's remarks, refrained from expressing any opinions on the matter. He had long suspected that Father Richard was ensnared by legal troubles, likely due to his own volition, perhaps as a means of atoning for the guilt he felt over the failed exorcism of Emily. It was hard to believe that even the church's headquarters would concern themselves with such a trivial lawsuit, given their vast global reach. It is essential to understand that the clergy, while conducting exorcisms, do not always succeed. Numerous failures exist. In fact, among these failures, the victims possessed by demons often pay the ultimate price, their lives. Such instances are not isolated, but rather countless. Should every failed exorcism resulting in a victim's demise lead to the officiating clergy facing litigation? The church possesses the power to suppress such matters, at least to prevent the scandal surrounding Richard and Emily's exorcism from escalating to this extent. With this understanding, Clarence, being astute, deduced why Father Richard did not simply seek assistance from the headquarters to quell the so-called grassroots groups, allowing the situation to escalate to legal entanglement. It seemed evident that the priest, burdened by guilt and a sense of sin for nearly causing Emily's death during the exorcism, sought redemption through this route, wishing to alleviate his remorse. Thus, in Clarence's view, Father Richard would likely prefer imprisonment to alleviate his guilt rather than witnessing the church headquarters intervene directly. Of course, there may be additional reasons behind the priest's actions. Clarence could also surmise what those reasons might be. Contemplating this, he turned to the nun and inquired, "Sister, please be honest with me. Did Father Richard harbor intentions of disclosing the church's exorcism practices and circumstances to the public prior to this?" The nun, her gaze evasive, remained silent. Yet, Clarence discerned the answer he sought from her reaction. Observing his knowing expression, the middle-aged nun could no longer contain herself and implored, "Please forgive Father Richard for his actions. You must be aware that in recent years, there have been far too many incidents of demonic possession. The church and its clergy simply cannot save everyone. Thus, Father Richard seeks to unveil the true nature of exorcism rituals and possession, aspiring to aid the public by enlightening them about the significance and implications of such ceremonies." In response to the pleas of the middle-aged nun, Clarence reluctantly elucidates, "Sister, I do not intend to cast blame upon Father Richard. Even the Vatican must have surmised his intentions. Indeed, it is not solely Father Richard within your congregation who harbors such thoughts. Numerous clergy members share this sentiment. However, dear sister, one must comprehend that the church is not oblivious to the fact that exposing exorcism rituals could potentially benefit many. Yet, the Vatican must also weigh the adverse repercussions that such revelations may engender. Particularly, these dire consequences extend beyond mere human society. Malevolent entities, such as demons, would similarly derive formidable strength from the fears birthed within humanity. Moreover, not all individuals among humankind possess benevolent inclinations. There exist those who have fallen into depravity, scarcely distinguishable from demons themselves. The church finds it arduous to discern such individuals, for no one can truly fathom the depths of the human heart. The existence of such individuals implies that exposing exorcism rituals could facilitate greater avenues for demons to infiltrate the human realm. In other words, those with nefarious intentions would acquire methods to summon malevolent spirits. The aforementioned scenarios represent merely a fraction of the detrimental effects that would follow the exposure of exorcism rituals. Thus, the church has not overlooked the idea of revealing these rituals to assist more people. Rather, it must deliberate on the negative impacts and ensuing complications that such exposure would inevitably incur. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged nun found herself momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated the potential repercussions following the exposure of exorcism rituals. Initially, she had only considered the prospect of aiding more individuals, and although she had not openly supported Father Richard, she had harbored a covert sense of endorsement. Chapter 56, Bruin and Emily. When the two arrived at Emily's residence, the middle-aged nun remained somewhat dazed by Clarence's earlier revelations during their journey. It was only upon Clarence's gentle reminder that she recalled the matter at hand and approached the door to lightly knock. The middle-aged nun was merely an ordinary cleric. While she may have been aware of some truths about the world, she possessed no extraordinary qualities and was, in essence, a typical individual. Thus, she naturally could not discern the faint footsteps approaching from within the house. However, Clarence could hear quite distinctly and deduced from the footsteps that the visitor at the door was a woman, an adult of notably light weight. In truth, had it not been for issues of decorum and morality, Clarence could have easily perceived the interior of the house, yet he refrained, as it pertained to ethical considerations. This was akin to his habitual reluctance to gaze upon women, regardless of their beauty. When the door opened, it confirmed Clarence's suspicions. The visitor was indeed a middle-aged woman, an adult, yet remarkably slender. She must be a relative of Emily's, and her weary expression, with reddened eyes, suggested she had suffered greatly due to Emily's circumstances. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, the The nun first embraced her before introducing Clarence and explaining his origins. The revelation that Clarence hailed from the Vatican, dispatched specifically by the Holy See to address matters concerning Emily, caused the woman to exhibit a degree of reserve. It proved advantageous that Clarence had opted not to come directly, but had instead visited Father Richard's church first, requesting that someone accompany him, thus circumventing numerous potential inconveniences. At the very least, the need to present identification was averted, as the familiar nun's introduction significantly simplified matters. After their introductions, the middle-aged woman led them into the living room of the house. To Clarence and the nun's surprise, they discovered another woman dressed in formal attire within the living room. Evidently not a relative of Emily. This formally attired woman regarded the unexpected guests with curiosity, particularly focusing on Clarence, which left her momentarily taken aback. However, her upbringing was commendable. Upon regaining her composure, she recognized that staring was rather impolite and quickly diverted her gaze. Noticing that Clarence and the nun had abruptly paused, particularly in the direction of their gaze, the middle-aged woman realized there was indeed another guest in her home. Thus, through her introduction, Clarence and the nun learned the name and background of the formally dressed woman. She was Brina Alluel, an attorney from the law firm handling Father Richard's case. Her visit to Emily's home was primarily to seek further clues and evidence that could benefit the priest, even if it was merely testimonies from Emily's family that might aid the case. Upon learning of Clarence's origins, the esteemed lawyer, Ms. Breen, adopted a more respectful demeanor. As a prominent attorney, she was well aware of the formidable influence wielded by the church, knowledge that remained elusive to the average person. This understanding prompted her to treat Clarence, who hailed from the Vatican, with greater deference. After exchanging pleasantries, Breen transitioned to the matter at hand. Inquiring about Clarence's purpose for his visit from the Vatican, she subtly sought to ascertain whether the church's headquarters had issued any new directives concerning Father Richard's case. In a strict sense, Clarence could be regarded as one of Breen's employers, as her law firm was engaged in Father Richard's case at the behest of the church's headquarters. Breen speculated that Clarence's arrival might indicate that the church had new instructions regarding the case. Otherwise, why would he arrive at this particular moment? Especially since she was visiting Emily today, hoping to uncover potential clues or evidence. It seemed quite plausible that Clarence was aware of her involvement in the case. Having failed to locate her at the law firm, he must have sought her out at Emily's residence upon learning of her whereabouts. Clarence's purpose appeared to be finding her, as it was unlikely he would have come solely to visit Emily. If that were the case, he would have visited earlier, particularly during Emily's hospitalization. However, it appeared that Ms. Breen had misconstrued the situation. Ms. Allure, you may continue to handle Father Richard's case in your own manner. The Vatican has not issued any new directives. My visit is primarily to address the issue concerning the failed exorcism of Emily. Initially, Breen struggled to comprehend Clarence's mention of addressing the failed ritual. What precisely did he mean by that? Was it necessary to gather more detailed evidence regarding Father Richard's conduct during the exorcism, particularly testimonies from Emily's family? The only scenario Breen could envision was that Clarence sought to investigate the specifics of the ritual's execution and the testimonies that Emily's family could provide. Beyond that, she found it challenging to conceive of what Clarence's so-called handling of the failed ritual entailed. Clarence paid little heed to Breen's reaction and instead turned his attention to the middle-aged woman, inquiring if he might visit Emily. He wished to ascertain the condition of her health. The middle-aged woman, along with Breen, assumed that Clarence merely wished to check on Emily's current state, and thus, they did not refuse him. In fact, the woman personally escorted Clarence to Emily's room. Breen and the nun followed suit, evidently sharing the desire to see Emily as well. Upon entering the room and witnessing the poor girl lying unconscious on the bed, devoid of any awareness, the nun's eyes instantly welled with tears. She had developed a close bond with Emily, and indeed, was quite familiar with the entire family, as they frequently attended church. In her childhood, Emily had often delighted in visiting the church. Now, seeing her in such a state of unconsciousness, how could the nun not be heartbroken? Observing the nun's distress, the middle-aged woman took her hand in a comforting gesture.